Good morning everyone and welcome back to Cadwell Park for War of the Worlds Day 2, and we have a packed schedule for you as well. 15 races in total. We welcome the MG owners and Scottish Minis with us alongside Caterham here, of course the classic touring cars, junior saloons and track action as well. You could say today with 15 races we've got a bit of a mountain to climb, literally. Let's go racing. Yes, hello everybody, good morning once again, and what a delight it is to be back here for War of the Worlds Day 2 at Cadwell Park. 15 races, I've already said 15 races coming up for you today, wall-to-wall action, which have the MG owners. They're currently qualifying at the minute, but what a treat it is to have the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup with us as well. We're going to hear from the drivers very shortly. Before we get into that, remember we're live, of course, on the BARC YouTube channel and the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel. If you haven't already, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We've got so much content coming up for you throughout the course of 2026. Now, yesterday as well, I was chatting to some of the junior saloon car drivers, asking if they have a name for their car. That's a bit of a theme today. I want to know if you have a name for your car. If you do, what is it? Let us know in the live chat. We can see the comments. Dave got out on commentary today. He might even be able to read some of them out as well. So if you are celebrating something too, it's your birthday or anniversary, we want to know. Let us know. Right. Like I say, we haven't got too long to go. 15 races in total here at Cadwell Park, one of the most beautiful places we've ever been to, and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Get the honour of going out first. They were here yesterday just for a qualifying session. Campbell, Scott, let's have a quick chat with Campbell. Oh, thank you for that, Campbell. Appreciate that. It's really good of you. Bit of a wait for you guys, isn't it? One qualifying yesterday, and finally you get onto track today.
It gave us a chance to watch the rest of the racing yesterday, which was...
Did you? Was it actually quite nice, just being able to sort of relax after your quali?
It was very good to relax. But again, this is my first ever weekend at a mini challenge
race.
Is it?
Yeah. How are you feeling? Are you
slightly nervous.
You don't need to be. You don't look it.
These other guys are really quick.
So what is today about then for you? Is just look, get a bit of experience, enjoy yourself?
Yeah, pretty much.
And why motorsport? Why the Scottish Minis?
It was just... It looks competitive,
Yeah.
and it's at a good, reasonable, affordable price for motorsport.
Yeah.
And getting the chance to drive in tracks like this as well.
Campbell, whereabouts in Scotland are you from?
From Lanark, which is halfway between Glasgow and Edinburgh.
Oh, okay. Right, I'm going to try and see who's come from the furthest north here today. I've got to be honest, I'm from the south of England, so if anything's north of Milton Keynes, I don't really know where it is, so I'm sorry. So we'll keep going anyway. Best of luck at it. Enjoy it. Have a great experience, won't you? And thank you for coming out. We really do appreciate it. Let's move on. We've got like plenty of time. I think it's a good 10 minutes or so left on quali. Let's go have a quick chat with Martin. Martin, how we doing? Oh, it's good to see you. I don't think I haven't seen you guys for a while. Last time I was with Scottish Minis was Croft last year,
yes,
I think, wasn't it? That was a good meeting, wasn't it?
It was actually a really good meeting for us there.
So look, you've come back here at Cadwell Park. What do you make of Cadwell Park?
I actually really quite love Cadwell Park, to be honest, especially when it's dry.
Yeah.
But it's just it can be such a difficult circuit, but it is a really good circuit.
I was just chatting to Campbell over there because you guys just had a qualifying session yesterday. That was it. Then you kind of switch off, relax, enjoy the day, unless there's any issues with the car, of course. Is it quite a nice sort of social setting for you guys? You all sort of get together. Do you have a barbecue or something? Although it was quite cold.
We still have a barbecue because we need to eat, don't we? So.
Mind you, actually, you're from Scotland, so this is probably quite warm, isn't it?
No, this is still cold, man. This is still cold. But no, we just socialise with each other because we all get on with each other. So why not? It's just a great atmosphere to be in. So and pretty much we always all look forward to it, especially when it comes down to the racing part. So
yes, I can see you're already eager to go.
Yeah.
Martin, where have you come from? Whereabouts in Scotland are you?
Well, Airdrie, South Lanarkshire way.
Okay,
So
is
it's
that-
like central Scotland. Central Scotland, outside Glasgow area.
Okay, so you and Campbell are not a million miles
No,
away.
he's literally like probably half an hour away from me, so
Okay.
he's not far away.
Okay, I'm trying to find out who's come from the furthest north, and I don't think you're going to win. But
No,
thanks for coming down
definitely
anyway.
not. I'm trying to think who's furthest north. Maybe little Liam Kelso.
We're going to find out. I'm going to
I
go
think
find
so.
out. Right.
Thank you.
Great to see you, mate. Really good to see you again as well. Yeah, as I said, I haven't done the Scottish Mini since Croft last year. That was a very good meeting indeed. Robbie Dalgleish here. Let's just have a quick chat with him because he came into the assembly area, had to go back out again, has come back in again. So let's just find out. Robbie, how are we doing, my friend? It's really good to see you. Can I just tuck that round there? Is that all right? Ah, thank you so much for doing that. Robbie, you came into assembly area, then you went out again, and now you're back again. What was that for? Oh, you forgot your...
I've got my gloves. I thought it'd be quicker to drive back than it will be a run, so Yeah, changed suit for a Sunday, so
I
took the
could
gloves
say
off
this,
my helmet.
this suit looked pretty dapper. It looks pretty nice. Listen, Scottish Minis, why is it so good to race in it and be part of it?
Yeah, I think I've been doing Scottish Minis for about 10 years since I first started now, so you know, pretty good racing. We're always really close, and just the cars are so similar. Should be a cracking battle here between me, Jack, and Chad.
I think so. Cadwell Park, where does it rank for you in all of the circuits that you've raced at?
Yeah, it's up there. I've only raced here twice before, once in the Scottish and once in the mini challenge. It's tough to overtake, so if you can get to the front early doors, you're pretty signed and sealed. But I mean, I'll be putting up a battle to make moves anywhere. But in terms of actually driving a track, it's absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Right, Robbie, whereabouts have you come from in Scotland? I'm trying to find the furthest north person.
I'm Peebles, so I'm Scottish border, so it's not me.
Oh right, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably the lowest down actually.
You're almost. I'm not going to say. I was going to say you're almost English, but I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, don't say
that. Robbie, best of luck, mate. It's really good to see you, buddy. Thank you. Let's move around, shall we? Go have a quick chat. Chad Liddell on pole position here. I wonder if we can just have a quick chat with Chad before I get the whole of Scotland trying to lynch me. Chad, how are we doing?
Yeah,
Pole position. This will be fun, won't it?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. This wind, slipstreaming will be important in this one. It'll be hard to break away, I think.
Listen, I don't have too much experience with Scottish Minis. I was with you at Croft last year. Look, why is it such a good club to be a part of?
It's close racing and friendly community, really.
Yeah.
It's really good, yeah.
Did you enjoy the fact, I know you had a qualifying session yesterday, and that was it, but then it kind of gives you the whole day. I was chatting to Campbell, he said, I just actually went down and just watched some of the racing. Did you just chill out for the day, or did you go out or have a nice time?
Yeah, I went and watched all the historic touring cars in the Caterhams. I stayed till about 6 last night and makes a change, because normally you're just never away from the garage, really.
Yeah.
You're just busy, but no, it was good.
And listen, you're in the best position, best seat in the house here. Can we convert this?
Hope so. We'll see.
I like your helmet, by the way. Nice and sparkly. I like that. Chad, where have you come from? Whereabouts have you
Near Carlisle.
Near Carlisle?
Cumbria, yeah.
North or south of Carlisle?
North.
North. Scotland north?
No, on the border.
So you're okay, right. We found an Englishman in this Scottishman. Good luck, mate. Top man. Excellent indeed. Right, let's keep going on, shall we? We've got plenty of time. We've got Jack here. Let's just have a quick chat. Let's go, Jack. Jack, how are we, my friend? Hope you don't mind me just jumping in here. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Do you like Cadwell Park?
Yeah, good track, so it is, and we're starting a good enough position, so hopefully get away with Chad and Robbie here.
Why Scottish Minis? Why is it such a good club to be a part of?
Just good close racing, so it is, and there's a race if you're at the front or the back of the pack. There's always a race somewhere.
I'm also trying to find somebody who's come from the furthest north today. So whereabouts have you come from?
Carrickfergus, Northern Ireland.
No. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretending I know exactly where that is, but well done. It's good to see you. Jack, really good to see you, mate, as well. Enjoy it, won't you? There you go. Let's keep going and chat to some more drivers, shall we? Thanks to all of you for watching as well. I really appreciate it. Big shout out, of course, to the Orange. I mean, it's a bit cliche, but we really wouldn't be able to go racing if it wasn't for you guys. They did a sterling job. They always do. Always so nice and friendly as well. So we'll find some to have a bit of a chat with. They're keeping themselves busy at the minute. James is here as well. James, how are we doing today? All right? Do you have a good night's sleep? Ready for this early start?
Oh yes, slept very well knowing I was starting fourth. Very happy with that.
Are you? Yeah?
Yeah, first meeting in the minis, so it's a very good result.
I can see it in your eyes. You're ready to go. And I tell you what, Cadwell Park, you just never know, do you? Anything can happen, right?
It's a crazy track. I love it. Every time I've been here, it's been unpredictable. So fingers crossed for some good action today.
We will certainly have. I think. I'm sure it will be. Look, whereabouts have you come from?
The Lake District.
The Lake District.
Yeah,
Okay.
not as far as Scotland, but still pretty far.
Yeah, beautiful part of the country, isn't it? Lake District as well. Whereabouts in the Lake District?
Up by Cockermouth. So
Yeah.
Near M Sport, a bit of motorsport heritage.
Okay, yeah, I don't know where that is, but thank you. Anyway, cheers, James, appreciate it. Let's keep going. We've got Chris Coburn here. And I said that right, didn't I, Chris? I can't get in. Thank you. Yes, we had a chat, didn't we, before this meeting?
Yeah.
Chris Coburn, how many times do people get it wrong?
Oh man, it's the bane of my life. But yeah, Coburn it is.
Where have you come from, Chris?
Just outside Glasgow.
North or south of Glasgow?
Just a little bit north.
Okay. I mean, I've been joking about not knowing Scotland particularly. I do know Scotland quite well. I do quite a lot of golf up in Scotland. What a beautiful country.
Yeah.
Do you do any other sport other than motorsport?
No, unless it has an engine, I'm not that interested.
Really?
So, yeah.
Okay, we won't play golf together then.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm embarrassingly, shockingly awful at golf, so...
Yeah, well, so am I, but it doesn't stop me. Listen, what can we do from here?
Yeah, we're hoping for a strong race. Qualifying was a bit scrappy. Had a big spin and then had a bit of contact as well with somebody not really looking. So yeah, hopefully we can just have a nice clean race and make some progress. Maybe get a podium. That's the aim. So I've got reasonable pace. So I just need to put it on the track and eyes forward.
Excellent, Chris. Really good to see you, mate, as well. Thanks for getting in touch before as well. Thank you indeed. Let's keep going around. We've still got time. The MGs are still qualifying. Let's go have a quick chat with Michael, see how we're feeling ahead of this one. Michael, good to see you, my friend. It's good to see all the Scottish Minis down here as well. Why is it such a good club to be a part of?
Just last few years we started to get the championship really going and coming to more away rounds down south and just trying to get more and more competitive tracks to race around and not just be up at Knockhill all the time.
I mean, the beauty of Knockhill is that you can do it backwards as well, can't you? What does your calendar look like? Obviously, you've come down here to Cadwell Park. You obviously do Knockhill. Croft this year? Are you at Croft?
Yeah, Croft and then Donington, and then we've got a round in Northern Ireland as well.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be super. Look, what can you do from here on the grid?
Well, I was hoping to be fourth, but I got blocked on my best lap of qualifying, so aim is to try and get up to fourth and then hopefully try and fight for the podium as well.
And Michael, where have you come from today? I'm trying to find the person who's come from the furthest north.
Well, York, so not actually that
York?
far. Yeah.
Oh, that's not far at all. Actually, you've got quite a relatively short trip home. Look, best of luck, mate. Really appreciate it. Enjoy it out there, won't you? Good stuff indeed. Let's go have a quick chat with Barry. Look, we might even get through everybody here. This is brilliant. Barry, how are we doing? All right. Love your livery, by the way.
Thank you.
It looks so good. What inspired it?
It's just been one I've kind of developed over the years, you know. I do actually wrap the cars, so I do all the team cars. And
oh, do you?
Yeah, so that's why the Jacks and Michaels and mine all look very similar, just different colours, the same design, but yeah.
Excellent. Look, where have you come from? I'm trying to find the person who's come from the furthest north. Where are you from?
Glasgow.
Glasgow. Do you know what? I think Glasgow could do. We've had a few from sort of Glasgow area. I haven't had anybody further north of Glasgow yet. So we need some, don't we? Where's the furthest point north in Scotland?
Where, sorry?
The furthest point north in Scotland. Where is it? The furthest north. Is it Inverness? Is that...
No, John O'Groats.
Of course it's John O'Groats. Yeah. Well, we won't drive there. It's too far. But Barry, thank you so much. Really good to see you. Enjoy it, won't you? Indeed. Let's go down to Presley. My knowledge of Scottish towns is based purely on football teams. I think we've just got enough time. Just very quickly, say hello to Presley. How are we doing? All right? Feeling good?
I'm not too bad. Thanks, yourself.
No, very well. Where have you come from?
I'm living in London at the minute. I'm originally from Northern Ireland. I've moved over here and I'm hoping to take up motorsport as just a good journey to have. It's one of the best things I think about the country. It's just the motorsport. It's everywhere and there's so many good tracks here.
Amazing.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to have to let you go. I think you've got to head out, but really good to see you, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? Top stuff indeed. In fact, the cars are literally about to head out on track. I'm going to get out of the way. We'll catch up with Mr. Kelso a little bit later. I am hearing, of course, John O'Groats is the furthest point north in Scotland. I do joke a little bit. I know Scotland quite well. It is a beautiful, beautiful country. But here we go. Time to go racing now for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. So much action coming up throughout the course of the day. And I'm delighted for the first time for today to hand over to your wonderful commentator, Dave Goddard. Take it away.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Yes, good morning everyone and welcome to Cadwell Park, the home of motorsports in Lincolnshire. Ready for War of the Wolds. Yes, in the middle of the hills of the Lincolnshire Wolds. Beautiful conditions so far this morning, windy but dry and sunny at the moment, possibly a chance for a bit of rain later on, but we won't say too much of that. We don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. Very busy day of motorsport coming up for you, a total of 15 races coming up. We start with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. They'll be out on track very shortly, one of their away rounds this year, away from their base of Knockhill. And then we get stuck into some classic touring car racing club action, where the Blue Oval Saloon Series, Boss, that's for everything Ford, along with the Classic Thunder Saloons, a combined grid for them coming up. Then we have the first of our Caterham races. We're welcoming Chris Hutchinson alongside us for the Caterham races today. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Dave. Good to be back in the commentary box with you all.
It's great to have you back as well with us here. We begin at 10:30 with the first Caterham race, the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. Then we go all the way back with the pre-66 touring cars. Some great battles from the Lotus Cortinas, the Ford Anglias and so on in yesterday's first race. Then it's the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship. The junior saloon cars have 2 races today. The under-17 races in their Saxos. Ollie Smith looking to keep up his unbeaten run this year. Then we have the Track Action Racing Club, a nice mixture of saloon cars in with that one. They had a bit of a race of attrition yesterday, so hopefully everybody will be back out today. And then we have the cars that have just finished qualifying, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. They had an absolute belter of a season opener at Donington Park last month, and let's hope for similar action from them. After lunch, we have more classic touring cars, a combined grid of pre-83, 93 and 03 touring cars. Then the Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship, the quickest Caterhams here this weekend. And then we move on to the rest of the programme. But our first race is lining up, ready for its green flag lap. Then we welcome the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. We have 11 BMW Mini R50s out there, administered by the Scottish Motor Racing Club. They have their away day here at Cadwell Park every year. It's reigning champion Chad Little, who qualified on pole position yesterday, based just on the Scottish border in Cumbria. As we heard, starts alongside Robbie Dalgleish, mini veteran in number 91. Row 2, Jack Irvine from Northern Ireland in number 65. You don't have to be a Scottish driver to race with the Scottish Motor Racing Club. He starts alongside James Hitchin, making the move up from Citroen C1 Racing this year into the Mini Coopers. Row 3, Chris Coburn, number 17, and Michael Williams in the 52. Then on row 4, we've got Barry Holmes, number 88, and the top newcomer on the grid. It's a separate newcomers award in this championship. That's Presley Barrett in the number 47 car. Liam Kelso, number 59, starts alongside number 15, Campbell Scott. And the final car on the grid, number 27, Martin Viatunga, Scotsman of Sri Lankan descent. I noticed the Sri Lankan flag on his car in the assembly area. He starts from the rear of the grid for what will be a 15-minute race to open the day here at Cadwell Park on this circuit of just over 2 miles in length. And certainly the most undulating circuit in British motorsport. A couple of weeks ago I was at Portimao, the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve in Portugal for motorcycle racing, and I have to say there are some similarities between Portimao and this circuit here at Cadwell Park. They're both absolute roller coasters with a lot of undulations and elevation changes. Very spectacular indeed. Of course, Cadwell Park, very famous in the motorcycle racing world. The British Superbike Championship has its visit here every year. There's the first corner. The cars head off the grid and up into the left-hander at Coppice, then round the long right-hander there over the hill at Charlie's Bend and into Park Straight, where plenty of slipstreaming opportunities down the long back straight. Then it's up the hill and into the right-hander at Park Corner, then into the longer right-hander at Chris Curve, and then it's into the next roller coaster section. They go through the gooseneck, they flick round to the left, drop down the hill into the left-hander at Mansfield Bend, then back into the narrow valley, into the trees once again, and then into the mountain section. There is the mountain, the cars in the background moving off on their green flag warming up lap. Swing their way through the mountain, bounce over the top. The quickest cars and bikes get air over that little mountain there, and then it's into the switchback of Hall Bends, the right, left, right again, and then it's into the hairpin on the brakes, that tight right-hander. Still can get pretty damp under the trees there, takes longer to drive than the rest of the circuit. The final corner we're looking at now is Barn Corner. There did used to be a barn on the outside of the circuit, and the owner of that building used to leave the door open, so if a car went straight on at that corner, they just go through the doors into the barn rather than knock the doors down. The foundations of that building are still there in among the trees, and then the circuit drops down into the pit straight once again. So a lap of about just under 2.2 miles around the Cadwell Park circuit. Fastest lap in qualifying for this session was Chad Little with a 1:45.281. Just a couple of tenths of a second quicker than Robbie Dalgleish, very experienced mini racer in the number 91. In terms of the most northerly based driver, I would say in Scotland it's Liam Kelso in the number 59 car. I'll answer Ian's question from earlier on. He's from Kinrossshire, which is just north of Perth. That's sort of way to the north of Fife. Knockhill Circuit is near Dunfermline in Fife. Cars head round just warming up their tyres, these identical BMW Mini R50s. No missing our pole sitter in the Dayglow yellow car. Chad Little, the red and black of number 91, Robbie Dalgleish, will start alongside. It'll be a standing start. Everything standing starts today except the classic Thunder Saloons. They have a rolling start. Mike Williams, the two-tone blue number 55 car, run by Performance Tech Racing, teammate of Jack Irvine and Barry Holmes. Now, last weekend, if you were watching our coverage on BARC TV from Brands Hatch, you'll have seen the Mini Challenge Club Sport division in action there. Slightly smaller grid, but similar cars. These should be very closely matched indeed. Last couple of cars coming round to the grid then. 47 Presley Barrett in the red car. There's Liam Kelso, the blue ahead of the pale blue with the orange wheels. That's Martin Viertunga at the back of the grid. Who's going to get the whole shot down into Coppice Corner for the first time then? Chad Little, the defending champion, on pole position. Last couple of cars will come into line at the back of the grid, and then once the marshals are happy, the green flag will be displayed at the back. Then once our clerk of the course is happy, the red lights will come on, and when they go out, we'll be underway with the first of 15 races here today at the home of motorsports in Lincolnshire. The green flag is displayed at the back of the grid. Revs will begin to rise from the 1600cc engines. It's time to go racing here at Cadwell Park. We're underway. And a bit of a slow getaway at the back from Liam Kelso, the 59, who's going to get the whole shot into the rising left-hander at Coppice Corner. Looks like Chad Little has just got his nose in front as they head up the hill. Good start from the second row by Jack Irvine in the 65, but it is Little who leads the way as they head towards Charlie's Bend for the first time. That's Liam Kelso a bit slow away there at the back of the field. He'll try and catch up as Little leads it as they come into Park straight for the first time. There's the 47, that's Presley Barrett, English-based driver from London. See the novice cross on the back of his car, one of our newcomers this season. 3 drivers competing for the Newcomer Award this year. Up into Park Corner they come then. It's 2 by 2 with up on the outside. Robbie Dalgleish has got back ahead of Jack Irvine. Here comes James Hitchin as well, the Cumbrian in 271. 3 wide through Chris Kerr. That's not going to work, and out onto the grass goes the 52 of Michael Williams. He spins to a halt. Oh, he's hit the rectisil barriers there, clips the barrier with the back of the car, but he's trying to keep going. Meanwhile, Robbie Dalgleish round the outside, coming out of the gooseneck. That's surely never going to work. And look at the way Martin Viertunga's come through as well from the back. He's up to 4th already in the cars with the eyes on the headlights. Somebody off further back. That's Presley Barrett running wide out of Mansfield Bend. You can tell a lot of these drivers are at Cadwell Park for the first time, can't you? They're learning the circuit around this first lap and exploring its limits. Well, Robbie Dalgleish has made that move stick, surprisingly, and he's taken the lead from Chad Little as they go through the switchback of Hall Bend into the trees for the first time. Look at the way Viertunga's going. He's charged his way through. He's from P11 on the grid. He's up to 3rd already. Amazing run through the field. 4th is number 17. That's Chris Coburn, the yellow and blue car. And behind him is Hitchin in 271. Oh, rather crazy first lap then from our Scottish Mini Cooper Cup drivers. Robbie Dalgleish leads over the line, chased by Chad Little. Going with them is the 65 car of Jack Irvine. Viertunga has calmed down a bit after that frantic first lap. He's back to 4th and under fire from number 17 of Chris Coburn. Then it's Hitchin. Small gap back then to Barry Holmes in the 88s. Next through the 15 of Campbell Scott. I think that is one of our newcomers. Kelso is ahead of Presley Barrett after he ran wide earlier on, and Michael Williams, after his spin at Chris Kerr, is at the back of the field. 3 leaders line astern then. Normally we're used to seeing 3 minis red, white and blue, but it's red, yellow and blue here with the BMW minis. James Hitchin moving up to have a go at the 17 of Chris Coburn for 5th position. James Hitchin moving up from the Scottish Citroën C1 Championship. He was runner-up in that championship last season. Down the hill towards Mansfield Bend once again. Robbie Dalgleish, vastly experienced BMW Mini racer, leads the way. James Hitchin in the grey car trying to catch up to the back of Coburn for P5 as they go into the mountain for the second time, the Newcomers Award. being led by Campbell Scott towards the back of the grid at the moment. Through Hall Bends come the leaders then for the second time. And Chad Little could be gearing up for an attack here. Oh, he's up the inside on the brakes for the hairpin. Is he going to force his way through there? I think he's got him. Dalgleish had to go wide. And up the inside of both of them comes the 65 car. Where did Jack Irvine come from there? He was way back going into the hairpin and he's taken the lead. My goodness, we're only a couple of laps into this race, and what a cracking race we're having from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup on their away day here at Cadwell. Of course, this is backing up the three leaders, all this battling. Into the next group, we've got Vietunga, Coburn and Hitchens. It's going to be 6 for the lead fairly shortly. And this is just the first couple of laps of the day. We've got 15 races to get through here. Look at Chad Little there, lifting a wheel as he comes round Charlie's Bend there. Runs a bit wide on the exit. You don't want to run wide there coming into Park Straight. If you get a wheel on the grass, it could spin you out into the tyre barrier. Up the hill they go. Vietunga trying to go after the leaders in the light blue car, but it's Jack Irvine, the Northern Irishman, who takes up the lead now. Of course, as we heard, there is another away day for this championship at Kirkistown in Northern Ireland later this summer. So Jack Irvine would dearly love to be leading the championship coming into that event. Vietunga, I can tell you, was just on the fastest lap, 1:47.056. He wants to get into the top 3. They're really throwing these cars around. Look at Vietunga snaking around there under braking for that tricky left-hander at Mansfield Bend. It's a real drop down the hill into that corner as well. Very tricky to get the car stopped. Saw a couple of our Caterhams fall over each other there yesterday. Lionel Tolmash taking some damage. Hopefully he's back out for today. But anyway, we concentrate on our BMW Mini battlers. Robbie Dalgleish, you can't go side by side with Paul Beds. Yes, you can. He's just taken second place from Chad Little. These drivers are overtaking each other in places I didn't believe possible around this circuit. They know no fear, these Scottish Motor Racing Club drivers. 6 cars lined astern of the lead. Next in the order is Barry Holmes. Vietunga on the grass coming out of the right-hander at Barn. That's dropped him back just a little. Speaking of Little, Chad Little still there in 3rd place, chasing down Robbie Dalgleish, who went through for 2nd at Hall Bends. It's still Jack Irvine who leads the way. He's just on a new fastest lap, 1:45.897 for Jack Irvine. This is superb stuff. Here's a battle towards the back of the field. That's the newcomers' battle. Campbell Scott's number 15. The Lanark-based driver leads it, but he's under fire from Presley Barrett in the 47, and the 59 of Liam Kelso behind them was a bit slow off the line and dropped to the rear of the field. That's the Newcomers' Cup battle. As the Scottish Motor Racing Club runs a number of series, the Scottish Fiesta ST series, the C1s, the Mod Sports series, Classic Sports and Saloons. They're at Silverstone today, the Classic division. They've run their own championships up at Knockhill for many years now, and Chad Little forces the issue on Robbie Dalgleish coming out of Mansfield, that is, side by side up towards the mountain. This is going to be interesting as they come into the mountain. Little on the inside, Dalgleish will be on the inside though for the right-hander, and he dives back ahead. My goodness, these two going at it absolutely tooth and nail for that 2nd place, so this is allowing Jack Irvine to get away in the lead. Chad Little bounces over the curb. He's not going to try and dive down the inside of the hairpin once again. No, he's not. Meanwhile, James Hitchin, I notice, has got ahead of Chris Coburn up into P5 as well. Now going after Vietunga for 4th position. Across the line they go. Irvine leads by just over a second, ahead of the battling pair of Dalgleish and Little, who are having a memorable bout for that 2nd place. This half dozen are now 7 seconds clear of Barry Holmes in 7th place. Michael Williams, the 52, has recovered from his off on the 1st lap. He's 8th. Then the 3 newcomers towards the back of the field. Campbell Scott leads them. There's another race for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup later on. Chad Little in the car run by David Slay Racing. David, a former champion in this division, has raced BMW Minis for many years. Going to give best here to Jack Irvine in one of the 3 Performance Tech cars. Round Chris Curve. And then down very much down the drop into Mansfield out of the gooseneck. We lose sight of them briefly there on the top of that loop at the top of the circuit. There's Viatunga coming under fire from James Hitchin now in one of his first races in a BMW Mini. Not contesting the Newcomers' Cup because of experience in other classes. Starting to drop Chris Coburn now in that yellow and blue number 17 car further back. Jack Irvine flings it through Hall Bends. What's Chad Little going to try this time? Knocking it down the inside on the hairpin. There's still 6 minutes of this race to go. Irvine continues to set the pace.
Just got a wheel on the grass there, and the rear of the car really stepped out as he was flinging it into barn that time through. Yeah, but really spectacular on the edge of adhesion, these cut drivers, and flinging their cars in places they're not always welcome.
Yes, it's been immensely enjoyable so far, Chris Hutchinson, and very unpredictable indeed. You can tell, can't you, some of these drivers have not been to Cadwell before and keen to explore the limits of the circuit.
Yeah, sometimes you don't know any better, do you? So shoving it down the inside, it's worth a try, isn't it? But that was absolutely, when we came to the hairpin that time through, it was absolutely side by side, a little grass involved, and yeah, let Irvine get in front and away.
Is there a change at the front of the Newcomers' Cup as well further back? Presley Barrett in the red. Number 47 has taken up the lead there. He's taken Campbell Scott in the number 15. There's Liam Kelso at the back of the field in car number 59. They're about 19 seconds down on 8th placed Michael Williams. They're just learning their craft at the wheel of these R50 BMW Minis. The leaders will be coming into sight at the gooseneck. Here they come. It's still Dalgleish in second ahead of Little, with Jack Irvine leading, but the lead gap is down to 0.8 of a second now, and then the next three headed up by Viatunga ahead of Hitchin and Coburn. So they've split into two groups of three at the front of the field with just under 5 minutes to go.
Little's really seeing whether he can do anything about that, but he's got a bit more speed, I think, in that yellow machine behind Dalgleish, but it's just not got anywhere to use it just at the moment. And Irvin's still sort of pulling away because those two are looking at their own window. Well, I said they were pulling away, and suddenly they're back in a line again. But yeah, it looks like Little's got a little bit of speed there.
Viatunga under intense pressure now from James Hitchin, who's on his bumper as they come through Hall Bends up towards the right-hander at the hairpin. Is he going to try and force the issue down the inside? No, he's not. The light blue machine holds him off. I do love those eyes on the headlights of that car. More cars should have those. It really gives them a bit of character.
He was really pushing into Hall Bends that time. Actually cost him some time, but you can see how much pressure he's getting put on by Hitchin behind. And now Hitchin's having to look in his rear view mirror as well.
Yes, Chris Coburn starting to close back up again. The lead gap was 0.7 of a second. Chad Little's just done the new fastest lap of the race, 1:45.715. But the two ahead of him both did their personal best as well. 1:45.84 for Irvine and a 1:45.73 for Dalgleish. Here's the fourth place battle, and Hitchin could try and make a move here into Park Corner this time.
Viatunga's covering that inside. You'll see that into Park Bend. It's one of the biggest overtaking opportunities as they come up the hill, and it does. He's not leaving any opportunities. He's late on the brakes, so rear end of his car waggling around, but still manages to hold on.
Well, we did used to have rallycross here at Cadwell Park, and it's often converted for rallying as well. There'll be a rally here in a couple of weeks, the Alan Healy Memorial, and you can clearly see why, given how twisty the nature of this circuit is and how keen drivers are to explore the limits of it. James Hitchin down into Mansfield Bend. Very easy to run wide on the exits here, but they all keep it on the black stuff. Little, as we said, with the fastest lap of the race. The top three about 3.3 seconds clear of this little group fighting for fourth place. There go the top three over the mountain. The gap is definitely coming down for the lead as well, I think, as they head towards Hall Bends.
See these little gaps between the cars, they suddenly separate, but then they all come back together. It's just one little mistake, and you can see the cars really are twitching themselves. The rear of the car, as you said earlier, is cocking that inside wheel, and they're just on the absolute edge as they come down here. It's a really difficult corner, this barn corner, as the track drops away from you, and the car just wants to go to the outside of the track. But these drivers are all managing it nicely at the moment.
So the lead gap is now down to less than half a second as they go over the line. I think it's the penultimate lap we're on now with just over 2 minutes of the race still to go. Jack Irvine continues to lead. Took advantage of a bit of squabbling between Robbie Dalgleish and Chad Little earlier on. Here's a scrap further back. This is for 7th place. Mike Williams, of course, it's the back of Barry Holmes, and will try to make a move down the inside into Coppice, and he gets the move done as well. Nicely done by Michael Williams. Looks like there's no damage to the back of his car after he spun and clipped the tyre wall earlier on. Meanwhile, side by side for second place, Robbie Dalgleish holds second on the inside at Park Corner. I noticed there's a little bit of tyre rub on the side of Chad Little's car. We can see there on his driver's door. Rubbing's racing, as they say.
I think that was from the earlier dive bomb, wasn't it, into the hairpin maybe. But yeah, that was only just managed to hold on, but you can see that was the closest we've got to an overtake, and that's separated this little group out just a touch at the head now.
Yes, the gap's slightly larger, so is that the break that Jack Irvine needed to try and take the first win of the season? Well, I mentioned Rallycross, and Chad Little, the reigning champion, tries a spot of Rallycross out of Mansfield Bend there.
Quite grippy out there, I think, this morning.
Yeah, a bit grippier than it was yesterday. We had some rain during qualifying yesterday morning. Here's the fourth place fight coming through the mountain. Martin Viertunga was a bit offline there, coming into the mountain. We'll try and see if he's been able to hold that place.
Oh, only just, maybe, yeah.
Yes, only just indeed. He managed to get back online over the hump there at the mountain, and James Hitchin not able to take advantage. Mentioning rain, the sky has suddenly gone a bit dark here at Cadwell Park. I hope we're not going to have any of the wet stuff before the end of this race. We're going into the last lap now with Jack Irvine in the lead. He's increased his lead as well by about 0.4 of a second on that last lap because of the battle behind him between Dalgleish and Little. There's the fourth place fight over the line. Viertunga still ahead of Hitchin and Coburn. They're well clear of Barry Holmes and Mike Williams. Williams now up into 7th place as we saw, as the leaders head out into the country, out of the valley onto Park Straights. See what's going to happen into Park Corner this time as well. Viertunga still under fire. Hitchin looking to make a move. He's going to be mindful that Coburn is there behind him. The leaders are up on the top of the circuit. I think Jack Irvine has just about done enough, possibly. You see them in the background there to escape now. The main attention is with this 4th place fight.
Yeah, he's had to defend this whole race, hasn't he? He's had a few little mistakes, but he's managed to keep his car just out in front of Hitchin there, and still managed to do it around Chris Curve. Hitchin looking every way, but just can't make it as they head into the gooseneck.
Into the gooseneck for the final time. The clock is down to 0. It looks like the top 3 are fairly well set now, but James Hitchin is determined to get past Martin Viertunga for that 4th place. Down into Mansfield Bend they come. Viertunga continues to hold him off, and Chris Coburn thinks I'll have a bit of this as well. He's going to have a go at the inside. He's never going to get through there, surely, on the run into the mountain. He's going to be very judicious on the brakes here. They bounce off each other briefly. Hitchin will have the inside for the right-hander past the paddock entrance, and he's held it, but Coburn cuts back. He's got 2 wheels on the grass there up the inside. How did he get through there? I don't think I've ever seen an overtake over the top of the mountain here before on 4 wheels. Certainly we've seen it on 2. Meanwhile, Chad Little's got through for 2nd place. I said the top 3 were set in stone. You can't predict anything in this race. But what we are going to see is a win for Jack Irvine. He comes over the line to take the checkered flag. Chad Little in 2nd. Dalgleish dropping back into 3rd. Who is going to be 4th? It's going to be Martin Viertunga. And Coburn does stay ahead of James Hitchin for 5th place. What a superb race to kick the day off.
Yeah, great last lap move. I think for both of the drivers they're overtaking on the last lap. It has to be opportunistic. You have to dive it, and I think overall it looked pretty clean. He got squeezed onto the grass, but he still managed to make it work. So Little takes that 2nd place.
What about our newcomers' cup? Well, Presley Barrett's been able to pull away from the other 2 in the last couple of laps. There's Campbell Scott ahead of Liam Kelso further back. Mike Williams beats Barry Holmes in the battle for 7th place as well. And this race proving you don't need a massive field of cars for a good race. Only 11 BMW Minis in that race. That was an excellent affair with battles everywhere you looked. So there's Presley Barrett across the line. He wins the Newcomers' Cup in 9th position. And then it will be Campbell Scott ahead of Liam Kelso to complete the finish. It's one excellent race to kick off our 2nd day here in the Lincolnshire Wolds here at Cadwell Park. Another 14 races to come. We've got more Saloon Car action next. Classic Touring Car Racing Club are out on track next. The PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, plus the Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloons. There's 1 entry in those as well. Colin Voice's familiar Escort. Results provisional at the moment then, but we can tell you Jack Irvine took the win on the road by 1.4 seconds ahead of Chad Little, who got the fastest lap on that final lap, 1:45.55. Robbie Dalgleish in 3rd place, dropped back a bit on the final lap. Martin Viertunga from the back of the grid up to 4th place ahead of Chris Coburn, who took James Hitchin on the final lap. Michael Williams beat Barry Holmes in their battle for 7th, and then the 3 newcomers towards the back, Presley Barrett in 9th, Campbell Scott and Liam Kelso completing the 11 finishers. Drivers on their slow down lap at the moment, then coming back towards the paddock. Once they're in Parc Fermé, Ian will be there to talk to them. I think drivers are now in Parc Fermé, so we can hand down to Ian to get some feedback on that fantastic race.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Jack Irvine takes the first win here at Cadwell Park of the day and for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Jack, come on, that was good. Great. I spoke to most of you before the race. You're all talking about how close the racing is, how good it is, and that's proof of it, right?
Yeah, definitely. So it was a good race. Robbie and Chad had a bit of a come together and got slipped through, and they seemed to keep fighting behind me, and I was just able to keep the gap in front of them.
That's what it's like, because it is tight here at Cadwell, isn't it? So when the opportunity arose, you thought, right, this is it, I'm going.
Yeah, you just had to go for it, and then you've that big long straight up the back and get the slipstream on you. But we seemed quick enough down round this wee bit here to get another gap on them again the next lap, so happy enough.
Top man, good luck, well done, congratulations. Another race a little bit later as well. Let's just move along. I'm just trying to find, where's everybody gone? Chad, what's happened here? We'll buff out, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
it's motorsport, right?
Yeah, it was close. Really hard race.
Yeah. It just allowed Jack through.
Battled too much with Robbie. Ran us a bit wide at Park, and then the gap was there, and that was it. But luckily, he ran wide at the hairpin on the last lap, and I managed to nab second. But that was tough.
So, well done anyway. Congratulations. You've got to do it all again a little bit later, but at least you got a nice pot there indeed. There is Robbie Douglas's car. He's gone off, ran away somewhere. Moved down a little bit. In fact, let's bring you round a second. Actually, there was one driver we didn't speak to in the assembly area. I'm just looking down to make sure that we've still got cars up there. We have. So let's go. Here we go. This is who we didn't speak to a little bit earlier. Let's grab a quick word with them now. Liam, find out how it was. Liam, how was that?
Well, it was a bit disheartening. We had a lot of loss of speed on the straight, so we just couldn't pass anybody. So the whole race just spent watching people drive away.
You've got another race later this afternoon. Is there anything you can do about it in the time?
Hopefully we can find something to solve the problem, but until then it's just going to stick with us until the end of the weekend.
Liam, quick question for you. Where have you come from?
So we've come from Fife in Scotland.
That's quite north, isn't it?
It's quite north. I think it's about 350 miles up.
Wow.
So quite a drive down.
I think you have, look, you might not have won this race. It might not have gone how you want it to go, but you do win the award for being the most northern driver in the Scottish Minis from everybody that I've spoken to, and I think I spoke to everybody, so congratulations.
Oh, fair enough. At least I won something this weekend.
Yeah, there's no trophy, there's no medal, there's no certificate, but well done.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cheers, Liam, thank you so much. Right, as you can see, the Classic Touring Car, well, you won't be able to see because the camera's facing me, but if you look down there, that little gap there, you will be able to see Classic Touring Cars, Boss and Thunder, they're heading out on track now. So I had the great pleasure of catching up with Dave Farrow not so long ago, so let's hear from him now. Right, look who's joined me. It's Dave Farrow. I wasn't here yesterday, Dave, were you? But you've decided to come out and play today, right?
That's it, mate. Yeah, obviously work comes first. And I was at Alton Park yesterday working, so we did the 4-hour endurance race yesterday in Fun Cup. So I did Friday, Saturday, Fun Cup, travelled back late last night, and then, but it's all about points.
You're a dedicated man.
That's it,
and this morning, you were down here, you had to go out and do a couple of laps. You went out with the MGs for qualifying. That was an experience?
Yeah, it was. I mean, the marshal, bless me, was like, get as clear as fast as you can, and then I get under the trees and it's sobbing wet, so you're like, but yeah, it was great fun. But it was a couple of laps done, just so as you've lapped the circuit, which is it's standard repetition if you haven't raced.
We know how quick you are. We've seen it at Donington Park. We know how quick the car is, how quick you are. It's a great combination. You're starting at the back here, but Cadwell's quite narrow.
I'm going to try and pick me moments. I think the best thing for here is I've come for points this weekend. I'm not going to try and ruin anybody's race. People have put a lot of work in, especially being here Friday, doing the testing. People put a lot of work in the qualifying times. I haven't had the ability to do that, so I'm not going to come and ruin anybody's races, but I'll pick my way through as and where I can. This car is as wide as Cadwell. So yeah, I think we'll be all right. Get some temp in the tyres, start pushing early on, and then, yeah, I mean, we end up where we end up. As long as I walk away with Class A and points on the table for the season. That's my main goal for this weekend.
And another important thing, family here to support you
Yeah,
today?
as always. Yeah, they're always here. Family and sponsors, so yeah, we're all good to go.
Top man. Dave, best of luck out there.
Thank you,
I
mate.
think you're going to put a show on for us.
I always tend to.
Dave, over to you.
Yes, great to have David Farrow here in the BMW 1 Series, 4-litre V8 shoehorned into that car. Watch for him coming through from the back. The grid is based on the result of yesterday's race for the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Yesterday's winner was Mike Cutt in his BMW M3. He's on pole alongside the similar machine of reigning Classic Thunder champion Ian Bauer in the number 1, the Castrol BMW. Second row, BMW Compact of Kevin Denwood, number 7, and the lone Historic Thunder runner, that's Colin Voice in his turbocharged Mark 1 Escort. Row 3, Adam Reed in his BMW Compact, and Simon Collier entered from the back of the grid for 6th place yesterday in his BMW. And then the first of the Blue Oval Saloon Series runners, the Fiestas of Cliff Pellin and Michael Keneally. Completing the top 10 on the grid, the Mark 2 Escort of Martin Reynolds and Michael Reeves in his Renault Clio. Then on row 6 of the grid, we will have Will Hunt in his Fiesta. Had a bit of contact in yesterday's race. And alongside him is Joe Collier, who pulled off at Barn Corner while fighting for the lead with a problem in yesterday's race. He's back out though. I didn't see, sadly, Randall Lawson, the Dutch-based driver's Renault Alpine A310 Group 4 car. It's a beautiful car, that one, but he had some damage. He had some contact with Will Hunt yesterday and had to retire. I don't think that car's there, sadly. And I didn't see Ollie Allen either, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion with his Fiesta. He pulled off on the first lap of yesterday's race. We'll wait to see if he's there. Dave Farrow, we know, is there, though. As we heard, he was busy at another event yesterday, working for EDF Motorsport, running their Fun Cup cars over at Alton Park in the 4-hour endurance race. He's here today with his 4-litre V8 engine 1 Series, and there he is at the back of the grid. So yes, no, Ollie Allen is there. No Randall Lawson, though, but Ollie Allen has made it out in his Fiesta. This will be a 15-minute race. It will be a rolling start, because a lot of these most powerful saloons in the Thunder Saloons not geared for standing starts. It'll be interesting to see Joe Collier come through here. As we say, he was fighting for the lead. He took pole position for yesterday's race, was battling Mike Cutt, and further back Ian Bauer. Then sadly the BMW let him down with a couple of laps remaining. There is Joe, the white car with the blue stripes. But Dave Farrow had a win against a bigger field of Thunder Saloons at Donington Park at the season opener, so it won't be long before he's up there at the sharp end of the field in that 4-litre V8. But this is a slightly different kind of circuit. Donington is more of a power circuit, and this is a handling circuit, so the slightly less powerful, smaller cars might have a bit more of an advantage. Ollie Allen busy running his son George's car in the Junior Saloon Cars this weekend as well. Did I just see Ollie Allen pull into the paddock? I've got a feeling he's pulled off into the paddock at the entrance at the mountain. Don't tell me Ollie's not going to take the start again. That's a great shame if so. I didn't see him there at the back of the field. Is he there? No, he's disappeared. That's a disappointment. But at the front of the field, the red BMW M3 on pole of Mike Cutt leads them away alongside the Castrol liveried machine of Ian Bauer. We're underway and up towards Coppice Corner for the first time. Look at Dave Farrow just blitzing up the inside, nearly onto the grass. He's already got past Will Hunt and Joe Collier. Collier had to throttle back there, I think, to allow him to come through, and it is Mike Cutt who leads from Ian Bauer. Now, how many places is David Farrow going to gain on the first lap? Let's have a look. He's up alongside Michael Greaves in the Clio there as they come on the Park Straight. He's got 2 wheels on the grass again. It's just so powerful compared to these smaller cars at the back. At the long Park Straight, he's just going to blitz past everybody, but it's Cutt who leads from Bauer. Colin Voice in the Escort up to 3rd ahead of Adam Reed. A couple of cars have dropped back slightly, but David Farrow, I think within 2 laps, he is going to be up there fighting for the lead of this race. It's not taking him long to get through the Blue Oval Saloon Series runners further back. There's Voice in 3rd, the lone historic Thunder runner. Adam Reed in 4th. Then we've got Kevin Denwood in his BMW Compact in P5. There he goes. Simon Collier, father of Joe, is next in the black BMW. And well, David Farrow has already got past well, now all the Blue Oval Saloon Series, right? That's Cliff Pellin's Fiesta that's leading the Boss split in this race, ahead of Michael Keneally and Martin Reynolds in the Mark II Escorts as they head up over the mountain. Michael Keneally's Fiesta got a bit of air there over the top of the rise. So how many places has Dave Farrow gained then? We'll see as they cross the timing line for the first time. Mike Cutts leading the way ahead of Ian Bauer, the battle of the BMW M3s up front. Kevin Denwood, I think his bonnet was coming over from there as he crossed the line. So Farrow from the back of the field. Well, I can't tell you at the moment, I don't think his transponder's working, unfortunately, so we'll see where he's up to. He's just behind Simon Collier there. Simon Collier's transponder's not working either. Come on, they should have charged the batteries in these things overnight, the timing transponders on these cars. So a little bit of confusion on the timing screen at the moment. We'll get that sorted in just a second. There we go, it's corrected now. Farrow is up into P7 behind Simon Collier, so he's halfway up the field already. We've got that sorted out, actually.
And that bonnet is definitely flapping. You can see it lifting up in the wind now.
That's Kevin Denwood with his very modified BMW E46 Compact. He might get the black and orange flag for that if that keeps flapping away. Dave Farrow squeezes past him on the run down into Mansfield Bend. So the order is Cut from Bauer, Voice in third place. Adam Reed, local man from Skegness, is next in the order. And yes, I think Kevin Denwood is heading pitwards here with that loose bonnet to go and find a reel of gaffer tape to try and strap it down. Comes into the mountain very slowly. Is he going to go into the paddock, or is he bringing it round to... Yeah, he's going to bring it round to the pit lane and do it there. I think pit lane down at the bottom of the valley. There's the Blue Oval Saloon leader, Cliff Pellin from Essex in his Fiesta. I remember this happening to Ivan Muller in a British touring car race at Donington back in the late 90s, and he ended up driving completely blind back into the pit lane in the Vauxhall Vectra.
And not very slowly either.
No, he was certainly a brave man, is Ivan, the great ice racer as well. He's not come into the pits, Kevin Denwood. Still going. Is he going to get the black and orange flag? I couldn't quite see on the marshal's little rostrum there.
There's no note on the timing screen just yet. We'll see that in a minute. I think Farrow, though, gave us a perfect example of the difference between a driver with his helmet on and a driver with his helmet off, as he said he was just going to take it easy and just take a little opportunity here and there. And he's diving. I don't think he's been on the track all the time either, using every bit of grass as well on his way through.
Well, he's up to fourth now. He's got ahead of Adam Reed as well. So his next target is going to be Colin Voice in the Mark I Escorts. Here's Joe Collier trying to make his way up the field as well. He's behind Martin Reynolds. We saw him out at Brands Hatch last weekend in the Super Saloons down there in his Mark II Escorts, one of several classic Fords that Martin has in his car collection. Here are the leaders, the two BMW M3s, and they're already nearly 7 seconds clear of everyone else. Mike Cutts from York in his red M3 ahead of Ian Bauer, originally from down in Hampshire. And there's another place gained by Farrow up the inside on Colin Voice, up into P3. Now, pair lap times. The Bond Series so far has lapped a couple of seconds slower than the two M3s at the front, but now he's in clear air. David Farrow, he'll be able to go after the two M3s out front. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Mike Cutts with a 1:34.283. Just over a second clear of Ian Bauer. There's Farrow across the line. We can't tell you what the gap is until it's manually timed because his transponder isn't working. Fourth is Colin Voice, and then the battle for fifth, Simon Collier. That's just got ahead of Adam Reed. Simon Collier from Swadlincote in Derbyshire, ex-Bangor racer, who I remember watching in my youth at Hensford Raceway. Used to race for the Barton boys team from Barton under Needwood in their bright blue livery. Used to race space frame hot rod style cars on these circuits. Simon Collier had a space frame Vauxhall Tigra before switching to BMW racing with his son Joe. And Kevin Denwood, not surprisingly, brings the compact into the pits. Just looking at the timing screen, don't think he got the black and orange flag. The marshal pops the bonnet into place. Now let's see if that holds. Heads back out onto the circuit.
It looked like the clip had come undone, so hopefully that's got his problem solved.
Looking at the lap times, yeah, Farrow is still lapping a couple of seconds slower than these two, the two BMW M3s. Ian Bauer in the Castrol livery car, replica of the Italian Super Turismo cars of the 1990s, run by the CBM team. Emanuele Naspetti won a couple of titles in Italy in those cars. Ian Bauer, a multiple pre-93 touring car champion, as well as a Classic Thunder champion. Joe Collier now on the tail of the Skegness Tyres car of Treble 5 Adam Reed, who's racing in Classic Thunder in the guest division this weekend, not registered for points this year here on his local circuit. Here comes Joe Collier. Breezes past down the straight, now going after his father Simon. Are we going to see family ties ditched here perhaps, and these two battle each other in their BMWs? Trying to close down Colin Voice as well, who seems a little bit off his early pace in the Escort. He is the only entry in historic Thunder this weekend for the older Thunder Saloon type cars. Yeah, the BMW is definitely reeling him in there. We've got just over half the race to go. Still Mike Cutt leads with a new fastest lap that time through, 134.081 as Joe Collier up the inside. Yep, family ties are being ditched. Did I see a puff of smoke out the back of Simon's car there as well? I think I did as I came through Chris Curve. Kevin Denwood has rejoined from the pits, so all 13 cars that took the green flag are still running. Of course, we lost Ollie Allen on the rolling lap. That Escort is definitely slowing down. Colin Voice, you can see he's dropping back into the clutches of Simon Collier now, and behind them Adam Reed. Next in the order it is Martin Reynolds. He's taken the lead, I think, of the Blue Oval Saloons from Cliff Pellin. Yes, there he is. The Escort leads that division. Through Hall Bends. Colin Voice, vastly experienced at the wheel of the Escort. Engine builder and tuner as well through his company Voice Tune. He leads the historic Thunder Championship.
Starting to take slightly defensive lines now. There you go. He has lost. He is giving way as the inevitable was going to happen.
Flash of flame from the exhaust of the Escort there, as well as Simon Collier comes through up into fourth position now. Into fifth position, I should say. It's Joe who's escaped into fourth place and trying to go after David Farrow's BMW. He's lapping slightly quicker at the moment than the 1 Series. There's Cliff Pellin, he's down to second in the Blue Oval Saloons. Michael Keneally should be through next in the number 501, the gold and white Mark 7 Fiesta. Cliff Pellin, who began his career at his local circuit of Brands Hatch in their local regional saloon championships. He's raced Fiestas for many years. At the top of the circuit there into Park Corner. He's about nearly 7 seconds behind Martin Reynolds now, so the Escort has pulled away at the front of the Blue Oval Saloon Series field. There's a green flag waving there at the gooseneck, which means there's a yellow on the exit of Chris Kerr, so something's happened there. Has someone pulled over or come to grief there? We'll see if there's anybody missing. I didn't see any cars stopped at there. It's not Joe Collier, he's still going. He's in P4 behind David Farrow. Leaders have already gone over the line. Cut ahead of Bauer by 3 seconds now. There's Ian Bauer. Joe Collier goes through, and Joe Collier, in fact, is just on the fastest lap of the race, 132.572. David Farrow's gone through. Colin Voice staying ahead of Adam Reed, and Martin Reynolds is closing them down now as well in the Escorts. Is that Simon Collier that's pulled up at the top of the circuit, I wonder? I didn't see him come over the line.
He's dropping down the numbers now. Yeah.
Well, he's dropping down. Well, his transponder isn't working, so we don't know if whether that's why he's dropping down the timing screen or whether he has stopped, and that was the reason for the yellow flag on the exit of Chris Curve. It's in a bit of a blind spot for our cameras up there, unfortunately, as Martin Reynolds gets past Adam Reed on Park Straight. Martin leading the Blue Oval Saloons, the Norfolk-based construction company boss, gets ahead of the BMW Compacts. Just trying to see up there if there is a car pulled over at the side of the road at the top of the gooseneck. I can't see one. So we'll wait and see whether we have lost anybody. Kevin Denwood's still going at the back of the field. But with no transponder on Simon Collier's car, it's tricky to tell if he's still there in the order or not. I think he has come over the line. Yeah, he's showing in P9 on the timing screen, so maybe he's just had a spin up there. There's Will Hunt in his Fiesta, number 70. Bit of damage on the back of that car. He had a collision with Randall Lawson's Alpine in yesterday's race. He's in P12. This is the battle for 5th position, heading down out of Barn Corner onto the pit straight, and Martin Reynolds, having now got ahead of Adam Reed, is towing up onto the back of Colin Voice. They may be in completely different championships, these two, but the honours to be top escort about to be contested in this one. Just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Mike Cutt has now pulled a lead of over 6 seconds over Ian Bauer, so it's going to be a double for the man from York who raced for many years at Croft in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. We go to Croft on May the 2nd and 3rd. There'll be Caterham action, TCR UK are there as well, and plenty more at the Northern Speed Fest. Can't wait for that weekend. Colin Voice holds off Martin Reynolds. The battle of the escorts, Mark 1 against Mark 2. Martin Reynolds, you've seen him out in Anglias, Mark 1 escorts, even a Mach 1 Mustang over the years. Raced over on the continents in the Classic Series in Germany and the Netherlands. Well, I believe it's his friendship with Randall Lawson that has brought the Dutchman over this weekend. There's Farrow and Joe Collier battling for 3rd position. David Farrow not closing on the two M3s at the front. They're still 11 seconds up the road, Cutt and Bauer. Joe Collier trying to close him down in this second race of the weekend for the classic historic Thunder Saloons. That's a proper Thunder Saloon, isn't it? It's a 4-litre V8 crammed into a BMW 1 Series, almost in the old special saloons mould from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, and the rear end of that car really stepping out as he's going around Chris Curve that time. You can see that he's not had so much practice in the lead up to this race. He's still trying to work out where the grip is, and look at that, he's absolutely drifting it everywhere.
He's loving this, David Farrow. He said he's out there just for a bit of fun. He wants to win his class, which is Class A of Classic Thunder, to try and keep his points lead, because he had an outright win at Donington at the season opener. First race there won by Jasvir Sapra in his BMW M3. Joe Collier all over the back of the 1 Series here. Collier is in Class B, same class as Mike Cutt in Classic Thunder, so he's not going to win the class.
He's having a bit of fun now. He's just getting his foot down and using all of it, showboating.
Trying to put Joe Collier off here, I think, is trying to take the final podium place.
Yes, I am the hind end of a donkey. Steer clear. Yeah.
They've closed up a little bit on Ian Bauer for 2nd place as well, but Mike Cutt is heading for the win in the red M3. It's going to be a double for the Yorkshireman here this weekend. Out of Charlie's Bend for the final time. The clock about to count down to 0. Let's see if Joe Collier can take 3rd place away on the run to Park Corner. All over the back of him.
Quite enough speed up in the straight line there, and they've got another driver to get round as well.
Yes, Will Hunt's Fiesta moves aside and lets them through. Will Hunt is on to win his class in the Blue Oval Saloons. His only class rival in this one was Ollie Allen. He failed to start. So here comes the 3rd place fight out of the long right-hander Chris Curve at the gooseneck, and down the hill into Mansfield Bend, and Joe Collier really trying all over the back of David Farrow, who slides his way out again. Looks spectacular, doesn't it? That's a V8 engine BMW 1 Series. Meanwhile, the leaders will be up towards Hall Bends now. And Mike Cutt will be all set to take the victory. Here he comes out of the final corner. Mike Cutt has blitzed the field in this one, punches the air as he crosses the line. 2 out of 2 for Mike Cutt in his M3 in PRG Trailers Classic Thunder this weekend. There's Kevin Denwood a lap down over the line. Ian Bauer comes over in 2nd place. Who is going to be 3rd? Is David Farrow going to hang on? He certainly is. David Farrow takes third. Joe Collier from the back of the grid will take fourth place. Fifth, I think it's going to be the battle of the escorts fighting for fifth position. Reynolds and Voice. Wait for them to come through, see who's going to be top forward home, although of course only one of them in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, that's Martin Reynolds. Colin Voice is going to win the historic Thunder split, sponsored by Ricky Can Motorsports. You normally see Ricky Can out in that championship in his Aston Martin. Hopefully we'll see him back later this year. Here comes Martin Reynolds in to take the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series win in the Mark II Escorts. Voice fifth overall, Reynolds sixth. Seventh is going to be Adam Reed in the Skegness Tyres BMW Compacts. And now we await to see who's going to come through. It should be Simon Collier through in eighth after his moment. We think it was him who had the moment up at Chris Curve earlier on. There's Cliff Pellin with his Fiesta. Michael Greaves in his Clio has got ahead of him. Cliff Pellin dropping back as the race has gone on here. This is a battle for 9th and 10th. Simon Collier has come in 8th place. The last couple of cars coming round to the line. 9th goes to Greaves. And Pellin comes over in 10th, but Pellin is second of the Blue Oval Saloons with Michael Keneally's Fiesta third.
A cut above the best. Sorry, a cut above the rest. You've got to get your words out right if you're going to do a joke like that.
Come back for the caterers. Dear oh dear. So it is Mike Cutt who, yes, takes his second win of the weekend in the BMW M3 ahead of Ian Bell by 7.6 seconds in the end. Dave Farrow in third place. Joe Collier coming through from the back for fourth and got fastest lap as well. Colin Voice, the first non-BMW home, in fifth position. He wins Historic Thunder. Martin Reynolds wins the Blue Oval Saloons in his Escorts. Then Adam Reed, Simon Collier, Greaves, Pellin. Kevin Denwood, having secured his bonnet, came back out to finish a lap down in 11th place, with Michael Keneally and Will Hunt completing the finish as we lost Ollie Allen on the green flag rolling lap. So that concludes our first classic touring car race of the day. Next we move on to Caterham Racing, the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. We'll introduce them to you in a moment. Most drivers in their second year of Caterham race action. Dominant win for Welshman Richard Davies in yesterday's race, his first win of his career. Just awaiting cars to come into Parc Ferme. In the meantime, we can hand over to Ian to talk to them.
That was something else today.
Right, well
again.
Emotional weekend, eh?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, it has. Yeah. That was yesterday. Today's my day, and yeah, that's something else. That. Nursing a little bit of a problem though, so never mind. I think I've just got a little bit of lack of oil pressure, but it was holding on towards the end, so I just nursed it home a little bit.
Well, the great compliment is we didn't know. So.
No, I was still trying a little bit here and there. So yeah. So we'll see what's up, but I don't think it's anything drastic, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you very much for the weekend. It's been absolutely ecstatic. Things are falling off it again. But anyway,
thank you, Mike. Well done. Perfect weekend, pair of wins. Ian, a little confession to make. Found my running shorts in my bag this morning, so sorry about that, but well done. Congratulations. How you feel?
Yeah, it's a brilliant race. I kept with him for a lot longer than I thought I could.
Yeah.
I was pumping out faster laps than yesterday, and then all of a sudden my car felt like it was on banana skins.
Oh no!
The tyres went off, and I was just absolutely all over the place. And then then he just gapped me a little bit, and then but yeah, that first 8-10 minutes, it was I think I had him a little bit worried.
That's why this is so good, isn't it?
It is. I think I need to get some slicks. That's what I need to do.
I think so.
Yeah.
You've got more action to come later today as well, haven't you? So I better let you crack on, but I'm sure we'll be chatting later as well. Where's Dave gone? Where is he? There he is, Dave. Oh, come on. You promised us entertainment.
Yeah.
Wow, you did disappoint, did you?
Well, I did say I've had a few comments about the car going sideways more than it was straight, but that's probably just for fun.
How was it out there? Because it is so well. You mentioned it before. It's a wide car.
I picked my moments. I was aggressive, but I didn't do anything that would ruin anybody else's race. It was put the car where I can. There was a few times where I could have gone a bit earlier.
But again, like I said to you this morning, that would just ruin someone else's driving. That's not fair. So P3 oval, first in class with the clutch that's slipping as well. So I'll take that. So I had no power in a straight line. So, but yeah, it was good, really good. I love the track. Great championship as always as well.
Top man.
So,
Nice
yeah.
one.
Thank you, mate. Go
Take-
steady.
See you later, mate. Take care. Yeah, right. Have we got cars? Oh, no, goodness me, they're already out on track. Caterham's coming up, so let's go straight back to commentator Dave Goddard. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks Ian. Cars already on track then for our first Caterham race of the day with Caterham Motorsport, the Bilstein suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. We'll give you the grid in a moment. First of all, Chris Hutchinson, tell us a little bit of... we've got the grid graphics already. They've come a bit quicker than I thought. So this grid based on the results of yesterday's race. So it is Richard Davies who took a win by 11 seconds yesterday, an enormous margin in Caterham terms. Starts on the pole alongside Kyle Townend in the 19. Matt Fox, who struggled in qualifying yesterday, came through to take third ahead of pole sitter Mitchell Fasania. They line up on row 2. Ollie Smith and John Bond on row 3. Then Rob Hicks and Richard Northridge on the 4th row. Steve Vischer and Richard Watson round out the top 10. And on row 6 we've got number 10 James French, starts alongside 80 Ben Oliver. Georgie Tuffin, number 62, is next alongside 56 of Sam Eminson. Luke Wilson and Heinrich Watson Miller on row 8. Then the 9th row is Jason Spencer alongside Joe Oliver. Archie Kennedy Dyson and Mark Hensler on the 10th row, and Alex Dobrinin, the Russian-born London-based driver, starts at the back of the grid. So, Chris Hutchinson, as we were about to say, the Roadsport Championship, tell us a little bit of background on what that's all about.
So yeah, it's good to be back here first of all, and Roadsport, yeah, this is the second step of our Caterham Motorsport ladder, and all these drivers, well, most of these drivers have been in our Academy Championship last year, and from the Academy car they strap on a new set of tyres, which are this year it's the Nova ZZS tyre. Great to have that back on the car, and it's 125 horsepower, which is the same as the Academy car they were driving last year, but with the added tyres and a new rear anti-roll bar that they put on as well. They gain significant performance, and this is, you know, the biggest thing about the Academy is the lack of experience. So when they step up into this Roadsport car, they've had a whole year's racing under their belt, with a few exceptions this year. So we've got a few people joining in straight at this level, or having maybe a couple of outings last year. But you must have you can only have sort of 7 races experience to even join this series. But it's fantastic, because the season where you're still in the paddock, you can't have race support, so everyone's together underneath their own little awnings, and yeah, it's exciting for the drivers to get back out there. They've done a whole season's racing, and they're ready to see how they can do with these new race sort of focused tyres on.
Yes, one driver who didn't do the Academy is the man who took pole yesterday, Mitchell Fasania, the number 18 car. I remember he made his debut, I think it was either last year or the year before, as a one-off at Croft, and he probably stuck the car on pole then as well. Sadly was involved in an accident while fighting for the lead in the race, but he was on pole yesterday, didn't make the best of starts.
Clearly quick though, and yeah, able to turn the laps in like everyone else, and it's just about whether he can keep it facing in the right direction to the end. He ended in 4th yesterday, so that's a good sign, but he did drop back early, didn't he? So it's seeing whether he can hold on now at the beginning of this race. He's obviously learning the dry conditions, as I think he did it was a wet qualifying yesterday, wasn't it? So they were just working it all out as they went round. But great to see these Roadsport cars fully road legal. You can see the number plates on these cars. They don't actually have to be real number plates, or a lot of them are, and yeah, you can race all day with your car and then drive it home afterwards.
Yes, be careful that your tyres and brakes aren't too worn when you drive home though. So it's the red car of Richard Davies from Cardiff on pole position, scored his first ever win yesterday alongside the yellow car of Kyle Townend. The similar looking car of Foxy, Matt Fox, is going to be one to watch here, number 99. He had to come through from mid-grid yesterday after struggling in the wet qualifying. The green car is Mitchell Fasania, number 18. Ollie Smith is in blue with an orange stripe. And the white and sort of turquoise blue car alongside him is John Bond. Those 6 broke away at the front in yesterday's race. Rob Hicks on the 4th row, the purple car with the Dayglow yellow wheels and stripe, alongside Richard Northridge in the sort of citrus yellow number 4 car alongside him. We're underway, and John Bond hasn't got away. The number 12, somebody's clipped him. Oh dear, that was Ben Oliver, number 80, has clipped him there. That's caused a bit of a pile up there. 70, Joe Oliver was caught as well. 56 is Sam Eminson, and there's a few cars with a bit of damage there. Heinrich Watson Miller and the 88, I think that is Mark Hensler from the back, but Ben Oliver is stuck there in the Brawn GP lookalike liveried car, and that could be a safety car.
I think they're more likely to do a full race restart. Let's see what they do, see what they call. Depends on the timetable today as to how much space they've got. But yeah, as they're still racing at the moment, though, up into Park Bend for the first time. Tynan got a great start. He's going to have to do it all again if they do re-rack, although Davies down the inside then into Park and retakes that #1 spot as the rest of them flow through.
Yes, and yes, the red flag is coming out. You're correct, Chris. The red flag is out. Race stopped with Ben Oliver's number 80 car, who was in 12th on the grid, unfortunately stranded.
Thought they were going to get away with it. It nearly did. Nearly everyone avoided, but it's just that one bit of contact, and maybe he's hit the pit wall, so it could have moved the steering wheel in his hands. And let's just hope he's okay there. I can see him moving around, chatting to the marshals. We'll hopefully get that all back up and running. But it'll be a full restart, full 20-minute race. The first lap wasn't completed, so that will just go back to exactly as if it hadn't happened.
Yes, Ben Oliver, Academy graduate, comes from Norwich, in the white and day-glow yellow, almost the old Brawn GP colours from 2009. He was unlucky there. It was number 12, John Bond, from 6th on the grid, who stalled there.
You can see so little from the driving seat, especially low down these Caterhams. There's cars all around. You can't see that there's a car moving, especially as people just move out the way in front of you, and he was left with nowhere to go to collect that. And everyone did a very good job considering, and marshals are going to hold them short so they can keep that pit lane clear, or the pit straight clear, as they readjust, move the car out the way, make sure everyone's okay, and then we can get back under action again. So a little bit of a stall start today, but it was great to watch them all out there yesterday, doing their thing with the other championships we've got here. 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and 3 of them here with us this weekend.
Yes, you start off in the Academy, then you can convert your car, as many of these have done for Roadsport, and then we go to 270R. 310R is the ultimate evolution of the Academy car, but 7 UK is the top championship, and that's a completely bespoke car, isn't it?
Yeah, so the ladder, you buy your Academy car in your year 1, and you can use that car all the way up through the championships, all the way through to what is now the 310R championship. We'll be talking at the sort of next few rounds about the new Academy car we've got this year, with new powertrain and new gearbox going on. So there's going to be changes on the way up through that motorsport ladder. But yeah, these drivers will have all been driving their Academy car from last year. They've put a rear anti-roll bar on, strapped on the Nova ZZS tyres, and here they are in Roadsport. That's exactly what you do, and it's a cheap transition. So not only are they still road legal, and so you can drive it around, you can drive it home, like I say, and some drivers do tend to do that, and especially on track days. Here is a replay then of that start. Look at the left-hand side of your screen for the car that didn't get away.
Yes, John Bond stalling it there, and he almost squeezed down the inside there, Ben Oliver. It just clipped the pit wall, and the gap wasn't quite there for him. Sam Eminson went into the back of Ben Oliver. Everybody else was able to get going again, who was caught up behind them. Some cars with a little bit of damage, but Ben Oliver stuck there, and the red flag had to come out. Ben was just the unlucky one there, who got caught between the stalled car and the pit wall.
I don't know whether he can get that car going again. It's be interesting to see. So it certainly didn't look like a high speed, but as they came round then onto the park straight for the first time, there was a bit of a move up for the lead as well. So watching Northridge there, just going off to a left-hand side, but into the lead then it was side-by-side Davies and Townend, and Davies does manage to squeeze it. That's the best overtaking opportunity on this track, to use the inside up there, and you'll see a lot of cars defending, but the toe in a Caterham is such that it's quite hard to defend even on this, and it is possible to go around the outside, because Northridge there just having a little bit of a wild moment as we watch them coming through. James French there as well. He had a reasonable race yesterday, still looking to see whether we can get his thumbs up. That's still replay, isn't it? So we haven't. This is not live pictures. Apologies.
Well, back to live pictures as soon as we're able. Yes, the recovery truck is in attendance. Big thanks to our volunteer marshalling team, the recovery drivers, and all the other staff here at Cadwell Park. Yeah, Ben Oliver out of the car and appears to be okay.
I think first opportunity for me, and you'll hear it many times, unapologetically, thank you to all of our Orange Army out there doing what they do, what they need to do to help us go racing, and we can only go racing with them. So on behalf of all the drivers, thank you for everything you do and doing their job here, exactly what is expected. They're going to lift that car onto the low loader. See Alex Reed, their new head of motorsport for Caterham, just watching on.
We also see Evelyn Vuanic down there, our safety car driver this weekend, long-time former BMW racer.
Oh, you can see the damage there on the rear right corner of the car. They're a bit stoved in, and the rear wheel is looking a bit poorly. So he'll get his car, the Brawn kind of look-alike, isn't it? He'll get that up and running again as the next time out at Croft. So beginning of May, so a few weeks away before he'll have to get that car back into. In fact, both of his rear wheels are pointing in the wrong direction there, so a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, it's only 2 races a weekend for Roadsport rather than the 3 we see in the 270R and 310R classes.
So it tends to be 1 race a weekend for the Academy in your first ever year. Roadsport, you get the upgrades and you get 2 20-minute races a year, and then as you get into the 270s and onwards, you have 3 20-minute races every race weekend. So yeah, things ramping up as you learn your craft and you learn your skill, you get more track time, more racing time available to you as well.
So the car is on the back of the recovery wagon. Once that's strapped into place, it will be back to the paddock to be loaded for home, sadly. There's a bit of fluid being swept up by the marshals as well.
Plenty of speedy dry down yesterday, wasn't there, along the main straight, and it's still kicking up dust today. Important that, you know, as a driver, you can feel that as you're driving over it. It's better than oil, obviously, but it's still slippy, and obviously the dust cloud that it kicks up, it's like driving through rain, maybe. It's certainly before it sort of dissipates slightly as they're going around. So that'll be something else for them to go, and whoever's got the grid spot that's by it is not going to see whether they can park up just slightly to one side of it, because you don't want to have your wheels on that as you're getting on the way. You can see the marshals there telling everyone to go slow. They'll re-grid them in exactly the same order that they did the racing, so it'll go back to the qualifying order. If anyone did make any spaces, or for some of them, importantly, if they lost places, that'll all go back. As you can hear the brakes there squealing away as they're heading down the hill.
Yes, it was one of the cars in the Track Action Racing Club yesterday that had its engine let go and put quite a bit of oil down on the circuit.
You can see it everywhere. There's a streak around the whole track.
You can see it there, yes.
You can see why they do ask drivers, if they know that they're leaking oil, to please do pull into the pits. It does make a whole mess, and it's a big job for the marshals to get that all nice and tidy. And like I say, from the driver's seat, it really, you can feel that as it hits each of your tyres, the car just lets go. And obviously, you don't want that if you're racing side by side with others. As you often are around Cadwell, because it's there's not a lot of extra room and space anywhere.
Yes, it is one of the narrower circuits in British motorsport, so most famous, as we said, for motorcycle racing.
Caterhams are probably, you know, one of those cars. They are about the right width for it. They can go racing. I'm guessing Caterham around Cadwell Park is similar to most other cars around normal tracks around the UK, in that you really do have to position your car well, and you can, you know, enact defensive moves. Whereas on most tracks in a Caterham, the draft is so strong that actually there's a bit of race tactics, and sometimes you have to let a move go just for the overall sort of victory. So a bit of game theory goes on in your head as you're playing. But Cadwell Park, you can definitely defend. You can be off the pace and protecting, you know, keeping everyone behind you. But yeah, looking at Davis on that pole position. Caterham got a brilliant start last time. Can he get that off the line as quickly this time through? And Fox, he's surely got to be in there and up with that battle, given how much progress he made through the race yesterday.
Yeah, had a few wins in the Academy last year, but it was Max Richardson, the Londoner, who went on to take the title. Not here this weekend. Do we know what Max's plans are for this year?
I haven't seen the entry list for the 420s, you know, the CSC UK, so we'll see whether he's on that list. But yeah, not sure of his plans, but we'll find out.
There's a gap on row 3, no John Bond there at the moment, so maybe just taking time to bring his car back through, unless he has suffered any damage. He was the car who stalled, of course.
Just heard that his car was crabbing on the way round, so going to have that looked at. It's quite easy to, say, break a rear radius arm or the rear A-frame, and yeah, at that point, yeah, it's not a big job to fix it, but you certainly wouldn't be racing with it like that. As they're just getting everyone lined up, you can see the marshals doing their job. But again, whereas on Silverstone you've got acres of room to get cars manoeuvred round, here you actually have to. Yeah, make sure there's gap through. Like I say, everyone comes back to their normal grid order. So you can see the drivers here, some of them lost out initially in that early part of the race, but they'll be put back into their grid positions.
Yes, James French just lining up slightly out of position, had to be pulled back there.
it can be so disappointing. It's one of those things that over your racing career, you get the pluses and the minuses, right? If a race has to restart, sometimes you've made the perfect start, and you have to try and do it all again if you did make that good start. But equally, if you make a bad start, it can really rescue you. So over the course of your racing career, it kind of evens itself out. But there'll be some people licking their wounds now. But it was no, we didn't even complete sort of a whole lap, so it's good that they're going to get to do their full 20 minutes of action.
So next to line up there on the right side of the grid, driver's rights. It's just being brought into line by the marshals, but a little earlier on, Sam Parker caught up with some of the drivers on this grid ahead of them leaving the assembly area. Let's see what they had to say.
Good morning from assembly area at Cadwell Park. Got the Roadsport race coming up very shortly, and I'm here with Luke Wilson with a new colour scheme this year. Lovely glittery paintwork. I love it. Bit different. And how's it going? First race yesterday, out the way for the season.
Yeah, nervous yesterday. So nervous. Even worse than compared to last year.
Really?
But today, a lot better. We got the first one done. Everyone was clean, safe. So yeah, looking forward. Have fun.
How nice is it to have 2 races a weekend now? The Academy was only 1 last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was itching to have more last year. So to have 2 this year, fantastic. You know, it's now well worth it. So yeah, no, I can't wait. So it makes more fun of the weekend, really.
Yeah. And how are you enjoying Cadwell?
Love it. Never been here before. So yeah, testing Thursday Friday first time. Nervous because obviously it is a daunting track. But once you get it hooked up, such fun. Probably one of my favourites so far. Yeah, so good. Apart from if it doesn't rain, then I don't like it. But yeah,
it changes things quite a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gets those walls get a bit close very quickly. So, but yeah, no, it's good fun. Really good fun.
Well, enjoy this second race. I'm just going to move around and speak to Sam quickly. Actually, he's chatting to JB after. Oh no, there we go. He's left. Sam, how was your first race yesterday in Roadsport?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun actually. I'm new to this track, so a bit of a challenge, but yeah, had a lot of fun.
It's quite a lot to take in. It's quite technical, isn't it?
Yeah, it was very narrow anywhere, and there's probably 2 places that you can overtake safely. But yeah,
safely being the word, because there's exactly. Caterham's people will try anywhere, won't they?
Yeah, they're small enough to do that. Yeah. But yeah, it was challenging to say the least.
Well, got another one to go, so where do you think you can get from here?
Well, if anywhere forward, I would be happy with. If it can be single figures, I'd be over the moon. But yeah. So we'll just see how it pans out. Get a good start and try and keep it clean.
Yeah, excellent. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you,
much.
Sam.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right, that's back to you, Dave and Cheesy in the comms box.
Yes, thank you, Sam. She'll be getting ready for her second race of the weekend in the 310R Championship she's moved up to this year. That's coming up after the lunch break.
Yeah, a little bit of unfortunate alternator cable snapped on her last lap, so she dropped down. She'd be starting from the back, but she was competing up there. I'm sure she'll be looking to drive on through. Multi-talented presenter there.
Yes, this is the class that she competed in last year, the Bilstein Roadsport Championship, making the step. She skipped the step of 270R straight into 310R this year.
Yeah, she ended the year with a Roadsport podium, didn't she, at Silverstone, and it was fantastic for everyone. And yeah, now into the 310, which is quite a jump. We'll talk about the 310 because it's time to focus back onto the Roadsport, see whether they can get themselves away and up and running. And yeah, so some of the lead drivers from the Roadsport season have either moved up into 270s or even into 310. Sorry, for the Academy last year, have moved up a couple of steps. But Townend was up there and always there or thereabouts, as was Fox, and Davies made a really good push through the season, and he's obviously starting this year from that pole. Was he on pole yesterday? I'm sorry, I'm getting out of speed. It wasn't. It was for Sanya on pole yesterday, but he's put his red car back where he was at the end of the last season. Clearly getting used to these Nova tyres and enjoying the time out there. Bit of
there are a few gaps on this grid. Drivers possibly not sure where to line up because of missing cars.
It's so easy to do. We'll see whether we get the green flag, but it's easy to not line up because yeah, they've only had one opportunity to see the new grid slots. It looks like someone is not in the right place, and that's caused a bit of a chain reaction. But we're getting the green flag.
Yeah, so a few gaps on the grid, then a couple of cars missing from that incident first time out, but it's time to go racing. Second attempt at the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship gets underway, and they are all away cleanly this time. 3 wide further back in the pack, that's Heine Watson Miller. Also in there is Georgie Tuffin in the middle, but we'll see who's taken the lead. Looks like Richard Davies has held his advantage. Indeed he has, but only just. Matt Fox having a look at Kyle Townend for second place as they head up towards Charlie's Bend for the first time. It's Davies who leads the way from Townend. Fox looks like Ollie Smith up into fourth place in the number 89 car. The back of the grid was a little bit jumbled with somebody getting a wheel onto the grass there. That can easily spin you out coming out of Charlie's Bend onto Park Straight. Davies leads. Kyle Townend having a look around the outside. A little bit of a lock up there on the inside from Matt Fox in the 99. Smith is next then for Sanya. A good start by Richard Northridge up there in 6th place in that citrus yellow number 4 car. As the pack make their way through behind, wait for them to come into sight at the gooseneck. Here they come. Richard Davies, who pulled away to win by some 11 seconds. That's an eternity in Caterham terms yesterday, given how closely matched these cars are. The 2 yellow cars side by side for second. Foxy having a go at the number 19 of Kyle Townend. He might get him here on the run into the mountain. Yes, he's through and up into P2. Richard Davies will be looking in his mirror, thinking, yes, we'll have a repeat of yesterday if you just squabble between the lot of you and I'm able to pull away.
And he's clearly got pace in that car though, but yeah, it was exactly that. He was there or thereabouts and the group were battling together, and then suddenly one lap later he had a nice gap as 2 cars went side by side, and that's the risk you pay around, or risk you take as you're driving around this Cadwell. If you do go for a move, and it's always going to slow you down considerably with the side-by-side action and the fact that it's not very wide, and that's how Davies got away, and then he absolutely solidified that. So we've got some side-by-side action as they go across the line, this time through Wilson Spencer. I think that is further back down the line, but it's Davies across the line, then over the top of Fox, got a second on him, which is going to help, but it's not going to be outside the toe. Townend dropping that position down to 3rd, and then we've got Smith, Fasania, Northridge.
Yes, battles all the way down the order already. There's Richard Watson trying to close up on Rob Hicks. This is the battle for 7th position as they head up the hill for second time towards Park Corner. There's Northridge just ahead of them in the top 6 of this race. You can see the first 5 have broken away slightly at the front of the field already. Richard Watson, who was battling towards the lower reaches of the top 10 in yesterday's race, with a better getaway this time. Then comes the next group headed up by Stephen Vischer and the number 10 of James French, among others. Here's Ollie Smith, number 89, having a look for 3rd place. I don't think he's going to get alongside Kyle Townend down into Mansfield. No, he doesn't. There's Northridge in 6th, then Hicks and Watson 7th and 8th. The 9th place group headed up by French, ahead of Vischer, and behind them is Watson Miller in the number 47.
See whether Fasania can do anything sort of now. He's got his car settled in, he's got a bit more used to that dry running, got all the race under his belt from yesterday. He dropped a few places obviously from his pole position start, but he's in 5th and firmly in contact again. See whether they can hold on to first of all to Davies, but can Fasania move on through? Matt Fox certainly is going to be seeing whether he can complete what would be a great weekend if he can stay on the podium, and let alone get up to the rear panel of Davies.
Swing their way through Barn Corner at the end of the lap. The midfield runners just outside the top 10. Georgia Tuffin there, the 62, challenging Heinrich Watson Miller. Back of this group is the number 14. That's another of our novices. That's Archie Kennedy Dyson trying to make it 3 wide as Richard Davies leads, but Matt Fox this time, we said he'd be stronger after a better start than yesterday, is going with him. Williams Motorsports backed car is under threat here for the lead of the race. Matt Fox, the man from St Albans in Hertfordshire, all over the back of Cardiff's Richard Davies for the lead. They were academy rivals last season, as was Kyle Townend, who's back in 3rd. He's under fire from Ollie Smith, and Mitch Fasania rounds out the 5 in the breakaway.
Ollie Smith nearly had his car up the inside there. It was sort of side by side for the lead, but also Ollie Smith was trying to see whether he could fake a move to the outside and then jive back to the inside. Didn't quite work out for him that time through. Fox, a really late move down into Mansfield. That's really tricky down there. It's so downhill, but he's made it stick. Has he? He's on the inside for to go into the mountain. That'll be the stronger position. So that was an opportunistic move. It's very rare. It's such downhill. You're late on the brakes, and it's not much envelope left. Locked up his wheel, and they're going to carry on going side by side. And he didn't manage to make it work, but great defensive move there by Davies to hold on to the lead.
Well, this is frantic, and it's backing them up into the next 3. We could soon see a 5-way battle for the lead in this Bilstein Caterham Roadsport's race 2 of their season opening weekend here at Cadwell Park. There's the number 18 of Fasanya closing up. He'd love a first podium as a minimum here. Kyle Townend under fire from Ollie Smith. The next group comes through, headed up by Northridge in the number 4. It is still Richard Davies who leads the way.
Our two leaders are definitely a little bit quicker than the cars behind at this stage, so that it's their battling that's going to cost them. It's flat out into the first turn there. He just like almost unsettling Davies, making sure he's having to look in his mirror and not get settled into his braking markers and his corners. But he's going to head on to the lead. It's not always where you want to be in a Caterham. He's right in that slipstream. He's going to have to go to the outside though, so he's going to go on the outside early. It is possible to have the momentum to carry it around there. Can Fox make it around the outside? He's got the momentum. You can see he's overlapped. He's trying to push the inside, but Davies still has his wheel on the inside. Brakes later and does manage to defend it. That's bringing everyone in contact between Townend and Fox as they went up into the park that time.
Yes, the two yellow cars, a little bit of a coming together. That's delayed. Townend and Ollie Smith goes through into third place in the 89. Fasanya trying to close up as well. Couldn't find a way through there at Chris Curve. So now Ollie Smith will try and chase down Matt Fox for second place. Fasanya thought about a look there at Mansfield. It's rare we see overtaking manoeuvres completed there. We saw the battle between Richard Davies and Matt Fox, but the reason that overtaking manoeuvres are rarely competed there, if you get down the inside coming out of Mansfield, you're on the left-hand side for the left-hander, but the next corner's a right into the mountain, and usually the other guy you're attacking tries to turn it back.
You need a good run, don't you? And it's still possible to go around that outside because it means you're inside. Still compromise, and you've seen how much it bunches. As soon as any move is made, you have to make a decision as to whether is that move on. Is it going to? Am I going to back away from it quickly? Am I going to let it happen to save me another position? You can see how, like, by attacking or even defending, you can potentially lose positions as well. So Northridge reads this sort of chasing pack, and it's a pretty nose to tail throughout the remainder of this field. As they're a little bit deeper in, so Northridge in that 6th place as the rest of them follow on through.
It's under 13 minutes of this 20-minute race still to go. As we look a little bit further back down the order, we caught a glimpse there of the number 9 of Stephen Vischer further back in the field. Jason Spencer in the number 8 as well. He's down in 14th place at the moment, and here are your leaders. Is Fox going to attack again into Park Corner? He's going to try and go round the outside once again. Is he going to get the move done before Park Corner? No, he's not. Richard Davies later on the brakes once more. Ollie Smith's got a grandstand view of all this from third place in the 89. He knows that the slightest bit of contact between the two leaders, if they go off, he's going to take the lead. And Fasanya's got past Kyle Townend, I noticed, as well, for 4th place. Rob Hicks having a go there as well on the back of Richard Northridge for 6th position, as Foxy now weaving all over the back of Richard Davies for the lead. Here's the battle for 6th place. Richard Northridge about to be taken, I think, by Hicks. And all eyes on the lead battle as well. So many fights at the front of the field, it's hard to know where to look.
Yeah, Fasanya's ahead of Townend now as well, so he's moved up into 4th. Townend having a little bit of a awkward middle phase. I think actually Fox needs to be just slightly off the rear of Davies as they go through Coppice to give him a bit more of a run up as they head onto the park straight. That might give him the momentum he needs to actually take that move in a straight line, as there is the Hicks taking over from Northridge, who's now defending from French and Watson behind as well. So battles all the way through this. In fact, French has lost out a little bit of positions there as well. Here we go for that battle again. So Fox is not. He's going to try for the outside line round the turn 1. That can work. He's going to have the inside then for the rest, and it does indeed work. I think Davies might have even let off the throttle there to let it happen again. He's now going to have the toe, but he's so tucked up behind him. He's not really going to have anything to do other than the outside line. So Davies has lost that lead for now, but there will be another battle as they head up to the turn 3 or 4 up at the top of the hill here.
Yes, he's in the position he wants to be in now, Richard Davies, because he can do exactly what Matt Fox tried to do to him a lap earlier. He can get the slipstream, then get out of the stream around the outside. He's got to be very late on the brakes to get this done though, and he's done it. Brilliant driving by Richard Davies, straight back into the lead ahead of Matt Fox, but it'll all be slipstreaming down the straights, I think, between these three from here on in. Ollie Smith going with them, and the place, as we always say, you don't want to be leading a Caterham race is in some cases coming out of the final corner, because you'll get slipstream.
We didn't see any of that yesterday though, did we? I don't think there was anyone that managed to do the slipstream out of last turn, so this is one of those tracks, it's kind of rare in a Caterham, where there's a couple of really good overtaking opportunities, and if you don't take them, there's a little bit follow a leader, unless you have one of those real opportunistic dive bombs, little weight on the the brakes there for Davies. He's out of line as he comes into the mountain as they leap over the top of that big crest. It's a really big steep hill up there. It's fantastic to drive over. You do get air in a Caterham. They head into these Hall bends, which is just single file, but it's absolutely on the edge of adhesion. You can see the rear end of Fox's car. They're waggling in a disagreement. These Nova tyres just absolutely hanging on as best they can as the drivers ask them to do more than they're willing. Davies then down the line, heading over to lead another lap of this race, but now Fox is a little bit off, and that might be perfect positioned. I think he he got sort of squeezed to the inside, maybe even showed a bit of grass last time through, and a little bit of an easy capitulation by Davies there gave him the inside turn one that time.
Well, Davies once again wants to slipstream down Park Straight so he can do his manoeuvre once again as we saw on the previous lap. Is he going to get into the slipstream here though? Third behind them there's Ollie Smith. These three are well clear now, over 2 seconds clear of Mitch Fasanya, as Davies forced to go to the inside by Matt Fox. Gets two wheels on the grass. He nearly lost the back end of the car up the inside though, and he's got it done again. This time he's done it outside once, now he's done it on the inside.
So that's a pure case of the driver Fox. They're not giving leaving one car width maybe, or 3/4 of a car width down the inside. He didn't sort of just defend and say, right, I'm definitely on the inside, force him to go to the outside. Davies absolutely took the invitation and forced the issue. I don't think that's going to happen too many more times. Still got just nearly 9 minutes this race left, so plenty of action left to go, but Davies still somehow managing to lead. I don't think too many more times he's going to be able to give up that place and go and get it back straight away though. I think Fox might be a bit more insistent. He's going to learn those little tricks, and he'll certainly want to lead a few of these laps as we head into the second half.
And Richard Davies a little bit wide there on the run into the mountain section as they head now through the switchback of Hall Bends. Less than a second covering these top three. At the end of the previous lap, the lead was only 0.2 of a second for Richard Davies, who's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:40.107 for yesterday's winner. There's a battle further back in the pack. James French trying to close back up onto the tail of Richard Watson in the 86, and behind them is Georgie Tuffin in the number 62 car. Great livery on that machine, I have to say.
It's good, yeah. It's great to see the personality as Tuffin's going to make a place over French there as he drifts out a little bit onto the grass, had to get out the throttle, and Georgie then goes on and past. Yeah, great to see the personality of the drivers with all these wraps that they have on the car. Yeah, the Jaws livery on there. So as we watch Hicks leading Northridge then as they go over, and Watson following along.
At the outside, here we go again on the top of the course at Park Corner. Fox on the inside, Davies on the outside. Who's going to come out at Chris Curve with the lead? It is still Davies this time. He's held it round the outside. Is Ollie Smith biding his time here, do you think? Just waiting to make a move a bit later on?
If I was Ollie Smith, I'd be doing exactly what I'm doing now, which is I'm perfectly able to keep up while they're battling. Only if they start settling down. There's dive down the inside from Max Fox again down into Mansfield. That's a great move if he can make it stick. He's got that momentum. Has he got the overlap? No, he's had to get out of it, and he's tucked back in again. Learned a little bit of the lesson, but here comes Ollie Smith, and whether he can make anything of that. But at the moment, I would be still happy just to watch these two battle. It's only in the last sort of couple of laps I might start thinking about how do I move forward now. There's only real opportunity to make one place a lap, so you've got to give yourself at least a chance. A little bit of an apology there, looks like, from Frenchie, as he's apologising to the number 9 there, Vischer, behind him.
They head down into the hairpin once again. Our three leaders, red, yellow and blue at the front of the field. This is allowing 4th place for Sanya in green to close in, and Kyle Townend back there as well. He had that little bit of contact with Matt Fox earlier on. Fox to the inside, they're absolutely together over the timing line, and Fox retakes the lead up towards Coppice Corner. Richard Davies stays in the slipstream. You know what he's going to do as we get onto Park Straight. He lets Fox get alongside and get through into the first turn at Coppice, and then zaps him back again coming along Park Straight. Now let's see what Fox is going to do to try and defend this time through. He moves to the right hand side, to the inside, so he's forcing Davies to go the long way round, but Davies does go the long way round. Is he going to get the move done again?
He does.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, it's just that tit for tat, isn't it? So out of last corner, Fox has some really good momentum. Whether there's there's only a little bit of sort of setup change you can do on these cars, but maybe they've both got them set up for different parts of this track. But Davies has certainly got everything down that Park Straight, which is the most important one. It's the one that gets you the lead over the line. He's got that sorted. One of these times, Fox will figure out how to defend that, I think. But at the moment, he's not got much in the way of speed down the straight. It's so uphill, and you can see by the trees and the flags out there, it's really windy as well, looking everywhere to see whether there's any place into the mountain. But again, we've seen that doesn't often work itself out, but you can see the bushes in the background there really getting blustered around as the wind, and again that can make a big difference down the straight. The gust of wind as they fly over the top of this mountain ridge, the gust of wind catches you on that straight, it can really slow these cars, especially as they've still got the windscreen, plenty of wind. You know, they're not the most aerodynamic cars at the best time, and then you shove a windscreen in the way, and lock up of a rear. Fox is really flinging that car around. So excuse me while I try to commentate on 7 things at once.
Let's have a look how close Fasagna is this time through. Mitch Fasagna was in 4th place, 7/10 of a second back on these 3 last time through. We'll see if the gap is about the same. It's actually increased a little. He's just under a second down now as Fox to the inside again. We're going to see exactly the same pattern of manoeuvres again. Fox goes to the lead through Coppice the first time, holds it through Charlie's, and then Richard Davies gets into the slipstream.
It'd be brave to do that on the last lap. It'd be brave to do that on the last lap though, right? That's to give up the lead with the confidence that you're going to try and get packed past. At the moment it's working, but on the last lap Fox is going to try and defend a bit heavier, I imagine. But at the moment it's working out for him, and that's what he's doing.
Certainly is the Welshman on the inside line. He retakes the lead once again from Matt Fox. A great ding-dong battle between these two, and Ollie Smith, not to be confused with Ollie Smith from Junior Saloon Car, who we'll see out a bit later on, is sat there in 3rd place.
Townend, after that contact, just not got that speed. Fasagna's pulled away from him. Northridge having to defend. Georgie Tuffin looking round the outside of Watson to see whether she can do anything about that. Not at the moment, but then that's going to bring French back into it. Frenchy looking down the inside of the gooseneck. It's going to get really tight down there. There's not enough room for 3 cars. We'll see whether they do make it out there. They are, so Tuffin still managed to make ahead, but she's lost out a little bit of gap to Watson that time through.
Yes, this is the second group, headed up by Rob Hicks, now in 6th ahead of Richard Northridge in the 4. And then Watson, Tuffin and French completing the top 10 in this Bill Stein Caterham Roadsport's 2nd race of the weekend and of the season. Bounce their way out of the mountain section. There's Watson Miller still there in 12th place behind Stephen Vischer. He's had a decent debut weekend. Leaders have already gone through to complete their 10th lap. A new fastest lap of the race. This could be significant for Ollie Smith. 1:39.867 for Ollie. That's our first lap of this race under 1 minute 40. So he's starting to turn up the pressure now. He said he might be waiting to make his move. There is the blue 89 car of Ollie. And yes, he's almost in the wheel tricks now of Foxy and Davies, who are side by side once again. Look at this. He's in the slipstream as we go up towards the right-hander at Park Corner. Davies will retake the lead. Is Smith going to try and get the nose down the inside? Not quite.
That is also, I think, a lap record, because it will be on these new Nova tyres, so there'll be a new lap record, and they're faster than they were yesterday by a few tenths. So, yep, new lap record, and also an extra point for fastest lap in these championships. So that's important and can be really important by the time we get to the end of the race. And these 3 certainly look like they're going to be battling. As Fox goes down the inside once more into Mansell. Can he make it work this time? He hasn't made it work for 3 times in a row, but he's got the momentum as he comes out. Is he going to be ahead? He's on the inside. He's going to have to be brave. The outside speed there just carries the momentum, and then he can take it on the outside. But it's going to mean Ollie Smith has another chance as they go up into the mountain.
Yes, here they come, the 2 leaders side by side. Richard Davies gets the nose back down the inside. He retakes the advantage, and look at Fasagna. He's going to make it 4. It's red, yellow, blue, green now at the front of the field. Mitchell Fasagna thinks I'll try a bit of this as well. There's just over 90 seconds left on the clock, so it's a bit like the pickup truck races at Brands Hatch last time out. You've got to know when to make your finishing move. You've got to time it right to get in that slipstream.
They've got 1 lap left. This is their last lap of the race.
Yes, it is. That's it. It's confirmed. They come over the line then. Richard Davies trying to pull out an advantage. There's the last lap board hung out by the marshals. Here they come then. Ollie Smith getting ready to go for P2. Kyle Townend's not out of this yet either in P5 in the second of the yellow cars.
Bit more of a gap this time for Fox over Davies, so maybe Fox has got to run up this time, and that might give him the chance to go around the outside, as we've seen Davies do. This is the first time Davies has led onto this straight. Can he defend? Fox has got the run on the outside. He's going to put the car to the outside. He's got the overlap. His car has got the momentum. Absolutely bashing wheels. Ollie Smith looking his way through as well, but I think it is going to be... No, Davies is so late on the brakes. He still managed to do it. He will not give up that lead.
That was brave, very brave there. A lot of guts from Richard Davies to break that late into Park Corner and not run wide onto the grass. Is that going to win him this second Bilstein Caterham Roadsport race of the weekend? Matt Fox, is he going to throw it down the inside? Goodness me, Davies nearly lost it. There's contact between the two of them. Nothing they could do there because Davies lost the rear end very briefly. Is he wounded? I don't think so. He's just about holding it here. Here comes Ollie Smith. He could get a run here. Not close enough into the mountain. It could be coming out of Barn Corner where he makes his move up towards the line. Fasania watching on. Townend's closing up as well. They could finish 5 cars line astern. This race coming alive in its closing laps. We've seen Davies and Fox swapping places throughout. It could all change here in the last couple of corners. Through Hall Bends, over the roller coaster for the final time. Matt Fox, goodness gracious.
I think he might lose out.
Yeah, that was never on, and Fasania's hit the back of Smith as a result of that as well. So Richard Davies... Townend up the inside. Richard Davies is going to come in to take his second win of the weekend. That was all just a concertina there into the hairpin. Davies wins it. Fox comes over in second, and Townend snatches third ahead of the unlucky Smith and Fasania. Nothing Mitch Fasania could do there because Ollie Smith had to anchor up to avoid the back of Matt Fox and Fasania into the back bin. That's a bit of a shame there that it's ended with that chain reaction on the final couple of corners. But Richard Davies won't be complaining. He's taken a double win.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that things like that always get sent up anytime there's a contact, so the stewards will have a look at that. From the outside, maybe racing incident, it was a last lap move, but Fox was certainly last, trying to dive down the inside there. I think he felt he had to do something different, and Davies was just irresistible out the front there. He just will not give up. Very brave tactics early on to sort of, give up the lead into turn 1, knowing that you're going to get it back up at the top of the straight there. The rest of this field come through. Does the Academy Series make racing drivers? I think that probably proves it does. What a fantastic race by them all. Like you say, a bit of a shame there, a little bit of contact at the end. But Townend sneaking that third place, and he's absolutely going to take that happily with him. Davis, though, double header for him. 2 wins out of 2.
Yes, we'll get the provisional results in just a moment. We'll get on to some of your comments on the stream if we can as well. Hi to Caitlin Penny, top sim racing commentator watching today. There's what a finish and what a scrap. That's the number 14. That's Archie Kennedy's car in problems there. Archie Kennedy Dyson has not made it to the finish line. These did, though. It's provisionally a win for Richard Davies by half a second over Matt Fox, and Carl Townend getting up the inside on the final corner there to take third ahead of Ollie Smith and Mitch Fasania. After that bit of contact, the second group was headed up by Rob Hicks in 6th place ahead of Richard Northridge, then Georgie Tuffin, Richard Watson and James French completing the top 10. Steve Vischer was next ahead of Heine Watson-Miller, Jason Spencer and Joe Oliver. Luke Wilson was in 15th place with Mark Hensler completing the finishes ahead of Alex Dobrodin was still going towards the back as well. We lost Archie Kennedy Dyson, of course. Bond Eminson and Ben Oliver didn't take the restart. Let's head down to Parc Ferme in the meantime.
Goodness me, that was a very crazy last lap, but well done to Richard. He was under pressure the entire time in that race, but he is going to be delighted. He's got 2 wins to start the season. How fantastic is that? So I'll just let him get his helmet off. He's trying as quickly as possible. Goodness me, Richard.
For that one.
You certainly did. There was no rest that entire race.
Not at all, no.
And it was extremely close.
Unbelievably close. That was, to be fair, that was very hard but fair racing. I mean, unfortunately we had a little bit of a coming together, but at 2 points, down to Mansfield, had a bit of a mistake, and I think he went in the back of me, but he was come away with it. We got it.
But you did it,
yes,
I mean, the last...
It was very hairy at times, but
the last hairpin on the last lap, that was a bit crazy, wasn't it? Because obviously,
a little bit, a little bit.
Yeah, but well done.
Thank you very
Enjoy
much.
the moment.
Cheers,
Congratulations.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Matt, well done. 2nd place. You've got to be happy. It was you put Richard under pressure the entire race.
Yeah, I couldn't get past him. Through the kitchen sink at him, everything else. It was just not going to happen for me today.
No, but it was good. You've got the pace. So
felt good. He had a couple of wobbles. I couldn't capitalise on them because he then went defensive, and it's a super narrow track, so it's good for motorbikes. It's really good for Caterhams. We had a bit of a tap coming into the hairpin on the final lap because we all concertinaed up, but hopefully nothing too serious for anyone.
Well done.
Thank you.
And Kyle, where's Kyle? There he is. Can't miss him in his suit, as I've said before. Kyle, That was a lucky shot there, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
third,
that,
I mean,
that was an awful race from me, to be honest. That was terrible. The car's a bit bent. I think I had a bit of a bump in that. And so I was driving down here. I seemed to have no top speed. Wouldn't turn right. And I was just clinging on. And then right at the end, it was like, yeah, just carnage, just cars everywhere. And I just picked my way through. And yeah, very lucky, but not a great race from me.
considering, your car wasn't handling, at its best, you did great to hang on to the top 3.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, the turn 2, 3, it's like it was falling off the track. I couldn't, it was like oversteer all the way around there. So it was really, really quite sketchy. But yeah,
That's a bit nerve-wracking round here, isn't it?
Is, and you just never, you stamp on the brakes, and you're just not sure if a corner's just going to fly off the car, when it's that bent. So yeah, I'm glad I got through it, and relieved for the podium. It's pretty lucky.
Yeah, well done.
Cheers, Sam, thank you.
2 podiums in your first weekend in Roadsport. It's
take
great.
that, I guess, in hindsight. Yeah. Cheers, Sam.
Well done,
Thank you.
well done. Right, I don't know if we've got time. I just want to have a quick word with Georgie because she's here. If we've got time, we'll just grab a quick word with Georgie. Georgie, well done. How was that race for you?
It was epic. I'm like, it was so intense, like really, really good. Like made up a few places and saw a little, like the last lap had a little, I was going to take it. I was like, just hold your spot, you'll be fine. And then saw a bit of an opportunity coming up the mountain and popped it alongside into Hall, which was a bit scary, but I got it done. So yeah,
well done.
Yeah, really chuffed, like buzzing. Yeah, I was feeling quite low after quali and I had a bit of an incident, so started from the back, so just crawled up. It's great having 2 races in Roadsport as well. That's like really made a difference. So yeah, had an awesome race. Yeah, loved it.
Well done.
Thanks,
well done.
Sam. Thanks.
Right, there you go. They've had the first Caterham race of the weekend so far. So I'm going to hand over to David and Cheesy for the next race that's just gone out of assembly area.
Let's take a look back at some of the highlights in the meantime from that brilliant race for the Bill Stein Caterham Roadsports. It was absolute tooth and nail. We nearly lost the 2 yellow cars early on of Foxy and Kyle Townend. Then it was Foxy against Richard Davies for the rest of the way, swapping places, getting wheels onto the grass, and all the time Ollie Smith trying to close them down. It was absolutely frantic at the front of the field as gradually the next 2 were able to close up as well, Mitch Fasania and Kyle Townend. A brilliant race at the front of the field. As one of our commenters, TTX Willow, has said on YouTube, was absolute madness that was from the Caterhams. And Caitlin Penny points out a year to the day since we had a 3-wide finish at Snetterton as well. Yes, I remember being at Snetterton last year. It was almost 3-wide into Park Corner for the final time as well. Then Richard Davies made what was really the race-winning move very, very late on the brakes going into Park Corner. He was superb around there every time. With Matt Fox getting a little bit desperate perhaps in his attempts as Richard Davies nearly lost the rear end. They clipped each other and then into the last couple of corners. Foxy tried to throw it down the inside. He locked up. Ollie Smith had to anchor up as well, and he got walloped by Mitch Fasania, climbing up the back of Ollie Smith's car there, and that allowed Kyle Townend to come through into 3rd. Cars on the grid then for our next race, the pre-66 touring cars. Ian caught up with a few of the drivers just before they went out on track.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the assembly area, and we absolutely love the Classic Touring Cars Pre-66, one of the most popular series we have here on the British Automobile Racing Club roster. Let's go have a quick chat here with Charles Norris in the Austin. This is a very popular car, Charles. Tell us about it. Thing of beauty, right?
Well, at least the car's popular. I don't have many friends, but plenty of people seem to.
No, I'm not having that. Come on, we're friends. We've known each other for forever.
I was going to say, yeah. It certainly seems to turn some heads. Just need a few more of us out here because I'm the only one in Class D this weekend. So I finished pretty much dead last yesterday, and I got a trophy for it. So.
Well, can I just say, in fact, whilst we're here as well, congratulations on winning the class in race 2 today. Well done. Actually, you better make sure you complete your lap.
I was going to say, yeah, fingers crossed she finishes the race now. If it's doomed, I'll put the old commentator's curse to blame. But yeah, it should be good fun out there.
So tell me, what is it like racing with the Classic Touring Cars and the Pre-66s? They're so popular, this category, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it's great fun. I mean, touch wood, for the most part, the driving standards are great. All the cars are kind of pretty evenly matched, and you get some great battles out there. And the great thing is that if you do need help, anyone in the paddock, you can go and ask them and say, have you got this, have you got that? And even if they don't, they'll know someone that will. So it's kind of, there's a real camaraderie about it, and it's, really great fun.
Can I let you in a little secret? one of the reasons I wanted to come talk to you, not only because we are really good friends,
We're bros.
we are pros, but equally, John, our cameraman, is doing a great job this weekend. He's like, I really want to go and film that Austin.
Oh, really?
So that's why. Can you give John a thumbs up? There you go.
John, a man of exceedingly fine taste.
Charles, best of luck out there. Enjoy it, won't you? Let's just bring the camera around into the middle for a second, shall we? There's Jake Swan over there. He had a good race on the podium. In fact, let's go have a quick chat with Jake, because we didn't catch him immediately after the race. He'd swanned off, but I did manage to grab a quick word of him. Let's do it now. Jake, sorry mate, how you doing? All right, yeah, there's Billy there. Right, Jake.
Yeah, good, thanks.
I didn't actually catch you live. I know we spoke yesterday after race, but we didn't do it live.
Around.
I've already pulled that joke about 10 times. We can't keep getting away with it, can we? It was a good race in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really good, yeah. I think the safety car probably helped me out a little bit to hold the Cortinas off for a bit longer, but yeah, maybe a different story today.
Okay, well look, we're going to find out, aren't we? Cadwell Park, you like it?
I do like it, yeah. You're on it the whole way round.
Excellent. Jake, thanks for talking to us, mate. Good luck out there, yeah, and if you are in the top 3, don't disappear. Don't swan off. There we go, I promise I'll stop. Right, time to go racing. Classic Touring Car Pre-66 is their final time this weekend here at Cadwell Park. It's going to be a cracker, it always is. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. The car's just coming up to the grid then, and the grid reads in terms of the results of yesterday's race. So it was Adam Cunnington who snatched the win on the last lap yesterday in the Battle of the Lotus Cortinas with Ian Thompson. They start on the front row. Jake Swan in among the Cortinas after that third place alongside Peter Mutlow-Smith, Roger Stanford and Simon Gustafson, who came through from towards the back of the grid after struggling in wet qualifying. Complete the third row. Then we've got the first of the Hillman Imps, Brendan Rooney alongside Gary Preble, Simon Farrar and Steve Platts. Cortina and Imp complete the top 10. Then Adrian Oliver alongside Charles Norris. Then David Ellis with his Imp. Ed Gibbs had problems with his Ford Anglia yesterday. Hopefully he's out there. Pat Keneally in the Lotus Cortina alongside the similar amount of Keith Wright. Kevin Swan, father of Jake, is next then. Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia, which disappeared while in contention for a podium yesterday. The car started on pole, and Tony Davies in the Mini starts at the back of the field. The grid just coming into line then. There are a couple... Oh, hang on. Gary Preble stopped on Park Straight. And his Hillman Imp is having to be recovered, so there'll be a delay to the start here. Gary Preble has not made it round. And the former Pre-03 Touring Car champion, swapping his Honda Civic for a Hillman Imp this season in tribute to his father, who used to race Imps back in the 70s. But looks like Gary's not going to start from row 4 in this one. A couple of other cars were possibly missing. We saw the safety car come out yesterday when Jeremy Dias pulled over on the pit straight in his number 41 at Singer Chamois. He rebadged Hillman Imp, or badge engineered Hillman Imp, I should say. He dropped out. And I don't think we're going to see Martin Armstrong's Mini either, because he picked up some damage on Park Straight. He was actually disqualified from yesterday's race because he clipped Kevin Swan's Anglia while the safety car was out, and was disqualified and would have started at the back with a 10-second penalty, but damage to that car I think means that he's not there. So we have a bit of a delay. We just heard from the A35 pilot, Charles Norris. One person I know is a big fan of that car is Joy Goddard, and she's celebrating her birthday today, so many happy returns to you, Joy. Does like the pre-66 classic and historic touring cars. Of course, we haven't got our reigning champion out there, unfortunately, the Hillman Imp of James Ibbotson, the 2-times champion. He'll hopefully be out later this year. Mr. Sideways in his Hillman Imp. Hi to Tim Gooding, who says he remembers watching Alan Preble Senior in the 70s. And I think Ian's been given an equaliser here. Caitlin Penny says, don't swan off. Waterfowl joke that was. Very good, Caitlin. Hi to Keith Lowes. Hi to Echo Leeds. Dan Bartlett, one of our regular viewers as well. Back of the net 07 as well. Jonathan Bevan says, come on, Brendan Rooney. Jonathan Bevan. Are you any relation to George Bevan, the legendary Hillman Imp tuner and preparer from the 70s? Hi to David Taylor Racing as well. We saw him out in his BMW Mini at Brands Hatch last week. Good to hear from you, David. Nice to know you're watching. A couple of gaps on the grid. I can't see the Mini at the back of the grid, as we said. David Taylor asking, when are the Scottish Minis out? Well, they've had their first race earlier today, and their next race is due off at 3:20 p.m. Apparently it's TTX Willow's birthday today as well, so many happy returns to you. Yes, Jonathan Bevan is the grandson of George Bevan, famous imp tuner and preparer. Chris asking how I know all this. I'm a touring car nerd, Chris, just like you're a Caterham anorak. Okay, so I think we're going round for another green flag lap. Yes, we are, due to that delay for the start. Yeah, Martin Armstrong's Mini is not there. The Davies family Mini is there with, I think it's Tony Davies at the wheel today. It was Mike yesterday, so that car has to start from the back, having changed driver. Hello to Joy Goddard, she is watching on, celebrating a special birthday today. I won't reveal what age, that's impolite to do so. There's the little A35 of Charles Norris, smallest car on the grid, but quite a way up the grid. We had a few cars fail to finish yesterday. Billy Keneally's there in his Anglia. Kevin Swan's Anglia is there as well, father of Jake in the black car further forward. Ed Gibbs is back out. Pat Keneally had some damage yesterday on his Lotus Cortina. He's back out as well. So we're only missing a couple of cars that's had problems yesterday, which is great to see. Going all the way back to the dawn of the British Saloon Car Championship as it was then, back in the late 50s. The first champion was in an Austin Westminster, of all things. Jack Sears, who of course has the Jack Sears Trophy named in his honour in the BTCC today. Back when we had the big Jaguars as well. Minis and Anglias were fighting for the title, and then the Lotus Cortina came along in the mid-60s and changed everything. Colin Chapman's invention. So Lotus Cortina on pole here. Adam Cunnington, the ex-Triumph racer. I've noticed a Triumph 2000 parked up at trackside here today at Cadwell as well. Very nice indeed. Adam used to race a Triumph Spitfire, among other things. He snatched the win with an audacious lunge on Ian Thompson, the former overall champion in the Lunar Rising Records Cortina at the Mountain on the last lap of yesterday's race. There he is on pole in the traditional Lotus Cortina colours. Ian Thompson in the grey version. Then we've got Jake Swan and Peter Smith. Peter, the father of Guy Smith, the former Le Mans 24 Hours winner. Roger Stanford in a new Cortina for this year. Great to have Roger back out. Classic touring car super veteran. His previous Lotus Cortina in the similar British Racing green livery got written off in a big accident at Alton Park a couple of years ago. So good to see he's out with a new build Cortina alongside Simon Gustafson, the ex-VW Golf GTI racer, who came through from towards the back of the grid to take 6th yesterday. So he's going to be one to watch here. He had a win at the season opener at Donington, defeating Piers Grange in his Ford Falcon, who's not out this weekend. First off the Hillman Imps on the grid is the Irishman Brendan Rooney. Gary Preble would have started alongside him, but problems for Preble on the green flag lap. Simon Farrow's Lotus Cortina is there. The red Imp is the Singer badge version of Steve Platts. He's been racing that car for many years now. As has Adrian Oliver, the number 13 in the maroon coloured car. He's the son of Eric Oliver, former 4-time world sidecar champion. Bet he won a few races at Cadwell in his career. Behind him is Charles Norris's A35. The yellow Imp is David Ellis. And we've got Ed Gibbs, problems yesterday with his Anglia. Pat Keneally's Cortina. Keith Wright in the blue Cortina. Kevin Swan, Billy Keneally and Tony Davies. We're missing Jeremy Dias and Martin Armstrong. This will be a 15-minute race for the Everard's pre-66 classic and historic touring cars. Expect lots of sideways action, particularly from the Cortinas and the Hillman Imps. Last couple of cars into line. Jake Swan, the interloper, in among the Cortinas in his Ford Anglia. He'll play John Fitzpatrick in this race. He was champion back in, I think it was 1966. He won the British Saloon Car title, went on to be a great success in sports car racing. Last couple of cars into position at the back. Revs are up, and away they go. And a quick start by Roger Stanford through the middle. Peter Smith bogs down in the number 712 car. Pat Keneally dashes through from the back in his Cortina. What a fine sight they make as they go up towards Coppice for the first time. It's Adam Cunnington who has got the lead ahead of Ian Thompson, with Stanford up into third. Jake Swan is in fourth position. A whole column of cars in behind. They swing their way out of Charlie's for the first time and into Park Straight. Steve Platts has got away well into the lead of the Hillman Imp category. Ed Gibbs has got a flyer as well. Look at the Anglia up there. He's taken about half a dozen cars already in the 102. He was on the front row after qualifying yesterday. It's Adam Cunnington who leads the way ahead of Ian Thompson. Stanford is in third place, and up into fourth now comes Peter Smith, recovered from a slightly slow start. Simon Gustafson having a go at Jake Swan. And there's Pat Keneally. He's calmed down after flying off the grid in the rather battered looking 201 Cortina. He spun that into the tyre wall in yesterday's race. Cunnington leads. Cortina's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. I think that's Gustafson who's up into fifth position. Simon Farrer possibly in seventh. Bit tricky to tell until we can see the numbers, because they're all very similar colours. The Lotus Cortina, the traditional Lotus livery. Gibbs is next, then Platts and Brendan Rooney battling for the lead of the Hillman Imp category. They're organised into subclasses, mostly based on engine size, but Class F is dedicated solely to the Lotus Cortinas. Class C is the Minis and Anglias. Class D, there's just one entry in Class D, as we heard, the Austin A35, and Class E is for the Hillman Imps. Simon Farrer ahead of Ed Gibbs as they head into the hairpin for the first time. Column of Cortinas out in front, heading Jake Swan in the Anglia. Billy Keneally, the blue car, I believe he's the son of Pat Keneally in car 201, who's run wide again there further back. The ex-Lightning Rod racer from the Arena Essex Short Oval sadly closed its doors in 2018. Ford Sierras it was in Lightning Rods, so not Cortinas. It's half a dozen car breakaway at the front. Jake and Kevin Swan are ex-Short Oval racers as well. There's Kevin. Should be further down the order. Yeah, he's up to the lower reaches of the top 10. There's the white Anglia. He's just got ahead of Brendan Rooney in the second of the Imps. There's Billy Keneally coming through as well in his Anglia. Still Adam Cunnington who leads the way. 18 cars out there on circuit in this, the oldest cars we will see out there this weekend, but certainly very spectacular. Billy Keneally in the Anglia, getting past the less powerful Imp of Brendan Rooney. Racing in tribute to the former three-time British Saloon Car champion Bill McGovern, the man from Sligo who sadly passed away earlier this year. 3 titles in a row in the early 70s in the famous Bevan Imps. Adrian Oliver next behind him. And we've got Tony Davies going through from the back in the red Mini number 21. Still a long way to go, 11.5 minutes. Still a Cortina conquest out in front, holding the top 5 places. There's the leading Hillman Imp of Steve Platts, he's going well. David Ellis being closed down by the little A35 of Charles Norris. It's an unlikely looking racing car, that one, but we said yesterday in the late 50s when the Speedwell company got hold of one, owned by a certain Graham Hill, and they were tuned into very potent little race cars, the A30s and A35s. Steve Platt's under fire now from Kevin Swan and Billy Keneally. He won't mind too much that the Anglias are going to get past him, the more powerful cars, because they're in different classes, all fighting for points within their own classes. Just as it was in the British Saloon Car Championships back in the 60s. Of course, the first ever championship in 1958 was decided by a race-off at Brands Hatch. That's the only time I can find that in any form of motorsport in history. Jack Sears and Tommy Sopwith in the Jaguar, they both won their class in every round. Couldn't separate them, so they had a race-off in identical cars at Brands Hatch. Oh, hello, there's a Lotus Cortina pulled over at Park Corner. It's Simon Farrer, number 24, local man from Lincoln, he's out. Simon Gustafson is the man on the move. I can tell you he's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:48.6. 7.91. He's up to 4th. He's got ahead of Peter Smith in the 7.12 car as Billy Keneally attacks Kevin Swan in the Battle of the Anglias. 2 imps fighting it out behind. Brendan Rooney nearly clipped the back of Steve Platts there. The Anglia, of course, as well as its circuit racing potency, was very famous on the short ovals in national hot rods. George Polly, perhaps the greatest exponent in an Anglia in his battles with the escorts of Barry Lee and Duffy Collard. I don't think hot rods ever raced here at Cadwell. They did have F1 stock cars here many years ago. There's the Davies family Mini. The only Mini we've got out there. We lost Martin Armstrong yesterday with damage. And Barry Syme, Flying Scotsman, not here this weekend. Ian Thompson continuing to put pressure on Adam Cunnington for the lead. Roger Stanford still up there in 3rd, ahead of Gustafson 4th. Peter Smith has dropped back into 5th position. Roger Stanford, we saw him out in something a bit more modern last year, was racing one of the Astra Sport hatches from the early 2000s British Touring Car Championship in the Super Touring events run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. And Ian Thompson, former overall champion, thinking about an attack for the lead here on the back of Adam Cunnington through Chris Curve. You'll notice as well some of these cars carrying Scale Extric stickers as well, the Classic Touring cars this weekend. There is a tie-in with Scale Extric with the club, and you could be racing some of these cars on your Scale Extric set. We heard from a couple of our pre-83 racers yesterday whose cars have been made into Scale Extric models. How cool is that? You can hold your own Classic Touring Car Championship in your living room. Watch for Simon Gustafson here, the man with the fastest lap of the race. He's done another fastest lap since then, 1:48.641. He's sliding his way through the mountain, and Peter Smith is as well. That's just how Jim Clark would have driven a Cortina. Roger Stanford's on the attack now, the touring car veteran. I remember several years ago being on PA commentary here at Cadwell Park when he and his son Jack Stanford were out in a pair of Bugatti BMW E30 M3s in the pre-83 division, pre-93 division I should say. Roger up there in his Cortina in 3rd place. There's Gustafson trying to close in. Adam Cunnington's responding to the pressure. He's just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:48.531. There's Peter Smith in 5th position. This battle covered by just over 4 seconds. Jake Swan, probably happy to be leading his class in 6th overall. Ed Gibbs 2nd in Class C, and Billy Keneally, who's up from the back, in 3rd. The Imp class, Class E, being led by Steve Platts, still ahead of Brendan Rooney, and would see Adrian Oliver going well up there as well in the number 13. Cunnington leads. Race that car in longer distance touring car events with other clubs. So new to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this year. A little bit of a wiggle there as he came out of the gooseneck, just clipped the curb on the inside. Peter Smith trying to make it 5 Cortinas, battling for the lead now. No entries in the big class, Class A, for the V8 engine cars this weekend. So no Piers Grange, his Ford Falcon. He's busy racing elsewhere with another of his collection of Fords. We haven't seen Alan Greenall yet this year either with his big Ford Falcon, or any of the Ford Mustangs. Later this year, maybe. Here's Jake Swan, the young gun in his immaculately turned out Ford Anglia. Beautiful machine, isn't it? They're in a safe 6th place. He's about 3.5 seconds off the Cortinas now, but safely ahead by over 3 seconds of Ed Gibbs. There's the 2nd of the Anglias, up at the back of the field after pulling up in yesterday's race with problems. 3rd in Class C, further back is Billy Keneally, the blue Anglia. Kevin Swan making it Anglias 1, 2, 3, 4 in that class, ahead of the lone Mini of Tony Davies. Here are the Imps. Red, sort of lilac blue and maroon. Steve Platts leads that division in 11th place overall. Great to see an increase in Hillman Imps in this championship over the last few years. Simon Gustafson is getting aboard in the 64 car, the winner of the second race at Donington, trying to get the nose down the inside of Roger Stanford. They just disappear out of our sight there, out of Chris Curve. Has he got through to P3? Oh no, he spun it. Oh, Gustafson loses it. Luckily he didn't collect Roger Stanford there, just trying a little bit too hard there to take that third place away. He's dropped back into sixth place. Look out, Ed Gibbs. He's going to have to dodge to the inside here. So down to P7 goes Simon Gustafson. He'll be gutted there to have lost out on the chance of a podium. At least he didn't collect Roger Stanford as he spun. He had just put up the fastest lap as well, 1:48.085. Lead gap is just over a second for Cunnington ahead of Thompson. There's Peter Smith. Slightly different livery on his car with the blue stripe instead of the green. Racing down the all-over British racing green and yellow car, the old Team Lotus colours for Roger Stanford. These are the cars that raced in the old ICS historic touring cars that used to support British touring car racing in the 1990s, I remember. You have the likes of the Camaros and Mustangs out and that. Well, there were plenty of Lotus Cortinas. Likes of Rick Tanton, Kevin Mansell, Norman Ricketts, the marvellously named Thomas Lely DeVille as well. There were a couple of imps in that. Ron Parker was the leading name in the imp in that championship, I remember. And the giant killing minis of Graham Churchill and the legendary Nick Swift. Yes, plenty of happy memories of watching those cars alongside the Super Tourers at Donington in my youth. Anyway, that's enough nostalgia because we've had a change for the lead in the Hillman Imp category. Brendan Rooney has got ahead of Steve Platts. There's another of our imps, that's David Ellis, chasing after Pat Keneally. That's 14th and 15th. There's Charles Norris. His main Class D rival is Brian Bedford in the Austin A40, but he's not here this weekend. There's a battle of little and large, but relatively large, the Cortina of Pat Keneally. Looks like it's crabbing very slightly, that car, after the damage it picked up yesterday. Here's Charles Norris. And from Worcester, the wheel of the little A35. Simon Gustafson still with the fastest lap of the race, but he is down to P7 after that spin. There go the leaders. Now, just over 2 minutes on the clock as they cross the line, so I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. And Ian Thompson in the Lunar Rising Records Cortina in second place has just done a new fastest lap, 1:47.354. Cunnington did a 1:47.7, which is a personal best. So he's taken 0.4 of a second out of him. Ian Thompson is getting ready to make a late attack for the lead here. They're coming up to lap Keith Wright, the plumber and heating engineer from Bedfordshire, in his Cortina. Used to race a Morris Minor. He goes a lap down. What can Ian Thompson do here? Look at that beautifully turned out grey machine. Disappears into our blind spot there at the top of the gooseneck. Still chasing Adam Cunnington for the lead. Cunnington, Simon Gustafson and Ian Thompson. It could be an interesting fight for certainly the Lotus Cortina class of the championship this year once everything is added together. I reckon Jake Swan could be a challenger for the title in Class C. Now Ian Thompson thinking, I led to the last lap in yesterday's race and you pinched it from me with that lunge at the mountain. I'm going to equalise here, Mr. Cunnington. Can he equalise? Can he get close enough? They're coming around to start their final lap this time, this Everard's 366 Classic Saloon and Historic Touring Car race. Roger Stanford under pressure as well from Peter Smith and Jake Swan now, the Anglia up there with the Cortinas. There's Gustafson hanging the tail out on his Cortina further back, and Ed Gibbs with the Anglia. The gap across the line is just over half a second now. Peter Smith could be about to take Roger Stanford for third position. Look at him sliding it about there. Clock has counted down to 0. We checkered flag this time. Is Adam Cunnington going to hang on to take the win? Roger Stanford's run wide there, coming out of Charlie's Bend into Park Straight. He could lose third place here. Peter Smith up there. Oh no, you don't, says Roger Stanford. That was close. And that could have been very expensive, but luckily they just avoided each other, taking each other up onto the grass. Ian Thompson's not gone any closer to the back of Adam Cunnington here. Are we going to see a last lap lunge from the number 7? Coming towards the mountain now, so he's running out of places to make an attack on Adam Cunnington. Here they come then up towards the mountain for the last time. Gustafsson, incidentally, has just done another fastest lap. Here they come into the mountain section. Thompson's closing, but I think it's going to be just too little too late. On the edge of it, here's no Thompson's run wide. That's cost him his chance. Just a little bit too over-eager into Hall Bend. He goes onto the grass, gathers it up again, but he's going to have to settle for second place. But it's going to be a double win for the number 56 Lotus Cortina, the man from Spalding in Lincolnshire on his local circuit. Adam Cunnington comes out of Barn Corner for the last time, up towards the checkered flag. It's a double for Adam Cunnington. Ian Thompson will have to settle for second place once again. We'll wait for the third place battle to come through. Meanwhile, there's another little scrap going on at the back there. We'll just pick up on as Stanford beats Peter Smith, Jake Swan and Simon Gustafsson home. They finish together. Jake Swan winning Class C. Ed Gibbs next home after a good run through the field. This is the battle we picked up on momentarily. Davies against Kevin Swan. Billy Keneally comes home in the top 10. He finishes 8th. This is the fight for 9th place. The Mini gets home 9th ahead of the Anglia of Kevin Swan. Now, what about the Hillman Imps? Is it going to be Brendan Rooney with the second class win of the weekend? Yes, it is. He comes home ahead of early class leader Steve Platts. Will be in second place in the Singer. Oliver is third. David Ellis will be next, and Charles Norris will win Class D in the A35. Notice Pat Keneally's not come through on that last lap. Have we lost him somewhere? You know, we lost Simon Farrow during that race. He pulled over at Park Corner, and Gary Preble sadly never got going. There's Charles Norris over the line to win Class D. Yes, it looks like we have lost Pat Keneally on the last lap, unfortunately. Provisional result of that one then, Adam Cunnington the winner by 4 seconds after that mistake on the last lap by Ian Thompson. And Roger Stanford makes it a Cortina 1-2-3, just ahead of Peter Smith, who had that late attack on Park Straight. Jake Swan and Simon Gustafsson were right up behind them, the 4 of them finishing together. Swan wins Class C in 5th place, ahead of Ed Gibbs and Billy Keneally. Tony Davies and Kevin Swan were next home then. Brendan Rooney wins Class E for the Hillmans, ahead of Steve Platts, Adrian Oliver and David Ellis. Charles Norris won Class D, and Keith Wright was the other finisher in his Cortina. We lost Pat Keneally on the final lap, and also lost Farah and Preble. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Well, it is a pair of wins for Adam Cunnington this weekend here in the pre-66s. We'll let him get out of the car and have a quick chat. There's Ian Thompson, just off to his left in P2 again. We'll have a chat with him, and Roger Stanford as well. There is a shake of the head from Roger. Coming to you soon, Roger. Coming over. I'll be coming over in a minute. I've got a smile. We've got a smile from Roger. Great to see him here as well. But let's, Adam, just before you run off, can I grab a quick word with you? What a weekend for you.
Yeah, fantastic, yeah.
We spoke yesterday. Did it again, yeah. But, you know, Ian's always lurking around there, isn't he?
He is. He keeps you honest. Almost.
I'll let you go celebrate, because I know you want to. I'll grab Ian very quickly. And Ian, you weren't, yeah, you're right. You weren't a million miles away there, were you? I know. Do you want to go shake his hand?
I wouldn't.
Yeah. Go on, go. I'll grab you in a second. You go give him a... Oh, look at that. Kiss for Adam. I didn't get a kiss from him. Oh, thank you, Ian. Thank you. It's made my day. I think. Great racing again, always.
Take them where you can, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you just saying that was a great race.
A fantastic race. I tried to put pressure on. He did, hats off, didn't make one single mistake. And I was right on him the whole time, but it was great fun. Really enjoyed it. Really
yeah, well done. Really good weekend. Great to see you as well, by the way. Really is. Let's go grab Roger. My producer said in my ear, somebody's got to love me. There we go. Roger. It's good to see you. Right. Really good to see you. That was exhausting, wasn't it? Hard work?
Yeah, it is when you're 75, yeah.
You had Peter getting close to you near the end as well.
Yeah, well, I made a mistake up the back and he was on me like a flash.
What's this car like to drive?
Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. Yeah,
Last time I think we spoke, you're in a Vauxhall touring car.
Well, I've still got that. That's coming out next, but this thing's new.
Yeah.
It's been in build for 4 years after the big smash at Alton. Yeah. And I was all right. I was fastest lap yesterday. Yeah. I was 2/10 off lap record on Friday testing, so I thought it's not bad. It's a good car.
Do me a favour, Roger. Don't ever stop racing, please. Please.
I've been at it for years. 420 odd starts.
Is that 420?
Yeah.
Right, I better let you go. Go get some water. Lovely to see you, by the way. Yes, I can see the Caterham's headed out on track already. More and more action coming for you. The race is coming thick and fast. Sam, a little bit earlier, was down in the assembly area, some of the drivers, so let's hear from them now.
We are back in assembly for the next Caterham race, which is the Fan Drive 270R Championship, and I found Ryan Tholey. Ryan, this is your first time racing Caterhams, isn't it? First race yesterday. Tell us a bit about it.
Thanks, Sam. It was first time back for about 11 years racing. The reason I came back is actually to try and catch up with my son, who is so far up the road. I don't think I've got a hope in hell of catching him, but what a privilege to be able to do this with your son and spend the year doing amazing stuff together, traveling around. So if I can try and hone my driving skills, try and lean on some of the experience that I've got, hopefully I can do well in this race. But the first race was a bit of a disaster. I ran out of talent at the mountain, trail braked in, and ran onto the grass and spun. So now I start, I think, from 23rd. Should be an ideal opportunity to make my way through the field, but I look forward to seeing my son on the podium.
Yeah, he did great yesterday, didn't he?
Unbelievable. I was quite surprised, actually. When I looked at his onboard, he was so mature, so precise, no errors. It was quite impressive. So if he can do that today, he's definitely got a chance. So I'll be rooting from him, from like 4 kilometres back, I think.
Well, I hope you have a good race, and I hope Seb does too. We're going to go and have a quick word with Seb now.
Thanks.
But yeah, have a good race, Ryan.
See you later.
See you later. Right, let's go and have a quick word with Seb, who is just over here. So Seb did the Caterham Academy last year, so he's jumped up to 270 this year so that he can race with his dad. Let's move in and have a quick word. Sorry guys, just have a quick word with you, Seb. We just had a chat with your dad, Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
So he was very impressed with your driving yesterday, and so were we. It was great.
It's going to be fierce between us. Definitely big family competition, but it's such a privilege to race with Dad. I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be cool.
It is. But you know, your race yesterday was brilliant. You held on to that front pack, didn't you?
Yeah, I made most of the positions up in the first turn. I got really lucky. I think I just got an amazing start. And then it was really, really tough keeping up with Paul throughout the rest of the race. It was so much fun though. What hard races! Oh my god! Yeah. But so fair. Yeah. Good racing, really good racing. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to seeing what this next race for you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Right, that's it for the 270Rs. Hand back to David and Cheesy.
Cars out on the grid, just moving off for their green flag lap then here. This is the 270R Caterham 7 Championship, sponsored this year by Fan Drive, and the grid reads as follows based on the results of yesterday's race. And it was Irishman Brian Thornton who took his first 270R win yesterday ahead of Ollie White, who qualified on pole, a Caterham dealer by trade. 33 and 24 on the front row. Second row, Paul Oglesby, number 18, alongside Sebastian Tholey, the South African. We just heard from him. Row 3, Scott Helm and Luciano Caruso qualified on the front row yesterday, but dropped back down the order early on. Row 4, Alistair Morton alongside Bruno van Dijk. He got a 5-place grid penalty for contact in yesterday's race. Henry Speaks and Craig Evans completing the top 10 on this grid. Row 6 of the grid, we have 99 of Andrew Davison alongside 21, which is Jasmine Shaw. And on the 7th row, 20, Steve Lorryman, that's the Union flag liveried car, alongside 15, Shane Forster. Andrew Bailey and Jimmy Y on row 8. Then row 9 is Gary Cross and Charles Chapman. Chris Morling and Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian, complete the top 20. Behind them, we have James Platt in number 58, alongside 72, Chris Bond. Then Ryan Tholey, we just heard from, starts alongside Andrew Palmer, who had a spin in yesterday's race. And Sean Murphy and Aaron Oliver completing the grid. Aaron Oliver crashed out of yesterday's race at the mountain and brought out the safety car. So, excuse me. So hopefully his car's been repaired and he is back on the grid for this one, the first weekend of the season for the 270R category. Tell us a bit more about this class, Chris.
Yeah, the 270R is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So this is the step above Roadsport, but quite considerably different car from the Roadsport car. Wider track front suspension, so the front of the car is now as wide as it is at the back. All of the windscreens and lights and the sort of paraphernalia that goes into making it road legal have been removed, so it's very much a race-focused car. And the only difference from this year to last year in the spec is they're running the Nova ZZS tyres, so plenty of grip and a really nice overall rounded balance of the car back in. And I know the drivers are really enjoying it. Really big grid of cars this year, so you can see how long they're all resplendent in their liveries this year. And yeah, it's what we kind of call it the coming of age championship. So they've done the whole of the academy, they've done all the Roadsport races, and now they're into this 270R. Really are becoming you know, seasoned race drivers by this stage, and the competition ramps up, of course. And yeah, just a little bit more power and limited slip differential in the 310s is the only difference, but they look identical from the outside. Brian Thornton yesterday managing to hold on in that lead, got that lead and held on in there. Oliver White was battling with Bruno van Dijk, and Oglesby held on. We've seen over the years Oglesby sort of jumped up into this 270R championship, had a few issues last year, and good to see him hanging on in that fourth place. And then yeah, Sebastian Thalay just up there and showing that he's really going to become part of the battle this year.
So into position on the grid then, Brian Thornton from Ireland on pole, the blue and orange car, alongside the two-tone green of 24 Oliver White from Surrey. Second row, the bright green of Paul Oglesby, alongside the white and black of Seb Tholey. Scott Helm black with a bit of orange trim, and Luciano Caruso in the replica Rothmans colours, the white and blue, made famous by Porsche in sports cars, of course. Those are your leading colours on the grid for this one. Alistair Morton is in black and orange as well. The green flag already waving at the back of the field. Watch for Bruno van Dijk from the fourth row of the grid with that 5-place grid penalty as we get underway. 20 minutes for the Caterham 270R Championship. They're all the way cleanly first time. It's up towards Coppice Corner. Brian Thornton gets away well, so does the bright green car of Paul Oglesby. He's going to try and go for the lead on the inside, and he's through. Good start from the second row of the grid by the Academy graduates. He takes up the early lead ahead of Brian Thornton. Looks like that's Scott Helm that's come through. He's got away well up into third place. And Ollie White back to fifth behind Luciano Caruso. Seb Tholey is in behind them. Brian Thornton trying to go around the outside of Oglesby on the run up at the hill on Park Straight, and he's done it. Into the lead goes the number 33, Ollie White, trying to slot up the outside of Oglesby as well. They start to overlap further back in the midfield. Jasmine Shaw side by side with Steve Lorryman, who puts a wheel onto the grass. As the pack now charging, there's somebody with a big twitch in there behind on the inside. Couldn't quite identify who that was, but it is Brian Thornton who leads from Oglesby in second place, White in third, and Seb Tholey up into fourth. Bruno van Dijk already on a charge, he's up to fifth.
Yeah, watch Van Dijk in his newly red car. He was that black car last year and he only did a couple of rounds, but he's back there fighting. He's always been part of the championship battle in any championship he's been in, so let's see what he can do. But Brian Thornton's out front still over Oglesby, who's made some good progress off the line, as does I was going to say Caruso had as well, but I think he's dropped back a little bit again. He was battling for that fourth. Yeah, Bruno van Dijk has got through and over the top of him already. So, yeah, he's moved up his 5 places. Jasmine Shaw had a great race yesterday and wants to continue to do the same, as she was going side by side with Lorryman at the top there as well in lap 1.
Car was almost spun at Chris Curve on the first lap. Was Gary Cross in the number 23. He's kept it going in the midfield as they come round to complete the first lap. Thornton leads by half a second over Oglesby in second, White in third. Further back in the order, there's always a Gulf-coloured car in every meeting. There has to be one at every UK club meeting. That's Jimmy Y running in the Gulf colours, the powder blue and orange. Pretty
much part of
the 38. There he is.
motorsport regulations, right? It says it has to. Yeah.
Every UK club race meeting has to have a Golf liveried car. There he is, the blue and orange, chasing number 31. That's Andrew Bailey. And he's up on the tail of the 15 of Shane Forster as they come along Park Straight. They're battling for 14th place at the moment. Here are the leaders. Thornton leads Oglesby. Up on the outside there is Seb Thole, the South African in number 28, based in Johannesburg. There is Jimmy Y being chased by Gary Cross in the 23. Then in behind them the black car there of, I think that's number 10 of Aaron Oliver. It was good to see he's out there, repaired the car after that accident yesterday at the mountain. He tangled with Bruno van Dijk and went into the tyre wall, had to start from the back of the grid, so he's already made up about 8 places through the field at the moment in the number 10.
Drew Speaks there having a good old look at the rear of the car in front of him. I wonder whether that was Scott Helm, but he's making some good progress. A little bit disappointed he drifted down the order yesterday, but he's going to be up there. There he is coming through our screen now as they head over the mountain. Again, some of the cars just lifting the front wheels as they head up. Oh, there's that Jasmine just off wide off the mountain. That's going to lose momentum all the way through Hall Bends, but she pulls back into line, but that's a lot of places lost there. So we still see these cars. You can see how single file it is through there. You really are having to feed that car left and right, carrying just the right amount of speed. It's a really tricky part of the track. It looks pretty easy from the outside. Lock up there from someone as they were heading into the hairpin. Lorryman heading towards us as they come over to start the next lap.
Here's Jasmine Shaw, we saw run wide there, one of the leading ladies of Caterham Racing, along with our own Sam Parker, who'll be out in the 310Rs. Jimmy Y putting the pressure on Andrew Bailey, but there's a yellow flag waving there at Coppice. That's now been withdrawn, so somebody's had a moment up there. There go the leaders. Caruso's made up a couple of places, and the leaders a bit more spread out now. So I'm wondering if Sebastian Thole had a moment. He's dropped 3 places.
Yeah.
And Van Dijk might have got caught up with him. Yes, Bruno Van Dijk isn't there, is he?
No, I think that's where that yellow flag's come from then. We've lost a little patch of this front group. There's Henry Speaks leading Caruso. So yeah, a bit of a shuffle up there. Caruso probably got caught out in that same bit of a battle. Here's a bit of a replay then about what might have gone on.
Let's have a look then. The yellow flag waving at Coppice. There's the leader coming through. We'll see why that yellow flag was out. First 3 go through.
There we go, yep, Caruso, and there is Van Dijk getting shoved off to the left of screen then. He wasn't there, was no space on the exit.
Yes, Thole had already lost those places at the end of the previous lap. He's down to P7. As the race continues on then with Brian Thornton having done the fastest lap, 1:38.801. He's out in front by just under a second ahead of Oglesby. Ollie White in 3rd place, the Caterham dealership owner from Surrey. It's now the number 88 of Luciano Caruso up into 4th place. Just had that wheel banging moment with Bruno Van Dijk. There is Bruno further back in the midfield now.
Yeah, got a lot to do again, hasn't he? Wouldn't put it past him. Still got 14.5 minutes of this race to go, so still lots of opportunity to make a room. But these front 3 now look like they're well clear of Henry Speaks, who's made some good progress early on. I know he's disappointed from yesterday, but Ollie White seeing if he can move on up. Oglesby ahead of him he's moved over to the RS Motorsport team, and Thornton in front doing what he's done for most of the race yesterday. He's heading them into this Park Bend.
Yes, Henry Speaks, the man who's worked on supercar projects for Aston Martin. I believe he's worked on the Aston Martin Valkyrie project over the last few years.
I believe that is true, yes, and but gets his kicks on the weekend in Caterham racing, as so many do, and this 270R grid is healthy as you like, isn't it, as they're all heading down here into Mansfield. Thornton is last year we sort of saw him lead quite a lot, but just had a bit of inconsistency, especially towards the end of a race. Can he change that around as he's in this 270R class and solidify his set of results? Caruso having to defend a bit more deep into the field than he would potentially like at this stage.
Yes, Caruso in that battle along with Speaks and Thole ahead of him. Then behind them we've got Scott Helm, Alistair Morton, Craig Evans is in there, the white and black car. The 99, the bright orange car, that's Andrew Davison at the back of this group. There he is, just chasing after the 86 of Evans. That's the Blood Records car, sponsored by a record label based in London. They come down out of Barn Corner. Bruno Van Dijk trying to catch up with the back of that group now in the number 3. It's once you lose that draft, it's very difficult to make your way back up to get the momentum. Here's Steve Lorriman's had a spin at the exit of Hall Bends there, so that's lost the If only a Union flag liveried car some ground.
That would have got exciting. I wonder whether that was a side-by-side. Oglesby Low looking side-by-side for the lead over the top of Thornton. Ollie White's going to have a bit of a run of steam. He's going to go to the outside. Are we going to see 3 wide? Note, Oglesby's got the redrafted out on the outside, but he's going to have to work hard if he wants to hang on. We saw with Davies was able to fend quite nicely to the inside or the outside there earlier on, and certainly looked like Thornton has got a wide car. Ollie White looking to see whether he can make hay, but can't do. So that's as they were, but everything's a bit more spread out. You see, every time you make an attempt here at Cadwell, you do lose speed, momentum and time, and therefore you've really got to do it. It's a bit of a risk every time you shove your car down the inside.
Well, these 3 were able to pull clear as a result of that little contretemps at the first corner, as Caruso nearly banging wheels with Scott Helm there as they came down the hill into Mansfield Bend. Here's a replay of Steve Lorriman having that spin at Sohor Bends. Perhaps Jimmy Y was involved there as well. He was a little slow out of there as well.
Glad that he's got away with that. That's a scary place to be facing the wrong way.
Jasmine Shaw recovering after her moments at the mountain earlier on as well at the back of this little battle. Andrew Bailey at the head of it. Scott Helm coming under fire now from Seb Thole trying to recover. He's got Alistair Morton behind him in the number 12. Davison in there as well behind Craig Evans to the lower reaches of the top 10. These are the 3 leaders. They've certainly pulled out an advantage. Thornton leads over the line by just under a second ahead of Oglesby. White is now 5 3/4 seconds clear of Henry Speaks in 4th place. So I'd say for the win it's between these 3, but we're not even up to half distance yet in this Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship race. Second race of the weekend, another one coming up later this afternoon, due off at 4:25 p.m. As Brian Thornton begins to increase his advantage slightly now in the number 30, the 33 car, the man from Mullingar in Ireland. Always a great entertainer right from his academy days. There's a gap back to Speaks in 4th. Here's the battle for 5th place. That's Seb Thole up the inside on Scott Helm. Takes P5, and here comes Alistair Morton as well in the 12.
Looking to see whether he could make the but great move by Seb there, showing he's learning his craft in this 270R, doing a great job of holding on at the front. There is that comfort gap, as you called, I think bravely called, that they might well get the podium, those 3 out front, but yeah, we've still got a little way to go, but I think that gap is sufficient that they're going to be able to hold on to it. I don't think anyone's got enough pace, but Van Dijk is now back on the back of this pack, and I think we will see him push through. He's never shy of pushing on forward, so he's got to see whether he can get past Davison first and then move on up.
Notice Caruso must have had a moment as well. He dropped a few places on that last lap. He's behind this group now. He was right in the thick of things with them, but Luciano Caruso not having the best of weekends. He made a poor start from the front row yesterday and dropped back.
It started off
shuffled back.
It started well, but that was about it. Yeah, he's been shuffled back ever since.
Yes, that's the Rothmans liveried car there at the back of this group. There he is, kicking up the dust there on the outside. That was
Speaks.
Yes, a slightly different livery for him this year. It's more dark green and red rather than the blue and red that Henry Speaks had last year.
As they come up then through turn 1, and there's this pack of cars. This is definitely where the battle's at, and you can see they have to be patient as well. You know, you do have to be a bit strategic. You can't just rely on the toe. You really are only moving up 1 place, maybe 2 at most per lap. So if you are out of position, you really do have to work quickly to make your positions back up. And side by side then between, and I think that is we've just lost them on the way up into turn 1. We watch them go through in the middle, but there's that gap back to the chase pack. There's Jasmine on her way back through after that issue she had on the mountain.
Yes, forcing Andrew Bailey wide there, and Aaron Oliver on his way through from the back of the grid as well, with this grid being based on yesterday's results, and Aaron was the only non-finisher. Disappear down into the dip at Mansfield, and mentioning Bruno Van Dijk on a recovery run, he's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:38.492, the man in 10th place in the red, number 3. Andrew Bailey under fire from the 23 car of Gary Cross. He's got the number 6 on his tail. That's almost an early 90s Williams lookalike, isn't it? The yellow, blue and white. That's Eduardo Pontes in the number 6 car, the Brazilian. Back of this train of 5, they're fighting it out for what is now 12th place.
Because of the new tyres, we'll be chasing a new lap record this weekend, and yesterday Aaron Oliver got the actual fastest lap, and that's still quicker than today. So at the moment, keep that in mind as well. They're all going for the new lap record.
Yes, indeed. New tyres brings new lap records, as does changes to circuit layout, of course, as well. But it's the same old familiar circuit here at Cadwell Park. It's been known and loved for many, many decades now.
It's quite rare to have a track that stays so consistent for so long, isn't it?
Well, with a beautiful circuit like this, why change? It's perfect as it is. Henry Speaks coming under fire now from Seb Thulle in the white and black number 28, trying to go around the outside for P4 into Park Corner. I think he's got the move done. Yes, well done. Nicely done by the young gun.
Absolutely, and it's those kind of skills that you're going to have to build up in these Caterhams if you want to learn how do you race these. And by the 270R, it's not easy to do that. So great move for him. He got the draft up the outside, got the momentum over the top, and was able to turn into the corner just over Henry Speaks, who's been driving these Caterhams very. He's not a chicken in these ones. He's absolutely up there and thereabouts in the battle. So great to see Thulle doing that, and just going to have to get his dad to pull up his socks, isn't he?
Yes, where is Ryan at the moment? He's down in 19th place, so wait to see if he can come through and join the lead battle as the season progresses on, I think.
Good to have Ryan back with us as well, though.
Just under 7 minutes of this race to go. Brian Thornton leads by just over a second ahead of Paul Oglesby and Ollie White at the front of the field. They're 6.5 seconds clear of the battle headed up by Henry Speaks for fourth position. Well, it was headed up by Henry Speaks. It's now Seb Thulle who's got through, of course, into P4, and he's pulling away. He wants to go after our podium pursuers at the front of the field. Bruno van Dijk is still closing onto the back of this group as well, but he hasn't made any progress as yet. He's got Caruso back up on his tail. They've already clashed once in this race, and Caruso trying to get round the outside there into Coppice.
Can Speaks return the favour to Thulle this time up into Park Bend? He's going to have the toe. He's got a nice distance, so he's going to have a bit of a run up on him as well, as we watch all the battles sort of tuck in and tighten up as we head towards the last 5 minutes of this race. It really is going to kick off, I think, as Van Dijk is now ahead of Caruso, but Caruso looking to see whether he can do anything. I don't think he's going to have the momentum this time through. And out front we got Seb still managed to hold on there, so was resisted the Henry Speaks advance.
Yes, he certainly has, and Seb Thulle last time around did the fastest lap of the race, 1:38.432 for the number 28. Here he is at the head of this train of Caterhams. Moving to the inside there, Craig Evans puts a move on Alistair Morton, who ran wide there 1 lap ago. Can he get it done? They're still side by side on the run towards the mountain. I think the number 12 will hold the place, and Andrew Davison holding off Bruno van Dijk at the back of the train as well.
Yeah, that inside move just hasn't worked yet. You've really got to push the guy out of your alignment. Oh, we got a bit of light. That's
Pontes.
Yeah, Pontes just didn't manage to get it back under control. He could have easily speared across. So good driving, good safe rejoin. Well done.
Yes, rejoins in that. Where's he in the battle for about 14th place at the moment? He is. Caruso has dropped away again in the number 88. I noticed dropping back into the clutches of this battle now for 12th and 13th place. SGBY holding off the 15 of Shane Forster, and in behind them is the 48. That is Ryan Thulle. Thulle senior in the silver number 48 car, trying to close up in P19 at the moment.
Caruso last seen battling with Van Dijk, wasn't he? So I wonder what happened there to cause him to lose extra time. Watch this battle just further down the order again. This large field of 270Rs. All the drivers really loving this series. Oglesby side by side with White. Then that battle is going to probably leave Thornton a nice comfortable gap. It has indeed. So these two battling each other now means that Thornton has got a comfort gap out front, sufficiently far away that he's not under threat from the toe.
So Brian Thornton has led all the way so far, apart from that brief moment on lap 1 when Paul Oglesby got into the lead on the first corner. He's now having his mirrors full and his hands full dealing with Ollie White here for second place. Ollie, who qualified on pole for race 1 yesterday. Next in the order, the battle headed up by Seb Thulle. How far behind are they? About 7 seconds further back. Here they come.
Series this year sponsored by FanDrive. FanDrive's the fan engagement platform for Caterham Motorsport UK, so do go and check them out, fandrive.net, and also fandrive.app to go and get involved.
So just under 3.5 minutes of this race still to go then, and Brian Thornton looking fairly safe out in front now. He's pulled away from Paul Oglesby and Ollie White as they continue to scrap for second place here. The lead up to 2.6 seconds now for the Irishman. Winner on his debut in 270R yesterday, having upgraded his car through Academy and Roadsports, and now he's looking good here for 2 out of 2 this weekend. Put him on a hat-trick going into our final race of this category at 4:25 p.m. Battles continue further down the order. That's Aaron Oliver. He's now got himself up ahead of Jasmine Shaw in the 21. They're fighting for 11th and 12th. They're ahead of Caruso as well. I wonder if Caruso maybe he's got a bit of damage there, because he's dropping back quite rapidly down the order. His lap times are back on pace now. He's lost quite a lot of time there, so whether he's got a problem, I'm not sure.
See whether maybe Sam can find that out for us in the paddock at some point over the course of the weekend. We've got another race of them later, so maybe we can find that out. But as we watch Pontes trying to get past over the top of Bailey as they head up into Park this time through then. Thornton, comfort gap for him out front, and Oglesby and White still battling away in that pack. But there's battle packs all the way through the field. It's 270R. I think it is the largest grid we've got here this weekend, so great to see them out there enjoying what is it, sunshine at the moment.
Henry Speaks has lost another place, I can tell you. Scott Helm has got through into P5. Here's a scrap towards the tail of the field. The multicoloured car there, a big twitch from James Platt. Who's he on the tail of there? We'll pick that up again in just a moment. It's looking at some battles further down the order. I think that was Jimmy Y that he was battling with in the 38 possibly.
It was certainly lost the rear of that car, and that was where Lorryman was fighting back through the field after his spin in the Hall Bends. There's Pontes, and followed by the number 15 there, Forster.
Shane Forster giving chase. He's back in 17th at the moment, so just over a minute left on the clock now. It's the number 19 car of Chris Morling they were closing up on. In fact, there's that multicoloured number 58 car, Andrew Palmer, number 63, who spun on Park Straight in yesterday's race, and he's on the grass again there, coming out of the hairpin. Battles all the way down towards the tail of the field. There's 1 minute left on the clock now for our race leader Brian Thornton, whose lead is up to nearly 3.5 seconds now. That's pretty dominant in Caterham terms. He's pulled away from the battling pair of Oglesby and White. Tholle still with the fastest lap, Seb Tholle that is, with a 1:38.432.
So Palmer still out there battling away after that spin yesterday, but he still loves his Caterham action. Been with us a few years now, and very much enjoying the 270R car as well. Here is that lead battle. Thornton over the top of the mountain there. Nice little gap back to Oglesby, who's still got the attentions of White behind him, but that has that sort of separated a little bit, but it's still firmly in the tow category. We're going to have 20 seconds here. Are they going to get to the line in time to finish this last lap, or are they going to have one more to go?
We'll wait and see. It's going to be tight as they cross the line, isn't it? Brian Thornton comes out of Barn Corner for the final time. I think he's going to get one more lap out of this. Comes over the line. Yep. Yes, last lap forward. 3 seconds on the clock as he crossed the line. So one more lap for Paul Oglesby and Ollie White to try and reel Brian Thornton in. Now, the gap has in fact come down. It came down by nearly a second on that last lap. 2.6 seconds in it now. So Paul Oglesby is not finished yet. He's really going to start to push on. Ollie White sideways through Charlie's Bend. There he gets a wheel out onto the grass. He's throwing that 270R machine around. He's loving this.
Now they're not battling. They're willing to use every single last millimetre of this track, and the grass clearly dried out from yesterday early morning, the qualifying, offering them a bit more grip. But I think because the battle has settled down, Oglesby looks like he's moving back towards Thornton, but Thornton's still got enough of a gap. You can see how far ahead they are. Is that Seb Follet now ahead? Ahead of this battle pack, but Speaks is losing out as this race has gone on.
Yes, I thought Scott Helm had lost it there coming into Park Corner, but he kept it together in that P6, battling it out, P5 I should say, battling it out with Tholle and Speaks. Alistair Morton just behind them. Clock has counted down to 0, so it will be checkered flag at this time, and I don't think Brian Thornton is going to be caught here. Over the top he comes out of the mountain for the final time into Hall Bends. Apart from a brief period when Paul Oglesby took the lead at the start, Brian Thornton really has controlled this race and is heading for 2 Fan Drive 270R Championship wins out of 2. They drop through Barn Corner for the final time. Out of the trees he comes into the sunshine and across the line for win number 2 this weekend. From pole position, Brian Thornton takes it in Fan Drive 270R. Second goes to Paul Oglesby, and third for Ollie White. We wait the 4th place fight to come through, headed up, it should be by Seb Tholle. Yes, there he is, just ahead of Scott Helm over the line, then Speaks, Morton, Davison. Van Dijk has to settle for 9th place, and Craig Evans finishes in 10th.
Great race there by that front pack. And who's coming across next? We've got Oliver, there's Jasmine Shaw, again Caruso just on her tail. So Caruso having a weekend. It started so well, but lifted back across Bailey Pontes.
Full credit to Aaron Oliver there. Started last on the grid after those repairs from yesterday and charged his way back up to 11th place in the end. So salvaging something at least from his weekend that's been disappointing so far. We'll wait for the drivers to get into Parc Ferme, and I'm sure Sam will be down there to talk to them. We'll talk to as many of the leading runners as we can. We'll bring you the provisional results in just a moment, though.
They have 3 races over the course of the weekend, so second race of 3.
Yes, Brian Thornton takes the win by 2.7 seconds over Paul Oglesby, with Ollie White in 3rd place. Seb Tholle heading up a fine battle for 4th over Scott Helm and Henry Speaks. Then Alistair Morton in 7th ahead of Andrew Davison. Good result for him. Bruno van Dijk has to be content with 9th. Craig Evans rounds out the top 10. Aaron Oliver from last to 11th. Then Jasmine Shaw, Caruso in 13th. Gary Cross in 14th place. All 26 who started made it to the checkered flag, which is pleasing to see. Seb Tholle got the fastest lap, 1:38.432.
Yeah, and that's 5th place yesterday, 4th place today. He's got one more chance to see whether he can get onto the podium.
Certainly has, yes. There's another race coming up later this afternoon. Next up, it's back to tin top action. We have the junior saloon cars out on track, with Ollie Smith looking to make it 5 wins out of 5 this season.
Cars just being directed off the left at Mountain there, back into the paddock. So they don't. The pit lane is sort of separate. In fact, it's quite awkward for the marshals to get, for the teams to get down there. They can only do it in between races. You get stuck in an island, basically. But yep, the drivers all going off then, and no doubt Sam will be there to talk to them in just a second.
So Brian's done it, 2 from 2. Absolutely amazing. And he had even had a bit of breathing space towards the end. Brian, it didn't feel like it.
No. I just kept seeing the screen flash behind me, and I was like, oh God, Ollie, keep him away, will you?
They all spread out actually on the last few laps, but yeah, it must have given you a bit of a breather.
Yeah, a little bit of a breather. I certainly wasn't setting any lap records, but I still managed to whack a flappy on the second last lap, and I was like, oh, don't start smoking my tyre. And then the last lap board didn't come out until the next lap, and I was like, oh, crap.
You were literally 5 seconds.
I was going to hold off, and I was like, oh, keep going, maybe they'll do. Anyways, look, another lap, bit of fun. But this is for my son Sean. It's his 12th birthday today, so this is all
happy
for him.
birthday, Sean.
And can I just say, as I was going around, a big thanks to all of the BARC guys, all of the marshals, the volunteers. I mean, look, I forget how much has been done with the volunteers, and without them it wouldn't be possible. So thanks to all of them.
Brilliant. Thank you, Brian, and well done. Well deserved. Right, let's come round to Paul, let him get out the car. Should be happy with that one. Paul, that was a great race, wasn't it? Really, really close battle between the 3 of you, and then obviously you spread out a little bit towards the end.
Sorry. Yeah. It was really. I mentioned to you before the race, like the toe effect was like non-existent. So you had a little bit into turn 1. I had one opportunity on the outside of Brian, but he did a great job at cutting back. And then halfway through the race, my tyres went off, and I was just trying to keep Ollie behind. But really pleased with that. And the big shout out for RS, who've done a phenomenal job with me over the last year. Family and young Tom at home who's helped me on the sim. So yeah, really happy.
Brilliant. Well done. First podium of the season for 270s.
Yes. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Well done. Right, let's come around and speak to Ollie in 3rd place. Let me just squeeze through. Cameraman's over there. Sorry, guys. Ollie, another podium.
Yes,
congratulations.
thank you.
How was it for you?
Yeah, lots of fun. Fighting with Paul was really enjoyable. Just couldn't get past him. So, and we let Brian get away, which was a shame. So,
yes.
Yeah.
I bet you thought, oh no, because that gap is hard to draw back, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But it was good fun. So, yeah.
But what a way! 2 podiums on your first weekend in 270s.
Yeah, good start to the season.
Absolutely, more to come.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well done, Ollie.
Cheers.
I was going to see if we've got time. I don't know if we have. I was going to have a quick word with Luciano to find out what happened to him. He's just over there, so if we just go round this way. I can see what happened to Luciano, and obviously Steve's there as well. He had a bit of a spin, so we might just get time to speak to him. Luciano, sorry to interrupt. Just want to find out what happened, because you dropped back quite a bit.
I did. It wasn't ideal. I got a bit beaten up out there, but yeah, nothing major. I got a good start this time.
Yes.
Yeah, better than yesterday. I got the start today that I needed yesterday, and then it was just a bit of a scruffy race.
We weren't sure if it was something mechanical or if...
After one of the hits that somebody gave me, it wasn't steering right quite so well, but I mean, I take full responsibility for for what happened. But I got to check. I think the steering was a bit put out. But no, all good. It was a lot of fun, and got one more today anyway. So.
Yeah, one more to go. 3 races a weekend is a lot, isn't it?
It definitely feels like a lot. You got one more today?
I've got 2.
2 more today? Well,
yeah.
You better get suited up.
2 this afternoon, yeah.
Right, enjoy.
Thanks, Luciano. Well done. Right, there we go. That's it for the 270 race. We've got more racing on track now before lunch, so I'll hand back to David and Chris.
Cars out on track then for our next race, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, race 2 of the weekend. For the second time this weekend, it is Jake Wardle on pole position. This grid based on the second fastest times from the qualifying session. Championship leader, unbeaten so far this year, Ollie Smith is alongside. Max Scharfegger and Martin Wright on the second row of the grid. Then on row 3, Matthew Swatton and Lachlan Homer. Fourth row, Zane Quecker alongside Tim Leonard. Leon Holly finds himself down on row 5 alongside scholarship winner Ralphie Branscombe. Then on the 6th row of the grid, 64 Ben Ward, 41 Will Omar. And completing the lineup at number 17, George Allen, hoping to get farther than his father did in his Fiesta earlier on. Ollie Allen having to pull off on the green flag lap in the Blue Oval Saloon Series race. 13 Citroen Saxos out there then. These drivers, some as young as 14, ready to put on a show. They'll be underway with their green flag lap shortly, but earlier Ian caught up with some of the drivers.
Right, everybody, here we are in the assembly area. Yesterday we saw a brilliant race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The man right at the front, Ollie Smith. Today he's going to try and make it win number 5 for the season. He picked up his 4th win of the campaign yesterday. In fact, he's 100% win record. Can he keep that going? I wanted to come down here and have a quick chat with Zane. Zane, how you doing? Come on, my friend, Zane. How are you? It's good to see you, by the way. You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
How have you found your experience so far at Junior Saloons? Of course, we saw each other at Donington, didn't we?
Like I said, at Donington, it's really enjoyable. But I think last round we struggled with the car.
Okay.
But it's just experience, isn't it?
It is experience. What have you learned from Donington that you've been bringing into Cadwell Park? And has it been just getting used to a new routine?
Yeah, I'd just say it's the racecraft. I think I can just be a bit more, what's the word? More elbows out, just a bit more.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like it. Do you feel you're getting more and more confident each session out on the track?
Very much so.
What do you think of Cadwell Park?
Favourite track so far.
Is it?
Genuinely, yeah.
Why is it? Is it just because it's known as the mini Nürburgring?
Yeah, it's a lot of elevation throughout the track. It's just really enjoyable. I just love it.
Good, Zane. Really appreciate you talking to us, mate. Best of luck, yeah?
Thank you.
We'll be watching, but
Yeah.
you have a great time. Enjoy it, won't you? Yeah, here we go. What a great grid of cars. Let's grab Mr. Swatton over here as well. Matthew, can I just borrow you for a second? I really feel we've properly talked so far this week, and how's it all going?
It's gone all right. It's a bit of a bittersweet weekend. I don't think we qualified that well, but I'm just looking to make progress.
Is that what it's all about? Every single race? Just chatting to Zane, of course, he's fresh into it, of course, but it's still, you guys are still so young. Just about building confidence, getting the racecraft. But I know you. You're quick, right? you want to be up there, don't you?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I feel like last year if I got P6, I'd be quite happy with it, but obviously the bar has raised quite high this year. So obviously I'm just looking to get to those boys and we should be all right.
You'll do it, Matthew. Top man. Good luck,
Cheers.
yeah?
Thank
Really
you.
good to see you again as well. Right, here we go. The 5th race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Their 2nd of the weekend here at Cadwell Park. Side over to commentator Dave Goddard. This will be an absolute cracker.
This certainly will be a cracker, thanks Ian. Yeah, cars will be on their way round on the green flag lap any moment now. Green flag's waving from the marshals, and there's the Junior Saloon Car Championship safety car. The Citroen Saxo VTR leading around a field of identical 1600cc Saxo VTRs. This is the training ground for the Saloon Car Stars of tomorrow. So Jake Wardle on pole position, the black and green car for the 2nd time this weekend. Ollie Smith going for 5 wins out of 5. A hat-trick at Donington Park. In here yesterday and got past Jake Wardle. Taken pole for both races so far. Some drivers lost their quickest lap times from qualifying due to a couple of infringements. Will Omar also had a grid penalty in race 1 yesterday, had to start at the back. It was a legacy of incidents at Donington Park at the season opener. Yeah, championship organisers and stewards very tough on discipline this year among these young racers. We said some of them as young as 14 years of age. They come up to the grid then. It will be a new name on the championship trophy this year. Oliver Kerr, who won last year's title, has moved on elsewhere, as has Josh Salvadori, the runner-up. He's in the Mini Challenge. And Wilf Butler now in Civic Cup, has already taken his first win in Civic Cup. Who will the next star graduate be? Ollie Smith, unbeaten so far this year. Is his unbeaten run going to come to an end here, or will he make it 5 out of 5? It's Jake Wardle in the black and green car on pole position. Ollie Smith in blue, white and green alongside. Max Scharfegger on the second row, the grey and yellow car. We're underway, and a decent start by Ollie Smith from second on the grid. They're all away cleanly further back. Watch for Leon Holly coming through a bit from the 5th row of the grid, a bit further back than he's used to. Up towards the first corner it is Smith who has made the best start, and he leads the way from second on the grid. Second is Jake Wardle in the number 3. Third it's Max Scharfegger, Martin Wright side by side with Matthew Swatton in the red, white and blue Kersley Motorsport machine. A good start there. I think that's Zane Quecker, the black and orange car, up into 6th position. He's got away well, just ahead of the black and white car. That's number 94, Lachlan Homer. Up the hill they go towards Park Corner for the first time. Ollie Smith leads, but Jake Wardle is hungry for an attack. He doesn't quite get the nose down the inside this time. Scharfegger is in 3rd position. Martin Wright in the blue car, the man all the way from Cornwall, up there in 4th, ahead of Swatton in 5th. And whoops, that's Will Omar going off. Didn't see if there was any contact there, but Omar rallycrosses his way back on. Hopefully he'll be able to continue and catch up. And Leon Holly's run wide there as well, coming out of the gooseneck onto the grass. And somebody else is off. That's Martin Wright in the 14. He's gone way off over the bank there on the outside of Mansfield Bend. He bounces back on towards the tail of the field. That was a big overshoot there. Anyone for rallycross once again. Saxo's quite popular in production level rallycross. Ollie Smith leads the way ahead of Wardle. Scharfegger in 3rd. Then it's Matthew Swatton up to 4th. Zane Quecker up into 5th position. He's running well. Leon Holly is 6th. There's Ben Ward, teammate of Matthew Swatton at Kersley Motorsports, being chased by the Oryx competition car of Tim Leonard, number 29. He's telling us about how he got all his ducks in a row prior to the season starting in his interview yesterday. Ralphie Branscombe is next to, then George Allen in the 17. It's Smith who leads by 0.85 of a second over the line for the first time. Already starting to string out slightly. Smith leads in the sunshine of the Lincolnshire Wolds. Driving for Musketeer Motorsports leads Jake Wardle in the CSC racing car. His teammate Max Scharfegger is in 3rd. There's Zane Quecker. I know he has a lot of fans watching on our stream, a few of our commenters. He's well up there in 5th place at the moment. Could be on for his best results this season. Leon Holly throwing the 87 car around, and Ben Ward in the 64 getting sideways there. Martin Wright, well, you can see he's fired up. He's got the headlights on as he tries to recover his way up the order after that off. He's past George Allen in the number 17 car, son of Ollie Allen, classic Ford racer in Fiestas for many years. Saw him out briefly earlier on, but sadly had to pull off on the green flag lap of the Blue Oval Saloon Series race. Next target for Wright is Ralphie Branscombe, in the black and green, the scholarship winner, number 96, riding for the Oryx competitions team. Ben Ward having a go at Tim Leonard further forward. They've been having a decent little scrap for 7th place. So Leonard's got ahead there. Branscombe 9th, Wright back up to 10th. I think we've lost Lachlan Homer, unfortunately. The 94 has not come through. So whether he's pulled into the paddock entrance, I'm not sure. Maybe it was he who had a bit of contact with Martin Wright. We didn't see, unfortunately, so I think Lachlan Homer may have pulled into the paddock at the mountain. There's our leader. Ollie Smith now leads by over 2 seconds. Pulling away from Wardle and Scharfegger, the teammates line astern. Matthew Swatton in 4th for Kersley Motorsport. Zane Quaker 5th for Oryx Competitions. Jake Wardle runs a bit wide there, just sliding the Saxo through Charlie's. Here comes Scharfegger. He had a 2nd place at Donington on the opening weekend of the year, looking to equal his best ever results here. Can he get the nose down the inside? Yes, he can. He's going through, surely. Wardle doesn't give way, he keeps his foot in around the outside. There's a good scrap between the two teammates, and Wardle has held it around the outside with some judicious throttle control. There's Leonard and Ward battling it out. I heard a squeal of tyres there in the background. Didn't see who it was as Max Scharfegger goes wide onto the grass there, coming out of the gooseneck. Jake Wardle still holding that 2nd place. It's Ollie Smith pulling away, as we've seen in every race so far this year. Martin Wright on the move back up the order, and George Allen making a move on Ralphie Branscombe, I think, there as well. A bit of a sort out into the mountain. Zane Quaker still staying ahead of Leon Holly. Qualified a bit further down than he would normally have liked. Leon, the man from Devon. Gap back behind them to Leonard 7th, Ward 8th. Martin Wright is now up to 9th, and Allen into 10th. So Ralphie Branscombe's lost a couple of places in the midfield. Will Omar still running behind them. We have lost Lachlan Homer, the 94. Up the hill towards Park Corner once again. It's under 9 minutes of this 15-minute race to go for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and as we've seen on the previous 4 occasions this year, Ollie Smith able to control the pace out in front. His brother Harry Smith was champion in this division a couple of years ago. He's now in the Mini Challenge. We also saw Luca Maserati, a regular race winner over the last couple of years. He's moved on up midway through last season, now continuing the family tradition of racing Porsches, racing a Porsche Boxster in senior motorsports. Jonathan Moore, another graduate who have gone into Porsches over the last couple of years, so plenty for these young racers to aspire to. And Walt Neals was a champion in this division a few years back as well. He went on to briefly race in the British Touring Car Championship, and now carving out a successful career on the short ovals in Formula 1 stock car racing, continuing his family tradition. There's Martin Wright. Where's he up to now? He's up to P9 from the back after that off at Mansfield Bend. He's got ahead of Ben Ward now, in fact, so he's ahead of the 64 into P8. Ralphie Branscombe is really throwing his car around, staying ahead of Will Omar. I wonder if Will's car picked up a bit of damage when it went off at Chris Curve earlier on, the bright red Saxo. Tim Leonard's spectacular slide there around Charlie's Bend. Past half distance, 7 minutes of this race to go. Martin Wright starting to put Leonard under pressure now for P7. Leon Holly has got ahead of Zane Quaker up into P5. Quaker with the novice cross on the back of his car. Leon Holly comes down out of the gooseneck into Mansfield. Just over 4 seconds is the lead margin now for Smith over Wardle. Max Scharfegger in 3rd place. Just over a second clear of Matthew Swatton, there they are. Four of them together a little further back. Leonard, Wright, Ward and Allen. That's the battle for 7th place. Ralphie Branscombe and Will Omar having dropped away slightly. Still, Leon Smith controls the pace. He's over 4.5, well, nearly 4.7 seconds clear now of Jake Wardle in 2nd place. The pre-season favourite, looking to continue his unbeaten run to 5 races. There's another race coming up this afternoon for the Junior Saloons, due off at 5 p.m. 2 more races to come before the lunch break here at Cadwell Park this afternoon. We've got the Track Action Racing Club and the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. That promises to be something special. Martin Wright looking to make a move on Tim Leonard here as they go up into Park Corner. He's got the headlights on to try and intimidate his opponents. Through Chris Curve. Leonard keeps his foot in the Oryx car around the outside. Martin Wright run by the MRM team. Through Mansfield, and this time Martin Wright's got a decent run on Tim Leonard for 7th place. Ben Ward behind them in 9th, ahead of George Allen, who's improving with every turn of the wheel. Not to be confused with the former British truck racer of the same name. I think Will Omar's got alongside Ralphie Branscombe as well in the battle for 11th place. So right now up into P7. No change among the leading runners though at the moment. The lead gap is up to over 5.5 seconds, so Ollie Smith in still dominant form. Side by side almost there, that's George Allen going for Ben Ward. What's the gap for Martin Wright to his next target? Just over a second to Zane Quecker in the number 44 car. Right now back up to 7th. Smith leads by over 5.5 seconds. He's done the fastest lap as well, 1:47.312 for the so far unbeaten championship leader. The main focus at the moment is still this battle for 7th position, where George Allen trying to make a move for 9th there on the inside of Ben Ward, but he wasn't close enough coming down into Mansfield. Two and a half minutes left of this second of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The leader's just gone through to complete his 7th lap. 6 seconds clear now. It's going to be 5 out of 5 for Ollie Smith. Then Ward gets a wheel onto the grass there, coming out of the hairpin. There's Will Omar. Race rather spoiled by that off going into Chris Curve on the first lap. He's got it back ahead of Ralphie Branscombe. Side by side between Allen and Ward. Is George Allen going to take P9? Up on the inside as they come through Charlie's, he should do. Yes, he's done it. There's Tim Leonard in the 29. Drop back a bit now from Martin Wright. Pick up our leaders in just a moment. The way things are going at the moment, Ollie Smith is going to have the title sewn up by August. Oh, and George Allen runs wide. He missed his breaking point. They both run wide there, Allen and Ben Ward, but Ward keeps it on the tarmac. Oh, what a disappointment for George Allen. He'd gone so well to get ahead of Ben Ward, but then overcooks it through Park Corner. And like Will Omar, we saw in the same place earlier on, has to rally cross his way back on. Well, here are the top 4 runners. There've been no change among them all race long. Going round to start their final lap this time. There is Ollie Smith out in front ahead of Jake Wardle, who's got teammates Max Scharfegger on his tail. Through Coppice for the last time towards Charlie's. Lead gap of 6.4 seconds for Ollie Smith. And here's George Allen trying to fight back on the tail of fellow newcomer Will Omar. Smith just dropped a wheel onto the grass there on Park Straight. Doesn't need to be reckless now, just needs to be careful on his way to the flag. And a 5th win of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car season. Clock has counted down to 0 then. It'll be checkered flag this time for Ollie Smith, who makes his way down towards Mansfield for the final time. I just noticed in the background there, George Allen has got back ahead of Will Omar for P10. Now, it's been a quiet race up front for the leading runners, but a couple of good battles further back in the order. Leader into Hall Bends for the final time. And he's wringing the neck of that Saxo this season. And it is working for him. Here he comes, and the man from Maidenhead out of Barn Corner for the final time. Coming in to make it 5 out of 5 for this season. Battle for second between the two CSC Racing teammates going to go to the line, but Smith takes the win. Looks like it's going to be Jake Wardle who matches his best ever finish with second place. Scharfegger is third. They're clear of Matthew Swatton, who will take 4th place. Waiting to see who comes over in 5th. Looks like it's going to be Leon Holly. Rest of the pack make it home over the line. Leon Holly in 5th position. That's 6 seconds back of Swatton. Then Zane Quecker gets his, I think that's his best result so far in 6. Martin Wrights, after that off early on, comes back to 7th ahead of Tim Leonard. Then Ward, Allen, Omar and Branscombe completing the finishes. Give you the provisional results of our Junior Saloon Car Championship. First of 2 races today. 7.4 seconds the eventual winning margin for Ollie Smith over Jake Wardle, and Smith got the fastest lap as well of 1:47.312. Max Scharfegger on the podium in 3rd ahead of Matthew Swatton. Then a gap back to Leon Holly. Finished ahead of Zane Quecker, Martin Wright, Tim Leonard, Ben Ward and George Allen rounding out the top 10. He did get back ahead of William Omar on the last lap. Ralphie Branscombe completing the finishers. We lost Lachlan Homer on the opening lap. Two more races to come before our lunch break then. Next up on track, it is the Track Action Racing Club for their 2nd race of the weekend. Marshall Groves in his Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car going for his 2nd win. Beat Lee Bull's Clio yesterday. A mixture of saloon cars out on track for this one, including the competitors in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. They have their own separate subclass within the Track Action Racing Club. But first of all, in just a moment, we can head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
It's another 5-star performance from Ollie Smith. 5 races this season so far in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and Ollie Smith has won them all. Let's go have a quick chat with him. In fact, it's the same podium as we had yesterday with Jake Wardle in second and Matt Scharfegger coming home in P3. And it looked, I daren't say it was a good lead for Ollie Smith there. Ollie, well done. Congratulations, making a bit of a habit of this, aren't we?
Yeah, certainly are, yeah, definitely.
It didn't look like you had too much to worry about in that race.
No, I did the same as yesterday, got a good start, got my head down, and yeah, same as yesterday, just go, yeah.
It's 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Did you realise what you're achieving here?
Yeah, I'm trying to beat my mechanics record of 10 in a row, so.
Okay, halfway there.
Yeah, halfway there.
Well done, congratulations, mate. Really happy for you. Let's go have a chat with Jake. Oh, we've got Max here as well. I'll grab you both if that's all right, because we've got the next race already heading out. Jake, a bit of a mirror image of yesterday.
Yeah, that was very good. Yeah, lost a bit of pace towards the end, but kept my position.
I was going to say, Max, you were keeping him honest.
Yeah, I was trying to keep up with him.
What can you two do about Ollie up here? Look?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I can't say anything really.
We've got one more to go. You never know. Yeah. We've got clouds looming in. Do you want rain this afternoon?
Mix things up a bit. Be interesting.
I'd like rain. Yeah.
You want rain? Guys, thank you so much. Congratulations to you both. Well done. Same top 3 as I said yesterday as well. So a pair of wins for Ollie Smith, a pair of P2s for Jake Wardle this weekend so far, and a pair of P3s for Max Scharfegger. Track action cars, they've had it out on track already. So let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ian. 2 more races to come before lunch. We've got the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship coming up before lunch, but first of all we have the Track Action Racing Club and their very varied grid of different saloon cars based on the results, not based on the results of yesterday's race, sorry, based on the second quickest times from the qualifying session we had yesterday. Front of the grid, Marshall Groves in his Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car alongside Lee Bull in his Renault Clio. They were 1-2 in yesterday's race. Second row, Thomas Franklin, not in a Renault 5 GT Turbo, as our graphics tell us. He's in a Seat Leon this weekend, Thomas Franklin. Late change of car for Tom. Glyn Pocklington next to him in a BMW Compact. Row 3, I don't think we're going to see Randall Lawson, sadly. The Alpine A310 was not out in the Classic Thunder race earlier on. But Dan Earl is there in his Vauxhall Astra, was 3rd yesterday. Then we've got the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. Mervyn Beckett and Jake Richardson head them up, followed by Noah Checkley and Paul Rice if they've repaired from yesterday. Both their cars went up in a cloud of smoke in yesterday's race. Row 6, who will have 2 more Peugeots, 48 Chris Van and 25 Matt Anderson. The 7th row of the grid, Katrina Gray in her Mini Cooper S starts alongside Nick Tasker in a Volkswagen Scirocco. And at the back of the field we'll hopefully have Mark Robinson with his Volkswagen Golf, and Martin Reynolds, in addition to the back of the grid, in his Ford Escort, deciding to take part in an extra race here today, and why not? Martin Reynolds, in addition to the back of the grid. Ian caught up with some of the drivers in the assembly area a little while ago.
Right, everybody, here we are for the final time this weekend for Track Action, about to get underway. We saw a cracker yesterday, didn't we? Marshall Groves in the Vauxhall Vectra taking the outright win, but we've come down to catch up with some of the Peugeot category here, and we've got our good friend Matt Anderson. Matt, how are we doing? All right? Are you well? Are you happy?
Good, yeah, good and happy. And
sun's come out for us today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a battle between sun and rain, I think, at the moment. It's threatened a little bit, but it's not going to cause any problems, I don't think. Nothing like the oil yesterday.
No, well, no, I'm pleased to say it looks like Noah Checkley's going to manage to get back out again, which is good.
Yeah, I think he had a sump plug missing, but yeah, he's back out luckily. So yeah, he got a bit of grief for putting some oil down, bless him, but he didn't know. And then the minute he did, he got off the track. So yeah, the commentators were giving him some stick. Get off the track now.
Well, listen, let's talk about these Peugeots, because you guys always put on a special show, don't you? They're really good, solid race cars, aren't they?
Yeah, they're good, wholesome cars. They're fun, they're cheap, and you know, everybody can see these cars now. They've always been at sort of the back of the pack, so some people think they might be, you know, less fun. But I tell you what, for the money you pay for them, they're reliable. You know, Paul Rice blew his engine up yesterday, a few £100, new engine will be back out. So yeah, it's good stuff, and we'd like to put on a good bit of a show where we can.
So is this a good place, say, for somebody like me, for example, I don't race, would this be a good place to maybe start? Or
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a cracking place.
But it doesn't matter what level you are, does
No,
it?
they're really easy to drive. It's literally a production car. You know, there's nothing really heavily bolted onto these cars. We just, you know, they're just the safety bits, and it's a production car ready to go. So it's a great place to start, and it's a really friendly paddock to come in, and everybody's welcome.
Excellent.
Especially you.
Oh, mate, I'll definitely get a handshake for that. Good luck. Yeah, I don't have any favourites, but good luck, Matt. There we go. For the final time, track action about to get underway. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Cars on their way round to the grid then. Just noticed Mark Robinson's Golf is out there. Good to see he's back out. Noah Checkley's back out as well. So his car repaired after going up in smoke yesterday. No Paul Rice, though, we heard his engine went bang on the run into the mountain. He stopped in the entrance to the paddock while the marshals dealt with that. Good to see Noah's back out there, though, the young man from Birmingham. See if the rest of the grid are present and correct. We don't have Randall Lawson, damage yesterday to his lovely Group 4 Alpine A310. Can't see Martin Reynolds there. He was going to be in addition to the back of the grid in the Mark II Escort. Marshall Groves is there though. Took his first outright win yesterday at the wheel of the Vauxhall Vectra. Lee Bull alongside him in the bewinged Renault Clio. The black Seat Leon is Thomas Frankland. Had problems with his Renault 5 Turbo, so switched cars at the last moment for this weekend. Glyn Pocklington's BMW Compact alongside him. There's a gap on row 3 where the Renault Alpine should have been, so Dan Earl starts there alone in the Astra VXR. Then we've got the first of the Peugeots, Mervyn Beckett, former Civic Cup class champion among other achievements, alongside the red Peugeot of Jake Richardson. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. Nice mix of saloon cars for a 15-minute race in the sunshine. A little bit of creeping there for Thomas Franklin. A slow start for Dan Earl in the Astra. The 206s have rather swamped him. And look at Nick Tasker up the outside, and the VW Scirocco blasts his way through in among the Peugeots there. No way through for Katrina Gray in her BMW Mini, but it's Lee Bull who's got the lead in the Renault Clio in the early going. Made a great start there to outpace Marshall Groves in the one of the last remaining Vauxhall Vectra Challenge cars from that one-make series in the late 1990s. Mervyn Beckett, the leading Peugeot, ahead of Matt Anderson and Noah Checkley at the moment in the 206 GTI Cup. Nick Tasker's already breezing through everybody in his Volkswagen Scirocco. He could be up there challenging for an overall podium. We didn't see much of Mark Robinson in that nice blue VW Golf yesterday. That broke down on the first lap of yesterday's race, but he's back out. He starts to settle in around the opening lap then. We never saw Martin Reynolds join the grid, sadly. It is Bull who leads from Marshall Groves. There he is in second place. Campaigns that Vectra in the Northwest Sports and Saloon Series. The CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon, based mainly at Alton Park. These two already starting to pull away from the rest of the field. It's Tom Franklin in the menacing black Seat Leon in third position ahead of Glyn Pocklington in the BMW. There are various sub-series in Track Action Race Club based on the nationality of the car. German cars go in the Deutsche Marks Cup, get it? Japanese cars go in the Nippon Challenge, I should say. We haven't got any Japanese cars this weekend. French cars are in the Tricolore Trophy, and there's the trophy for British cars as well. We've got the two Vauxhalls out there this weekend. Where does that leave, I hear you say, Tom Franklin, because he's in a Seat Leon? Well, that's part of the Volkswagen Audi group, Seat, so that goes in Deutsche Marks. Over the line we go, and Mark Robinson taking the Golf past the 206s there. Dan Earl's already got ahead of them as well after bogging down off the line. Nick Tasker's got ahead of Glyn Pocklington as well and up into P4. So it's Bull from Groves, Franklin in third, and this is the battle for fourth place. Dan Earl in the Astra comes through into fifth position behind Nick Tasker. Robinson will make a move on Pocklington as well. He goes through. Mervyn Beckett still the leading Peugeot 206. Just saw a flash of yellow there. That's his 206 GTI Cup car for the Track Day Motorsports team. I'm sure they'll be watching on. Dan Earl under fire from Mark Robinson in the Golf. We saw a couple of our leading names hit trouble yesterday, so good to see the majority of them getting back out. We are missing Paul Rice in his Peugeot 206. We heard earlier that blew its engine in yesterday's race, but whatever mechanical malady Noah Checkley had, that's been rectified, and he's back out there in his 206 GTI Cup car. Bull leads by 1 second as they cross the line that time, but Marshall Groves just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:41.244, as the Golf puts a wheel onto the grass coming out of Barn Corner. There's a yellow flag waving, that's on the entrance to the mountain. Oh no, Noah Checkley stopped again and he's on fire. Oh dear, a disastrous weekend for the young Brummie. Well done Marshalls, fight the fire. What a shame for Noah, one of the up-and-coming talents of the 206 GTI Cup. I'm wondering if that might bring out a safety car as Dan Earl makes a move on Nick Tasker up at the top of the circuit at Park Corner, goes through into what is P4. The Golf's up there behind them as well, and there's our 206 leader. That is the experienced Mervyn Beckett, former oval racer. Raced in stock hatch for the Vauxhall Nova, won his class in the Civic Cup a few years ago as well. He's one of the prime movers behind Track Day Motorsport and their success of bringing drivers in from track days into racing. Is that a flame I can see on the front of the safety car? Is being scrambled incidentally. I thought I could see a bit of flame on the front of Nick Tasker's car there as well, possibly. Or is that just the towing strap flapping in the breeze? Yeah, it just might be the colour of the towing strap there on the black and orange car, could have confused me. But we do have the safety car out for Noah Checkley's stranded car at the mountain, as I thought. So the Hyundai electric safety car we have at Motorsport Vision Circuits, that will pick up our leader Lee Bull in the Renault Clio. He was 1 second ahead of Marshall Groves in the Vectra. So the fire marshals will check on Noah Checkley's car. Safety first, you see, you don't open the bonnet on a car that might be on fire because the air would fan the flames. Check underneath the bonnet with it just slightly open and aim the extinguisher underneath. Marshall's satisfied that there is no fire, so they can open the bonnet fully. The safety car driven by Evelyn Buanik, the former BMW racer, will pick up Lee Bull's Renault Clio. Groves in second, it's Frankland in third place in the Seat Leon. And Dan Earl up to fourth, Robinson fifth in his Golf. Nick Tasker's not come through on that last lap in the Scirocco. Has he pulled in? Did he pull into the paddock? I didn't see him pull off at the mountain, but so I think we've lost the Scirocco somewhere. Well, we said yesterday that this circuit proving out of a car breaker for the Track Action Racing Club cars. Have a look as they come through. Bull ahead of Groves. There's Franklin. Earl. Now the Scirocco is there. For some reason it just hasn't transponded on that last lap. So Nick Tasker is there. Maybe his transponder's failed. Yeah, it's now been reinserted in fifth place on the timing screen. as the fire marshals go to work on the Peugeot. Big thanks once again to the Orange family. If you've ever fancied becoming a marshal and getting up close and personal to the action, check out the British Motorsports Marshals Club online. That's marshals.co.uk, or the BARC website at barc.net. You can sign up for a taster day at an event at your local circuit. Find out all the different aspects of being a motorsport official. You can even go out on post with the marshals and find out exactly what your duties entail. It's not just about waving flags. Noah Checkley there, back with his Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, running as a subclass within the Tricolor Trophy administered by the Track Action Racing Club. For the second time this weekend, his hopes sadly go up in smoke. CC Recovery Nissan Navara pickup truck comes in to tow him away. Hi to Track Day Motorsport, they are watching on. The Orange Army had their work cut out yesterday. Hi to Connor Penfold as well. Track Day Motorsport says say hello to Tony and Hannah. To NL5HZ27, I think that's the right sequence. Hello from Bavaria in Germany. Guten Tag to you. Alan Granger cheering on Jake Richardson in the red Peugeot 206. He's currently in third in class, 10th overall. About 4.5 minutes of this race left to go. Should be only a short tow for the 206, just back across the mountain into the paddock entrance, hopefully. Safety car still out. Lee Bull leading the way. Comes from Derby in his Renault Clio. Another man who competes. You can see the CNC Heads sticker on his car there. Competes in the Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship, as does Marshall Groves. Leading the Peugeots is Beckett ahead of Matt Anderson and Jake Richardson. There's Chris Van in the number 48. Only just beginning racing, the Oxfordshire driver in his late 40s. Choosing to follow his dream of going motor racing thanks to Track Day Motorsport. Had a collision with Matt Anderson on the last lap at Donington Park last month. It's thankfully so far incident free this weekend. Don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things for him, so I won't say anything else. Lights are still on atop the safety car, so it's got quite a way to go around this lap, so we might see the pack unleashed this time. If we do, we'll hopefully get 2 more laps out of this race under green flag conditions. Yes, the lights are out. The mountain is clear. Well done, marshals. We're ready to resume with our second race of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. Lee Bull leads. Can he hold off Marshall Groves? They were a second apart before the safety car came out, but the Vectra now right on the tail of the Clio. Watch for Dan Earl as well. That Astra recovering from its slow start up there in 4th place. Thomas Franklin's Seat, a potent car too. There's Glyn Pocklington's BMW. This is going to be an interesting one. Ready for a restart then. The revs are up. With just over 2 minutes on the clock, we go back to racing conditions. It'll be a 2-lap sprint for the line. Look at Marshall Groves in the Vectra. He's got the power down. He's going to go straight past Lee Bull. I thought that might happen. Straight into the lead goes the Vauxhall. Lee Bull goes down to second place. It's Franklin third, then Earl, Tasker and Robinson in the Golf from the back of the grid. Now Lee Bull is going to try to fight back as they come out of Charlie's Bend up the hill on Park Straight. Can he get the Clio close enough to challenge for the lead here? They've already pulled away from their opposition behind them. It's Marshall Groves who just about holds his lead. It's the Vectra Challenge. I think that's the only car still remaining from the One Make series of a few years ago. Up to third has come the Astra of Dan Earl. Meanwhile, he's got ahead of Tom Franklin. Most well-known name from the Vectra Challenge was probably Mark Blair, as we mentioned yesterday. Won that title and did a season in a Vectra in the British Touring Cars. Obviously in the years when Matt Neal was dominating the privateer ranks though, so Mark Blair didn't really get a shot at the title. Over the top they come, the first two going clear of Earl, who gets some air there over the mountain. Franklin fourth, Robinson fifth, Tasker in sixth position. Now can Lee Bull challenge and try and snatch the win from Marshall Groves? Pulled away from Dan Earl, who's still there in third place in the Astra. First half dozen pulling away from Pocklington's BMW, and then it's Mervyn Beckett leading the 206 GTI Cup. It's the last lap of the race now. Marshall Groves leads. There's Mark Robinson's Golf up the inside. Oh, it's tangled with Tom Franklin and wallop. Off goes the Golf. Big impact there into the barriers. I think he thought he was past Thomas Franklin there, but see, it wasn't as far forward as he thought he was. Clipped the Seat and off he goes. Thankfully not very heavy damage, I don't think, to the Golf. It's knocked the headlights out of their apertures there, but Mark Robinson should be okay, I think. The race will run to its conclusion. We were on the last lap anyway. A great shame for Mark Robinson and the Golf. Such a nice looking car that was in its bright blue livery as well, but he's out of this one. Retired from yesterday's race as well. So it's going to be Marshall Groves by the look of it with a double, unless Lee Bull can do something special in the last few corners of this race in the Clio. We're clear of Dan Earl in third place. Now, did Thomas Franklin survive that in the Seat where he tangled up with the Golf? Wait and see as the rest of the pack comes through at the checkered flag. Yes, the Vectra, I think, has escaped now. The number 186 of Groves into the last couple of corners. Having got it right on the restart to dive past Lee Bull into Coppice, Marshall Groves completes the double. Lee Bull in second place in our Track Action Racing Club event. Dan Earl completes the podium in the Astra. And we wait to see who comes through for fourth place. There's Mark Robinson out of the car, he's okay. Looks like it was Nick Tasker who came through before, so possibly Thomas Franklin out of the race there as well. We'll wait to see if he does come through. There's Pocklington's BMW, and next through the 206s. So yes, Franklin out as well. Beckett wins the 206s ahead of Matt Anderson and Jake Richardson, and Katrina Gray's Mini across the line. Chris Van in his Peugeot. Just make certain that both Mark Robinson and Thomas Franklin are okay there after that incident into Coppice corner. There's the damage to the front end of the Golf. That could have been a lot worse. I'm surprised that Golf didn't get upside down as it bounced back out of the barriers there, but the main thing is everybody appears to be okay. It's quite an impact, but you can see the Golf has stood up to it fairly well. Rear suspension's broken as well. We'll wait to confirm the provisional result in a moment. As the cars make their way back into the Parc Ferme. Marshall Groves taking the win then ahead of Lee Bull by just over a second, setting the fastest lap on that final lap as well with a 1:40.196. Dan Earl completes the podium ahead of Nick Tasker's Sirocco, then Glyn Pocklington's BMW 5th. Then came the Peugeot 206 GTIs, Mervyn Beckett taking the class win there ahead of Matt Anderson and Jake Richardson. Katrina Gray in her Mini was next, then Chris Van. We lost Thomas Franklin and Mark Robinson in that tangle on the last lap. Noah Checkley went up in smoke, and Martin Reynolds didn't take the start. We wait the cars to come back into Parc Ferme. Then one race to go before our lunch break, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club. Let's have a look at some highlights of that race. Dan Earl bogged down big time off the line, was almost at the back of the field in the Astra as Nick Tasker had to go past him on the grass. Up front it was Lee Bull who got away best in the Clio ahead of Marshall Groves. Mark Robinson went through a bit of grass tracking in his Golf as he chased the recovering Dan Earl and Nick Tasker in the Scirocco. They made their way up the order. Mark Robinson coming through from the back of the grid after his retirement yesterday, but this was the tangle. He thought he was past Thomas Franklin, he wasn't, and bang! Out went the Golf onto the infield. Thankfully without very heavy damage. He escaped surprisingly lightly there, I think. Just making sure that the drivers are okay and the cars will be recovered. Meantime, we'll head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Well, it's a double bubble for Marshall Groves in the Vectra here this weekend at Cadwell Park in track action. He came in as well, punching the air inside the car. We'll hear from him in a minute. Lee Bull there in the Clio as well, running it very close. Very good race indeed. Dramatic finish as well, wasn't it? Big shout out to all of the marshals. Been doing what a job they have been doing as ever, all around the country, in particular here at Cadwell Park. A huge, huge thank you. Here is Marshall now. He's got the biggest smile on his face in Lincolnshire right now. Marshall, well done, hey? What a weekend for you.
Yeah, brilliant, yeah. Lee made me work hard for it.
I was going to say,
he was absolutely
lightning
quick off the line.
Don't go too far, Lee.
He's a really good driver, Lee, ex-champion, so yeah, had to work hard for that one, but managed to get him. I thought the safety car was going to stay out till the end, so I thought that would be that, but thankfully the Clark managed to pull it in. And rescue guys did a good job.
I've got to say, what a job the marshals, the rescue teams, everybody's been doing.
Brilliant.
This weekend,
yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, they cleared it up really quickly so we could get a couple more laps in, and nice to do the double as well. And my friend Tom and Lee as well, we're all camped together in the same crew, so lovely. We're first, second and third, so brilliant. Can't ask for more than that.
It's a party in the Groves household tonight. Well done, Marshall. Good stuff indeed. Lee, can I grab you for a second? Is that all right? Because if you just come over here, you're... Oh, is that what? You can tell us all about that, because I'll tell you what, it was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close, yeah. Yesterday with the start, it was... Took him into turn one, but then down the back straight, he came past, so I decided this time to use a bit more of the gears.
Can you do us a favour as well, Lee? No, not quite the result you wanted, but come to the front of the car here, because our producer is very excited about your Clio. He absolutely loves it. What do you have beneath the bonnet? What engine have we got in here?
So it's still just a 182 F4R engine. It is, yeah. But it has got high compression pistons, quite aggressive cams in it, and then running on the 48mm throttle bodies.
How long have you had it? Tell me the story about the car. How long have you had it? Have you had it long? Or?
So I bought it, I think, three and a half years ago, off a lad that used to race in track action, actually. It's had a few bits to it back then, but since then it's been an absolute money pit. Absolute money pit. So it's been a long way to get it to where it is now, that's for sure. But yeah, she's still running by the end of the weekend, and that's what matters to me.
You soft spot for her, right? You love her, right? Yeah.
Yes, I do, yeah. Love-hate relationship.
Do you have a name for her?
No.
Okay, we'll think of one.
Not. I'll think one.
We'll think of one. Good stuff. Dan Earl coming home in third place. In fact, it's the same podium as we saw. Oh, there he is, Dan. I was wondering where you'd gone off to, and have a quick chat if we can. It was another exciting race, wasn't it? And of course, the safety car, great work by the crew to get you guys a couple more laps at the end.
Yeah, I had a terrible start. I think it knocked me to about 9th or 10th because I couldn't select first, so I actually pulled off in third. and then made my way to the front, and safety car backed us all up, and then I think Tom had a bit of an incident with Mark, and it just freed me up really. I just sat in third then, and brought it home.
It's not too bad, is it? A pair of P3s this weekend?
That's it, yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, we'll take that.
Top man, Dan, thanks for coming out to play, mate. Really appreciate it. Good stuff indeed. So that's it for track action as one championship leaves us here at Cadwell Park. Another arrives. Yes, it's time for the MG owners. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Let me hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Big thanks to Wickerbill173 in our comments, who's been remembering a few of the names that raced in the Vectra Challenge a few years ago. But there isn't really time for that at the moment, because we've already got the MGs into line, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. They had an absolute belter of a season opener, as we said earlier, at Donington Park, with Jake McDermott and Rob Addison doing the winning. But it's a new name on pole position for race 1 here at Cadwell. Cal Moore, number 43, in his ZR on pole alongside Rob Addison, the MG veteran in number 88. Row 2 is Lee Pearce alongside Matt Harvey. Scott Bugner, good to see him back out, had a big engine blow up at Donington alongside Jack Woodcock. And on row 4 is Jake McDermott, the reigning ZR class champion, alongside Josh Addison in number 15. Completing the top 10, Simon Byrne, alongside James Wade, not of darts fame, completing the top 10 on the grid. Then on row 6 of this grid, we have I think the lone MGF out this weekend, Simon Kendrick, alongside Josh Byrne in 117. The 7th row, number 49, Aaron Chappell, newcomer in his ZR, alongside the first of the classic class runners, Alex Forster, in his MGB GT. Row 8 is Will Sharp, multiple classic class champion in his MG midget, alongside John Copeland's MGB. The 9th row, Malk Best, the former Ford Capri racer, alongside Ashley Barnes with his midget. Lloyd Treadle in the family ZR. It'll be Lloyd in race 1. Lance Treadle takes over for race 2, starting alongside David Amflitz with his MGB Roadster, another category veteran. And rounding out the field at the back is Simon Jackson in the number 7. As they get ready for the green flag lap then, let's hear who Ian was able to talk to in the assembly area.
Right everybody, hello and welcome back to the assembly area. It's our first look at the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club here, and what a cracker it promises to be. We're going to have a quick chat with Malk Best here in the MGB GT. Malk, it's great to see you. How are you? Are you good?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yes.
Are you you're eager to get going now, right? It's been a wait.
Well, I am. The only problem, I have this problem with this circuit, going through Hall Bends, I end up getting motion sickness, and it gets worse and worse each lap.
Really?
So I've just about got over practice.
Okay.
Which was only 15 minutes, so I've now got 20 minutes.
You have. Well, please be careful.
Well, hopefully, yeah. So if I pull in, you'll know why.
if you pull in, I'll get a sick bag ready.
Absolutely, that's right. Yeah.
Tell us about this car.
Yeah, I bought it a couple of years ago. I've been sort of through it, changed a few bits and pieces. As with most of these, they're all relatively standard. There's only so much you can do to them, which makes it really easy to maintain as well. So yeah, no, really pleased with it.
Well, now, best of luck, and please, if you don't feel right, just come in. All right?
I will do.
Top man. Good stuff indeed. Look at the cars coming in. This is brilliant stuff, isn't it? Look who's on pole position as well. Cal Moore, the homegrown hero. He actually works at Woodall Spark Golf Club. He knows this track like the back of his hand. It should be an absolute cracker. There's Rob Addison alongside him as well. We've got Jake McDermott in the field. This is going to be very exciting indeed. Time to hand over to your commentator for this one, Dave Goddard. Over to you, my friend.
Cars on their way round on the green flag lap then, this big field of 21 MGs. Now watch for Jake McDermott. He's back on row 4, but he won't be back there for long. Class is based on the different models of MG. We've got Class A, which is A for Abingdon, where the MGBs and midgets were built. There towards the back of the grid, the older cars. Class F for MGFs is just one here this weekend. Simon and James Kendrick, father and son, sharing that car. It's Simon in the car for race 1. And the rest of the field, Class Z for ZRs. Cal Moore, a new name to the championship in the number 43. There he is on pole position, alongside Rob Addison with Lee Pearce. He's raced all manner of different things over the years. A very experienced stock car racer in in the 1400cc stock car division. He's raced Honda Civics as well. He appeared in the Track Action Racing Club with his ZR at Donington too. That's alongside Matt Harvey in the number 20. Good to see Scott Bugner back out. As you mentioned, his engine went up in a great cloud of smoke in the second race at Donington Park, and the fire marshals had to deal with the explosion. He's on row 3 alongside Jack Woodcock, returning to the championship this year on in the number 24 car. It's the blue and yellow car. Row 4 we have Jake McDermott alongside Josh Addison. That's the grey number 15 there. Josh Addison, I think, is maybe son of Rob Addison, but I could be wrong. Apologies if I am. Aaron Chappell, a newcomer to the series as well, the red and white ZR. I didn't see David Amphlett out there at the back of the field. Make sure that he's there. He's a category veteran, just as Jim Bainham is, but Jim not contesting the full season this year in his famous MGB. There's Ashley Barnes, Lloyd Treadle. No, David Amphlett's not there. So we're missing one car from the back of the field. The former classic class champion. It was Jim Bainham who took the title last year, shared the car with Mark Rehorski at Donington, but sitting this one out. Now, will we see a new name on top? Because Cal Moore, in his very smartly turned out ZR on pole position, the sort of green and grey car, alongside the yellow and black of Rob Addison with the pink wheels. In blue, Lee Pearce. The red and black is Matt Harvey. Watch the orange and grey machine from the inside of row 4. Jake McDermott, son of Steve McDermott, a multiple champion in this division in the ZR class, but now kept busy preparing cars for other drivers. This big field of MGs pulls into line. The top of the classic class is young Alex Forster in the Gulf liveried MGB. Yes, another Gulf car out there. He's out-qualified Will Sharp in his famous midget. So waiting the all clear to get this one underway then from the clerk of the course, and off they go. Good start by Matt Harvey from the second row in the number 20, trying to get up the outside. Alex Forster leads the classic division away. So they're all away cleanly, and it looks like it's going to be Rob Addison in the yellow car who takes the early lead, the yellow and black. Yes, he's got the lead ahead of Cal Moore in second place. Trying to get up the inside is Lee Pearce as they head towards Charlie's for the first time. He's got through. Cal Moore, the pole sitter, down to third place. Matt Harvey is fourth. Scott Bugner, the ex-Ford racer, trying to make his way up the outside, side by side with Jack Woodcock. Simon Byrne, the white and red car, is tucked in behind them. And a couple of cars back is the lone MGF of Simon Kendrick. But it's Rob Addison looking for his second consecutive win in the championship. He held off a train of 4 cars all the way at Donington Park to take his first win of the season. Scott Bugner up on the outside there of Jack Woodcock as they go through Chris Kerr for the first time. As the pack goes through behind, Addison leads from Lee Pearce in second position, Cal Moore in third. They stack up behind. There's the classic class leader Alex Forster. His father Alan used to race in this championship, the ex-Legends racer among other things. And there's Josh Addison, the 15, chased by Simon Kendrick. James Wade in the black and yellow car behind him, the number 22. They're making their way over the mountain for the first time. Lee Pearce had a look down the inside there as they went into the first of the Hall bends, but didn't manage to get alongside. It's very difficult to get 2 cars side by side through there. The Scottish Minis were managing it earlier on. There is Forster, that beautifully turned out MGB GT. Leads Will Sharp, multiple classic champion in the family midget. His brother Henry has raced alongside him in this championship as well. They've raced Porsches too. Cal Moore trying to fight back here in third place in the number 43. It's Rob Addison who sets the pace ahead of this train of MG ZRs. Matt Harvey in fourth position in the number 20 ahead of Woodcock. Scott Bugner down to sixth place. Then it's Simon Byrne. He was rather stymied at Donington because he had a penalty after qualifying, had to start at the back of the grid for both races. There's Kendrick, the sole MGF here this weekend, sadly. No class rivals to battle against. Rob Addison leads into the top of the circuits for the second time. Lee Pearce going well in second. Now, where is Jake McDermott? There he is. He's down to 8th place behind Simon Byrne. That's not where he wants to be, because he wants to mount a challenge for the championship this year. Down the hill into Mansfield. McDermott ahead of the white and grey car of Josh Addison. It's Kendrick, James Wade, Josh Byrne in the 117 turquoise liveried ZR. A nice steady start. They haven't really started battling hard just yet, as we saw at Donington, but Rob Addison out in front. So for many years raced an MG Maestro of all things in the championship. Class B still allows in the regulations for Maestros and even Montegos. We haven't seen any out for a couple of years. I know Nick Arden's still got his Maestro, and the Golhar family, who raced this championship for many years, have still got theirs. There was another Maestro appeared a couple of seasons ago as well. Alan Forster did build a Montego estate. Yes, a Montego estate. It was on ZR running gear and liveried like the old BTCC Volvo estates as well. Change for the lead in the Classic division meanwhile. Will Sharp has taken Alex Forster, the midget ahead of the MGB. And they're starting to queue up now behind Rob Addison at the front of the field. Cal Moore, newcomer to the championship in the 911 Sports liveried MG ZR. Chased by Matt Harvey, the black and red machine. Lee Pearce up there in second place. Whole variety of series he's raced in the past. Jack Woodcock in 5th. There's Josh Addison, the number 15. He's to try and join Rob at the front of the field. Disappear momentarily from our sight, then out of the gooseneck and down the roller coaster drop into Mansfield Bend. Very difficult to get the car stopped there. James Wade tucked in behind the MGF of Simon Kendrick. You can see the gaps develop because the MGF not as quick in a straight line as the more powerful ZRs. There was a one-make series back in the 90s and early 2000s. The MGF Cup used to support the British GT Championships. Big names raced in that as well, the likes of Alistair Lyle, Dave Loudon, the late Jamie Hunter. Number of other big names as well. I think Susie Hart-Banks appeared in that as well at one point. Jack Woodcock locks up there, nearly clips the back of Matt Harvey in the battle for 4th. There's the MGF. James Wade and Josh Byrne behind him. Then there's another gap back to the first of the Classics, headed by Will Sharp. Across the line they go. Slightly longer race at 20 minutes for the MG Owners Club. Championship administered for many years by its coordinator Jim Basher Bainham, or Gentleman Jim Bainham as some call him. Real unsung hero of British motorsports. Racing his beloved MGB for some 45 years now. Not out this weekend, but I'm sure he's here overseeing things from trackside. There go the leaders, a line of 9 ZRs pretty much there. Scott Bugner and his brother Sean raced successfully in a Ford Fiesta and Focus before switching to MG racing. It is good to see that Scott Bugner's back out after he blew the engine to pieces at Donington. Lee Pearce is all over the back of Rob Addison. Change for 3rd. Matt Harvey's taken over from Cal Moore. Surprise pole sitter for this race. Big squeal of tyres in the background. Somebody's locked up. Couldn't see who it was. The leaders fly over the mountain. Here's a battle in the Classics. Mount Best, we heard from pre-race. Struggling a bit to cope with the undulations of Cadwell in his MGB. And Ashley Barnes, the second of the MG midgets, behind him. They're chasing Lloyd Treadle at the wheel of the family ZR. Lance Treadle will take over for race 2. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Matt Harvey, 146.611. He's now up to 3rd. As the Classics go one way, the ZRs go the other up the home straight. It's Unique feature that is of a UK circuit. You've got the cars passing each other in opposite directions on the other side of the barrier. Here's Sharp and Forster. They lead the Classic Division. Third, it's number 28, the green and yellow MGB Roadster of John Copeland. Here are your leaders, this train of ZRs. A slightly quiet race for Jake McDermott in the Triad Motorsport car so far, down in 8th place. Can't seem to get onto level terms with Simon Byrne ahead of him in the number 4. There's the battle at the back of the field. Ashley Barnes still giving chase to Malk Best as the leaders come back into the valley. There's the number 7 at the tail of the field. That's Simon Jackson from Hereford, a newcomer this year in his MGB. See the novice cross on the back of his car. There's the MGF. Simon Kendrick, his son James, will take over that car for race 2. Here come your leaders, and Jack Woodcock nearly into the back of Cal Moore there in the fight for 4th position. Simon Jackson getting the blue flag there just to warn him that the leaders are bearing down to lap him. If anything, the first 2 of Addison and Pearce have broken away very slightly at the front of the field from Matt Harvey in 3rd. They're going to meet Jackson coming through Charlie's Bend. I imagine he'll move over on Park Straight and let everybody through. Well, they're making him go. He went to the inside there at Charlie's, in fact, and they all went round the outside of him. At least he got out of the way there. Simon Jackson did the right thing. Here they come up to Park Corner. Simon Byrne on the back of Scott Bugner. Still Rob Addison hanging on in the lead of this first race of 2 today for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Still slip up there, I do apologise. Lancaster Insurance sponsored this championship for many years. Adrian Flux now the title sponsors. Jack Woodcock a little bit wide on the entry to the mountain there, holding off Scott Bugner. If anything, the first 4 are starting to break away a little now. Rob Addison soaking up the pressure just as he did in race 2 where he took the win at Donington. And he had Jake McDermott and James Cole all over his tail in the last few laps. James Cole not here this weekend. Across the stripe, Rob Addison continues to lead. He led from the start. Matt Harvey still with the fastest lap of the race, sits there in 3rd place. And now Jake McDermott starting to attack Simon Byrne for 7th. 28 there is John Copeland, Derbyshire, with his MGB Roadster. Like his hardtop might be coming loose there, I noticed. Yes, you can see at the back there, on the left-hand side. You can just see there, the hardtop is starting to come away on that car, so it's going to be an MGB convertible in a moment. Hope that doesn't start flapping around, otherwise he could get the black and orange flag. He's 3rd in class at the moment. 16th overall. Well spotted by our cameras there. Josh Byrne up the inside trying to attack James Wade, but here's the battle for the lead. One of the corner markers goes flying there at Mansfield. Just under 8 minutes of this race to go. Squeal the tyres on the way into the mountain. Still Rob Addison leads, still no change in position among these top 9 runners. Still Jake McDermott, perhaps surprisingly, stuck at towards the back of the queue. There he is in the 77. Shows how evenly matched these ZRs are. Drop through the hairpin down towards Barn. Still your leader, Rob Addison from Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk, chased by Lee Pearce from Bromley in Kent. Cal Moore, local man from Lincolnshire, the star newcomer, chasing down Matt Harvey. There's Josh Addison, the back of this line. Next battle is headed up by the number 42 of Kendrick. And here's the Class A leaders. Still Will Sharp ahead of Alex Forster. They're being challenged by one of these ZRs there. That's, I think, is Aaron Chappell, number 49, in his ZR. 6.5 minutes remain. But still all change in this first race of the day for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Towards the mountain once again. Still no way through for Lee Pearce. Rob Addison with many years of experience in this championship, having to draw on all his years of experience to hold off a very determined Lee Pearce. Matt Harvey runs a bit wide onto the grass. Oh, look out, he's almost going to go into the side of Cal Moore. Amazingly, not only does he recover it off the grass, he stays ahead of Cal Moore. How did he save that? I thought he was heading for the tyre barrier there, Matt Harvey. I was half expecting him to make a pit stop for some new underwear after that one. Jack Woodcock in 5th place behind them. Then we've got Bugner, Byrne and McDermott still stuck at the back of this group, but that's opened things up a little now. The first two have been able to get away slightly. Lee Pearce has done a new fastest lap, 1:45.786 last time round. Matt Harvey, he's recovered his momentum. Oh, he's put a wheel on the grass again there. He's trying a bit too hard now to recoup ground, I think. Here comes Woodcock. He's getting ready to attack Cal Moore for 4th place. Lee Pearce with a lap of just under 75 miles an hour around this 2.2 mile circuit. Oh, a spin there. Oh, that's the MGF. Simon Kendrick has spun off. That's at Park Corner, I think, at the top of the circuit. Hopefully he can get that out of the barrier and rejoin. Yep, fires it up, and the Tiger striped car gets going again. Here's the fight for 3rd, coming out of Mansfield. Jake McDermott, strangely off the pace today, it seems. He'll battle on as hard as he can, as will Lee Pearce, who is all over the back of Rob Addison. Matt Harvey in the number 20 keeps it on the black stuff this time through Hall Bends. Scott Bugner's moving up to have a go now at Cal Moore for 4th place. Cal defending. There's Simon Byrne, McDermott, and Jack Woodcock's dropped back a couple of spots. He must have made a mistake somewhere. He's at the back of this line now, I notice. It's between these two for the victory. It's between this little lot for 3rd and Cal Moore up the inside, coming into Charlie's Bend, attacking Matt Harvey, and he's through. Good move there by Cal Moore, new to the championship, and he's up to P3. The car length between the two leaders still. So they try to close in the 3rd place fight on our top 2. 3 minutes of the race to go, so a couple of laps remaining. Blue flag being waved at the back markers. Oh, look out, Mount Best. Ashley Barnes as well. They've met them in the worst possible place here coming into the mountain section. Lloyd Treadle's got to be lapped as well in the ZR. Hopefully they'll see the blue flags and pay heed to them. Yes, Lloyd Treadle does. As Cal Moore throws it through on the inside there. This is going to break things up slightly, possibly, because they've got to get past this back marker at Hall Bend. Lloyd Trail doesn't know where to go, look, doesn't know which side to pull over to. Woodcock gets through. There isn't really anywhere you can go in this last bit of the lap because it's so narrow through here. Scott Bugner has a look to try and pass Matt Harvey. So 2 minutes to go, that means 2 laps to go as they cross the line in this Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race. And Lee Pearce, is he going to have a look here? They door handle together. That's an opportunistic move by Lee Pearce. He dove for the inside and he's got the lead. Addison's off onto the grass, he's down to 3rd. There's the flash point, we could see that coming for several laps. Pearce saw the smallest gap and went for it. They definitely door handled together there. And Cal Moore comes through as well into 2nd place. So Lee Pearce leads in the 2-3-4 car. They're lapping the 28 of John Copeland, who's trying to get out of the way. Still with that loose hardtop. Jack Woodcock gets through. So Lee Pearce takes the lead in the 2-3-4 car. Here's the battle in Class A, led by Will Sharp. And now Cal Moore can sense a chance to go for the front of the field. Here's the fight for 4th. Harvey, Bugner and Simon Byrne, he's running well. Fired up Rob Addison in there in 3rd place in the yellow and black car. Well, Lee Pearce, that was a forceful attack, but he took the opportunity to get the gap on the inside going into Charlie's Bend. Coming round towards the start of the last lap. Is there any way back for Addison or for Cal Moore to try and attack? Across the stripe they go. Into their final lap, just a few seconds left on the clock. And number 28, that's Copeland, has got the black and orange flag. They've spotted the loose hard top, so he's going to have to pull in. It is on the last lap though, so that unfortunately might mean that John Copeland does get disqualified. But wait and see though. Oh, he is pulling in. There he is. So the officials will check that and have it dealt with if they can. But anyway, we concentrate on the lead battle because Rob Addison fighting back. There's still the fight going on for 4th as well. Simon Byrne having a good run in the number 4 on the tail of Scott Bugner. Lee Pearce stays clear of Cal Moore in 2nd place. Rob Addison will want to get P2 back again. Into the mountain section for the last time in this Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship race. It's looking good for a first championship win for Lee Pearce in the 2-3-4. Scott Bugner still on the attack on the back of Matt Harvey. They come through towards the final corner. Cal Moore is not going to get close enough to our race leader in the battle of the ZRs. They come out of the final corner and Lee Pearce comes down the pit straights and takes the checkered flag. Cal Moore 2nd, Rob Addison, the long-time leader, ends up 3rd. Matt Harvey is 4th, then Bugner, Simon Byrne, a slightly subdued Jake McDermott in 7th place. Josh Addison will take 8th. We seem to have lost Jack Woodcock on that last lap, the 24 car. Meanwhile, did the MGF get going again? Yes, it did. So that will be a win for Simon Kendrick in Class F. We await our Class A leading runners as well. Here comes Simon Kendrick, recovering from that spin up at Park Corner. He's going to win Class F, but what about Class A? Well, it's not done yet because Will Sharp still holding off Alex Forster. Could Forster snatch the class winner? He's all over the back of the MG Midget. They've got a ZR in the mix as well. That's of Aaron Chappell. Here they come towards Hall Bends for the final time, then into the hairpin. I think Will Sharp is just about going to hang on. Or is Forster getting his nose up the inside? No, he's not. Spirited drive by young Alex Forster. As they come out of barn corner, it is going to be a win for Will Sharp. Only just in Class A. Good battle between those two throughout. So 18 cars going the distance, and that one, of course, we saw John Copeland pull into the pits. I think we've lost Jack Woodcock on that last lap in the 24. The provisional result then as follows. Lee Pearce, the winner, by 0.899 of a second ahead of Cal Moore, with Rob Addison completing the podium, having led for most of the way. Matt Harvey in fourth ahead of Scott Bugner, then Simon Byrne, his best result in the championship so far. Jake McDermott, former class champion, down in seventh ahead of Josh Addison, Josh Byrne and James Wade, completing an all ZR top 10. Simon Kendrick, the lone MGF, in 11th, and then Will Sharp beats Alex Forster in the Class A battle by just a quarter of a second. Aaron Chappell was next home, then Lloyd Treadle, Malk Best, Ashley Barnes and Simon Jackson completed the finishers. We lost Jack Woodcock and John Copeland. So, well, the car's heading into Parc Fermé at the moment, so shortly we'll hear from our race winner with Ian.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Wow, what a race. Lee Pearce here. The car is smoking a little bit as well, Lee. Well, we grab a quick word with him. Cal Moore, the home hero, coming home in second, and Rob Addison in third place, started his fine start to the season. Lee, get your helmet off, because is everything all right? Smoking a bit here? Well, you're all right. It was a bit wild, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race, to be honest. Yeah, I was just hanging on in there, just waiting for him to make a mistake, and I knew the places where we was quicker, so I held on in there and I made me move, and it stuck, luckily enough, only just.
Why is it you guys are so entertaining?
It's just a good close championship. All the cars are so close, like power-wise, horsepower, and yeah, some good drivers at the top here.
Amazing. Lee, congratulations, mate.
Very much.
Well done, bud. Good stuff indeed. Let's grab Cal for a quick chat, shall we, as well? Hello, don't go far, Jim. I'm coming to get you in a minute. Cal.
Hey, mate, how are you?
Wow, what a race. You need some water, don't you?
Yeah,
Talk us through that one. Certainly the closing laps as well.
Closing, they're all a blur, to be honest, mate. Missed a gear early on. That's how I dropped to fourth. And then it was basically fight back to third and then see where we can go, really. Everybody was clean, the four front lot. Amazing racing. Buzzing with that finish, really.
Are we going to see you out for the rest of the season, Cal?
Possibly. Definitely be at Alton. And then we'll see how the next round goes, eh?
We still need to get talking of rounds. We need to get around to Golford as well soon, don't we? Indeed. Yeah. Rob. Wow, I'm not going to miss you, are we? God, what a race.
Yeah, it's good. I wouldn't say the pass was fair, but I know where I stand now. So, it's a bit of a shame, because I had it in the bag, because it was just me making a mistake, which I was quite comfortable I weren't going to do. But yeah, it was just a little bit of a helping hand. But
this is the second meeting of the season, though, isn't it? You had a really good run at Donington as well, and podium again. Are you pleased with how things have gone so far?
Yeah, definitely. And at the end of the day, it's part and parcel of it, isn't it? So it was just, I wouldn't have expected a little tap there, but we went off, came back on, and still picked up a third, so all good.
I don't remember you having these at Donington. Is this brand new?
It's the winner's suit. Yeah. If I'd have won today, I'd have gone luminous yellow or something like that. Then.
Right. Good stuff. Cheers. The brightest suit possible, and Jim's just going to give a hat and a trophy over. Jim, have you got a minute? Can we have a little chat? We're staying live with us, so we've got a very special guest here, Jim Bainham, of course. Very special indeed. We'll turn around, Jim, so we can actually see the cars. Now, of course, you've been a champion here with MG Owners. You told me a little bit earlier, and you'll know better than me, 1981, let's cast your mind back. First ever MG Owners race meeting. You said you were in the grid for that.
Yeah, 7th of June 1981 at Brands Hatch. We had 8 cars on the grid and I was one of them. Wow. In the car I still race today, although not today.
How special is that car? Tell the viewers what it is you drive.
Well, it's a famous old MGB that's been around the scene since 1976, been raced every year. It's done around about 600 races in the guy who owned it before me and in my hands. So it's a famous old car.
Oh yeah, I'll bet it is. Why is this club so special, Jim?
Well, I just don't know really.
Great answer.
Well, we've had, like any championship, we've had our ups and downs, but you know, we gathered a few drivers from another sadly defunct championship, ZRs, who were very successful, rightly so, but they came to an end. And a few of their guys came over. We had a lot of new guys come in from other championships and several new novices. So all of a sudden, well, last year we had an average grid for 13 races was 32 cars.
Yeah, I did most of the races.
So
wasn't it? Yeah.
the guys are great. We had a new guy come in today, just finished second, and very nice of him to say so. He's been around the MG scene a while, and he said, what a fantastic championship. And he said, the racing is clean, everyone has made us so welcome, and maybe that goes a long way to success.
What about you then, Jim? Let's come back to you. Started racing with this club in 1981, 45 years later. You were out at Donington, you're sharing the car though, aren't you?
Correct. I always decided, I finished the championship as number one last year, which is a little bit fortunate there, but that's life, that's motor racing. And I thought this year, it's just so tiring with the success of the championship. It's too much for me to do everything, so I'm backing off the racing. I'm not retiring, but backing off, just doing a few selected meetings and just focusing on chatting to all these great guys. And more chat, the more sort of community-based gatherings we can have, then...
I've got to say, Joe, it's great of you to have come down and handing out the trophies and the hats and things, but when you were just watching that race there, was there not a little bit of you, it's got a bit of an itch, thinking, I kind of wish I'd entered now?
Well, inevitably, but, you know, I've done 500 and whatever it is, 50 races, so yeah, you know, been there, done that. I enjoy it when I go there, when I'm actually doing a few races, but full-time racing, no, I've been there, done that, but I'm enjoying, I get as much fun out of going around speaking to new guys, new drivers, novices and experienced guys, and bringing them all together. It's why championships are successful, and I'm happy doing that.
Well, Jim, all I can say is thank you for your service to motorsport. I can tell you the MG owners and BARC is a lot better for having you in it, so please don't ever leave us. Don't go.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Thank you, I know. I'll see you in the hospitality tent later. There we go. I just tell you, I really wanted to find Jake McDermott wherever he has gone. Let's see if I can find... Where's Jake McDermott? I want to have a chat with him. I don't know where his car is. I don't know where he is. I think he's disappeared. So I'm afraid I'm not too sure where Jake is. So we'll catch up with him a little bit later. MG owners still have another race. Actually, sorry, John, if you just come with me, I just want to show everybody. I was just checking out on my laptop a little bit earlier when I was looking at the live stream and on TSL for the timing, and on my laptop at the bottom it appeared, it said rain coming in 1 hour. That was about 20 minutes ago. I think we might have a bit of a wet afternoon here at Cadwell Park. That is certainly going to spice things up. All right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard. He will let you know what we have coming up for you this afternoon. Don't go far.
Well, first of all, thanks Ian. We'll have a look back at some highlights of that race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Rob Addison getting the best start and leading them away, as Cal Moore dropped back off the line into fourth place, battling it out with Matt Harvey, who went grass tracking and amazingly didn't lose a place through Hall Bends. Spectacular moments there. See that again. Matt Harvey ran wide under pressure from Moore, bounced over the grass like Zebedee, and amazingly didn't lose a place. Rallycross, anyone? That was the spin for Simon Kendrick. I'd said that was at Park earlier on. It's actually at Charlie's where the MGF went off. Apologies there. But Simon Kendrick was able to get going again. But then the flashpoint came a couple of laps from home into Charlie's Bend. Lee Pearce dove up the inside, saw the gap, they bounced off each other. Addison wide onto the grass, and Lee Pearce was able to take over. and take the win. Rob Addison not too happy there. But at that point his face was as pink as his race suit. Looks like Dave Pinkney in the old days of the BTCC. He always used to race in shocking pink, didn't he? Anyway, we are now into a lunch break. We're going to get underway again in about 20 minutes from now. A slightly shorter lunch break because of the red flag delays we had earlier on. And we'll resume afterwards with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-83, pre-93 and pre-03. That's coming up at around 2:15.
Right, I'm here with Alex Reid, the head of motorsport for Caterham. First of all, congratulations, Alex, and fairly new to the role. How have you found things so far?
Well, thank you, firstly. Yeah, it's very exciting. It's an exciting time for us. Lots of things to learn for me personally, but luckily we've got an established team of, support technicians and our hospitality staff, our coordination staff. They're not new to it, so I've been very reliant on them for all the runnings of the day, and they do a fantastic job. And I can now use this time to learn how the championship operates, speak to our drivers, speak to our teams, and then put any little changes we want to continue to improve this for everyone across the board, really.
What's been the biggest challenge then for yourself as head of motorsport for Caterham coming into your first race weekend?
Making sure we haven't forgotten anything, for sure, right? I keep having sleepless nights about the fact I might suddenly wake up and we haven't done catering, but don't worry, catering are here, we're fine.
And that is brilliant, by the way.
Good.
Not that I would know, but...
have you been eating our food?
Okay, confession, I did have breakfast, yes. Very good.
You're more than welcome, more than welcome. So yeah, just trying to make sure that we've got everything covered. In terms, we haven't tried to change the world for this season in terms of the way we're doing it, because it would be naive to think that this product that's been honed over the years into what it is now could instantly be changed and made better. So I really want to understand that. We've made a couple of very small changes. So the things that you might see different at this race meeting is we have a couple of driving standards coaches in. So we're trying to improve the driving standards throughout the championships. And that's not to say that they were poor, but improving driving standards is always top of everyone's priority list. We want everyone to go away happy, low damage, good, clean, fast racing. So they're there for a driver education perspective to try and help educate our drivers on racecraft and things as they move through their sort of progression up the ladder. And we've also started a drivers forum for this year. So when I started, I was inundated with all these ideas, some good, some less good, some like wild, right? And I'm trying to make time to listen to all of this feedback, but there's a lot of noise. So we've appointed a driver's representative from each championship, and they will be getting the collective view of each grid. And then after each race weekend, so next week we'll have a meeting following Cadwell Park, and they'll bring anything to us that they feel was a challenge, they liked, that they didn't like, and that can help us shape the future of Caterham Motorsport when it's going to go. We want to listen to our customer and then do what the customers, achieve what the customers are trying to achieve from racing.
Something else very excited, and the eagle-eyed viewers might have seen across the BARC and Caterham content, because we met up back end of last year, didn't we? There is a new car coming as well, isn't there?
There is. So the series that we've got running here today are Roadsport 270 and 310R. All of those run on the original format, so the original is Ford Sigma engine, but starting with Academy, which will be starting very shortly. We have a grid of 30 new drivers.
Brilliant.
Who will be coming through in the new car. So we're really happy with where registrations are for that, and in fact really happy with where registrations are across the championships. It's been really well subscribed for the position of UK motorsport currently. But yeah, we'll have our 30 new drivers coming through. They've already been to the factory and had a seminar, found out a lot about the season, and they've been and done their ARDS tests at Castle Coombs. So they've all got their race licenses now, and they'll be itching to take delivery of their cars and get out on track in them for the first time.
Very much looking forward to that. But here at Cadwell Park, what a circuit, isn't it? This is going to be exciting, right?
Yeah, if this one's not tricky enough already, we threw in some changing weather conditions as well.
Was that something you thought, no, I've got to do that as head of motorsport, chuck a bit of rain in?
Yeah, I paid extra for that. That all came out of the budget. No, we had 2 days of great dry testing, and then obviously as soon as the first qualifying session starts, out came the rain. But I think, the drivers are well established at this point. Even our Roadsport drivers have had a lot of seat time through Academy, and this is where they find out, they've done some wet testing, they've done some dry testing, and we'll see the quick ones come to the front, right? Especially exciting in 310, who have a choice of tyre this year. So in the qualifying session, we saw some out on the wet tyre and some out on the dry tyre in those mixed conditions. And that tactical choice, I think, adds to the racing as well. Making good, smart decisions is all part of being a good racing driver. So it's really interesting to see who went with what option in that first session as well.
People always keep coming back. I like the pathway with Caterham as well. And you just mentioned 30 drivers there for the Academy coming through. If somebody is watching this thinking, I would quite like to find out more and get involved in this, is it too late to sign up for 2026, or is there a waiting list, or can you still register?
So we're lucky it's been very, very popular. So yeah, sadly it's too late for 2026 now. They've already started their programme, and the reason that we do that is you're already on the back foot then. They've already got their race licences, they've already been to some events, and we want drivers to get the full package. So we are taking registrations now for 2027. I think we've got 5 or 6 already registered, moving at this stage.
Don't delay.
Yeah. And we'll see that build up as we go through. So the way to get involved and get a little bit more information, obviously on the Caterham website, there's a motorsport section. It talks through how to get involved. And then our established UK dealer network will walk you through every step of the process. In fact, Ollie White, who runs one of our dealerships at Caterham HWM, is actually on pole for the 270 race coming up. And he came through Academy, and lots of the dealers, Oakmere, Silverstone, they've all got people who have been through the Academy process. If you go and speak to the dealers, they're passionate about it, and they know the ins and outs of it because their staff have actually gone through the process as well.
Well, Alex, thank you so much. Look, you're a busy man. I'm going to have to let you go. I really appreciate you giving up a bit of time this morning. I know, look how busy it is. It's such a hive of activity. It's brilliant. And I must say, Caterham Motorsport is in very good hands. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Right, everybody, this weekend sees the Grand National get underway. Different kind of horsepower. If you prefer your horsepower with 4 wheels as opposed to 4 legs, well, you've come to the right place here at Cadwell Park. So what I really want to find out, in honour of the great horse race, let me just come down over here. We've got the Junior Saloon Car Championship drivers here, and whenever you look at the horses for the Grand National, most people pick their horse based on the name or the jockey's silks and the colours. So let's find out whether our Junior Saloon Car drivers, why they have the livery that they've chosen, and whether they have a name for their car. Max, well, let's have a quick chat. Let's have a look at your car as well, shall we? Junior Saloon Car Championship. Look at it. Look. We better. Sorry, let's go this way, Max. Let's go this way. Let's get out of the way. Right. What I want to know, 2 things. Okay. I want to know about your livery. Why did you choose this style?
Because it looks cool.
It does look cool.
Yeah, that's why.
Do you glow in the dark in it?
It does a little bit, yeah.
Right. One other thing I want to know, Max. Do you have a name for your car?
It's called Betty.
Why is it called Betty?
No real reason, just a cool name.
You just like the name Betty?
Just like the name Betty.
It's got a cool livery, it's got a cool name. Max, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, really appreciate it. Here is Betty. So if Dave Goddard is listening to this, our commentator, Max Scharfegger's car is now known as Betty. We will talk to more drivers. We'll just let Mr. Allen here park up and we'll move around because we've got Jake over here, Jake Wardle. Let's just grab him. Jake, can I borrow you for a second? I've got a very quick question for you, actually. Right, this Grand National this week. I don't know if you know what the Grand National is, but it's a very famous horse race, of course, and it's very famous for the jockeys and their coloured silks, and of course the horses' names. Yeah. So first of all, do you have a name for your car?
I don't actually.
Okay, what do you think would be a good name? Anybody comment below? What would be a good name?
What
for
did
the
we
car?
say? Yeah, what name did we say?
Greta.
That's what it was.
Greta the Green Machine.
Yeah.
I really like it. Why this livery as well? Why the green, Jake?
I'm obsessed with the colour green, if I'm honest, Ian. I
like that.
Yeah, green and black just looks cool, doesn't it? On a Saxo or Fiesta,
It
whatever.
does look good, actually.
Yeah.
It does. Best of luck, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Greta the Green Machine. Dave Goddard, there you go. It's Jake Wardle's is Greta the Green Machine over here. Mr. Allen's here as well. Let's have a quick chat. Right, same question for you. Very big famous horse race taking place this weekend. Right. So I want to know from you, why have you chosen this livery, the white and blue?
Because it was originally my dad's.
Yeah.
And obviously my dad's cars was the best. So
I like that. Yeah. Okay, do you have a name for your car? Do you give it a bit of a pet name? We've got Max has called it Betty. We've got Greta the Green Machine here from Jake. What about you? Should we come up with a name, guys? We need a name for the car. Yeah, a name. What's anybody think in the live chat? Let us know.
Yeah.
What do you think? The blue and white Mean Machine. That's a terrible name, isn't it? That's
fine.
Right, we'll think about it. We'll good luck. Have a think. Get back to me, won't you, guys? Thank you so much. All right, let's go over here. We've got Ollie Smith, 3-time race winner, of course, at Donington Park last time out. I've given Ollie a bit of a warning. There's Darryl as well. Hi, Darryl. Hi, Darryl. Give us a wave. Hi, Darryl. Ollie. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. You know what's coming, don't you? I've already pre-warned you about this. First of all, let's talk about the livery. They're sort of white, blue and green. Why that style?
Really, it's ranged back for where my dad raced. He always used to be mostly green and blue.
Nice.
And it's colours that I've really liked. So we went to the guys at Brown Fix and said, we want green and blue, can you design a livery? And that's what they came out with.
Love it, love it. Do you have a name for your car?
Well, me and the team boss spoke about it. I wasn't too sure, so he said something like the Green Goblin.
Green Goblin. Yeah. I've got a name for you after Donington Park.
Oh yeah.
Hat-trick
yeah.
hero.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping to do the same here, but it's looking quite close, so we shall see what we do.
Excellent, top man. Thank you.
Perfect.
Ollie. There you go. Good stuff indeed. Martin Wright over here. Let's have a quick chat as well. Martin, it's good to see you, my friend. Right, there's a very famous horse race taking place this weekend, and most people pick the horse based on the name of the horse and the jockey's silk, so the colour. So I want to know two things from you. Why blue now? It looks a bit different, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of just happened to buy it. I didn't actually choose the colour, but...
So you just bought it, it was blue?
Yeah, I just bought it and it was blue.
Not going to respray
it? Checker roof just goes with my helmet, but yeah.
Right, second question. Do you have a name for your car? Like we've had a few. We've got Green Goblin from Ollie Smith next to you. Jake Wardles is Greta the Green Machine. We need to think of something for this.
I do. I mean, I haven't really... driven it enough to actually get a name. Maybe a bit further into the season I'll get a name for it. But
I'll tell you what, we'll check back halfway through the season. But anybody wants to give a suggestion, please pop it in. Good luck, Max. Really good to see you.
Thank you.
Top man indeed. Let's go over. Who have we got here? We've got Mr. Omar in here. Let's see if I can have a very quick chat. I hope this is all right. How you doing, my friend? You all right? It's good to see you. I've got a question for you. I've got two questions for you, actually. The all-red livery. Why? Is that just the colour of the car when you got it?
Yeah, exactly that.
I like
mate.
it.
And last minute, so
that's fair enough. Absolutely, red's my favourite colour actually. And do you have a name for the car? Some people have like a bit of a pet name for the car. Do you have one for this?
No, I don't have one. Yeah, I don't want to get too attached to it because if I write it off,
you won't. Yeah. You won't write it off.
All right. Yeah.
Top man. Look, thanks for talking to me. Good luck out there. Yeah. Top man indeed. Right, let's keep moving around, shall we? We want more and more people to speak to. Let's jump in here. Here we go. Right, I've got a couple
I caught your eye.
Yeah, I could not come over, could I? Right, I want to know two things from you.
Okay.
Right, the livery of this car.
Right.
How come it's like this? Tell me a story. Is it just how it came?
It was how it came. Yeah, it's been like this since last season. This is actually my coach Harry Rice. This was his old car from I think 2020. His car was green.
Yeah.
So you can see in like the engine bay and stuff, there's like ever so slight green paint.
Is there?
I think it got repainted these kind of colours a year or two after, and it's been like that ever since. And I did a good enough job last year to not duff it up, so it's kind of stayed the same.
So you've got attached to this car then, do you have a name for it? Like, do you have a bit of a pet name? We've got a few drivers. We've got like Greta the Green Machine from Jake Wardle over there. We've got Betty from Max Scharfegger. Have you got a name for your car?
I actually don't. I've spent the entire off season thinking, what do you think I should do? Get people to comment on the live stream what they think.
Yeah, no, I think there you go. You've heard it from here right now. We will find out. Have a look in the live chat when you see this, all right? All right, top man. Cool. Good stuff. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really good to see you again. Join that shut. Yeah. There we. I don't shut that very well. Last thing we want that is coming open whilst he's driving around. Let's go. Just move over here. I want to have a quick chat with Leon Holly. I warned him as well as coming over. It's a cracking livery. Look at this as well. Let's just move over. Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, mate. How you doing? You all right? It's good. Yeah, very well. Thank you. Very well. Right, I'm coming for a very quick chat. It's good to see you again. Oh, there you go. I can see you now. Yeah, I'm very good. Listen, tell me about the livery on this car.
Well, it's my grandpa's business, the tool zone, so we thought we'd get out there nicely, and obviously all my other sponsors on it as well, and include it nicely.
Nice, I like it. Also, do you have a name for your car, a bit of a pet name?
Probably the Flying Bull.
Oh, why the Flying Bull?
Because I'm always flying and I always want to get in first place.
Top man, thank you so much for that. Good luck, yeah? I'll see you later. Really good to see you. There we go. Right, yes, big horse race coming up, but the main event is here at Cadwell Park Junior Saloon Car Championship. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Now we know we've got some pet names for some of the cars as well. Dave Goddard, I hope you listen carefully because you're allowed to call these names by those pet names now as well. Right, that's it from me. I'm going to trot off and gallop away. See you soon. Right, everybody, new for 2026 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship is the safety car is actually a Saxo. How cool is that? And as you can see here at Cadwell Park, I've never actually been around Cadwell Park. Dave Beecroft has very kindly decided that he's going to take us out for a little bit of a spin, and we're going to chat everything JSCC and track action. Come on, let's go for a lap around Cadwell Park. Well, here we are, we're underway inside the Junior Saloon Car Championship safety car, and Dave Beecroft, we're in a Saxo. That's a very appropriate choice.
Well, it's the right safety car to have, isn't it, really?
How did it come about then? Because I understand that this is yours, is that right?
Well, it belongs to the JSCC. This came about with a conversation with Simon Lambert from the BARC, wanting something a little bit more different than this sort of bog standard safety car. So we said, okay, let's build a Saxo for it. So this is what we've got.
Give us some of your background in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. How long you've been involved with it from the start? Is that right?
Yeah, we took it over 12 years ago now, and we've had our ups and downs like every championship, but yeah, we've established a really good proving ground for young drivers at an affordable price. Motorsport is expensive wherever you go, but JSCC is the how can I put it? It's not the cheapest, but it's the most competitively priced.
Now talk to me about track action as well. That's something that comes under your banner too, and that's what a collection of cars we see in track action. It's a real treat.
Track action is really good fun, and it's just a bunch of guys enjoying themselves with whatever car they can pull out of the garage and come and race, have some fun. It's a very social side of things, and within that track action we have the Peugeot 206 group, who've got their own little section within there, but we've got some stunning cars here this weekend, including some gentlemen who's come all the way from Germany to race with us.
Absolutely, yeah, great stuff indeed. You've also been part of the BARC for a while now too. Why is the relationship between JSCC and the BARC so strong?
It's so strong.
Just throws around there, Dave.
sorry about that. It's so strong because they've been so supportive to us. The BARC have been fantastic with us. Like every sort of business relationship, again, you have your ups and downs, but they do everything they say they're going to do, and they really do look after us.
Right, we're coming up now to a very famous part of Cadwell Park, the mountain, and we wanted to do this as well just so we can actually see how steep it is. My first time around Cadwell Park, and I think it's very difficult to gauge sometimes just how steep this is now, and we suddenly go up and my stomach has just literally gone down into my lower region, shall we say that. What a circuit Cadwell Park is, Dave.
It's a fantastic little circuit. Primarily it's used for bikes, but the cars come here. It's incredibly tricky, as we're finding out, and unfortunately I've got to tell you, this is the first time I've been around it as well.
Well, I'd say it doesn't show, Dave. It certainly doesn't show. We are, of course, taking it very nice and easy round here. Big thank you to everybody at the circuit as well. Great way to look at this absolutely beautiful race track. Coming down onto the start finish track. Quite unique as well, actually, because once the on-track action starts, you can't access the central pit lane because there's no tunnel or bridge or anything here to access it. So you have to make sure you're over before the track goes live, as you are stuck at the top or in the middle of the circuit. Plenty of action coming up here at Cadwell Park. Let's just enjoy this final lap around before we head back in to the outer paddock. we have it. Great stuff indeed. Big thank you to Dave Beecroft, the Junior Saloon Car Championship and Track Action on action this weekend here at Cadwell Park. That was scintillating.
So I'm with the title sponsors of the 270R Championship, which is Fan Drive. I've got Sean Murphy, who is racing in the 270R Championship, and I've also got Greg. Hi guys, fantastic that you're sponsoring the championship this year, but talk us through Fan Drive and what exactly it is.
Yeah, it's great to be able to partner with Caterham to do this, and also TSL, who've been able to partner with to bring the timing to the platform. But so Fan Drive predominantly is about the fans and connecting them more with the drivers. So we've got kind of two applications as part of the platform. The drivers have their application, which they can see their sessions when they come back. They can post social content on our platform so the fans get more engaged and get to know drivers. When they come to events, they might be following a different event, but while they're here, it's nice that they can see, oh, that guy's from the same hometown as me, or even get an idea that maybe they'll go racing, because it's just ordinary people racing, right? So, and then the fan is trying to give them the schedule information. When the schedule changes, as we see, it's really hard for the stewards to keep the schedule on track. We've got red flags, we've got all sorts of delays at times. So for us to be able to, in real time, update that schedule so the fans know what's coming next, and if there's a delay, there's a chance for them to go get something to eat. And just give them that better connection. So that's why we did a livery of the car, actually. So if you look at the livery, it's two-sided. So this is our color scheme for the driver app.
Yeah.
And this is the color scheme for the fan app on the other side.
Oh, brilliant.
And so the gold stripe is Fan Drive, connecting the two worlds.
Fantastic.
So that was the thinking behind the livery. Unfortunately, right now, you're seeing it at the back. But, first weekend Caterham. So
I was going to say, it's your first time racing Caterham, so I think...
And there's a lot of talent in the field. I mean, there's no stragglers that have been, are waiting for me to come and just turn up and pick off. But, So we'll work towards it, and it's a challenging track. But great crowd here today, and it's a great group of people to be hanging around with. So
that's it. And we've got this, like Greg, as you know, we've got these QR codes on the back here that we can, that people can scan with their phones. Is that right?
Yeah, so when fans come and they want to identify with a car, they can come and scan the QR code, and it'll bring up that car, it'll bring up information about their driver profile, and then they can follow the driver throughout the race, or throughout the season. So it's just an added benefit for the fans to come and just make connections to the drivers when they're here on the track.
That's it, yeah, because you were helping me yesterday, put a photo on of my car, filling in the car details, and you can put info on there as well, can't you?
Yeah, and the drivers can personalize it, right? They can tell you a little bit about their car, they can tell you a little bit about themselves, as Sean was identifying, and then the fans can have that connection, right? And then come see you. Yeah. Right, and eventually we'll offer some like scavenger hunt opportunities and things like that to really increase fan participation, to come in and just interact while they're here, as opposed to just watching the races as well. Just be part of the atmosphere.
And that's lovely for fans, isn't it, and spectators, to be part of the action, feel like they know about a driver, they know their history, what they've done, how many podiums they've had, and all that sort of thing.
And when we get closer to the academy starting, we have a fantasy league for the academy.
So I'm with the title that we can, that people can scan with their phones. Is that right?
Yeah. So when fans come and they want to identify with a car, they can come and scan the QR code, and it'll bring up that car, it'll bring up information about their driver profile, and then they can follow the driver throughout the race, or throughout the season. So it's just an added benefit for the fans to come and just make connections to the drivers when they're here on the track.
That's it, yeah, because you were helping me yesterday, put a photo on of my car, filling in the car details, and you can put info on there as well, can't you?
Yeah, and the drivers can personalize it, right? They can tell you a little bit about their car, they can tell you a little bit about themselves, as Sean was identifying, and then the fans can have that connection, right? And then come see you. Yeah. Right, and eventually we'll offer some like scavenger hunt opportunities and things like that to really increase fan participation, to come in and just interact while they're here, as opposed to just watching the races as well. Just be part of the atmosphere.
And that's lovely for fans, isn't it, and spectators, to be part of the action, feel like they know about a driver, they know their history, what they've done, how many podiums they've had, and all that sort of thing.
And when we get closer to the academy starting, we have a fantasy league for the academy. So each team driver or driver in the academy will have their starting value, and based on their results or how they do in the races, their value will go up and down. And so the fans will be able to compete with their own teams of their own academy drivers, and we're planning to give away a Caterham drift experience for the fan that wins the competition. So that'll be fun. So
that's brilliant. I mean, the
that'll
Caterham
be coming around Donington time. So yeah.
Oh, wow, look forward to that then. The drift experience is well worth having. I can speak from experience.
Yes. Absolutely.
But brilliant, well, there you've heard it. So all about the fan drive, so check it out now. Thank you.
Well, look at this, everybody, and just like that, the rain has come as promised here at Cadwell Park, just in time for the pre-83s, pre-93s and the pre-2003 touring cars. I've come down to have a quick chat with Mark in this Vauxhall Astra. Mark, we've spoken about this before, haven't we? But we've always got new people tuning in. What a car, is it? Is it special? Come on. Look, can you bring the camera around? Sorry, John. We've got to look inside. Look at it's like the original, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's still got the digital dash, which everybody loves. So look, it's even works.
Look at that. Oh my God. Can we bring the camera around? Have a look at that. That just said 288 miles per hour.
I wish. Yeah.
Unbelievable. What's it like to drive? Is it a joy?
It is. It's a little bit sketchy at times, you know, kind of limited front grip, but yeah, it's good. Today it's going to be very greasy.
Are you a little bit disappointed it just started to rain, or are you quite happy about this?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. It kind of evens it out a little bit with power, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, look, Mark, thank you so much for coming out to play. Really appreciate it. To stay safe out there, won't you? Do you want it shut? Do you want me to shut that for you? Looks like car's heading out straight away. We're not going to. I wanted to very quickly say hello to Tom. He's got a cracking moustache, hasn't he, Tom? But I don't think we're out to see it now. We saw Charles Norris in the pre-66s. We're having Tash Wars here. Tom Harvey's got a good claim to it. But the cars, let's put the camera on the cars. Look, about to head out on track. There's Ian Bowyer. He is looking to.
Yes, thanks Ian. The cars were heading out on track, and with the rain coming down here at Cadwell Park just after our lunch break, we are having an extra green flag lap due to the change in conditions. So this is the mixed race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, the Pre-93 touring cars sponsored by Track Hub UK, and the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Just one car on the front row for this one. Pre-93 champion Ian Bauer with his BMW M3. Adam Reed, who should have been alongside him, unfortunately is a non-starter with his BMW. On the second row, the Pre-03 points leader Cam Tunio with his Honda Civic starts alongside defending Pre-03 champion David Cave with his BMW 328. In row 3, we've got the first of the Pre-83 runners, Nick Grindrod with his Mark 1 Escort and Nick Williamson with his Rover SD1. The fourth row, Tim Tomlin with his BMW 328 running in Pre-03, alongside Jared Knight with a Mark 2 Escort in Pre-83. Row 5, Malcolm Jeffs with his Mark 1 Golf GTI. Great to see that car back out this weekend in Pre-83, alongside the reigning Pre-83 champion Jonathan Corker, who broke down while fighting with Nick Grindrod in yesterday's race. So he goes from back on row 5, and the sixth row of the grid will see Tom Harvey. He pulled off on the green flag lap in yesterday's race in the Escort. Mark Finney didn't make it out in yesterday's race in the Astra GTE, but he is there today, had problems in qualifying yesterday. And in addition to the back of the grid, in Pre-03 is Will Hunt in his Fiesta. I've seen him running in Blue Oval Saloon Series already this weekend, but he's decided to enter an extra race with his Fiesta. He's going in Pre-03. The Astra is Pre-93. One of only a couple of Pre-93 cars out there, the other being Ian Bauer. Now yesterday, Ian Bauer took pole position by over 4.5 seconds and then won the race by nearly a minute. But things might be a bit different today, I think, with the conditions possibly a bit of a leveller. And Ian Bauer there in the Castrol BMW. We've already seen him in Classic Thunder today, finished second earlier on. Is he going to run away with it again, or are we going to see things a bit closer? No Adam Reed on the front row in his BMW Compact. Cam Tunio is there with the Civic. David Cave in the bright blue BMW. Then we've got the first of the Pre-83s, Nick Grindrod from Birmingham in the Escort. And then the big SD1 of Nick Williams.
It's going to be so greasy out there today. Look at the condition. It's kind of the worst of the worst. It's just been dry. It's going to be greasy.
It certainly is, yes. Now, Cam Tunio moving up into the second row of the grid. I didn't see a grid sheet with him second. I think he should have stayed on row 2 of the grid. Yes, he's moving back again. You have to keep the gap.
To me, to you.
Jonathan Corker's not there. His problems from yesterday proving terminals. That put a dent in his title defence in pre-83. Mark Finney's there though. Good to have the Astra out after he missed yesterday's race. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm wondering if Ian Bauer's BMW is just going to spin the wheels up the rear-wheel drive machine here. We're about to see as away they go. This combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. A flying start by the Escorts. All three of them making a move up the order there early on, especially Nick Grindrod in the red Mark 1, but it looks like it is Cam Tunio, the front-wheel drive. Look at Ian Bauer sliding the BMW there, the rear-wheel drive machine straight away, and it is Cam Tunio with front-wheel drive, who, not surprisingly, goes straight into the lead in his Honda Civic. Even he's sideways coming out of Charlie's. Then Bauer in second place, Grindrod up to third, and round goes Tim Tomlin. He's the first to spin out. Let's hope nobody collects him. Jared Knight takes to the grass in avoidance. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that was almost predictably a chaotic start there given the conditions.
Yeah, just change of conditions, and it's you know, if they've had mostly dry running, it's just getting your head into the wet weather and where the grip is. If you haven't had too much wet running, the grip is in all the different places. So just getting on the power too early, car swung around, and well done everyone avoiding the contact.
Yes, Tim Tomlin, newcomer this year from Wiltshire in his BMW. He's got going again. He's still ahead of Will Hunt in the Fiesta there. There's Jared Knight, who went grass tracking in avoidance. Well, the Mark II Escort, well known as a rally car, so showing its off-road abilities there. They're just tiptoeing their way around on this first lap, working out where the worst and best of the grip is. There's David Cave. He's the reigning pre-03 champion with his BMW, but it's Cam Tunio who leads the way into the mountain for the first time. He leads the pre-03s. Ian Bauer leads the pre-93 split, and the pre-83 split led by Nick Grindrod in the Ford Escort. Cave is fourth. Also running well is the front-wheel drive Golf of Malcolm Jebs. He was up there in fifth place. First time I've seen that car out for over a year. The Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Chewing Gum livery Golf. That's one of the cars you can buy in scale electric form. Malcolm was telling us yesterday as well. The ex-Alfa Romeo racer at the wheel of the Golf.
There's zero grip out there. You can see all the cars squirming. Generally speaking, you want your car to be on any bit of tarmac, which isn't normally the racing line, but this track is so narrow, there really isn't much of that around, so they will be scrabbling and fighting for where that is, and as the cars trying to get the power on, squirming their way down to the barn corner here.
I certainly wouldn't want to put the power of the big Rover down in these conditions. Nick Williamson there in the SD1, you can see he's struggling, and Tim Tomlin, having recovered from that spin at the exit of Charlie's, goes through. Will Hunt behind them in his Fiesta, and then Mark Finney in the Vauxhall Astra towards the back of the field. Tom Harvey's not come through in the number 3 Escort, I don't think. We saw him get away at the start, but has the Escort let him down again? It did on the green flag lap in yesterday's race. Long way from Kent for 2 non-finishes by the look of things. As Ian Bauer is now up with our race leader Cam Tunio as the sun starts to come out again. Conditions not making up their mind this afternoon. Grindrod's still there in third. He leads the pre-83s, but it is Cam Tunio who leads overall, man from West Kingsdown, just around down the road from Brands Hatch Circuit. Ian Bauer pursuing. There's Grindrod. These three are well clear of Cave in fourth place. Next through it should be the Golf of Jeffs ahead of Jared Knight in the Escorts as things settle down after that early schmozzle up on Park Straight.
It's definitely still conditions where slightly less torque will be to your favour, but it looks like Bauer's going to get that bit under control of understanding where that grip is and using that advantage that car has.
Yes, Ian Bauer, been racing BMW M3s for several years now. Came in about 10 years ago as a novice into the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Bit of a moment for the Escort there. You can see Nick Grindrod is sliding about on Hall Bends, and that area will take longer to dry out as well because it's under the trees up there. It doesn't get as much sunlight, especially this last bit of the lap. You can see the Escort sliding about there using its rallying heritage. There's the Golf of Malcolm Jeffs. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? Beautiful colour scheme. Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Chewing Gum, an unlikely sponsor.
There you go, though. It does look great, as you say.
Well, we saw Wrigley's Airwaves come into touring cars a few years later on the Ford Focuses, didn't we? The blue Ford Focuses. There's Jared Knight in the Escort ahead of Tomlin. Hunt. Nick Williamson is definitely struggling with that big SD1. He's down towards the back of the field now, ahead of Mark Finney in the Astra. We have lost Tom Harvey's Escort, and Jonathan Corker didn't take the start in his Datsun 510. So this is going to open up an advantage, I think, in pre-83 for Nick Grindrod at the top of the points. Ian Bauer has now done the fastest lap of the race, 1:58.568. He's 1.2 seconds off Cam Tunio for the lead of this race. Won't mind too much if he doesn't defeat the Honda Civic, because they're not only in different classes, they're in different championships, the two leaders.
And you always keep that in mind, don't you? It's the battle out on track. Sure, it's fun, but actually, you, especially in conditions like this, you certainly don't want to throw away your own championship fighting someone who's not directly on the same competition.
Well, they are the two leaders up towards the mountain for the third time in this combined Classic Touring Car Racing Club event. Last race for the club here this weekend at Cadwell Park. Nick Grindrod still there in third. Time penalty for Cam Tunio.
Starting out position?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that might happen. Yeah.
Well, on one place on the timing screen it says 5 seconds, and another it says 10 seconds.
So it can be either. So the discretion of the director, they can apply different penalties depending on what they think of it. But yeah, 10 seconds is the normal penalty. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is, especially, we saw him pull forward. He did go back, but I don't think he went back into his grid spot and then actually pulled forward, which is a false start. Even if he started with the lights, he's starting out of position, which is still the same thing.
Yeah, so Cam Tunio will pick up a penalty. He was confused over where to line up because Adam Reed wasn't there on the front row in his BMW. Will Hunt continues on. He's in 8th place in the Fiesta, running in the guest class of Pre-03 because he's not registered for that championship. He's a Blue Oval Saloon Series driver.
Yeah, we've seen him out today already, haven't we?
There's Mark Finney in the Astra GTE. 1989 it was that John Cleland won the British Touring Car title in one of those. As Ian Bauer gets a bit sideways there, coming out of Park Corner, just can't put the power down through the rear wheels. Ooh, nearly using Cam Tunio as a brake there, coming through Chris Curve. They bounce off each other. We don't want them both sliding off. And Tunio keeps the Honda Civic ahead. Even he's getting sideways, coming out of the gooseneck there. Thought they were both going to go sliding onto the grass and into the tyre wall there, but they've held it together. If they had tangled up, that would have given Nick Grindrod the lead overall in the Mark 1 Escort. Up towards the mountain come the leaders once again. We're just coming up to half distance in this 15-minute race. Bauer still at the fastest lap, 1:57.176, his quickest lap now. And Grindrod is actually closing on them in the Escort very slightly. There he is in the background. Man who's raced everything from pickup trucks to MX-5s and Caterhams over the years. Started his career on the short ovals. I remember seeing him in a converted single-seater race car in the Grand Prix Midget Club, or at smaller scaled down cars on the ovals. This is that incident again as Ian Bauer tried to get up the inside going into Park Corner. He got the overlap done, but as soon as he tries to put the power down, round comes the tail.
Did well to catch that. That was a full opposite lock there.
And as he saves it, then Tunio back around the outside and they bounce off each other again.
Yeah, right onto his contact with his right rear tyre there, so hopefully he hasn't got any suspension damage after that.
Look at these four getting a wriggle on over the mountain there on the puddles, the Golf, the Escorts, the BMW and the Fiesta. And taking it as carefully as they can, especially along the wetter section of the course down under the trees towards the hairpin.
Still significant spray coming off the tyres, isn't there?
Yes, indeed. Will Hunt has a look at the back of the BMW. As we switch back to the front of the field now, they're up at the top of the circuit again. Ian Bauer trying again to take the lead away from Cam Tunio in the Honda Civic. We said, though, he doesn't need to. They're in different championships, these two. Cam Tunio is in the Pre-03 championship, Ian Bauer in Pre-93. And Ian Bauer probably doesn't know. Anyway, Cam Tunio's got that penalty impending, so he's going to fall behind him anyway. Battle for 5th place they're focusing on here. The Golf ahead of Jared Knight's Escort, the man from Devon. Tim Tomlin in 7th place. Will Hunt in the Fiesta is 8th. Missing part of its rear bumper. That was a legacy of some contacts in the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon race yesterday. with Randall Lawson's Alpine Renault. Is Grindrod closing on the top two? He closed slightly on the last lap because of that near tangle. Just over 5 minutes to go.
They'll just have started to get used to the track conditions by the time this race finishes. It's taken a little while to dial it all in, but they're still having a lot of fun out the front here.
And that's what it's all about. Motorsport should be fun, as we say. These three well clear of David Cave, who's nearly 17 seconds down the road in 4th place, and he's about 25 seconds ahead of Malcolm Jeff's Golf. So David Cave is having a very lonely race here at the wheel of the number 94 BMW. He's probably wondering where everybody else has gone.
Splashing his way down the back through the Hall bends and up here into the mountain. You can hear all the tyres scrabble. I mean, even in dry conditions they scrabble for it to, you can hear them not able to get full power on until the car is sufficiently landed.
Tim Tomlin coping well now. He's new to racing this year. Had his spin on the first couple of corners, but since then has got used to the handling of his BMW. Will Hunt in behind him, but in the Blue Oval Saloon Series for a few seasons now, and Ian Bauer trying again to take the overall lead.
A little bit more sheepishly that time.
Trying the outside run as they come through Chris Curve.
You don't want to touch the grass there, but don't ask me how I know that.
Down the hill they come.
Ooh.
I was saying that about Tim Tomlin. I'd rather put the curse of the commentator on him, didn't I? I said he'd been learning the ropes in his BMW. He's been off.
Did well to have an off there and not hit anything, so well done for that.
So he's lost a place to Will Hunt. He stays ahead of Mark Finney in the Astra. He's now clear of Nick Williamson's Rover SD1. See that going by in the background. Two leaders head through Hall Bends.
Made it though.
Nearly a nice power slide. Nearly a repeat of the incident in the Caterham race with Matt Fox there. He got a 5-second penalty incidentally for that earlier on. Just had that notification through during the lunch break. So Bauer's got to gather it up again after that little moment and catch Cam Tunio up again. Although despite that incident, that little slide through the hairpin, he did the fastest lap of the race, 1:56.053.
Definitely carrying speed, isn't he, as the track just slightly gets better conditioned, although, yeah, very much still wet out there. Here is a little replay of...
This I expect will be Tim Tomlin's BMW.
Is he going to be sideways as he... Sideways as he comes onto the screen or only onto the grass? That's the question.
And we shall see as they come towards us. We've got just under 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Here we see them come out of the corner. Yep, backwards
as we join
through Barn Corner.
Well done though.
Around he goes, just avoided the barriers.
Yeah, very well done. Yeah. Jim Carner would have been proud of that narrow.
Oh
no!
Well, that's happening. Ian Bauer's gone off. Now, where has that happened?
That's. I think that's turn 1 again, isn't it? Is that?
That may be at Charlie's.
Yeah.
Try and get a replay of that if we can.
But yeah, looks like significant contact.
Yeah, he's gone nose into the barriers there. Ian Bauer. He's out of the car. He's okay. That's the main thing. But the Castrol BMW is well and truly out of the race. Now, the question now is, if Cam Tunio has got that 10-second penalty, how far ahead of Nick Grindrod's Escort is he?
Only 8.5 on the last time.
Yeah, last lap round he was 8.5 seconds ahead, so once the penalty is applied, that won't be enough. He needs to be more than 10 seconds clear of Nick Grindrod to win the race.
He's got one more lap to do it, hasn't he?
Yes, last lap this time. Here he comes over the line. Now let's see what the gap is when Grindrod comes through in that second place. Waiting for the Escort to come over the line. And Grindrod has in fact just dropped back. He's 14 seconds down now. So, Cam Tunio, despite that penalty for being out of position at the start, now the pressure's off, he's just done the fastest lap, 1:55.914. And it looks as though, unless further incident befalls him, Camtunio is going to win this race.
Yellow flag, so he is up at Park, it looks like. Here we are.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Up the inside, Ian Bauer tried to take the lead into Park Corner.
Same again, rear just steps out, and this time opposite lock onto the grass.
Tunio comes back. No, that's from earlier in the race.
Yeah.
That's the earlier incident.
Yeah.
So that's the replay from a few laps ago. Tunio is going to win this motor race. David Cave is now up to third. Mark Finney slowing up there in the Astra. He goes a lap down. As the Honda Civic leaps over the mountain. I'm running out of voice.
Screams its way down through Hall Bends, doesn't it? There's a real revvy engine in that Honda. And the Rover ahead just could not get any power down at all as he went over the
It hasn't been able to get any power down for the whole race. Poor Nick Williamson. He is lapped.
His eyes will be on stalks, I'm sure.
And here comes Camtunio to take an overall win. I'm sure he did not expect in that race. Checkered flag at the ready, and Camtunio wins. So let's see what the gap is back to Nick Grindrod. Here he comes. Now, if Nick Grindrod's got to within 10 seconds of Camtunio, he'll take the win. Let's wait and see as he crosses the line. I don't think he's done it. The gap was 14 seconds. Across the stripe. Grindrod crosses the line, and the timing screen shows a gap of 6 seconds. So that's, I think, is with the penalty applied.
It will be,
Yeah, 16 seconds would have been the gaps. It's reduced to 6 on the penalty. So Grindrod wins the pre-83s. Pre-03 is won by Camtunio. Who's going to win the pre-93s? It's going to be Mark Finney, because he's the only one left running out of pre-93 touring cars. Now let's have a look and see what happened to Ian Bauer. We're at Park Corner.
On the grass, yeah.
He just locked up, went straight ahead. Hits the tyre barrier. What a shame for Ian Bauer. Now, as we were saying, he didn't need to attack Camtunio there.
As soon as he touched the grass, it's just ice. There's nothing you can do. You're a complete passenger at that point.
Last few finishers coming in then. This little group been together the whole race long. Malcolm Jeffs will take 4th in his Golf. And who's going to be 5th? Because Will Hunt has caught Jared Knight. The Fiesta and the Escort together. I think the Escort just hung on. By 1/10 of a second to take 5th position. We're waiting for Tim Tomlin to come in as the last man across the line in his BMW. He's out there somewhere. He will take 7th place as long as he crosses the line. So a rather bizarre race, that one. There is Tomlin over the line.
Still looks super greasy as well, doesn't it, out there? So for the rest of the weekend, we're going to be seeing how quickly that does dry out, or whether we get another shower for all the other race series out there.
Provisional results of that slightly bizarre classic touring car race then. Camtunio, despite that penalty, takes the win by 6 seconds ahead of Nick Grindrod, and they win their respective championships. David Cave in 3rd place ahead of Malcolm Jeffs. Jared Knight just holding off Will Hunt for 5th place. Tim Tomlin 7th. Nick Williamson was 8th to lap down. And Mark Finney, the only finisher in pre-93 touring cars after we lost Ian Bauer into the tyre wall. Jonathan Corker and Tom Harvey. Well, Jonathan Corker didn't take the start, and Tom Harvey disappeared on the first lap. Great shame for Tom Harvey. A long way to travel to not complete a lap, unfortunately. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Yes, Cam, come on. It's I'll say it's the shoes, but it's not. It's your ability. Unbelievable stuff. Even with a 10-second time penalty, because Ian just dropped away at the end as well. Shame for him, but for you, I made that a 3rd win in the 03s this season as well. So great stuff overall here too. You must be absolutely delighted. It's not been a bad weekend, has it?
It's been a good weekend. I mean, that was a fantastic race with Ian. I hope he's okay. A bit leery, and the conditions were really tough, but we were gambling on a wet setup. We were kind of mid-wet setup, but the boys at AMW Motorsport were helping me out this weekend. Top job by Adrian and Adam. And we survived. A bit of damage somewhere in the car. I got hit, but it's okay.
Don't look at it, and it's not there.
Yeah, well, it's the rain shoes, isn't it? That's
It's the shoes. Look at them. They're absolutely unbelievable. I love them.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. But anyway, we're back. We survived. So great weekend.
Well done, mate. Congrats.
Thank
Really
you so
happy
much.
for you, mate.
Thanks, Ian.
Oh, I should have done that and for you, shouldn't
You're
I?
a star.
No, you are. Trust me. Here we go. Let's Nick as well. Congratulations, the 83 win. Congratulations. You always look so cool, calm when you get out of the car.
I try. It's this suave wrinkles that I've got.
You've got. Do you know what? Does anybody else think you've got a little bit of a James Bond, Daniel Craig look about it? Has anybody told you that before?
No, not at all. But
there you go. Making friends here today. Making friends. Look, how was it out there? Obviously, the wet conditions making things a bit tricky. Huh?
it was very slippy. It didn't look it, and I don't know, it came across on camera, but yeah, there's not a lot of grip out there, as the lad in the BMW has decided to put it in the barrier.
Yeah. I haven't seen Ian, but hopefully he's okay. But look, congratulations to you. That's a win in the 83, second overall. Not a bad day, eh?
Not a bad day, not a bad weekend.
Thank you so much. Let's go over. Let's grab Dave for a chat. Dave, don't disappear from me, my friend. I ain't seen you this weekend. What you been? You've been hiding from me.
Yeah, hiding from you.
Don't blame you. How's that? All right? Bit
yeah,
tricky.
it's like a drift day. Yeah, sliding around, flicking the back end out. It's great fun.
Great fun. You've ended it with a pot as well.
I ended it in one piece. That's the main thing. That's all we come out for.
We'll take that. We'll take that. Look, well done anyway. I'll let you go. Really good to see you, mate. Yeah, good stuff indeed. Where's Mark? Because Mark was our winner. There's his car. Congratulations to Mark. We'll let him crack on anyway, but he's the winner in the 93s as well. Good stuff indeed. We've got a little bit of time. Let's just jump down here. How was that out there? Was it a bit...
mate, yeah, slippery.
You're smiling, no? That's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm like a dancing queen, basically, so...
Well, look,
yeah.
Have you enjoyed your weekend here?
Yeah,
enjoyed
absolutely,
it?
yeah. So it's been better than I thought, actually. So I was a bit scared of the track, but it's actually...
What happened on the straight?
Not too sure. It's still quite aggressive on the rear, so I need to soften up, I think, especially... Because obviously last minute it was it's wet, not rainy, not dry, so it's slightly harder setting on the rear. But I'm sort of hopping at the back straight as well. So
listen, all that matters, you're here.
Yeah, that's it. Go home in one piece. That's it.
Go home in one piece. Good stuff indeed. Look at this, all smiling. Look at that, that's a big smile, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, not very often. After yesterday, I thought, things were against us, and then on the last lap it cut out.
Oh no.
And I thought, no. But after restarted the ECU and everything else, it fired back up and managed to finish, so I'll take that.
My producer's just saying that's such a cool car. Absolutely love it. Thanks for coming out and playing. Really appreciate it. Take care. Yeah, it's good to see you. It is indeed. Let's just move down a little bit further, shall we? I'm just having a little look because we do have Caterhams coming up for you. Look at Dave just posing for the cameras. He's not camera shy at all, Dave Cave, is he? Look at him. Look at him. He loves it. That's what friends are for, absolutely. Right, so much still to come up for you this afternoon. The rain has just started up again a little bit. It's going to be in and out for the rest of the day, I think. A big thank you to all of you as well for watching. If you haven't already, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are live, of course, on the BARC YouTube channel. We're back live in 2 weeks' time as well at Alton Park, so do make sure you tune in for that one. We're also live on the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel too. And again, if you haven't already, do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I actually think on the BARC channel we're just shy of 40,000 subscribers, so we really want to get that up. I think we need about 350 or something, so tell a friend, why not? Indeed. More action coming up for you this afternoon. Wall-to-wall racing coming up. Caterham's 310R. Sam Parker's in that one. They're about to head out on track very shortly. They're all on the wet setup down there as well. A very sensible choice. So let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, just a short pause while Ian Bauer's BMW is recovered from out on the circuits, the recovery truck in attendance. But now we move on to the next race for our Caterham Championships, the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. And Chris, these are the quickest Caterhams we'll see here this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend they are the fourth step of our Caterham ladder, so just one below the Caterham 7 Championship UK, who will be with us from Croft onwards early May. So yeah, the 310R Championship is 155 horsepower, so looks very similar. In fact, looks identical on the outside to the 270s which we've already seen out there. No windscreens, no lights and all those kind of things, but they have got limited slip differential at the back. And yeah, and the drivers are going to be out there, and Ian spoke to some of them a bit earlier.
Well, this is going to be very exciting indeed. I'm just looking at all of the cars here, and they've all gone for wet setups here for the Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship. And they've got 2 races actually today. They've also got the final race of the day. James, quite a hectic afternoon for you. You've had the morning off, you guys, haven't you?
It's been an interesting schedule. We qualified pretty much lunchtime yesterday, had a race last night, and then Adelaide this morning until 2:30, and then the next one's not until you got 2.5 hours to do it, so schedule is the way it works sometimes, so no, can't complain too much.
You're back with Caterhams for another year. Why do you keep coming back?
I questioned that decision yesterday after the race quite intently. But
things can only get better from here.
It can only get better. I absolutely love it. It's great fun. And this year we've got dry tyres and wet tyres. Gambling in qualifying because it was wet drying. I went on a wet setup, so I was the fastest of the wet setup ones, but the others gambled with the dries. And then today I've gone wet setup pretty much, and we'll see what happens.
I think everybody else has gone wet as well. I think it's the right call. Just the classic touring cars have been kicking up quite a bit of spray. And rumour has it more rain is coming here in Lincolnshire. Typical, huh?
It depends which weather app you look at. I was using the Apple one because that said 0%, Met Office said 90%, and everything else is in between. So I was going with Apple, but I was wrong. Go with Met Office at the moment.
Could be anything, could it, James? Good to see you, mate. Best of luck out there. Just going very quickly. See Tim here. He's getting himself ready. Almost time to go. And yeah, absolutely everybody. You can see actually here. I mean, this is an assembly, of course, so the water isn't being dispersed, but how wet it still is. Only rained quite heavy for about 15 minutes, but it was really wet rain indeed. So can I just say, I'm really sorry to interrupt. Tim, I won't keep you long. I know you guys are about to head out, but how are we feeling ahead of this one? A bit nervy.
With 310Rs, it's stacked full of real talent. So I'm really pleased to be here, and we'll see what we can do in the race.
Enjoy, and I'm really sorry for disturbing you guys. Sorry, mate. Go on, you jump back in. There we go. Yeah, far more important than us here. So here we go. Time to go racing for the Caterham 310Rs. This is their first of 2 races today. They had one yesterday as well, and the Harris brothers were absolutely flying. What are we going to see here? Let's find out. Hand over commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
So the cars will shortly be leaving the assembly area then and getting onto the grid for this second of 3 races this weekend here at War of the Wolds for the Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship. The grid based on the results of race 1 yesterday, which was at the end of the programme. In very different conditions, though I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double green flag lap ahead of this one, just to let the drivers get used to the wet conditions. It was last year's Roadsports champion, Will Harris, who took the win yesterday. He skipped 270R, gone straight up to 310R, and he went on to take the win in his first ever 310R race, starting alongside Ben Lopez Appleton in the number 5. Second row, we have Charles Harris, brother of William, alongside Paul Goldstein, an experienced Caterham racer in the number 12. Row 3, 17 of Alex Vincent, who came up from the back of the grid in yesterday's race after being excluded from qualifying, starts alongside Stephen Lancaster in the 49, the Dutch Barn Vodka Cup. On row 4, Chris Buck and Tim Hardcastle, and completing the top 10, Ryan Wilby and James Empson.
And then on the next row then we've got Rich Cooper. He lines up alongside Robert Lowe. Good to see Robert Lowe back with us for another season. Stephen Harris starts on row 7 alongside Henning Eschweiler. Andrew Johnson starts on row 8 alongside our very own Sam Parker. You've seen her out there in the rain, and she's got her race suit back on, and she's got 2 races with us today. So she's got the second of 2 20-minute races. Lionel Tolmarsh is going to be starting from the row 9, right at the back there with William Chadwick and Peter Mott. So there's some fast guys looking to come through. Lionel Tolmarsh, we saw him yesterday with a wheel hanging off his car, so hopefully he'll be able to make his way back through in this, the fourth step of our Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they've got the new Nova ZZR tyres, which they're going to be using in the dry this year, but in the wet they are using the ZZS, which is the same tyre that the 270s and the Roadsports have been out there in, and they will certainly have put them on. The ZZR is just a little bit too slick focused, and it's a bit too slippery when it gets wet. So interesting to see how the tactics go, but they're all going to be feeling out. I wonder whether they will get 2 laps. They did have a damp qualifying, so they don't strictly have to have 2 laps, but I think because the conditions are different, they might well get that, and I think it would be a sensible opportunity for them to feel out the conditions out there. They will be all learning. Some of them will have been at this track in the wet, some of them will have tested in the wet, others won't, so it's a good opportunity for them to just get their foot down, feel where that grip is, feel, and more importantly, where the grip isn't, and then work it all out as they leap themselves still in these conditions over that mountain. You can still see the rain falling, can't you?
Yes, there are 2 green flag laps, that is confirmed, just to get used to the conditions, as we say. Good to see all the cars that hit trouble in yesterday's race are present and correct at the back of the grid. Sam Parker is there. She had an alternator cable snap in the last lap of yesterday's race. Lionel Tolmash and Will Chadwick were involved in a shunt in the last couple of laps. There's Lionel, the black and gold car.
He was rapid but had a lot of issues. He was off track. I mean, he just definitely doesn't want to do that today. The wet grass will just, as soon as you touch it, it will drag you wider, as they're now pulling up then onto the grid. Side by side, 2x2 grid in the Caterhams, and these drivers, the most experienced. In fact, they are getting waved around. So they weren't aware there was a second green flag lap, but they are going to go and make that happen. So yeah, another opportunity around this 2-mile circuit to go and see where the puddles are. And yeah, I'd say the top flight of the Caterham that we've got here, but the 7 Championship UK will join us from Croft. Looking forward to seeing that championship get underway. They're exciting season, but the next time we see these 310s as well after this weekend will be on the TOCA Touring Car package, so a lot of drivers will be looking forward to parading their skills out in front of a large audience. But it's good to see the Cadwell Park, the crowds looking good in the grandstands. They're having put up with a little bit of inclement weather, as do the marshals, so another opportunity for me to say again thank you to all the marshals on behalf of all the drivers here for letting us do what we love to do.
Run you through the leading contenders on the grid then. There is Will Harris on pole position, the black car with the red roll cage. 3 members of the Harris family on this grid. We've got Will and Charles and their father Steve towards the back of the grid. I know Steve's brother Tony was watching from New York State yesterday, keeping an eye on things. Hope he's watching again. There's Steve, the yellow car towards the back of the grid. Sam Parker with the pink nose on her newly liveried car for this year.
Should we call it pink lipstick?
Could do if you want.
Let's do it. So Sam, one of our drift instructors here with Caterham, I wonder whether she's going to have a good time with the limited slip diff in this 310, as you're watching some of the cars really exploring where the grip is. And yeah, it's a good opportunity, these green flag laps, to really feel that out. There's no point going around at half pace. You want to get on the brakes, get on the accelerator and see what's happening, as that rain's starting to come down pretty heavily now. So I think the conditions are going to be getting worse. This will be the best they are. It's going to be tight and certainly interesting going into turn 1. I hope they all get off the line nicely, and let's get them through the first couple of corners.
We're running through the colours of the leading cars on the grid then. Will Harris is black with red cage, as we say. Ben Lopez Appleton is grey with some green flashes. So number 5. Number 4, Charles Harris, is in the old Team Lotus colours, the British Racing green and yellow, alongside Paul Goldstein, who, living up to his name, is in gold and black. Row 3, number 17, Alex Vincent, is in grey with a blue stripe. Stephen Lancaster is the turquoise and white car, the colours of Dutch Barn Vodka, big supporters of Caterham Racing in the UK. Please don't drink and drive. Chris Buck in blue, white and black with the yellow wheel rims on row 4, alongside number 16, Tim Hardcastle. That's the red and sky blue car. Completing the top 10, Ryan Wilby in black and orange, and James Empson, that's the Kermit the Frog liveried car.
Yeah, and he had a spin on the green flag lap yesterday. So,
he did, yes.
And also found himself further back towards the end of that race. So he'll be, I think, maybe even pushed back in the results. But
he was involved in the Lionel Tolmash incident, I think.
There we go. So yeah, let's hope they can get their power down as the last couple of cars get themselves aligned with their grid spots, and then we can get this second of three 20-minute races underway.
It's just waiting for the last couple of cars to settle into line then, and we get the all clear from the marshals at the back of the grid. The revs rise and away they go. Fairly gingerly offline. Decent start by Sam Parker from towards the back of the grid there, taking Lionel Tolmash with her forward and up towards the first corner at Coppice. It's tricky to see through the spray with the rain lights on. It is Ben Lopez Appleton who has made the best getaway ahead of Will Harris, with Paul Goldstein up into third place. They make their way up towards Charlie's Bend for the first time, and it is the number 5 of Ben Lopez Appleton who has the early lead. They're all being very sensible, very careful around these first couple of corners. Number 70 there, Andrew Johnston, moving up on the outside. It's a great shower of spray as they head up towards Park Corner. It's really wet here. Let's hope nobody's going to overshoot into the barrier on the outside.
Oh, Ben Lopez Appleton has. Is he's going to go all the way to the barrier? I tell you, those grass, maybe just no significant contact, even if there was. But yeah, he just got on the outside, couldn't get that car stopped, and absolutely locked up until you hit that barrier.
There's Johnston. We saw him running wide, the Moobob software car at the back of the field.
Good to see him up into the 310Rs as the Harris brothers just getting the power down, but it's slipping out. Lancaster there, he did a good job yesterday. Can he make it all the way through to the end of the race in sort of the top 10 is what he'll be looking for. In fact, he's higher than that at the moment, so he'll be looking to do that. One driver who's a bit further down is Ryan Wilby, and I'm wondering to see whether he's going to start coming through.
Ben Lopez Appleton, we're told, is back on track at the rear of the field, so no need for the safety car. He has rejoined. Ryan Wilby there, we just saw him go through the black car with the orange wheels, number 88.
So he's changed his livery for this year, and he was fighting towards the front end last year, so he'll be looking to see how he can get that back. Maybe Cadwell's just maybe not his favourite, or he's just having some issues. But there's Sam Parker in that midfield just behind James Edson. Oh, with another driver going off wide there in the background.
Chris Buck, that was number 36.
Chris Buck, yep, so there's another place there. Sam's going to look down the inside. Can't make that happen.
So they settle in around the opening lap then, with Will Harris in the lead. Alex Vincent is up into second place, the man who started last yesterday.
Great recovery from the qualifying there. I'm sure he would want to forget. I think he's got his laps disqualified. His fort is all the way back up, so great for him, and he's now going to be able to see. You can see the understeer the drivers are putting in. As a driver, you generally put a bit of understeer in the car to make it a little bit more predictable in these wet conditions, certainly until you get to feel what's underneath you. Sam Parker's fast around the outside here. Is she going to make a move around the outside of Emson?
We'll wait and see. Vincent gaining 3 places on that last lap. Goldstein is in third place, and Alex Vincent going for the lead around the outside into Park Corner. No, Will Harris stays ahead, does he? No, Vincent gets ahead. Well, over 2 races, that's what you call a burn from the stern in American racing. He had his practice time disallowed yesterday for a tyre infringement, had to start from the back, fought his way up to 5th, and now in race 2, Alex Vincent into the lead in the number 17, the man from Stockport in Cheshire, leads Will Harris, Paul Goldstein, Charlie Harris is in 4th place, and then Stephen Lancaster. I think his primary aim in this race is going to complete his race with all his bodywork intact, because he was shedding bits and bobs off that Dutch Barn vodka car all around the circuit yesterday. He got bashed up all over the place.
It was certainly a lot of wheel bashing, and they say left a bit of debris in the middle of the track, didn't he? So everyone had to avoid. Eventually it did get collected, but luckily no one slid off on it. Ryan will be clinging on in there, and then we've got Hardcastle, and then it's Sam Parker. So she's making great progress up through the field there. Really got some speed in these damp conditions. So she did get past Emson on the way up into Park that time.
Through the mountain come the midfield section, the lower reach to the top 10. Chris Buck has already seen one mistake from him, ran wide at the hairpin a lap ago. He's got Lionel Tolmash behind him, the Lincolnshire driver from near Grantham, trying to move his way up the order. Big twitch there from, I think that was James Emson, yes, the number 20. The rest of the pack come through the last part of the lap. Sam Parker will be up to, by my reckoning, 8th place by the end of this lap.
Great early laps. And Vincent is pulling away in the lead, isn't he? He's got his wet weather gear all sorted. A little bit of understeer there from Ryan Wilby as he dialed that in. Goldstein not making the progress that he's done so many Caterham races over the last 3 years or so that it's a very common sight to see that goal, Caterham, and let's see what he can do in that third place at the moment. Can he do anything about the two drivers in front of him? Harris has had such a good start to his 310R run as well, but Vincent, that gap that was there has now disappeared, and Lancaster's still there or thereabouts. So Charles Harris also, he doesn't want to let his brother have all the fun, does he? And so he'll be wanting to see whether he can get on that podium today.
Still just over 15 minutes of this race to go, so we're not even at 1/4 distance yet. Anything can happen in this Vertex Caterham 310R race. Another race for them coming up at the end of the programme later on as well, at around 5:30. There's Rob Lowe, the Stripes number 44 car. Here are our leaders, 5 cars line astern. Back of this group, it is Lancaster in the 49. Trying to close up and get his first podium of the season. Alex Vincent continues to set the pace at front.
There's Hardcastle and then Sam Parker, and then behind them Empson, and that's where Tolmarsh comes. So Tolmarsh, another driver that started towards the rear after that incident yesterday, and he's slowly fighting his way back through as well. We come down through the Hall bends, you can see that you can't really use the traditional wet line here. It takes the car too much extra distance, so they have to just struggle, and you can see how it just looks like they're tippy-toeing on the cameras. It just looks like they're going so slowly, but I can promise you in the car, doesn't matter, you can press the accelerator, you can press the brake, you can turn the wheel, nothing will happen because the car's just absolutely on the edge of what the grip it's got underneath its the Nova ZZS's that they'll be running right now.
Through Charlie's men come the leaders then. Paul Goldstein chasing hard after Will Harris for that second place. Charlie Harris will be not far behind. There's the green and yellow machine. These four breaking away slightly now. They're about a second clear of Stephen Lancaster as Will Harris goes to the outside into Park Corner. And there is Lancaster. He has closed back up again slightly in the turquoise machine. They're way ahead of the rest at the moment. Hardcastle's about 8 seconds back in 6th position. It's between this quintet at the front of the field now.
Harris is dialing himself into the conditions, isn't he? He was looking like he was clinging on there, but now he's looking like the man who is pushing forward. You can see it drifting that car. They're working out how do you drive this 310R in these damp conditions to get that power down and pushed along the next straight. But Vincent is happily out front currently still, and Charles Harris also making a good hash of things. Lancaster's been sat there. I'm not sure whether that's because he is absolutely at his limit or whether he's just waiting and knows that there's still plenty of time left in this 20-minute race.
Over the top of the mountain come the lead group, and Will Harris continues to pile the pressure on Alex Vincent for the lead through Hall Bends. Himself on the tighter line through the hairpin. Goldstein does the same as well, gets a big slide there. You can see how wet it is under the trees there. Charlie Harris in 4th, who set pole for yesterday's race. And then he end up finishing just outside the podium spots though. New fastest lap of the race for Alex Vincent, 151.312.
The hairpin is one of those corners where there just isn't any grip. Doesn't really matter whether you go on the inside, the outside, late into the turn, early into the turn, on the curb, off the curb. It's just no grip in these kind of conditions. It's you just have to just fling it in and hope for the best. So we watch the cars feed themselves down here, and this is the part of the track, as we said, that doesn't really get a lot of sunlight and therefore stays a bit of damp underneath the trees. There's where I will be on his route through. He's dropped away to 13th behind Mott at the moment, so something must have happened to Wilby. He was previously up in 6th, so he's definitely drifted back. Lancaster having a go though at Charles Harris. So we said, was he watching clinging on, or was he going all right? You can see the little contact mark where he had some damage on the rear of his car yesterday, which I'm sure wasn't helping as he went to the later stage of the race.
Getting towards the halfway point of this race now. James Empson having a go at the 67 of Richard Coop a little further back. That's for 9th position. Still Alex Vincent hangs on.
Still order the same, so Charles does have to hang on, and it seems to, again, a bit like every time you make an attack you do cost yourself some time, but in this case, you know, they also means that they lose contact, so it's something you have to really be prepared for as a driver. You have to work out what in the long run is going to work out for me best in this situation, and it's variable per lap as this rain comes and goes as they're heading again through Hall Bends, trying to see whether they can find any grip at all. Goldstein's so quick around that bit, but he lost the rear as he came down. You can see again fighting that car as they come down, but at this time I think Goldstein might be the man with the head of speed here, and if he can just get this last bit of the lap tidied together, he might be competing for the win.
So down the pit straight they go, 5 laps completed. New fastest lap of the race for Paul Goldstein, 149 points at 9.35. Not significantly faster than everyone else, but it is definitely beginning to dry out there because everybody except Ryan Wilby did a personal best on that last lap. You can see a dry line emerging through Charlie's Bend. Will Harris up onto the outside to try and challenge Alex Vincent for the lead.
And we know that Wilby lost out all those places, so I think he's had a spin. There was a bit of a jump on the inside there from Harris, so he's got the inside line now over Vincent, but the outside line is where the grip is around this corner today, so whether he's got enough speed to be able to drift out just in front, I think he does, although Vincent's going to have that head of steam. So there you go, the outside line is just grippier at the moment, and therefore he's carried that speed. They'll have to log that in their memory banks, that the outside line is actually the one that wins the battle.
So Vincent, Harris, Goldstein, Harris, your top 4. They're clear of Lancaster to the tune of a couple of seconds now. They've dropped him back slightly. Hardcastle a long way behind in 6th place. Sam Parker up to 7th from her lowly grid position, proving she's got the pace right from the off in a 7.310R.
She's got Tolmarsh coming up to catch her up from the rear, so that's her battle out on track. We watch the leaders up here through Mountain, seeing if they can get the power down. They do reasonably get that. You can hear from here is that battle. Then Tolmarsh behind and Hardcastle in front. So where they were all having lonely races, they're all starting to come together in this battle for 6th place. That will be. It looks like there's too much of a gap out in front to get back to the lead group. 13 seconds, and here is that lead group with Vincent squirming his way down there. Harris, Goldstein, and the other Harris, and then Lancaster, Dutch Bar Vodka car.
We're in the second half of this race now for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7.310R Championship, and Alex Vincent having led for much of the way after taking Will Harris. Good move there by Charles Harris up into 3rd place down the pit straight, taking Paul Goldstein, who's quick but a little wayward handling compared to the others, I would say.
Just struggling out that last, from the hairpin down, he just, it seems to be struggling to get the power down, so he's just not having the confidence that the other drivers have to press that accelerator and fire himself down that straight. So whether he's just got the line wrong, not finding the grip out there, or whether he needs to do some setup changes for race 2, but just currently compared to the other drivers, we've got another battle for the lead then, and this time Harris is around the outside and does make the overtake then over the top of Vincent. He's learnt from that previous lap, and he's now out leading this group once more.
Yeah, so Will Harris finally retakes the lead then in the number 14 machine. Some said it was too big a leap up from direct from Roadsports to the 310Rs, but Will Harris quick to silence his critics with a win yesterday, plus Charles taking a pole position. Where's their father, Steve? 14th place at the moment.
Yeah, it's good to see the Harrises all still out there, really loving their Caterham races, and William and Charles just doing a fantastic job to jump up into this grid and be right at the front, and absolutely silence anything that could have been said as they head over the mountain once more. Goldstein losing out now in overall, just as these conditions change, and every lap we are getting slightly different. You can see the spray is no longer being generated in quite the same way under the tyres as it was when they first started. As Sam Parker also is now ahead of, that's Lancaster losing it through the Hall Bends, and Sam Parker's got ahead of Hardcastle as well.
So that's another place gained up into P7, possibly P6 now for Sam Parker. We'll check that as they
depends how far Lancaster fell back.
Yes, we'll wait and see on that. The conditions clearing up very slightly. I think we can see sun starting to burn through the clouds now.
You can tell from the drying patches, I say drying patches, they're not anywhere near a dry line, you can see, but yeah, there's no spray underneath the tyres, or limited compared to as we started the race, and there is Sam Parker leading over the line then into that 6th place. So some more places gained, and Tolmarsh now looking to see whether he can do anything about Hardcastle in front. Hardcastle had that lonely race, but now he's absolutely being swamped by the drivers coming through from the rear. Now Vincent's going to try that outside line for him to retake that lead, and I think he's going to do it. He's going to have that head of speed, a bit of contact there maybe with a wheel arch getting flung off as the inside driver there from Harris just drifted out very slightly. It's to be expected. It's going to be so greasy on the inside apex line round Park Bend.
Yes, certainly seen that in our last couple of races. As moving to the outside, that was Will Chadwick on his recovery through the field after being involved in the shunt yesterday. Where's he up to? 11th place at the last pass over the timing line. Sam Parker now up into 6th position. Next challenge will be on the back of Stephen Lancaster, who's still recovering from that spin. We'll wait and see. This time there's a few seconds between two, about 12 seconds I think from the TSL timing screen. There is Stephen Lancaster.
So yeah, and that might have cost him a little bit of confidence as well. You know, as you're pushing on and you're just trying to explore where the new edge of limit is, he's clearly found it, and that can have your brain play funny games on you, and you can lose some speed. But as Vincent there was absolutely sideways out of the hairpin, and Goldstein very late. Was he going to make it round, or is he going to be on the grass? He's made it round, but I'd say that's still the corner that I think he loses out most on the lap compared to the drivers he's racing against at the moment. There is Sam Parker now with Lionel Tolmarsh also having dispatched with Hardcastle, who's just trailing through there as they go down Fort Bend that time through.
So Parker moves up into P6 there. We mustn't forget Lionel Tolmarsh. Oh, James Empson's had a spin in the Kermit the Frog car. Spun on the green flag lap yesterday, an incident on the closing laps of race 1, and now that's at Hall Bend once again. He
ended last year with such a head of steam, and I'm sure he'll be disappointed that the beginning race hasn't gone the way he'd want it to have done.
Here's the lead battle. You can see Alex Vincent missing a wing there, the right rear wing off his car. Charles Harris up into 3rd place. Goldstein has dropped back slightly from them. He's a couple of seconds, possibly 1.5 seconds down on Chris Harris.
That will be maybe with a
yes, it is
like a steaming engine. Like, has that lost coolant? It's certainly looking similar to that. He's having to pull off this engine. Yeah, that looks a bit engine smoky rather than steam. Anyway, Ryan will be on the outside of Barn. That's not a good place to stop. He's going to jump out and get over the barrier. Double wave yellows there. Everyone needs to be super, super careful. It's the most dangerous condition. He needs to get over the other side of that barrier if he can. I don't know how steep that drop is, but it's not going to be particularly useful. They'll probably have to either think of a safety car. Vincent's lost it.
That is Alex Vincent. The race leader has spun. That's into Hall Bends again, I think.
Do you know what? That Empson spin from before. So I think someone will have dragged some water onto the circuit just at that bit.
Or is that fluid from Ryan Wilby's car because he's stopped round this corner?
It might be fluid from Wilby. So the two cars spinning in that same place. Clearly something's happened down there. They're covering it under yellow.
Red flag. Red flag.
Red flag. Okay.
Yeah, that's I think it must be coolant or something from Ryan Wilby's car, because it's combined with the water on the standing water at Hall Bends has made it too dangerous.
Or oil or something. But yeah, red flag. They won't restart that then with only 3 minutes to go. That will be race dialed back by 1 complete lap to that before. So the finishing line, the finishing order that we've got over the line may not be the one that we get, and it will go back to the last complete lap by the whole field. So we'll have to wait and see and let the timers do their thing to figure out the results. But pretty sure Vincent was ahead at the time, but because he was involved in that red flag, he was going at the time that the red flag was thrown, so he should still be reinstated, I think.
I would think he'll be reinstated as the winner, yes. We'll have to wait and get confirmation from the officials on that, though.
I think as long as you are moving, the regulations are when the flag is thrown, you're okay. And he certainly was able to rejoin. It was just a spin that he suffered rather than any kind of contact with the barrier. But yeah, over the line last time through, it was Vincent Harris, William Harris, then Charles Harris, then Goldstein, Lancaster and Parker. And I think that might end up being the order that we see. But we'll just, yeah, like I say, wait for the timer team to do their job, and then we can get that confirmed. But that was the second race for the 310Rs.
Okay, the session will not be restarted. This is the provisional result that we have. This is subject to change on a check from the officials. So Alex Vincent, despite that spin, provisionally takes the win ahead of the Harris brothers, with Paul Goldstein in 4th. Steve Lancaster is 5th, and Sam Parker coming through from the back for 6th, taking Lionel Tolmarsh with her. Then Tim Hardcastle ahead of Will Chadwick, also coming through from the back. And Richard Coop in there as well. That order has just changed. Yeah, it's gone back to lap 7 and shows Will Harris at the top. So they have wound it back a lap as I talk to you. Yep. So Will Harris provisionally will take his second win. We'll start going through that again. Alex Vincent in second, because that's how they crossed the line at the end of lap 7. Harris in third ahead of Goldstein, then Lancaster, Parker, Hardcastle 7th ahead of Tolmarsh, then Coop and Emson round out the top 10 ahead of Will Chadwick, Ryan Wilby, Peter Mott and Stephen Harris. The other finishers, Eschweiler, Lowe, Johnston and Lopez Appleton, who never really came through at all after that off on the first lap. I thought we'd see him try and race back up. But,
yes, I guess it was just the distance to through the field was just too great. I think though that cars are arriving into Parc Fermé, so let's go down and hand over to Ian.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. We're still not totally sure what the result is, hence the reason we don't have the 1, 2, 3 boards out. Will Harris was first place when the red flag came out because, of course, Alex Vincent had that spin, although we just might have overheard. This is not confirmed, by the way. We do not have official confirmation, but did hear that it might go back a lap, which would hand it to Alex Vincent. So let's see if we can have a quick chat. Alex, can we just have a quick chat? No, nothing confirmed. Don't take it from me. Nothing's official as of yet. But we believe it might, if it goes back a lap, it'll be yours. But you had a spin. That was dramatic.
Very fortuitous. I spent the last of the lap swearing a lot in my helmet after that spin. So after giving up the lead, I didn't. Yeah, I mean, it's fortuitous sort of victory. I'll take it. Very happy.
Very gracious, very gracious. Well done, Alex, indeed. The Harrises were second and third then. They are over there. Let's go round and have a quick chat. Where Sam was going to do. I think Sam was going to jump on the microphone, but she's just given family a hug, so we'll leave her be and let her crap up. Can I just grab the Harrises, please? Come on, boys, over you come, all of you. I still don't know who's officially.
Charlie will.
No, I mean, we've already spoken, Steve. I meant more in case of the actual results. We're not totally sure, but a wild race either, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was just learning the track. It was changing, getting wetter, and then we were getting a bit more heat in the tyres. I think consistency was key. I don't know, it depends where they choose to finish it, but we made it to the end, so that was good.
It's a good day for the Harris, isn't it? Well, you know, you must like this place by now.
I'm starting to like it, yeah. I'm actually really happy because I'm normally not very good on the wet. Yeah. So when I got out there, I was surviving. I was like, okay, this is pretty good. And then Alex spun.
Yeah.
And then Charlie's closing on me very quick. And then red flag.
You're going to say that you would have got it.
I would have had that if we had those 3 minutes. I can't prove that, but.
Steve, you must be very proud.
2 more laps, and both of them.
I know. I didn't want to embarrass the young ones here, but
actually, no, it was really good. I mean, it was very, very slippy, and it got better as you learnt it, and better as it dried a bit. But I mean, I've never really got out of a wet race and thought that was really good fun. And my memory of Cadwell was the academy, where it was pouring with rain. We'd only done like 3 races and it was horrible. So this is really good. It's really nice.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. It's just started to rain again. Let's see if we can grab Sam. Can I borrow you? Sorry, Sam. I hope you don't mind. I just went around that because we weren't sure who had actually won the race. Because and I'm still not totally sure either. But what was it like out there?
Oh my god, I loved it. It was so good, so much fun. Clearly the wet suits me and I'm happy in the wet. I like it being like quite loose beneath me and feeling what the car's doing and sliding about, and yeah, it's really good fun.
You've got a bit of extra experience here, haven't you? Because you do a bit of drifting with these, so that probably helps.
Oh my gosh, the 20 years of drifting these cars has definitely paid off today.
Well done, Sam. I'll let you go do all the bits and bobs. We'll see you later, no doubt, as well. Another race coming up for the 310Rs, but now it's time for the Scottish Minis. They're about to head out on track as well, and the rain has just started to come down quite heavy. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. The Scottish Mini Cooper Cup back out on track then for their second race of the day. We have a partially reversed grid for this one as well. It was Jack Irvine who took the win earlier on in a cracking opening race of the day, the Northern Irishman. Top 6 will be reversed on the grid for this next race, so it will be Michael Williams who will take pole position. They will have 2 green flag laps. There's a grid penalty for Martin Veatunga as well for gaining an unfair advantage in the first race. He drops 3 places on the grid. Where the grid reads like this, Michael Williams in the 52 on pole alongside James Hitchin in 271. Chris Coburn and Robbie Dalgleish on row 2. Chad Little and Jack Irvine on row 3. Martin Vietunga will start 7th on the grid alongside Barry Holmes. Then on row 5 got the 2 top newcomers, Presley Barrett and Campbell Scott, with Liam Kelso rounding out the 11-car field. This is going to be a tricky, slippery one for our Scottish visitors. Full programme of events at the home of Scottish motorsport at Knockhill for them this year. They go to Kirkestown in Northern Ireland and to Croft as well in the northeast of England. Hopefully grid numbers will continue to grow as well. Defending champion Chad Little starting from the 3rd row of the grid here. There's a brilliant battle between him, Robbie Dalgleish, and eventual winner Jack Irvine in race number 1. They'll have 2 green flag laps coming up then. In the meantime, Ian caught up with a couple of the drivers.
Well, welcome back to the assembly area, everybody. Wow, look at that cloud up there. That looks a little bit mean, doesn't it? Indeed. Another downpour, no doubt, coming. I wonder how the drivers are feeling. Let's go have a quick chat, shall we? Let's have a quick chat with Barry here. Barry, this weather's a little bit unpredictable, shall we say?
Yeah, I think from looking at the track, there's still a lot of water getting lifted, so yeah, let's just go with a nice wet setup and see what happens.
Did you watch the classic touring car race just a little bit earlier, about half an hour or so ago, just to kind of gauge what the track looks like, see if you can just see if there's any spots out there that look particularly horrible?
Yeah, well, I was watching bits and pieces from up here, but I was watching a couple other things in the wet as well, just to see, and yeah, I don't know. I've never driven it in the wet, so it'll be a kind of... It'll be one of these races where it's like every lap's going to be completely different. So,
well, do you know what? You're all in the same boat, and in these conditions, you could actually be in a boat. Good luck, Barry. Thank you so much. I've been planning that for ages. Let's go chat to Presley as well. Presley, well, this is going to be exciting, isn't it? A little bit different this race than this morning.
Well, definitely the first race I had was probably one of the most fun moments I've ever had in my life. So I can really imagine what it's going to be like in the rain as well. It'll be something different, I think. I'm just going to try and be as smooth as I possibly can.
I think that's really good advice. I'll let you crack on anyway. You guys have got to get ready. So thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you so much for coming out as well for the final time this weekend. The Scottish Minis are about to head out on track, and it should be very, very exciting indeed. Dave, over to you.
That's on their green flag laps then, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Great to have them on BARC TV for the first time ever this weekend, administered by the Scottish Motor Racing Club. Have a look at their websites for more info on this class and all the others run by the SMRC. Quite an extensive programme they run, mainly at Knockhill, as we mentioned. You've got the Fiesta ST Championship as well, the Scottish C1 Cup, Historic Mod Sports and Special Saloons, and the Classic Sports and Saloons as well. The championships run by the club. Scottish Mini Cooper Cup title held by Chad Little, had 5 race wins last year. Daniel Patterson was second, not here today. Jack Irvine was third in the points, he had a couple of wins. Stuart McFadden, not here this weekend, was 4th in the points. Michael Williams, despite not winning a race, took P5. I think they'll get another green flag lap after this one. Yes, they go through. For a 15-minute slip and slide. It'll be Michael Williams on pole, the man from Midlothian. I think he lives south of the border nowadays then. In the all-blue number 52. 271 James Hitchin, another Englishman from the Lake District, will be alongside him. Chooses to race in Scotland because he's not really based near any of the UK circuits, up in the northwest corner of England. Chris Coburn on the second row. Presley Barrett heading up the newcomers further back on the grid for the Newcomers Cup. He's the second of the red cars on the grid.
Really is chucking it down out there at the moment, isn't it? You can hear it on the mics and see it there as coming up into Park Bend sideways, some of the drivers as they're exploring those limits on the second of their 2 green flag laps, which is exactly what that's designed to allow them to do. Not many of them have a lot of experience here at Cadwell, so it's going to be important for them to see what it is like in these greasy conditions, and it's going to be a bit of a voyage of discovery for everybody, I think, going up into turn 1 and for the remainder of that opening lap. Look at the camera, really is suffering now from the driving rain that we've got.
Yes, it really has come down heavily for our second mini race today. Look at the standing water on the mountain.
Yeah, all that spray had gone, hadn't it, in the last Caterham race that we saw, the Rotex 310Rs, and now it's firmly back on the agenda.
This is going to be very tricky, even with the extra green flag laps, to get used to the conditions here.
Well, I imagine the second green flag lap was a lot worse than the first one as well, so again it gives them a little bit of a frame of reference to what to expect and where the grip is going to be underneath them.
Through the colours for this one. Then Michael Williams in two-tone blue will be on pole position alongside James Hitchin. He's in predominantly black car, number 271. Second row, number 17, Chris Coburn, is in yellow and blue. And Robbie Dalgleish in red and black on the second row. We come up to the grid now. Chad Little, no missing him, in the Dayglow yellow car. BMW Minis in on the road in that colour as well. Certainly stand out. Alongside him is Jack Irvine in the blue and red car, our race 1 winner. Then the light blue car with the eyes on the headlamp covers, that's Martin Viertunga. Alongside Barry Holmes in the number 88, the blue and grey car. Presley Barrett in red with the white roof. Alongside him, Campbell Scott in blue with the yellow stripes, and in all over blue at the back is Liam Kelso, number 59. 11 Scottish Mini Cooper Cup cars. Great to have them here on their away day here at Cadwell Park, and off we go for race 2 over 15 minutes. What are they going to make of these very changed conditions? Well, it's a decent start from our poleman, Michael Williams, in the number 52. He'll take the lead up towards the first corner. Ooh, don't get a wheel on the grass, Robbie Dalgleish. He'll spin out. Chad Little was a bit sideways in there in the 25. It's Williams who leads from Hitchin in second place, and I'm making the move up from Citroen C1 Racing. They've all made it round the first couple of corners okay. The leader sideways. He's the first to find these incredibly wet conditions, and I think he's going to lose the lead here, possibly to the 271 of James Hitchin. They head up the hill along Par Straight for the first time. Chris Coburn is tucked in behind them, and Robbie Dalgleish, I think, as is in there as well in the red car. Just barely, you can barely see anything behind those 4 because of the spray. James Hitchin has taken the lead. Williams drops back to third. Then it's Chad Little in the top 5 there in the 25, just ahead of Jack Irvine in the 65 and the 27 of Viertunga. 59 of Liam Kelso, the most northerly based racer here from Kinross is at the back of the field. James Hitchin in the black car leads. Number 271 ahead of the 17 with the Scottish Saltire proudly displayed on his roof. That is Chris Coburn. And Chad Little gets elbowed wide there by Jack Irvine. He's on the grass, manages to save it. Further back in the order, the 88, that's Barry Holmes battling it out with Campbell Scott in the 15. Wait to see who's going to win the newcomers class in this one as well. Queuing up behind James Hitchin as they come into the mountain. Robbie Dalgleish attacking Chris Coburn for second place. Michael Williams, the pole sitter, is still in there in 4th position, but here comes Jack Irvine up the inside. Oh, he's tagged Robbie Dalgleish, who goes sideways, spins out. He's managed to save it, I think. He's on the grass. And he keeps it going. He's only lost about 2 or 3 places there, Robbie Dalgleish, and he'll soon be back up to full speed. A lot of experience of BMW Mini racing. Across the line to complete lap number 1, it is James Hitchin, the man from Cumbria, who leads the way. Head of the Scottish Challenge, headed up by Chris Coburn from Glasgow in second place. No, he's Yes, he is still there, I apologise. Jack Irvine is up to third now, the Northern Irishman, so 3 different nations in the top 3 places. I think that's Williams still in there in 4th place, number 52, the man from near Edinburgh. And then Chad Little next in the order, the 25 car. Up the hill they go towards the right-hander at Park Corner, and James Hitchin in the clear in the number 271. Can he take a Scottish Mini Cooper Cup win on his debut in the category? There's Viatunga, the 27. And in the 15 car, it's Campbell Scott. He's our leading newcomer at the moment. Hitchin leads. Things settling down again now. And Robbie Dalgleish renewing his rivalry with Chad Little. There was a bit of push and shove between them early on. And off goes Jack Irvine. He's gone straight on at Mansfield, rally-crossing his way across the infield. Exactly the same path as Martin Wright took in the junior saloons earlier on. He's going to rejoin right in front of Martin Viatunga, who gets through on the inside. Well, that could have kiboshed Jack Irvine's hopes of a double victory here at Cadwell Park today. He's got it going at Glenburn, a long way behind. Throughout 7th place now. Through the right-hander of the hairpin into Barn Corner go the leaders. The slippery surface flag out there just to warn them. The fluid down from the Caterhams possibly from earlier on. Across the line they go, and Jack Irvine already beginning to recover. Place down the front straight ahead of Martin Viatunga. Now at the inside on Michael Williams as well. Jack Irvine not wasting any time in recovering that lost ground after he's off down at Mansfield. That should put him back up into 5th place, I think. Oh, the leader's gone off. That's Hitchin. Was that Hitchin I saw on the grass there? It was a black car. That was the leader that has run wide at Park Corner. So we've lost James Hitchin. So your leader will now be Chris Coburn, I think, in the number 17. We'll pick that up in a second. Just caught a glimpse of Hitchin running wide there. There is Coburn. He leads ahead of Dalgleish and Chad Little. So it's all change at the front. Top 3 have gone through, and here Hitchin, he's off again. He's off again, and Irvine's followed him. Where are they going? Another one's gone, that's Michael Williams. Martin Viatunga says, thanks very much, you lot. I'll make up 3 places in one corner. Michael Williams is stuck on the curb, facing the wrong way. My goodness, it must be really wet down at Mansfield. They're all flying wide. Well, there is a successful championship for BMW Minis in Rallycross, but that's not what was on the agenda. So another one's gone. The leaders have tangled now. The 17 of Coburn spins and Dalgleish hits him. Chad Little drives through the middle. He's got the lead of this race now.
Coburn just carried way too much speed into that final. It's just changing all the time, isn't it, the conditions. Luckily, the splitter has gone away from underneath the front of the car, so hopefully it'll still have grip as it turns into turn 1.
There's almost certainly going to be a safety car here because Robbie Dalgleish has stopped on the side of the circuit on the entrance to Barn Corner. There's bits of Chris Coburn's car flying off. There goes some more of it as we go into the first corner. Look at the state of it. Still going though. It'll affect his handling, but it hasn't affected his speed. So Chad Little has taken the lead. A total change in the order from our previous lap. Is that Viatunga running wide there as well? Right. We'll try and establish an order because there's so much gone on that last lap. It's now Chad Little leading, this man in second in what's left of the number 17 car, Chris Coburn. Viatunga, I think, is third. Irvine fourth. James Hitchin we saw fly off at this part of the circuit a lap ago. He is in 5th place. There's Campbell Scott 6th. 7th place Barry Holmes. 8th is Presley Barrett. 9th Liam Kelso. Michael Williams I think is still going, but Robbie Dalgleish, I would think, is out of the race. Wait to see if he did rejoin, though. So the race continuing on. We haven't seen, I thought we might see a safety car come out because of Dalgleish's car, but I think he might have got it going again. That red car in the background is Barrett. No, Dalgleish is still there at the entry to Barn Corner, so we'll wait to see what happens there.
It's tucked away to the inside, but in these conditions, it's not out of the way of danger, is it?
We'll wait and see what the officials decide. 7 minutes of the race to go. Another car goes wide at Mansfield Bend. That was the 88 of Holmes, and through goes Viatunga. Who's this charging up behind them, and who's that nearly losing it coming through the mountain there? That's Campbell Scott, I think. Viatunga, he must have gone off somewhere as well, because he's further back down the road. I thought I saw him run wide at Charlie's Bend. So he's just ahead of Williams. I can't keep up with this.
You can really see how loose the rear end is. They have got no rear grip at all in these conditions at the moment. And maybe the setup of the cars as well. Obviously, they've had dry running up until now. You see that double wave yellow as they go down into Barn Corner. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, a half metre later braking can mean you lock up and then suddenly you can't go anywhere and you're on the grass before you know it. And as a driver, it's really tricky to know where that extra speed is, especially as they're all trying to work it out as they go. If they're trying to work it out live every single time they turn into a corner, it's a new adventure.
It's a mini adventure, as the adverts used to say when these cars were released a few years ago. So the race order we've got established as Chad Little out in the lead. He leads by nearly 4 seconds now ahead of Chris Coburn in what's left of the number 17 car, still in second. Won't take another couple of cars out of this race. There's Coburn. James Hitchin is in third place, and he's just on the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 3.53. Jack Irvine is fourth in the 65, and then this is the battle for fifth place between Scott, Williams and Viatunga. Behind them, Barry Holmes, Presley Barrett, Liam Kelso, and of course Dalgleish is out of the race. The Newcomers Award is led by Campbell Scott in the number 15. Under fire from Michael Williams, who's going to go through at the gooseneck. Yes, he got the move done coming out of Chris Kerr. There's the gooseneck and down. Oh, and Campbell Scott's lost it. Look out, Viatunga. Oh, just misses him. This is crazy. How did Martin Viatunga miss T-boning Campbell Scott there, who gets it going again? Well, that means I think that he's lost the lead of the Newcomers Award. Yes, now it's Presley Barrett in the lead of that. There's Liam Kelso.
There's got to have only been a millimetre between those two cars as they came down the hill out of Gooseneck then. There was so close.
Couldn't have fitted a chocolate bar wrapper between the two of them. Exactly. Thanks for the chocolate, by the way, before that race, Chris.
No worries.
There goes Chad Little. He's got the lead of this thing, the reigning champion, with just over 4 minutes of the race to go. Leads by 4.3 seconds over Chris Coburn in second. Warning flags out at Barn Corner still for Robbie Dalgleish's stranded car. James Hitchin is still third. Irvine is fourth. There's Williams, he's now up to fifth. Viatunga has pulled into the pits. So we've lost another one there. Campbell Scott has, of course, spun down the order as well. There is Viatunga's car. You can see the Sri Lankan flag above the eyes on the headlamps. So we don't know what the problem is there. We'll try and find out if we can. James Hitchin reeling off the fastest laps. He's done a 2:01.604 now, so we're going to wait to see if he can catch Chris Coburn for second place. This is the battle for fifth. Williams ahead of, I think it's Barry Holmes next in the order, a bit further back. Then Barrett and Kelso. Here's the next group. Williams has pulled away from them now.
It was steaming up quite badly in that cockpit there. That's another issue in the closed cockpit cars in these kind of conditions, and it's certainly affecting his visibility.
The lead gap is coming down as well. It was 4.3 seconds and he's not that now. They're certainly closing in on Chad Little for the lead here. Here's Presley Barrett on the tail of the 88 of Barry Holmes for sixth position. Liam Kelso behind them in the number 59. hairpin. What's the gap going to be this time? I don't think it's as big as 4.3 seconds. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, so we should get 2 more laps out of this, I would think. We'll wait and see, though. It might only be 1. Let's see if the last lap board is out as they go over the line. No, it's not. In fact, the gap has gone out again. It's 4.4 seconds now between Little and Coburn. As at the inside, James Hitchin is going to take second place, is he? Yes, good move at Coppice Corner. And James Hitchin, who led early on, is back up into P2. There's Jack Irvine. He's had a couple of offs. Still there in 4th place, though. Chris Coburn with his front bumper missing. Bit of trim hanging off underneath as well. Runs a bit wide out of Charlie's Bend. It's Chad Little who continues to lead in the high-vis yellow, number 25. Run by David Slay Racing. He runs Presley Barrett's car as well. David Slay, very experienced in mini racing. Oh, the gooseneck and down the drop into Mansfield Bend.
He's avoiding the extreme edges of the track, isn't he? He's just staying sort of 1 car width in, generally speaking, from the that's clearly something that other drivers this weekend maybe can take away, that the grips away from the edge of the track there.
So 9 cars running out of the 11th starting. We lost Robbie Dalgleish and Martin Viertunga. Now wait to see if the gap is coming down. James Hitchin, well, his last lap time was a 2 minutes 1. Little's was a 2 minutes 3.9. So James Hitchin is definitely closing here. We could have a last lap showdown between these two. Let's see what the gap is. It was 4.4 seconds between Little and Coburn for first and second. Coburn dropping back into 3rd place now. Now let's see what the gap is as the 2 leaders come across the line to start what will be their final lap. Hitchin across the line is down to 2.76 seconds now, and Hitchin just did the fastest lap of 2 minutes 0.034. Little did a 2 minutes 1.9. This is going to be close. There you see, 65.6 miles an hour average for James Hitchin. Can he catch Chad Little for a win on his debut, moving up from the Scottish C1 Championship into the Mini Coopers? Up Park Straight for the last time, keeping Chad Little in his sights in the spray. This is going to be interesting. Chad Little into Park Corner for the final time. Then Chris Curve. Needs to keep a cool head here. There's Hitchin behind him. Looks like Coburn has settled for 3rd place. Here comes Hitchin. You can see him there. He's only about half a dozen mini lengths behind now. He's getting closer and closer. Don't go wide at Mansfield. We've seen a lot of people do that. They've got it round. This is going to be an interesting one. Up towards the mountain for the final time. I don't think we've got yellow flags at the hairpin anymore, so there could be a move made there. Checkered flag awaits them. Little in the bright yellow car, Hitchin in black. Through to Hall Bends for the final time in this incident pack race for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Try and see if it as carefully as they can down into the hairpin for the last time. Hitchin closes. Is he going to do it? I don't think he's quite going to get close enough. They're into Barn Corner for the last time. And out of it, Chad Little is just about going to hang on. A brave pursuit by James Hitchin, but he's going to come up short. Chad Little takes the win. Hitchin comes over in second. The gap was just over a second, and Hitchin gets a lap in of under 2 minutes. 1:59.859 on the last lap. Well clear of Chris Coburn, whose battered car comes over the line in 3rd place. We await Jack Irvine's coming in 4th. These two still at it, Barry Holmes and Presley Barrett on the final lap. Across the line comes Michael Williams to take 5th position. Barry Holmes, can he hang on for 6th place? Liam Kelso in behind them. Here they come over the line, and Barry Holmes does hang on for 6th place. Presley Barrett wins the Newcomers Award. Kelso and Campbell Scott will be the final finisher. Well, what a crazy race that was. Action and incidents aplenty in the rain. But the provisional result then, a win for Chad Little, the reigning champion, by 1.06 seconds ahead of James Hitchin, who got the fastest lap on the final lap of the race. Chris Coburn in third ahead of Jack Irvine and Michael Williams. Barry Holmes just holding off Presley Barrett, who gets the Newcomers Award, finishing ahead of Liam Kelso and Campbell Scott. Martin Viertunga had a strong race but pulled into the pits, and we lost Robbie Dalgleish in that tangle at the hairpin. So a rather crazy race there, but I'm sure the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup will head back to the north of the border. Well, majority of them going back north of the border. We have got some English and Northern Irish drivers in there as well. They've thoroughly enjoyed their away day here at Cadwell Park. Big thanks to the Scottish Motor Racing Club for bringing the championship to us. We'll wait to see what the points chart looks like after their opening rounds of the year. Just waiting for the car screen. I reckon that Chad Little will be leading the championship ahead of Jack Irvine, but that'll all be confirmed on the Scottish Motor Racing Club website in the coming days. Let's hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, I have two cars here in Parc Fermé, and they're very happy indeed. Chad Little taking the win, and alongside him, James Hitchin. Here comes Chris Coburn as well. He came home in 3rd place. Chad, that's a little bit more. See what I did there? A little bit more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, it was very tricky first time in the wet.
I bet it was, yeah.
I just kept falling off in front of us, and I just kept it steady to the end to see us through.
So that's all you got to do sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good. I seen James was catching him in the mirror, but I didn't dare push hard. I had too much of a lead to throw it away, so I just potted around to the end.
Mate, you're not going to stop smiling, are you? Well done, buddy. I'm really happy for you. Congratulations. Somebody else is very happy as well, James. Wow, you've got the biggest smile here in Lincolnshire. I love that. What a race, eh?
Oh, it was fantastic. Before I was thinking, oh no, not the rain, but wow, it was incredible.
Have you now suddenly fallen in love with Cadwell Park in the rain?
I've always loved it, but never in the rain. But now, yeah, all weathers. I'll be here in any weather now.
James, well done. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you, mate. Enjoy that, won't you? I know you will. I know you will. We've got Chris Coburn here as well. Missing a front bumper, Chris. Podium, no, not a bad result.
I know, that was the sketchiest experience of my life, man. Yeah.
Are you kind of half glad it's over?
Yeah, absolutely. It could have been over like 5 laps before, but yeah, I mean, I had massive moments. I spun at the hairpin and unfortunately collected Robbie Dalgleish, who straightened me up, but yeah, unfortunate for him. So yeah, people were sliding left, right and centre, like sliding off. I thought I had to win at one point, and then it just
it looks so treacherous.
And yeah, I just didn't have any board pace, and I took up a lot of damage. The car was making all sorts of weird noises, so so I wasn't sure if I'd make it to the end, but yeah, we're here. Podium again. So.
Well done. Nice bit of silverware to go home with. Thank you. Cheers, Chris. Great to see you as well. Chris Coburn there in 3rd place. Look, how nice is it, by the way, to see the people lining along Parc Fermé here as well. We've got the MG owners' cars down the bottom in the assembly area. You can just see those thereabouts head out there. But before that, I think it's time to have a little look at some of the highlights from that brilliant race from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as we say goodbye to them here at Cadwell Park.
So let's take a look back at some of the moments from that rather crazy race. James Hitchin it was who led early on ahead of Chris Coburn. Chad Little, his race didn't start very well. Biffed wide on the first lap by Jack Irvine, but he soon recovered from that to battle with Coburn and Robbie Dalgleish at the sharp end of the field behind James Hitchin. Irvine up the inside, he clouted the 91 of Dalgleish going into the hairpin. That sent him off, and as he slid back on out of the grass, that was the end of race for Dalgleish eventually. James Hitchin then threw it wide, but not as wide as Jack Irvine, who went rallying in the 65 car. Hitchin managed to retain his lead until he ran wide at the top of the circuit as well. And then did the same, followed by Jack Irvine down at Mansfield. More cars went spinning in his way because the order totally changed. And then we had a further incident down at the hairpin as well, of course, as Chris Coburn lost it. Wallop into the side of Robbie Dalgleish, which took Robbie out of the race. Chad Little was able to get past them and take the lead. Then there was this very close to a major incident there as Campbell Scott spun and Martin Weatunga just missed him by millimetres. Even Presley Barrett on his way to the newcomers win nearly lost it. So, if that's what the Minis can do in wet conditions, what are the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship going to do next up? They had an incident-packed race in the dry early on with plenty of race action from the ZRs. We'll see what they can do in the wet. Let's see what the drivers had to say ahead of this one.
Right, Scott, here we go. It's wet, isn't it? Is this what we were hoping for, or we were definitely not hoping for?
I don't mind the wet. I do like the wet. I've not driven this in the wet. We've gone for a lively setup, see what it does. Yeah, I want to win. I want to win this one.
I know you do.
I want to win.
Proper racer. Look, you've been racing MGs for a while. Why'd you keep coming back?
It's just, you know, everyone's friendly, you know, family orientated, you know, we all help each other out. You know, I've had to help Jack out with bits and bobs. He's lent me some tyres. Like, everyone's really helpful. I've given him some parts and some gaskets today. It's how it should be. You know, that's how club racing is, and yeah, it's friendly racing as well. It's good.
Scott, I'll let you go get some cover, mate, before you go out. Great to see you. Good luck here. Hopefully we'll be talking up there as well. I do just come with me a second a little bit, because I just want to have a quick chat over here. He's a very busy man. He's been down here with us in assembly all day long. We've got Peter up here, he's a marshal. Peter, I know you're busy, so I'll follow you around, but what a job you guys do, by the way. Thank you very much. Come wind, rain or sunshine, no matter what. How long have you been marshalling for?
4 years, I believe.
Have you? Why did you decide you wanted to be a marshal?
I started when...
Don't let me stop you doing
Yeah, it's fine. There's lots of other people.
They know where they're going.
Yeah, hopefully. I started with sim racing projects cars too, and then my dad got back into marshalling, so I've done a taste of that Croft circuit, and I've just never done it since. Been in the same place.
Why is it so good then? Why do you love doing it?
You're close to the action. You get to speak to drivers, put them in positions. It's not something that you get to do as a spectator or such, and it's quite a privileged place. So.
Peter, thank you so much for everything you
no
do.
problem.
Really appreciate it. Keep doing the amazing job, and the rest of the team that you always do. It might be a busy one this afternoon because the rain is still coming down here, but for one final time, the MG owner is going to take it to the track here at Cadwell Park. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks a lot, Ian. Once again, there will be 2 green flag laps, just because of the conditions here. We're ready for the off on those green flag laps, and the grid reads as follows. Once again, it's Cal Moore on pole position in the 43. This grid based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. Rob Addison will start alongside him. Scott Bugner, who we just heard from, and Lee Pearce, our race 1 winner, on the second row. Matt Harvey and Jack Woodcock will start on row 3. Then Josh Addison and Jake McDermott on the 4th row. Completing the top 10, James Wade alongside Simon Byrne. On the 6th row, we will have Simon Kendrick in the MGF. It was going to be his son James, but so we're told it is Simon in the car for this race as well. He'll start alongside Josh Byrne in the number 117 ZR. Row 7, 94 Alex Forster, the first of the Class A Classic runners, alongside Aaron Chappell in his ZR, number 49. Then on row 8, Will Sharp, number 39 in the midgets, alongside 28 John Copeland. And then we have 26 Malk Best in his MGB, alongside Ashley Barnes, 59 in his midgets. 14 David Amflet should have been next. He's withdrawn, had problems in qualifying with his MGB, so he's a non-starter. Simon Jackson will be there in the number 7 MGB, and the Treadell family ZR has changed driver, so that's had to move to the back of the grid. Lance Treadell now on board in the 64. We see that at the back of the field. So away they go for the first of 2 green flag laps. A lot of standing water on the pit straight we see there. Jack Woodcock back out, retired from the first race late on. And again, Jake McDermott back on the 4th row of the grid, so he's going to have to try and fight his way through. Missing David Amflett. Just looking to see if there's anybody else absent from the grid. I didn't see the MGF out there, so there's initial debate over who was driving it, which member of the Kendrick family. It might not be there at all, actually. There's our front row. Buckner and Pierce on the 2nd row. Harvey, Woodcock, Josh Addison, McDermott, James Wade, Simon Byrne. The MGF is there. There's Simon Kendrick. Josh Byrne, Forster, Chappell, Will Sharp, John Copeland, who's taped his roof down, Malk Best, it's Barnes, Jackson and Treadle. So everybody there who should be. As we said, David Amflett withdrew after qualifying with problems with his car. One lone, very hardy spectator over on the banking there. It's more like he's ready to go fishing, doesn't he? Fair play to everyone trackside here today. Quite a good crowd under their umbrellas. And fair play to our camera teams as well, keeping their equipment dry, keeping themselves dry to bring us the action here today. So thank you to all the marshals, medics, recovery crews, everybody out in all weathers. So Cal Moore leads them round, newcomer to the championship. Can he convert pole position into a win this time? Lee Pearce with his first outright win in the championship earlier on, having forced his way past Rob Addison with a couple of laps to go. They go on to their 2nd green flag lap. One of our commenters said, I'd love to give marshalling a try. Well, have a look online on barc.net or on the British Motorsport Marshals Club website and find out how you can have a go at your local circuit. So the pack heads round its 2nd green flag lap. The rule is if conditions are substantially different to qualifying or previous races, then an extra green flag lap for familiarisation added in. Jake McDermott, the reigning ZR class champion. His father Steve busy in the pits looking after several of the ZRs. Scott Bugner could be in with a chance here from the 2nd row of the grid. Jack Woodcock, a late retirement in race 1. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in today as well. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at BARC. Follow our social media platforms as well. Back in action in a couple of weeks' time on April the 25th, the one-day event at Alton Park. Brick Car Endurance, the headline act on that occasion. And then after that we move on to Croft, May the 2nd and 3rd. Caterham's in action there, TCR UK as well. Unpredictable opening round for them at Brands Hatch last weekend. A great weekend up in the northeast coming up for them. Coming into line then, the green and silver car with the red wheels, that's Cal Moore on pole position. Rob Addison in yellow and black with the pink wheels and pink race suit on the inside of the front row. Scott Bugner in the silver and green car on the second row. Lee Pearce all in blue. Matt Harvey black and red. Jack Woodcock in blue with yellow flashes down the side. Josh Addison in grey. Jake McDermott orange and grey. Those are your leading colours on the grid. Start to settle into line then. For this 20-minute race, is this going to be as slip and slide as the BMW Minis were? Waiting for the last few cars to settle into line at the back. It'll be Lance Treadle at the back of the grid. Here we go then, the revs beginning to rise. Watch for the lights. Lights are on, and off they go. Great start by Rob Addison in the yellow car. Decent start by Matt Harvey as well. Better start for Jake McDermott than in race one. Into the puddles they go. Great wall of spray as they head towards Coppice for the first time. I think it's Rob Addison who's got the lead. Yes, it is. Matt Harvey well up there in the number 20 as well, side by side with poleman Cal Moore. I think they're all away okay. Side by side for second, but it's Addison with the lead. Moore holds the inside line, Harvey, then it's Pearce in behind them. Out onto Park Straight they go for the first time. 3 wide briefly there for second place. Look at Lee Pearce up the inside in the blue, number 2, 3, 4. Somebody else coming through behind him on the inside line. It's Jack Woodcock in the 24. It's Addison who leads. Pearce gets through into second place. Cal Moore's caught on the outside line. It's going to allow Jack Woodcock to go through into third position, and he's done it. Harvey is next, then Bugner, Simon Byrne. Classic Classes led off by Will Sharp in the midgets. Here come your leaders, and Lee Pearce has taken the lead. Lee Pearce has taken Rob Addison. That's a good move around the outside on the exit of Chris Curve. Well, much earlier this time than we saw in race one. Lee Pearce takes Rob Addison and goes into the lead. Now, is anybody going to run wide at Mansfield Bend this time? It's, if anything, slightly drier. The rain has relented very slightly ahead of this one. There's Simon Kendrick, the lone MGF. Lee Pearce already clearing off in front ahead of Rob Addison. Look at the lead he's got already. Jack Woodcock, he's not going to try for second place there, surely up the inside into Hall Bend. Yes, he is, and he's got through. Excellent move by the 24 of Jack Woodcock. Cal Moore is down to 4th, then Bugner 5th, Harvey 6th, Byrne 7th. But Lee Pearce is driving away from the whole field here. Here's McDermott up the inside in the 77, but he can't get past Simon Byrne at Barn. Behind them is Josh Addison, then James Wade in the 22. Across the line they go, completing lap number 1 of this Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship race. Already at the end of lap 1, Lee Pearce's lead is over 3 seconds. He's driving off into the distance. Woodcock second, Rob Addison in third. There's Will Sharp leading the classics. the hill towards Park Corner. 2 blue cars in the clear. Rob Addison holding off Cal Moore for 3rd place. There's a challenge on behind. Simon Byrne side by side. I think that was with Scott Bugner. Yes, it was. Byrne trying to get up the inside. What a terrific start to this race by Lee Pearce. He's away and gone. McDermott getting a place from Bugner there. So some big battles over the last couple of years, the McDermotts and Scott Bugner. 2025, and Bugner onto the grass there. We said they'd had a bit of a rivalry, those two. Took a break last year and Bugner took a year out of racing. Jake McDermott staying ahead of Scott Bugner. Remember a great battle those two had around Thruxton, I think it was, a few years ago. Scott Bugner ready to fight back. Behind him, Josh Addison, then James Wade. There's Kendrick leading the MGF category in the Tiger liveried car. Hoping to avoid any spins this time. Saying that, he gets very sideways there coming out of the hairpin. So Lee Pearce leads by nearly 5 seconds now. His fastest lap at 2:05.031. Nobody else has lapped under 2:06.7. On the grass there, Cal Moore coming out of Coppice. Has Cal gathered it up again? Yes, but loses out to Matt Harvey in the 20. Now going for the inside is Simon Byrne, the number 4. His Wingner is hanging off. He's got Jake McDermott up alongside. McDermott pulls around the outside line. No, he can't take the place away. Keeps his foot in though around the exit of Park. This time he's done it. The man from Milton Keynes moves ahead of the number 4. Big twitch there into Chris Curve. Matt Harvey's gained another place past Cal Moore. Jake McDermott is next. Scott Bugner being shuffled back behind Simon Byrne in the number 4. Still your leader is Lee Pearce out in front ahead of Jack Woodcock. Rob Addison in 3rd. A more clear-cut top 3 this time. The main battle is for 4th and 5th. McDermott is yet to take the overall championship, but he's certainly a candidate for years to come. Now, how watertight is John Copeland's car proving? Saw plenty of tape on that car in the assembly area, keeping his hardtop in place. He's behind Alex Forster. They're battling for 2nd place in Class A, ahead of Malk Best and Ashley Barnes, with Simon Jackson behind them in the number 7. Alex Forster, Father Alan, raced in Formula V single-seaters, Legends cars and several other things over the years before moving into MG racing. There's Ashley Barnes in the 2nd of the 2 MG midgets on this grid. Lead gap is up to 6 seconds now. Pearce has done a 2:03.099. Lapping over a second quicker than everyone else. There's Will Sharp leading Class A. He's up ahead of some of the ZRs as well. Josh Byrne battling it out with him in the 117. Will Sharp has appeared in a ZR on occasions when his MG midget has been indisposed. Wayside Adhesive sponsored car goes out a little wide there. Scott Bugner running wide again as he tries to attack Jake McDermott. Behind them is Simon Burr. Just under 12 minutes of this race to go. Woolcock with an advantage of 4.3 seconds over Rob Addison in third place. Coming through to complete their fourth lap. So earlier, the race didn't really come alive until its closing stages here at Cadwell. Rob Addison's still there in third, and a phalanx of ZRs behind them. Harvey, Cal Moore's just lost a place to Jake McDermott, so Jake's starting to launch his attack now. Through Charlie's Bend. Scott Bugner starting to attack Cal Moore, who's beginning to slip back down the order, I think, in the number 43 now. Simon Byrne also on the attack.
Just watching that Addison, it just seemed to struggle early, didn't he, with his under the conditions. I'm wondering if his setup is not as good as the two in front, but he's just slightly getting it together now, so he's getting a little bit of protection from behind, but he's just lost about some speed in the early doors. And you can see that the cars do have slightly different setups, or maybe just slightly different dings and scrapes that make them better around some of the corners than the others, as they all looking to see how can they get the better of the car in front. But these cars are significant size compared to the track width, and it's not easy to do, especially when the grip levels are so low.
Here they come down the hill into Mansfield Bend. This is the battle for... Oh, Jake McDermott out of shape there. A rare mistake from the reigning class champion in behind Matt Harvey in fifth position.
He just tried to tuck his car. Matt Harvey was wide and a bit slow, and I think he just tried to tuck his car underneath. He's that out wide.
It's Josh Addison, number 15, who's gone off at the gooseneck.
He's down in 9th place. He's going to be further down the order now.
Yes, he's not gone too far into the infield. He's able to find his way back without the aid of a map and compass.
It's gooseneck, wasn't it? So it's he did well to get all the way over there, so that he must have lost the rear of the car coming around Chris Curve and sort of spun himself up the hill. He's got another move down into the hairpin. That doesn't often work out. There's really not a lot of room, but the 25 makes it through there.
That was Scott Bugner on Cal Moore, our pole sitter, who's starting to drop back down the order now. 5 laps completed. The lead gap is nearly 8 seconds between Lee Pearce and Jack Woodcock, the two blue ZRs. Rob Addison in third. McDermott is now up to fourth, and he's going after him. What's his gap to Rob Addison? Just over 5 seconds. His last lap time, McDermott was actually a few tenths slower, so he won't be catching him just yet. Here's Simon Kendrick, the lone MGF soldiers on. He's in 9th place.
Never knowingly in a straight line earlier, wasn't he? Waggling the rear of that car as he just pushes on. He's had some adventures. There's another car losing it just behind, wasn't there?
That was James Wade, I think, who's next in the order. Yes, he's off. Half spin.
Just checking his mirrors. A good rejoin there, making sure that no other drivers are around him. It's so easy again it's always so tricky to see in these conditions, especially if you're fogging up a little bit, and a good job there to make sure that it was safe for him to rejoin.
Lance Treadle's come up well. He started from last on the grid. He's up to 14th. The Treadle family in their first season in the category. Will Sharp still leads the classic class ahead of Copeland and Forster. James Wade under intense pressure now from the 25 of Bugner. This is for 5th position. There's 3rd and 4th ahead of them. McDermott in 4th place. Addison is 3rd.
It's all close enough. There's still 7 minutes to go, nearly 8 minutes to go. So there's still plenty of racing to be done out there as they all get these conditions under control. It looks like the weather has settled a little bit. So that whilst the windscreen wipers are on, I'm guessing it is raining just gently out there. There's another dive down the inside from Bugner. That worked last time and it's going to work again. So he's on the move at the moment.
Great stuff there from Scott Bugner up into 5th position. Moore 7th. Simon Byrne behind Cal Moore is 8th. McDermott, though, is just on the fastest lap, 2:03.055.
He's showing them how it's all done out there at the moment, isn't he? Can he make his way back through them? So he's clearly finding the speed that's out there on the track.
Yes, Jake McDermott. What's his gap? 1.8 seconds to Rob Addison ahead of him. See if he can close that down over the next couple of laps. He's got just under 7 minutes of the race to go. Will Sharp continues to lead Class A, staying ahead of one of the Class Z cars there. That's the Treadwell car, number 64. So McDermott now getting into his stride, and he's on the attack. Fastest lap.
Look at that drift.
Last time around, four-wheel drifting it through Chris Curve.
He's not shy of putting that into a slide, is he? That's very impressive.
Who do you think you are? James Iverson. Being pre-66s with an imp soon.
You can definitely know there's a limit there when you're over it like that. So yeah, certainly finding every single bit that's out there. But you can see that the track is coming back, and it will be therefore coming back to different setups as the race develops.
Look at the way Jake McDermott's got the gap down to Rob Addison.
It was 1.7 or 1.8 seconds, and that certainly looks like under a second now, doesn't it?
I would say so, yes. Wait to see where McDermott is going to catch his great rival from the season opener at Donington. They had some great battles, these two at the front of the field. Behind them is Bugner, then Harvey. Moore down to 7th, the pole sitter. Cal Moore sideways.
A couple of them are really sideways around that corner. Again, we saw that earlier in the Caterhams as well. It just seems like some people can drag water onto the track there, or there is just gets slippy, and if you, there's nothing you can do about it.
Just over 5 minutes of this 20-minute race to go. With Lee Pearce out in front, we've barely seen him all race long. Jack Woodcock in second place. He's about 6 seconds clear of Rob Addison in third. McDermott with another fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 2.5 seconds. Number 28 there, John Copeland. He's on to finish second in the classic class behind Will Sharp, because Alex Forster's dropped behind him.
Sharp's absolutely flying along though, isn't he? He certainly looks very under control and in control of these conditions.
Yeah, he's raced that MG midget for many years. He and his brother have also bought a historic A35 that their father raced many years ago, and are restoring that at the moment, so we'll see that back out hopefully later this year. There is Alex Forster, back in third in class.
All hauled up around the hairpin, seeing if they can get the power down. Looks like he's got that managed. Is this the change of position?
Yes, this is the third place. Going into the mountain, through goes McDermott. Takes Rob Addison for P3.
Didn't seem to put up a fight there. Maybe he made a mistake out of Mansfield, or maybe it is just the conditions and the changing. You said he was struggling a little bit earlier on with the setup, so maybe that's still having issues.
Got to lap the number 7 of Simon Jackson with his MGB. Not messing with a great place here going into the hairpin. Jake McDermott had to jink his way past him there. Now we see Bugner closing up as well. Remember this man, Lee Pearce. He's leading this race.
We saw him at the beginning for a little bit.
Well, he is currently over 6 seconds clear at the front of the field, heading for a double win.
Woodcock did find the speed though, so he held it to about 6 seconds, and it sort of remained there, didn't it? It's not gone out significantly, but nevertheless, yeah, it looks sort of like the rear of that car also stepping out, so still pushing on with nearly 3 minutes left to go.
Yes, you're right, Jack Woodcock keeping a good, consistent pace here. You see Pearce driving offline there onto the wetter part of the circuit, so presumably being on rain tyres, he's trying to avoid any drier patches that are appearing.
I think it's looking pretty wet out there still. I think it might be overkill, but who knows? I'm sat in the commentary box. He is definitely looking, maybe searching for something.
It's still rain coming down. It's a little bit brighter in the sky than it was.
Just wanted to put some spray up. but he's resplendent going down into Mansfield once more, getting those anchors hauled on as he dispatches with another back marker.
As that was Mark Best being lapped the white MGB GT.
Yeah, you can see the raindrops on camera now, so again ready for the start of the next race. It's going to throw it. It looked like it was drying out or getting towards that, but I think for the rest of this afternoon it just looks like it's going to be this on-off rain, so we're going to have damp conditions for all the racing. Can Pierce navigate his way around? One more lap I think it's going to be. Yep, one more lap as he's drifting again. That's so slippery around there. I don't think there's anything the drivers can do. They just have to ride the slide and then they can make it out the other. As long as they're pointing in the right direction, off they go again. So it's just a matter of you've got to turn the car in and it's going to slide. Just catch it all together and off you go.
There's Jack Woodcock there on his own in second place. Over 6 seconds down on the flying Lee Pierce. The man from Kent comes over the line.
Another driver looking maybe onto the wet patch, but equally looking coming in behind a slower car, so he needs to make sure. Yeah, it's just, I mean, he's maybe searching out those puddles, like you say. But, I think it's overkill.
Nearly 8 seconds in it now between the two leaders. Jack Woodcock looking to make up for his retirement in race 1. Who's going to be third? I can tell you Bugner's got past Rob Addison up into P4. Get the timing tower.
Well controlled race though, now 8 seconds, so another couple of seconds gain, still sliding that really beautifully balanced as he goes around. Then Chris Curve, again another tricky corner, navigated all of the difficulties in this race, hasn't he? Made a good fist of getting away, and then no one else could do anything about the pace he's got.
Here he comes then down towards the gooseneck. He's raced successfully in stock cars, a few different formulas on the circuits as well. Raced successfully in Honda Civics, Lee Pierce. And now with the clock down to 0, he is coming in to win for the second time today in the MGZR.
Just a small matter of hall bends to go.
Here he comes in, just got to keep a cool head through here. We know how slippery it is. Right, left, right.
Definitely took it a little more chilled that side, didn't he? He was a little bit more under control as he heads through. With that much time to spare, he's got all the time in the world to get through there.
Yep, eases it through Barn Corner for the final time. Here he comes in for a double. Number 234, Lee Pierce. Along the pit straight for the last time, comes in to take the checkered flag. 2 out of 2 for Lee Pierce in the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship today. Second is going to go to Woodcock, and McDermott takes third, just ahead of Scott Bugner, who was closing fast. Looks like Scott Bugner got the fastest lap as well. Rob Addison has to be content with 5th. Matt Harvey 6th. Cal Moore, the pole sitter, will be 7th ahead of Simon Byrne. Still a battle going on into the final corner. Oops, excuse me, says Josh Byrne on Simon Kendrick. Simon Kendrick just trying to keep going to win his class. The classic class is going to be won by Will Sharp, meanwhile number 39. He's driven away from his opposition. Byrne takes 9th, Kendrick 10th and wins Class F. Josh Addison, who's recovered from his excursion onto the infield, will be next through. There he is, James Wade. We saw him have a half spin at Coppice Corner. He'll be next in. James Wade across the line, just waiting for our classic pace setters then. We lost a couple of cars late on there. We've lost Lance Treadle and Ashley Barnes pulled off as well. Here comes Will Sharp. Out of Barn Corner, up the straight and across the line. And then we'll wait for the provisional results to appear. winning margin of nearly 6.5 seconds. So I think Lee Pearce eased off in the last lap or so there. So provisional result then. Lee Pearce takes the win by just under 6.5 seconds ahead of Jack Woodcock, with Jake McDermott coming through for third, improving his weekend. Scott Bugner in fourth ahead of Rob Addison, falling back to fifth. Matt Harvey, Calmore the pole sitter, and the Burns 8th and 9th. Simon Kendrick in 10th wins Class F. Will Sharp in 13th wins Class A, behind Josh Addison and James Wade recovering from their spins. Aaron Chappell in 14th. Then it was John Copeland in 15th place ahead of Forster, Best and Jackson. We lost Lance Treadle and Ashley Barnes. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with it.
Wow, look at this, what it means as well. Jake McDermott absolutely delighted with his podium. What a drive that was, but what a drive it was from Lee Pearce, and what a day it has been as well for Lee Pearce. Lee, congratulations. You just said there, you said it off camera, oh, I quite like Cadwell, I quite like the rain.
Yeah, I do like the rain. We've always been quite good in the wet, so yeah, we fresh set of rubber on the car, and yeah, we enjoyed it. I knew if we could get away and just keep that gap, just had to keep me cool and get it to the finish line.
Were there any sort of sketchy moments out there?
I had a few. I had a couple of lock-ups coming up through the woodlands here. Yeah, where the trees, it was pretty wet there, so yeah, kept it on the track. That was the main thing.
2 first places, eh? Come on, what
come
a day!
On. Roll on Alton Park, eh?
You want to go celebrate, don't you? I know family around, so go there. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out as well. Jack, let's have a quick. Well, congratulations, my man.
Thank you very much.
That was a wild race. They always are, aren't they?
Yeah, no, it was a big result. I had a terrible race this morning, but it's made it all worth it. I was ready to go home after the first race, but no,
never give up,
exactly.
and this is proof of it, right?
Exactly. It was all done in the first lap, luckily, and then it was. I could see these guys coming up, so I just do this, go as slow as I can without being overtaken. Don't put it off anywhere in the last lap. But it's good.
Well done.
But yeah, thank you. But I could say thank you to my wife Hannah, little Fleur, my little girl, and me. They've put up with a lot of stuff over the winter, so thank you very much.
Yeah, Katie's coming home with a nice pot. Nice one. Good stuff. Well done, mate. Great to see you. Yeah. Take care. Jake, I'm a bit disappointed. I wasn't the first to get a hug. Well done, mate. That makes it a little bit better, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, when it's wet, you're all on the same playing field. So it was just a matter of time before I found my feet, and then I just started to push. It's a shame these two got away quite quick, because in the end I was behind them. I was behind Jack anyway, and then a few little issues from mine in the last couple laps. It sort of just let Scott back in, but I knew all I had to do was just defend it and ride it out. And then I think Jack made a mistake one of the last corners, and then I thought, no, I can be on for second here. But cars aren't that much different, and not really different at all. So yeah, but really good day.
One thing I've learned about you over the last few years is never count you out, no matter where you start. Well done, mate. Good day in the end. Top man. Have a safe journey home. Big thank you here to the MG owners. They head off home from Cadwell Park, where they have provided us with plenty of entertainment. More entertainment coming up right now on track as well, because the Caterham 270Rs have headed out. And not too long ago, Sam Parker caught up with some of the drivers. Let's hear it from them now.
So it's last time for these guys. The Fan Drive 270R Championship will be going out very shortly for the final time on this Sunday. But I'm here with Henry Speaks. Henry, you made up some great places in the last race.
Yes, I felt a bit more, racy in the last one, especially compared to race 1. Just felt like I had a bit better pace, felt a bit more aggressive, and felt I could sort of push the car a bit more, really.
Do you feel like having this winter break, it takes a while to get back into the flow of it again?
Oh, definitely. There's a fair few cobwebs on me at the moment. Gradually getting blown off, but I think I'm still warming up, I reckon.
By Croft, you'll be ready to go a bit more, especially after this last race.
Oh, fingers crossed. Yeah, this last race will be a real test of survival, I think, in these conditions. I mean, heard you did particularly well in yours.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed it. So yeah, it was good.
I suppose your drifting practice probably helped a bit with that.
I think it did. Yeah.
Well, nicely done.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed I have just as much fun.
Yes. Well, good luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm just going to move around and speak to Scott, who is next to us here in P5. Scott, you're all ready to go. How are you finding the 270 and racing the 270 this year? How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's been good. First time out in the car in anger, so kind of still getting used to things. At the pointy end, so I'm, kind of happy that it's started good. I just hope that it carries on good.
That's it. And then this place in the wet, how you feel about that?
I don't mind the wet. Cadwell's a bit unforgiving. The back half of the track is basically zero runoff. That's the only concern, I think. And if you touch the grass anywhere else, it's going to take you so long to drive back, everything's over. So
yeah,
just bring it home and try and score some points.
That's a good outlook for this race. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
There we go. So we've heard from a couple of the drivers. It's now their race up next. Back to you, David and Chris.
So cars on their green flag lap then. Here's the grid for the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship based on the results of the race we saw earlier on. So Brian Thornton on a hat-trick going into this one, starts on pole with Paul Oglesby alongside him. Oliver White and Sebastian Thulle on row 2 with Scott Helm and Henry Speaks on row 3. Alistair Morton and Andrew Davison make up the 4th row. It's Bruno Van Dijk and Craig Evans completing the top 10.
And then into 11th place, we've got Aaron Oliver starting up that row. Jasmine Shaw finding up alongside. She had a great race last time out. Can she do some more? Luciana Caruso, Gary Cross, Andy Bailey, Eduardo Pontes, Shane Forster lines up alongside Ryan Thulle, Jimmy Way and Christian Bond round out the row 10.
On row 11 we have the 74, that's Charles Chapman alongside Steve Lorriman in the 20, had a spin in the race earlier on. Chris Morling and Andrew Palmer next, and completing the grid, James Platt and the man behind the Fan Drive app, as we heard earlier, Sean Murphy, completes the 26-car grid.
Yep, I hope you caught that in the lunch break, explaining what that platform is, and yeah, certainly head over to that to go and check it out and get involved in the race weekends. And yeah, as we said, can Brian Thornton make it 3 from 3? I'm pretty sure I'd be safe in saying I don't think he's done that before. So can he make it happen today? His consistency is right on point this weekend. Can he make it the first one? Paul Oglesby in that 2nd place, though, we'll be looking to see whether he can deny him. Ollie White's had a great weekend, a couple of podiums for him. Seb Thulle has moved slowly up through the grid and is now in 4th. Can he make a podium as we go into this final 20-minute race for their 3? And Scott Helm, we just heard from him on the grid, also right up there. Henry Speaks making great moves through the field in the last race, now that he's brushing off some of those cobwebs. Quite a lot of storyline in this 270R race, a massive grid, and looking forward to seeing how they're going to get on.
Well, Brian Thornton certainly won't have had a hat-trick before, because previously he was in Roadsport. They only have 2 races in a weekend.
Oh, that's technicality. Okay, a double-header, shall we say. Let's even give him that. But can he do the clean?
I don't think he did, actually.
I'm pretty sure he hasn't. I don't think he'll mind me saying that. But yes, the three-peat would be awesome for him going into this final race as we watch them coming down into the final part of this lap. Swinging around, though, this bend, and you can see that we've dried up again. You can see there's no spray underneath the tyres for the start of this race, but that's not to say they're not going to have spray by the time they get to the end of the race. The only decision in a Caterham is whether you really have sort of tyres that you've worn down to be quite low tread, where you tend to get a bit more grip in the dry, compared to whether they're brand new out of the moulds tyres, which you tend to use in the wet, just to give you that little bit of a little bit of extra grip if there's spray. But I think they'll all be on their low tread blocks, and the wind's definitely died down. This morning it was really blustery, but as the weather's deteriorated slightly, the wind's actually gone away. That'll make some interesting lines up here. We've seen the outside line around this corner we're watching now be the quickest way through, which changes the dynamics of the race. We saw a lot of protection going on in the racing, sort of defending down to the inside and to the outside, and they'll just have to adjust to that as we progress through this final 270R race for the race weekend.
Yeah, it's Brian Thornton who mentioned he was runner-up in Roadsport last year. Will Harris was the champion, but he's gone straight up into 310R. He skipped 270R. So Brian Thornton's in this race. Scott Helm, Craig Evans is in 270R now. Alistair Morton, they were all in the Roadsport Championship last year. Oliver White was as well.
Yeah, it's a real mixing pot, isn't it, this year? The 270s is bringing together sort of lower championships skipping out, and other people sort of staying in there, enjoying the 270s. And yeah, that's why the grid's this bumper size, and a lot of skill differences, but all racing together really well this weekend.
They certainly have, yes. They've made the most of these tricky conditions. Everybody has, and put on a fine show. Still 3 more races to come here on BARC TV this weekend. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson taking you through the action here at Cadwell Park, the home of motorsports in the Lincolnshire Wolds. Taking a look at the colours for this one. Brian Thornton in blue and orange on pole. The bright green car is Paul Oglesby alongside. The two-tone green is Ollie White, number 24. Sebastian Thulle is in white and black. The black with orange cage and wheels is Scott Helm. Henry Speaks in red and sort of dark green on his car we saw in the assembly area. Alistair Morton black with an orange stripe. Andrew Davison in overall bright orange with a blue stripe. Bruno van Dijk in his new red and black livery, and Craig Evans in black and white rounds out the first 10 on the grid.
And all of those 10 have been involved in the lead battle at times during this race weekend, so they'll all be looking to see what they can do. Looks like all the drivers are now in place.
Yes, just awaiting the all clear from the marshals. There is the green flag at the back of the grid. Waiting for the red lights to come on then, and when the red lights go out, our penultimate Caterham race of the day, the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship, will be underway. Here we go, super start by Paul Oglesby. Good get away from Oliver White as well. Jasmine Shaw getting up the outside of that maroon number 21 car. Look at the spray. They've all got their rain lights on. It's Oglesby who's got the lead, I think, as they head into Charlie's for the first time. It's Brian Thornton in second place. He's sideways, though, on the entry to the right-hander at Charlie's. Now, has he survived that? We shall see. Did he run out onto the grass there, Brian Thornton?
He was full opposite lock and the tyre was going towards the edge of the track, but no, he has managed to hold on. I did think he did lose a bit of momentum though, didn't he? No, he has lost a lot of places.
Yeah, he's a long way down.
Yes, he did touch that grass then. He's got an awful lot of work to do. In fact, he's alongside Caruso, isn't he, who's deep in the field after what he described as a few incidents with other drivers in the last race where he felt a bit mistreated. But they are going to have to do a lot of work now to come back through from the midfield.
Oglesby leads it from White. I think it was Sebastian Thulle in third place as they went around the top of the circuit. There's Chris Morling, number 19, with Charles Chapman on his tail in the 74. So Oglesby leads, Ollie White in second, Thulle sliding around. Bruno van Dijk's made a cracker of a start. He's up into fourth place from the fifth row, and Henry Speaks around the top line. The leader's gone wide.
Wow, so he's outbraked himself down the hill, didn't make that adjustment that he needed after those green flag laps, just missed his judge. It's so easy to do, so it looks like a silly mistake from the outside, but I tell you, it's a half-metre difference and suddenly your car's on the grass and you can't go anywhere. But yeah, Bruno van Dijk absolutely flying through from the deep in the top 10 to now be in the third place as the rest of them head over the mountain. And you can see the work that Thornton's got to do if he does want the three-peat today. Sideways for Speaks as he goes through all bends. We know how slippy it is around here. They're all having to tippy-toe their way around. Is that also Seb Thulle gone down the order as well, or is that misidentifying?
We'll pick that up in a moment, try and identify who that is when they go over the timing line. Coming up to complete lap number 1 in a second.
Bailey and Lorryman, there's as they're all flying on through.
Who's at the back of the field there? It's the number 27 of Sean Murphy, the Fan Drive app car. So completing the first lap, it was White leading. Thulle was second, so he's still there. Yep. He's lost second now to Bruno van Dijk as they go into the second lap. We pick up the leaders on Park Straight. Paul Oglesby still there in fourth position, and they're fairly well clear of fifth place, which I think will be Henry Speaks next in the order ahead of Alistair Morton and Scott Helm.
Still defending to the inside there, and I think once they start realising the outside line is working, they will change that. Oglesby trying that outside line will find a bit of grip there, and we see Thornton is making some good progress, so he is starting to sort of fight his way back through. So the rest of this field just working out where do they go with this many cars. You saw the red lights on the start as all just the rain lights is all you could see turning into turn 1. It's really a lot drier at the top of the hill here compared to the bottom of the hill.
As it certainly is. The Mansfield Bend, one of the most tricky parts of this circuit, wet or dry. So the field makes their way through. There's Henry Speaks in fifth place. Alistair Morton in sixth. Yes, Jasmine Shaw was up to ninth place with that quick start earlier on.
Threaded the needle really well, didn't she, off the start? Got a great launch, and one of the drivers in front just bogged down a little bit, and she made her way through and has not looked back. This Speaks, and the number 12 of Morton, so just heading on through, just making a good sort of, just again, as a driver, you're just feeling everything out, and every lap is a little bit of a learner. You can can see how these Caterhams have moved the wetness onto a different part of the track, as they're using none of the inside line there. They're just using the outer edge of this track, and that's where they're finding all the grip. We've got 2 side by side, which is going to show how understeery it is. Hopefully they'll be able to get that turned around this final corner. But more this 270R. So remember, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and drivers who have got quite a lot of racing experience under their belts right now.
We saw Ryan Tholle get a big moment coming out of the hairpin. He got very sideways indeed. Now here's the lead battle. Ollie White under fire from Bruno van Dijk. Is he going to make a move here on the run up towards Park Corner? He's going to get round the outside and surely take the lead. There he goes. Into the lead goes the number 3. With Ollie White down to second place. He'll try and fight back though, I'm certain. Oglesby is up into third place.
Just getting noise. There might be a yellow flag into turn 1, but I think it's he'd gone past potentially by the time that yellow flag. There's the yellow flag by Chris Curve. So wonder, and the green flags after that. So let's just keep an eye out for that as we go along. Maybe the yellow flags also are covering the previous corner. But here's one thing: it's really difficult to see in the dry conditions, let alone the wet. You've got an awful lot going on in the driving seat. Yet it is the driver's responsibility to see yellow flags and respond to them. The yellow flag doesn't count though until it's you're perpendicular to that yellow flag on the track. So as long as you're ahead and not making a move after that, that's how the rules are interpreted.
That yellow flag could be Brian Thornton didn't come through on that last lap. The double winner from earlier in the weekend. We may have lost the number 33 car up at the top of the circuit. Gary Cross didn't complete the first lap either, the number 23, so he's out of the race.
That wouldn't be a good end to the weekend for Brian, would it?
Yes, so we may have lost him up at Chris Kerr. Whether he damaged the car when he went wide on the first lap, we don't know, but we'll try and pick up what has happened up there at Chris Kerr, but it looks to me as though Brian Thornton, unfortunately, is out of the race. Van Dijk leads it from White, Oglesby, Tholle and Speaks, your top 5 at the moment. 14 minutes of the race still to go, though it could all yet change. Scott Helm up into 6th, he's got ahead of Alistair Morton. It's the lower reaches of the top 10 and head across the line. This is the midfield battle. We've got Pontes in there ahead of Bailey, Jimmy Way in the Gulf liveried car, Lorryman in behind them in the number 20. So they head up in the sunshine now. The track won't be starting to dry out just yet, though.
It's hard to. It was so sunny this morning, wasn't it, when we first watched the first races, and really has been changeable all day. The racing has been exciting for it. Never know what's going to go on, but Caterham's always splash around no matter what. There's Palmer chasing along.
I've just spotted a car stopped on Park Straight. It was a car with either blue and orange or black and orange livery, so it's either Gary Cross or Brian Thornton has come to a halt there on Park Straight. We don't see, we're not sure which car that is though.
Watch then 31 of Bailey in the middle of that battle with Pontes ahead and Jimmy Way behind. They're heading through the gooseneck, and again it's looking a lot, so there's no spray at all on the tyres, and I'm sure they're feeling it's a lot grippier up there, but as you come down the hill you can see the water piling down, and through Hall Bends it's still absolutely soaking, and those trees shelter and don't let the wind and the sun get to dry it out, so they're having to deal with a different lap. And Bruno van Dijk hasn't got it all in his own way. I thought he might start disappearing off up the road, and whether he's made a mistake I'm not sure. He's definitely flinging that car more than the cars. There is the 20.
That's Gary Cross. He drops out on the first lap.
So you can see he looks like he's made contact with the inside barrier there, doesn't it? It's easy to do that spin to the inside.
That's the car I spotted on Park Straight. There's Henry Speaks, number 37. He's got Scott Helm on his tail for P5 as they head up. Ooh, that was close.
There was grass involved.
Yes, that could have been nasty there as Scott Helm, if he got his wheels onto the grass there, that could have been a very big spin if he'd lost traction there. I don't think Henry Speaks knew he was there on the outside of him. So Van Dijk leads.
That could be Thornton's car, couldn't it?
You can just see the top of the roll cage there. That's at Chris Kerr's. That's where the yellow flag was. We can just see it peeping over the top of the infield banking there. So Brian Thornton, that's where he's come to rest. So Van Dijk leads from White by just under a second. Paul Oglesby is just on the fastest lap of the race with a 1:51.539. Nobody else has lapped under 1:52 so far.
So Oglesby gathering his particulars together and going to mount a charge. Can he get back to the lead after he's let that one slide after the first lap slide off wind down Mansfield? So he's got a bit of work to do.
These two battling it out. This is further back in the order. Christian Bond and the number 58 car, which is James Platt, fighting it out for P19. There's yellow flags out. Somebody's gone
Pontes.
off. Eduardo Pontes has gone straight on.
And that's the
Park corner, I think.
Isn't that turn 1? Isn't that Camaranga? I can't remember now.
Yeah, it's either the outside of Charlie's or that's Park, I think. He's
So
getting going again.
Now are his wheels pointing in roughly the right direction, or are they slightly splayed? He's asking the marshals, does it look okay? And they're saying yes. And it's a little bit of tracking maybe issue. Yeah,
yes.
The front wheels are slightly outwards.
Frustrated gesture from Eduardo Pontes. The Brazilian is out of the race by the look of things.
It's the same issue that Ben Lopez-Appleton had earlier, wasn't it? Grass on the outside, just on the braking zone, and just couldn't get it stopped by the time he met the barrier.
He was in P15 at that time of that incident. Here are the leaders. Van Dijk in red, Oglesby in green as they head on to Park Straits.
He is mounting that charge, isn't he? He's gathered everything together, and Bruno knows he's there, and he's defending to the inside. Here's the replay then of Pontes just drifted off the edge of the track, locked it up. You can see there's nothing on the tyres there. Snappy John Bryant, our cameraman, on the cameras there, just always in the place to watch the accidents happen.
Yeah, it always seems to be just in the right spot, doesn't he? As Aaron Oliver goes around the outside of Henry Speaks there. Aaron Oliver on a charge from 11th place on the grid. Remember, he went off in yesterday's race at the mountain. He tangled up with Bruno Van Dijk and went into the barriers. Rebuilt the car, started this race from 11th, and is now making his way towards the top 5 in this race. Here are the leaders. Van Dijk from Oglesby, and Oglesby is closing up on the number 3 at the front of the field. They head towards the mountain section.
He's got the momentum, hasn't he? For sure, that's the direction of travel, is Oglesby closing that gap, and Van Dijk having to look in his mirrors a lot more than he was earlier on in this race. And Ollie White does just look like he's sort of settled into that gap, and Folle is in that 4th place, so he's managed to sort of retain that top 4 that he's had all weekend. But that podium is tantalisingly close out in front of him.
2 leaders together. That's is that Pontes out of the race? Can't see anybody else that's retired, so I'm assuming that's Eduardo Pontes has parked his car up and is our 3rd retirement of the race. The leaders go over the line. New fastest lap for Oglesby at that time through. No, that's just been usurped by Scott Helm, 151.018. He's just behind there, side by side across the line with Seb Thole. There he is up into 4th place. So Scott Helm is on a charge in the number 42 car. Van Dijk leads Oglesby by just over half a second. Ollie White is in 3rd, and then Helm ahead of Thole for 4th and 5th. Helm, the current fastest man on the track. Oliver is ahead of Speaks, now up into 6th position. This is the battle for 8th place. Morton against Jasmine Shaw on the Park Straits. Completing the top 10 is Luciano Caruso in the 88s. Jasmine Shaw, this is certainly the best I've seen her run in some time.
Yep, she's making good progress around the outside there. Looked like she was going to have the momentum to go over that. But yeah, Scott Helm looks like the man on the move. Didn't quite make the move stick, but she's still in with that chance. But yeah, Helm up into that 5th place and looking like the car really got him under. He said he didn't, in the sort of pre-records, said he didn't have a chance to drive this car very much. So he's really learning his trade quickly, and as we watch.
So this is Morton and Shaw together. Shaw has a look at inside at Mansfield. Doesn't quite manage to get alongside the number 12, the black and orange machine.
I think by the time we get to the back straight, though, I think so. Once onto the main straight again, she will have the best opportunity. But it's still as close as you like out front now. Then, and they've both got little strengths of in different parts of the track. Oglesby taking that narrow line, and that's really worked for him. I think that narrow line is offering up some grip, and then they both take the very wide line round Barn. And to tell you what, there's not much space between you and the barrier, just a little bit of grass, and you know that's like ice. So it's you really got to trust your driver and your front tyres to grip up these Nova tyres that they're all getting used to this year, brand new to sort of reverting back to sort of the days of old. So tyres that will be familiar to some, but for others they will be brand new, and feeling the differences that they offer compared to last year's.
Bruno Van Dijk led by just over half a second at the line. Another fastest lap though for Scott Helm, 149.917. That's the first lap we've had, I think, under 1 minute 50 seconds in this race, and he's close to within a second, I think, now of Ollie White.
Yeah, he's making. He's the quickest man on the track by a long way, isn't he? Has he got enough time left with only 6 minutes to well, get back to White first and then come across the 3-second gap? I would say probably not, but you wouldn't count it out at this point.
Let's see what Scott Helm can do then in the number 42 car. The man from Clitheroe in Lancashire. He's up to P4 ahead of Seb Tholey. The lead is still with Bruno van Dijk, the Londoner. Here's a battle between Caruso and Craig Evans. They're fighting it out for 10th position. Caruso, that's the Rothmans lookalike car. Craig Evans in the Blood Records car. And now Scott Helm has caught
on the back.
Ollie White for 3rd place. Here we go. Into the mountain.
And if those two leaders start battling, that'll be him across that gap if he can just dispatch with Ollie White, and that's what he'll be planning to do. I'm pretty sure Ollie White will have other opinions on that.
Let's see if he can get past the Caterham dealership owner from Surrey in the 24 car. Into the hairpin they go.
Car looks really... Oh, I said that just as it really steps out. Every time they try and get any more little power out of the hairpin, it's just onto the absolute slippy ice and it just steps out. So you really do have to just remain patient. It's going to cost you more time than it gains you. But I think he's going to be in the right position now for a straight, a move up towards Park Corner again. And he's been dispatching with the other drivers. And is Oliver next onto that list?
I would imagine so, as they make their way. The leaders out of Charlie's. Van Dijk and Oglesby still separated by just over half a second. Here's Scott Helm going for P3. He's in the slipstream of Ollie White. He could get him around the outside here. Ollie White's having none of it. He moves across as Helm tries to take the line, so he moves back to the outside line again. It's going to be a question of last of the late breakers here into Park Corner. Has he got him?
No, he's going to touch to the inside though. He's having to do the reverse switch back, and that's not going to give him the grip down the inside, or is it? He's going to make it work.
Yes, it
around
is.
Gooseneck. It's going to be exciting. I think he has made that move stick though. He's got enough speed in the car. He could do it either side, so he did. He did the switch back, and off he goes then in that 3rd place. Can he get across the 3-second gap with only 4 minutes of this race to go?
This is going to be very interesting. Also closing up on them is Aaron Oliver, and we have a change for the lead. Paul Oglesby has taken over. What's happened there? We were watching the battle for 3rd place, but in the meantime, Paul Oglesby has taken the lead from Bruno van Dijk.
Is that a back marker in between? Maybe that came into effect up at the top of Park.
Yes, it's possibly the 27 car of Sean Murphy they were lapping, so we'll have to see what happened there if we can. Oglesby back in the lead then in the 18 car. Bruno van Dijk in 2nd place. They come down towards Barn. I think it was at the exit of Chris Curve, just where they go through the blind spot at the top of the gooseneck, where Oglesby took the lead. Bruno van Dijk now is getting ready to fight back again. They go over the line. Oglesby does the fastest lap of the race, 1:49.711, but Bruno van Dijk is not letting him pull away. These two nearly 5 seconds clear of Scott Helm now in 3rd. Of course, the harder they push each other, they'll try to pull away from Scott Helm in 3rd place, who's no longer the fastest man on track. Ollie White 4th, and Aaron Oliver rounds out the top 5.
And it looked like Ollie White is definitely not taking that sitting down. He's grabbed onto the back of Scott Helm's rear panel, and there's a big gap now between. I think Van Dijk was just pushing too hard, and he's now left a big gap back up to Oglesby. So just pushing a little bit too much in these changeable conditions, and Oglesby's now got a comfortable gap with 2.5 minutes to go. But there's Ollie White now. He's looking to see whether he can do anything. In fact, Scott Helm's now drifted further away from him, and he's having to defend from behind to Oliver. It's Oliver and Oliver.
So coming towards the end of this race now, just over 2 minutes to go as Aaron Oliver tries to make a move on Ollie White for 4th place. There is Scott Helm in 3rd. We're almost side by side for 4th position. Is Aaron Oliver going to have a look down the inside into... No, he's not at Mansfield. Behind them it is Sebastian Thulle in 6th position, the South African. So Oglesby leads from Van Dijk. Is it going to be a first 270R win for Paul Oglesby? It's looking good at the moment. Here comes Scott Helm. They'll be heading into their final lap this time. So will Scott Helm be able to catch and overhaul Bruno van Dijk? It looks unlikely in my opinion at the moment.
it could be close by the time I get to the back straight. Depends whether Van Dijk has any more problems getting power down out of the hairpin corner. Henry Speaks having a bit of a quiet middle to end of this race. Van Dijk shoves the car in. Is that the quickest way of doing it? Ollie White still having to defend from Oliver behind him as the rest of them flow on through. So the final lap then, on the final racing lap for the 270s this weekend, third race of 3. And who is going to put this one out?
So Oglesby leads it by 1.7 seconds now. Helm's just done another fastest lap of the race, 1:49.048 for the number 42. He's 1.6 seconds down on second place, so I don't think it'll make any difference to the result.
It's going to be close.
Helm has been absolutely flying in the second half of this race in the 42 car.
He's going to be pleased with his progress, I'm sure, and he can take that momentum through to the next round when we next see them at Croft. And yeah, enjoying it, that 270 now. He's had a bit of chance to get out in it and see what it's all about.
Through the top of the circuit comes Scott Helm. Is it going to be the green of Oglesby or the red of Van Dijk who takes the win, though? It's looking good for Oglesby at the moment. Van Dijk is starting to close back up again, so it's going to be an interesting finish into Mansfield for the final time. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Now, of course, if these two should tangle at Hall Bend, Scott Helm is just waiting in the wings, waiting to pounce and possibly snatch the win. The clock is at 0 as they come up towards the mountain. Oglesby in the green machine from Bruno Van Dijk. Oglesby comes from Kim Bolton in Cambridgeshire. Bruno Van Dijk is from London.
He's getting close. You'd normally say it's enough for Oglesby, and he's in the right position. It's hard to overtake from here on out, but Van Dijk is willing to shove that car wherever, and he's just
slides it through.
He does, as they come down to the final bend then.
Here he comes then, Paul Oglesby, all set for his first 270R win. Brian Thornton dropping out, unable to make it a hat-trick. Bruno Van Dijk closing up. He's on the tail of the green machine, but it's too late. Paul Oglesby takes the win. Second for Bruno Van Dijk. Scott Helm, a great charge to third. Aaron Oliver gets fourth ahead of Ollie White. And Thulle is sixth. Waiting for the rest of the top 10 to come home. Henry Speaks in 7th place, then Alistair Morton will be 8th. 9th goes to Jasmine Shaw in the 21. And Luciano Caruso will complete the top 10.
So I think that was Aaron Oliver taking over on the last lap, wasn't it, over the top of Ollie White. So well done to him to get that 4th place.
Craig Evans is next home in the number 86 in 11th. The rest of them will come through. We'll confirm the full results as soon as we have it.
Great stuff then from the 270s, and like I say, we will see them next up at Croft on the 2nd and 3rd of May. Looking forward to seeing how they get on up north.
Yes, so am I.
Yeah,
great circuit is Croft.
Yeah, it's Caterham's again have it's a character, of course, with 2 characters, isn't it? It's fast and flowing, and then the tight and twisties at the end. You have to master both of them to be able to win there. Congratulations to Brian on 2 wins this weekend. Commiserations on this 3rd one, and well done to Oglesby making it onto the top step over Van Dijk, who was charging hard, and Helm, probably the quickest man out there, wasn't he, in that last race, but not quite managing to get it done. And a great weekend from Sebastian Thulle to just be right up there with that tough field. So great to see that, and looking forward to seeing how the rest of his season goes.
So awaiting the result to be confirmed then. It is Paul Oglesby who takes the win by 0.18 of a second. Bruno Van Dijk, and he snatched the fastest lap on that final lap, at 1:48.323. 3rd going to Scott Helm ahead of Aaron Oliver, turning his weekend around in style. Ollie White in 5th ahead of Seb Thulle. Henry Speaks in 7th, then Morton, Shaw and Caruso rounding out the top 10. Craig Evans 11th ahead of Andrew Davidson, Ryan Thulle and Shane Forster rounding out the top 14 finishers. 23 of the 26 who started went the distance there. We lost Eduardo Pontes into the tyre wall. Brian Thornton was an early retirement, as was Gary Cross. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé for the final time for the Caterham 270Rs, and it's Paul Oglesby who takes the win. Let's just wait for him to get up. I think there's a big smile underneath that balaclava. There he is, look at him. He's come on, Paul, let's have a chat. I'll tell you what, You guys always put on one hell of a show, but you had to muscle past Bruno. Sam, sorry, I'm so rude. I've just taken it over there, Sam Parker over there. Paul, yeah, I'll tell you what, Bruno got a bit close at the end, didn't he, though?
Yes, yeah. I absolutely screwed it up on the opening lap. I thought, right, I've got a comfortable lead, and then I absolutely screw it up down the hill into Mansfield, end up on the grass, come out wherever, and I thought, right, okay, let's just get your head down and get going. One point I thought Bruno was pulling away, but luckily he slowly came back to me, and I just had to time it right on the overtake on the back straight. But yeah, really pleased. I saw him go flying off, and then all of a sudden he was back behind me. So I don't know what he did, but yeah, great, loved it, absolutely loved it.
Great race to start the year. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Really happy for you. Really, really am. Bruno, let's have a quick chat with you as well. You went for it right at the end, didn't you? As well.
Went for it, yeah. Just a bit too much, too late. Yeah. Made a little mistake, went on the grass, dropped back a bit, and then had to fight to come back. But yeah.
What have you made of your weekend now? I've seen your name up at the top quite a lot.
The second race wasn't so good, but yeah, we're getting there. I'd like to say thank you to all the sponsors and everyone. Fan Drive, our title sponsor. Yeah. You scan that QR code, you can learn a bit more about me. Yeah. And I've been under strict instructions not to be rude or sound like a knob in these interviews.
Hang on, what time is it? No, it's not 9 o'clock yet. You've got to be good. Well done, Bruno. It's great to see you, mate. Cheers. Good stuff indeed. Scott. So where's Scott? Oh, he's there. Scott, there you are.
How's it going, mate?
Yeah, I'm very well. How are you, more importantly? You're right. It's good to see you.
Wow, that was a bit of fun. Cadwell, he's so scary in the wet.
What is Cadwell like then to drive in these overall?
It's the narrowness of the track, right? You've got no opportunity. Tiny little slip, wheel on the grass, and you're in a different county by the time you stop. So yeah. The back half of the track, you slip off and you've got about 3 millimetres and you're in the wall. So it's one extreme to the other, but what an amazing
You've got to
race.
be fast, but you've got to be very accurate, right?
Yeah, definitely. And, everyone drove clean. I saw there was a couple of offs. Everyone seemed all right. They were all waving at the end there, so that's awesome. But everyone drove awesome. I was really happy, like close quarters with some new guys that I've not driven with. Amazing.
I was going to say, Scott, you've been with Caterham for a little bit now. What keeps bringing you back?
It's just so much fun. They're kind of like a legal drug dealer. It's like, and I'm hooked, and that's it now. So
I like the analogy. Yeah, we'll go with that.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Scott, see you next time. Well done. Congratulations. There you go. Caterham 270Rs. They have finished here for this weekend at Cadwell Park. There's more action. No, we still have 2 more races to go. One of them is actually Caterham's, but right now, Junior Saloons. They're not actually on track yet. So Junior Saloon Car Championship. They're about to head out for one final time. Let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks so much, Ian. Just preparing my paperwork up here in the box for our final Junior Saloon Car race of the weekend. And this is going to be an interesting one because Ollie Smith, going for 6 wins out of 6, is further back on the grid this time. We await the grid to be confirmed, though, and we'll have the cars out on track as soon as we're able. But let's see who Ian caught up with earlier on.
Well, for the final time here this weekend, a Junior Saloon Car Championship we're about to take to the track here at Cadwell Park, and Ollie Smith looking to make it a double hat-trick of wins this season so far. A little bit of work to do from here, though, Ollie.
Yeah, definitely. After a setback in qualifying, we've obviously been pushed further down the grid, starting 7th, but we can do it, I think.
I think you can. Look, this is probably going to be your biggest challenge so far this season, isn't it? Just because of the tight nature of Cadwell.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very technical circuit, but I like it on the sim, I like it in the dry, so hopefully we like it in the wet.
You are certainly one to watch this season. Ollie, best of luck. Good luck indeed. I do want to go chat to... Look who we've got, everybody. Vicky. Liz is running away, so we'll have a chat with Vicky instead. Vicky, this has been a great weekend, isn't it?
It has. Cadwell is always the unknown. We never really know what's going to happen here, but once again, the kids have pulled it out of the bag.
It's a seriously talented crop of drivers for 2026, isn't it?
It is. We say it every year. It gets better and better each year. We expected it from Ollie. Ollie's just like his brother, an exceptional driver, come on so much in the little time. But you look around here and I wouldn't want to pinpoint anybody. They're just all amazing.
Jake and Max are not going to let him just have this, are they?
No, they're not. I think, they want it. And I said earlier in our trophy presentation that it didn't just mean it to Jake, it meant it to the whole family, having tears, and I sort of look back and go, this is why we do what we
We've
do.
seen those moments a few times. In fact, I remember a big one here actually with JSCC a few years ago, big tears. It's always special, isn't it?
It is, and we focus on the kids, and it's not just about the kids. kids. The parents give up so much to let their kids go racing, and to us as a championship, they bring it in, clean racing, driving standards spot on, and we're so proud. And we should be, and they should be proud of themselves.
Vicky, thank you so much. You should be proud indeed. It's a time to go racing one final time here today for the Junior Saloon Car Championship at Cadwell Park. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Still fairly blustery conditions, but improved visibility. Looking over towards the Lincolnshire coast from up on high here at Caterham, we can see a ship in the distance there, look. As we get ready for our penultimate race of the weekend, race 3 for the Junior Saloon Cars. Now the grid for this one, based on each driver's third fastest time from the qualifying session yesterday. But as we heard, some drivers lost some of their quickest times because of infringements during qualifying. And so it's a bit of a mixed up grid for this next race. Ollie Smith, who we just heard from, the man going for 6 out of 6, is only 7th on the grid. That's going to make things a bit more interesting, to say the least.
He sounded keen, though, didn't he, out in the Parc Ferme? And why not? He's had everything going his own way so far. And what's a matter of 6 cars in front of him got to hold him back?
This is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. It is going to be Jake Wardle for the 3rd time this weekend on pole. He's had a couple of second places. Max Scharfegger's had 2 podiums as well. 2 CSC racing cars start alongside each other on the front row. Second row of the grid will be Martin Wright. That's his best ever start, the scholarship winner, and Matthew Swatton will be alongside him. Row 3, it's Lachlan Homer. Now, he dropped out of the race earlier today on the first lap. He starts alongside Zane Quecker in the number 44. Ollie Smith is there on row 4 with Ralphie Branscombe alongside him, his best ever grid position. Tim Leonard and Ben Ward complete the top 10. Then on row 6, we've got Will Omar in the red Saxo, and Leon Holly alongside him. Watch for him coming through. He's a quick driver, a bit out of position. And George Allen starts at the back of the field in the number 17 car. Notice in our comment thread somebody was talking about the classic Triumph that I mentioned parked at the side of the track earlier on. It's not a Triumph Stag Estates because they never made a Stag Estate. It's a 2000 Estates that's parked next to the drop down from the gooseneck. We've got one car being recovered there. That's Gary Cross's Caterham, the number 23. And also, I think one of our official vehicles has had a problem as well down at the mountain as well. So we'll be underway just as soon as we are able to. Yeah, we can see down there. Is that the Saxo safety car? I think it is, unfortunately. I can just see the roof of it there. Oh dear, that's had a problem on its way to the grid. Plenty of support for our junior racers. Tom Algar Racing says good luck to Matthew. Must mean Matthew Swatton. FV Mary Joyce says, come on Zane. The whole pub behind you. They're watching us stream in the pub, are they? Shout out to all the other juniors. Interesting, if he has a local pub already, he's not old enough to drink. Josh Salvadori is watching, the runner-up in the championship from last season. Hello, Josh. Started his season in the Mini Challenge recently. And Wilf Butler's watching as well. Race winner in the Civic Cup on his graduation at Brands Hatch recently. So great to see 2 of last year's top 3 watching on. Lando for Life is watching as well. Lando for Life is trackside at Cadwell today as well.
Well done for braving the weather.
Well done, yes, indeed, well done for braving the weather. Yes, it's the Garrison Tavern in Widnes is the pub we're talking about. Also to O'Grady Electrical and MJP of Widnes for supporting Zane Quecker's career, if been asked to mention. So thanks to his sponsors.
Looks like finally everything's shuffling itself at the bottom of the mountain there. We can get this race meeting back up and running.
Yes, indeed. Conditions improving a little bit, so it won't be too wet, hopefully, out there for our young guns in their Saxos.
Not sure what time curfew is today, but they've going to have to work hard to get through as quick as they can.
We've got a lot of our young racers watching Louis Austin, ex-junior Saloon Car racer, and Lewis Turkington as well. He's supporting Lachlan Homer. Louis Austin says good luck to Max Scharfegger. Great to see plenty of alumni of the Junior Saloon Car Championship watching this afternoon.
I think
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it's the motorsport community, isn't it? Everyone's. It's great to see, especially at the beginning of the season, a fresh season. What's going to happen? Who's going to make the step up? Who's going to, have a story to remember?
Well, let's see what Ollie Smith can do here. He's got to fight his way from row 4 of the grid. Hi to Tom Justice as well. Josh Salvadori cheering on Team MRM. That's Martin Wright and Lachlan Homer. A slightly jumbled grid for this one. The cars will be released shortly from the assembly area. Confirmation there will be 2 green flag laps for the junior saloon cars, as it is wetter than it has been earlier in the weekend, as we've seen with our other categories this afternoon.
I imagine both of those green flag laps will be different conditions as well.
It could well be, yeah, it's great it's drying.
It's been changing so rapidly.
Mechanics placing the pit boards ready. Just waiting to see what's going to happen with our safety car as well. We've had a last minute hitch with that. The proper safety car, the Hyundai, going out onto track. Then the MSV safety car has just gone out onto track. After this, we'll have one more race, which is the Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship. Well, mentioning the Junior Saloon's safety car, earlier this weekend, our pit reporter Ian got the chance to head round the track in it. Let's see how he found it.
Right, everybody, new for 2026 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship is the safety car is actually a Saxo. How cool is that? And as you can see here at Cadwell Park, I've never actually been around Cadwell Park. Dave Beecroft has very kindly decided that he's going to take us out for a little bit of a spin, and we're going to chat everything JSCC and track action. Come on, let's go for a lap around Cadwell Park. Well, here we are, we're underway inside the Junior Saloon Car Championship safety car, and Dave Beecroft, we're in a Saxo. That's a very appropriate choice.
Well, it's the right safety car to have, isn't it, really?
How did it come about then? Because I understand that this is yours, is that right?
Well, it belongs to the JSCC. This came about with a conversation with Simon Lambert from the BARC, wanting something a little bit more different than this sort of bog standard safety car. So we said, okay, let's build a Saxo for it. So this is what we've got.
Give us some of your background in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. How long you've been involved with it from the start? Is that right?
Yeah, we took it over 12 years ago now, and we've had our ups and downs like every championship, but yeah, we've established a really good proving ground for young drivers at an affordable price. Motorsport is expensive wherever you go, but JSCC is the how can I put it? It's not the cheapest, but it's the most competitively priced.
Now talk to me about track action as well. That's something that comes under your banner too, and that's what a collection of cars we see in track action. It's a real treat.
Track action's really good fun. It's just a bunch of guys enjoying themselves with whatever car they can pull out of the garage and come and race, have some fun. It's a very social side of things. Within that track action we have the Peugeot 206 group, who've got their own little section within there, but we've got some stunning cars here this weekend, including some gentlemen who's come all the way from Germany to race with us.
Absolutely, yeah, great stuff indeed. You've also been part of the BARC for a while now too. Why is the relationship between JSCC and the BARC so strong?
It's so strong.
Just throws around there, Dave.
Sorry about that. It's so strong because they've been so supportive to us. The BARC have been fantastic with us. Like every sort of business relationship, again, you have your ups and downs, but they do everything they say they're going to do, and they really do look after us.
Right, we're coming up now to a very famous part of Cadwell Park, the mountain, and we wanted to do this as well just so we can actually see how steep it is. It's my first time around Cadwell Park, and I think it's very difficult to gauge sometimes just how steep this is now, and we suddenly go up and my stomach has just literally gone down into my lower region, shall we say that. What a circuit Cadwell Park is, Dave.
It's a fantastic little circuit. Primarily it's used for bikes, but the cars come here. It's incredibly tricky, as we're finding out, and unfortunately I've got to tell you, this is the first time I've been around it as well.
Well, I'd say it doesn't show, Dave. It certainly doesn't show. We are, of course, taking it very nice and easy round here. Big thank you to everybody at the circuit as well. Great way to look at this absolutely beautiful race track. Coming down onto the start finish track. Quite unique as well, actually, because once the on-track action starts, you can't access the central pit lane because there's no tunnel or bridge or anything here to access it. So you have to make sure you're over before the track goes live, as you are stuck at the top or in the middle of the circuit. Plenty of action coming up here at Cadwell Park. Let's just enjoy this final lap around before we head back in to the outer paddock. There we have it. Great stuff indeed. Big thank you to Dave Beecroft, the Junior Saloon Car Championship and Track Action on action this weekend here at Cadwell Park. That was scintillating.
Great to take a couple of laps of Cadwell in the safety car there. Not on track for this race, unfortunately. We've got the MSVR Hyundai safety car out for this one, leading the cars round on their green flag laps. There you can see Ollie Smith midway down the grid for this one. We've got a group of JSCC legends in the chat and watching on. Great to hear from you all. Box in this lap says we need the British Truck Racing Championship here at Cadwell. I don't think they'd find overtaking very easy on such a narrow circuit. They'd struggle with the inclines as well, I think. No, the infrastructure at Cadwell sadly doesn't allow for the trucks and their transporters, unfortunately. Biggest event held here of your British Superbikes. But plenty of other events. There's a rally here in a couple of weekends as well, the Alan Healy Memorial Rally. And the circuit is converted into a series of rally stages. Have a look on the Cadwell Park website for the full fixtures. Full fixtures for BARC this year, barc.net. So, Jake Wardle leads them round, his teammate Max Scharfegger behind him, Martin Wright in the blue car, Ollie Smith back on row 4 of the grid. He's going to keep up his unbeaten run this year. He's going to have to work hard from there. This is going to be potentially the most competitive, most interesting Junior Saloon Car Championship race of 2026 so far. Leon Holly towards the back of the field as well. He's only 12th on the grid. See, a dry line is emerging at Hall Bends. George Allen at the back of the field playing catch up a bit on these green flag laps.
What can these juniors do then? They've put on a great show so far this weekend. I'm looking forward to this next final race for them this weekend.
Yes, they really have been fantastic this weekend. The marshals bring them to a stop on the grid. The green and black car is Jake Wardle. The yellow and grey car, his teammates Max Scharfegger. Martin Wright in blue. The red, white and blue is Matthew Swatton. Lachlan Homer in white and black. The black car with the orange flashes, that's Zane Quecker. Ollie Smith in green, white and blue. Behind then in the bright green and black car, that's Ralphie Branscombe, the scholarship winner. Tim Leonard in white and orange. Then the second of the Kersley Motorsport cars is Ben Ward. The green flag has been waved at the back of the grid. Red lights will be on and we're underway. Good start by Max Scharfegger from second on the grid. Ollie Smith gets away well in the number 80. Quick start by Ben Ward. Not as quick a start from Ralphie Branscombe. He drops a couple of spots. And it's going to be Max Scharfegger, by the look of things, in the grey and yellow car, who leads as they head up towards Charlie's for the first time. Jake Wardle in second place. Matthew Swatton gets ahead of Martin Wright into third place. They're all round the first couple of corners okay, and it's Scharfegger with a clear lead as they head into Park Straight for the first time. There's a tangle at the back. That's Ralphie Branscombe that's gone off. There may have been some contact with George Allen there. He's got going again. Branscombe rejoins at the back of the field. Bad luck for our scholarship winner this year. Up to the top of Park Straight and into Park Corner. Max Scharfegger leads from Jake Wardle in second place. Matthew Swatton up there in third. Then Martin Wright. Now where is Ollie Smith? He's made up one place. He's in sixth position behind Lachlan Homer. Zane Quecker behind him. And making up a couple of places, Leon Holly in the number 87 as well, as they head briefly out of our sight through the exit of Chris Curve down the gooseneck. It is Scharfegger who leads the way. Waiting for those couple of cars to catch up from the back as well. It's the CSC Racing team running 1 and 2. Vipers going on a couple of these cars, so maybe the rain is starting to come down again. The conditions just can't make up their mind here this afternoon.
I imagine there's a bit of spray as well being kicked up in a couple of places off of some of the curbs, maybe little puddles of water that they're just trying to clear their windscreen. The man out front's got a clean windscreen. Doesn't have to worry about that.
Into Hall Bends for the first time. Scharfegger continues to lead. Leon Smith in traffic behind Lachlan Homer in the 94. Is he going to send a move up the inside here into the hairpin? He certainly is. There he goes. Quecker tries to follow him through, but Ollie Smith always run wide. He overcooked it there on the exit. He's side by side with the 94 of Lachlan Homer as they came out of Barn Corner. Now, have they all made it round? They certainly have. They've held it together nicely, and he's managed to make it stick ahead of Lachlan Homer there as well on the outside line.
He's got the length of his car down, hasn't he? Absolutely millimetre between them as they went down the straight that time.
Yes, well judged there by Ollie Smith. I thought he was going to run wide onto the grass and drop back down again, but he managed to keep his foot in, stay on the outside of Lachlan Homer and held the place. His next target is Martin Wright in the number 14, and Scharfegger leads the way, half a second up on his teammates Jake Wardle in second. Zane Quecker chasing Lachlan Homer. This is the battle for fourth place. Wright, Smith, Homer and Quecker. Matthew Swatton up there in third place. The Kersley Motorsport car as Ollie Smith tries to go round the outside on Park Corner. We've seen the Caterhams do this. They lean on each other slightly there. But Smith gets the move done. I thought he was going to be spun out there, but again, he holds it together up into P4.
There's a transition up there as well because there is a drying line, so where the outside line is working at the moment, you can see the tarmac is definitely showing dry in the top half of this circuit, so that will change again as this race goes on, but he's done a couple of great moves so far and just about held on around the outside of there, having to work for it.
Somebody running wide, that's Leon Holly going rallying. Oh, he's gone right off. He's going to go round the wrong side of the building up there as well. Well, we saw the Scottish Minis do that in the heavy rain earlier on, but he's really gone grass tracking, hasn't he, Leon Holly?
You wouldn't have seen that crater that was behind the car, the house either. That's an unusual place for a car to be, but he's got back to the track, no harm, no foul.
That's a building used by the motorcycle officials when they used the smaller circuit there. The Zia had to cut round the back of there as Queka sends a move up the inside into the hairpin on Lachlan Homer. They nearly lose it. Tim Leonard sliding onto the grass behind them, and Will Omar as well in the 41. Dear oh dear.
It's definitely greasier this side of the track.
Yes, it certainly is under the trees there. We said it'd take longer to dry in the tree line section in the little valley we've got here. So Scharfegger still leads from Wardle. Ollie Smith is there though, lurking in 4th place behind Matthew Swatton. He's ready to launch his attack. He's got the headlights on, as has Martin Wright in 5th. And it's Homer 6th, Queka 7th. 2 CSC racing cars lead the Kersley Motorsport machine. Then it's the Musketeer Motorsports car of Ollie Smith in 4th place. His teammate Leon Holly. And that grass tracking moment, he's managed to rejoin though at the back of the field. He's down to 11th place now. He stayed ahead of Allen and Branscombe, who tangled on the first corner. Matthew Swatton under fire from the championship leader, Ollie Smith, looking to make it 6 wins out of 6 this year. He can make it through. This will be his hardest won victory of the season yet, from 7th on the grid. They disappear briefly behind the infield banking. Out of Chris Curve into the gooseneck.
Sensible choices being made as well, not dive bombing everywhere, just being careful and considered with the moves. That's a good sign of a good racing brain as well.
Yes, that's all about, that's what this championship's all about, learning to race, knowing your limits, exploring those limits. And as you fight for victories, Max Scharfegger into the mountain, up and over the top they come. Smith still chasing in 4th place. Zane Queka trying to make a move on Lachlan Homer. These two nearly clashed at the hairpin last time through as well. They're into Hall Bends, and Zane Queka gets ahead of the 94 up into P6. He's running well here. It's the best weekend he's had in the championship so far. Zane Queka in the number 44, the man from near Liverpool. Stays ahead of Lachlan Homer. Here are the 4 leaders coming through to complete lap number 3. Smith, not surprisingly, did the fastest lap last time through, and he's done another one, 1:52.025 by Ollie Smith in that 4th place, just over 70 miles an hour average despite these damp conditions. Martin Wright further back in 5th position. The only change on that lap was Queka up into 6th. There he is with the wipers going. His teammates from the Oryx competition team, Tim Leonard in 8th place. Omar and Ward round out the top 10 as Matthew Swatton runs a little bit wide. This is Ollie Smith's opportunity to take P3. Kersley Motorsport man holds the inside line. We saw Harvey Kersley driving for them last year. He's now in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, among other things.
Is he going to make his move? It's got stuck a little bit behind, and there is a little bit of a gap out front, so he's not going to want to make that last too much longer. He is definitely losing out some time, but again, he wasn't able to outbrake him into the top end, and yep, it's a couple of laps now he's had to watch the rear panel.
Somebody we saw briefly off that was Ben Ward running wide out of Park Corner. We saw on the grass. He should be able to gather that up and continue. Still Matthew Swatton, Ben Ward's teammate, holding that 3rd place as they come up towards the mountain once again. Still your leader is Max Scharfegger, who's from Warrington in Cheshire, holding off his teammate Jake Wardle. He's from Kent. Up and over the top of the mountain they come. There's Zane Queka pulling away from Tim Leonard, his teammate. What's happened to Lachlan Homer? Haven't seen the 94 car come through. He was behind Queka a lap ago. Oh, there he is. He's in the wall at Park Corner.
We've seen that a couple of times already, haven't we?
That's exactly where Ian Bauer's BMW hit the barriers earlier on. It's not been a happy weekend for Lachlan. He dropped out of the 2nd race earlier on. So just over 7 minutes of this race to go. Yes, I heard that. He's probably heard all the jokes before, don't worry. Zane Queka has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:50.942. He's having a cracking run in P6. Ollie Smith getting possibly a bit frustrated here as he's trying to get past Matthew Swatton. They are closing in, I think, on the 2 ahead of them. Swatton's gap to Wardle is about 0.7 of a second now to 2nd place. So they make their way up into Park Corner. There'll be yellow flags out there because Lachlan Homer's car is in the barriers.
it's a testament to the trust that the stewards have in these young racers, that they haven't put that into the safety car immediately, because the car's not in a safe place really, and so it's a good level of trust that they're putting in the drivers to make sure they don't outdo it into that yellow flag.
So the four of them still almost line astern now for the lead of this race. Martin Wright is trying to close up as well, the blue number 14 car, a new livery for him this year. Into the mountain they come for the 5th time. 6 minutes of the race to go. Ollie Smith, has he plateaued here? Can he make any further progress up the order?
Well, one of the best overtaken opportunities currently on the yellow flag, so I think he's going to have to do it somewhere else. So he'll be calculating those odds, but also calculating the fact that he's got such a dominant position at the moment. That does he need to push it too hard? All that'll cost is in the checkbook department, won't it? If it all goes wrong in these tricky conditions.
Wardle was a little sideways there, coming off Barn corner, but he's gathered it together again, still chasing his teammate Max Scharfegger. Remember that other than Ollie Smith, none of these drivers have ever taken a victory in this championship. They came in with all the winners from last year having moved on up into other categories of racing. Still with the fastest lap of the race is Zane Quecker. There he is chasing Martin Wright. Lead gap was just under half a second that time through between the two teammates. 3/4 of a second, and we've got a red flag. The red flag is coming out with just over 5 minutes on the clock.
I wonder whether that's a decision from the stewards to say, yeah, we can run this race for the final 5 minutes and leave, and therefore don't have to declare it finished yet. But they want them to be able to race rather than have a blocked up end of the track there, as they want to get this car out of the way.
Yeah,
so
presumably that's the reason for the red flag. I haven't seen anybody else off anywhere.
Yeah, so let's see whether that is. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's the stewards wanting to let these guys race for the final 5 minutes and give them something. But it's going to be an absolute. It's going to bring everyone back together again, and the variability of a start. So let's keep an eye out whether they are going to restart. But that would be my guess at this point.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens here. We'll get warnings from the TSL timing screen as to what's going to happen here. There's Lachlan Homer's car in the barriers. He'll have just done what we saw a couple of drivers do early on, just get out wide onto the grass and slide straight on into the wall. He's okay, but the car will need recovery.
As soon as you touch the grass, it's the end. There's nothing to stop you then until the barrier. We've seen it, say, three or four times already today, and unfortunately he's just the next one on the list, which he will learn from, I'm sure, and take that lesson going forward.
Okay, well, let's see where the cars will line up there. I can tell you that George Allen has pulled into the pit lane on that last lap, so maybe he's got a problem. So, no declaration as yet as to what's going to happen with this race. We will bring you news as soon as we have it from the officials, what is going to occur with our final junior saloon car race.
Yeah, another thing they will be keeping in mind, if there's a curfew of the track, and therefore what they're going to cover off here. So the track will make sure that the various championships have their opportunity. They are bringing them all into the pit lane, which does suggest that could be, they're asking them to line up. So we'll just wait and see. Like you say, we'll wait to see what the messaging is through. But the curfew does become important, especially until we get through into the summer months.
So all your comments coming in. To see a few, as we said, alumni of this championship watching on. We're just waiting for an official update on what is going to happen here. See that Lachlan Homer is able to walk away. He's going to be taken to the medical centre just for a quick checkup. They always, particularly with junior drivers, it's mandatory they will take them to the medical centre. Protocol, they will be checked over. cars back in pit lane. We're just awaiting news on what is going to happen with our final junior saloon car race of the weekend. Red flag coming out after Lachlan Homer went into the tyre wall up at Park Corner. There is his car. That will need to be recovered. The barriers will need to be checked. Max Scharfegger was leading at the time of the stoppage, ahead of Jake Wardle and Matthew Swatton.
I'm going to take this opportunity to once again thank all our marshals on behalf of all the drivers. They're having to work fairly hard late into the day here, aren't they? But it's getting the low loader ready to put Homer's car back on and escort that back to the paddock area. But yeah, ever so many thanks to on behalf of all the drivers. I know the Caterham boys and girls try and treat you well out there. Hope they're still doing that, and hope you've enjoyed the racing, and see you out on track again soon.
Yes, well said indeed. Big thanks to everybody here at Cadwell Park this weekend, not just the marshals but the recovery crews, the medical staff, the timekeepers, race control staff and everybody else from the circuit and from the British Automobile Racing Club for bringing us this event. Could not go racing without our officials and volunteers. Still no news on our screens as to what's going to happen with this race. We do have one more race to fit in, which is the Vertex Watches Caterham 7-310R. Let's have a look back at some highlights of that race so far. A tangle between Ralphie Branscombe and George Allen at the start sent Branscombe spinning at Charlie's Bend. Ollie Smith only 7th on the grid, soon making moves into the hairpin down the inside on Lachlan Homer. They briefly ran wide on the exit, but Smith was able to keep his foot in and get round the outside of Homer on the next corner at Barn. Leon Holly then went flying off the course well and truly, and only just missed that dip in the grass behind the building there as he made his way back on. Smith made his way up into 4th place as Zane Quecker and Lachlan Homer went sliding about behind them. Another tangle between George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe further back. Ben Ward went sliding off wide. Kept his foot in and kept it out of the grass though, the Kersley Motorsport man, but then the red flag came out with Lachlan Homer in the barriers. I know we've got the recovery crew on board. The CC recovery vehicle takes the Saxo back towards the paddock. Yes, we can see you. Now waiting to see what is going to happen.
Looks like still a lot of discussion going on there, isn't there? You can see how much there is quite significant damage to the front of that car.
Yes, one very second-hand Saxo, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes. That's another hard lesson in motorsport, isn't it? But saw some coolant steam going out of it as it was in the barrier, and it sort of makes you think that it's burst the radiator and moved the engine backwards. But yeah, they're still discussing what's going on, just letting the drivers all know to see whether that is the race completion. or whether they will get 5 minutes. But like I say, we're working towards that curfew. Still got the Caterham 310R, the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship to get done as well. The safety car's going to lead them out. So let's still doors open. See whether they lead them back to the paddock or not. But yeah, an awful lot of people go into making a race weekend happen, and a vast majority of them are volunteers. And see all the teams and staff and marshals down here in the pit lane. It's a very abbreviated pit lane. You don't really get to use that much over the course of a race weekend. They're going backwards. It looks like they're going to just moving that car out of the way.
Well, if we are going to restart, so they're perhaps moving George Allen to the back because the leader is behind him.
So maybe it's going to be a safety car restart. It's I
think they do seem to be putting them in order, don't they?
So working a bit blind here without the messaging. Normally the race control would ping up a message. But yeah, still got another race beyond this one as well, so that will be a consideration. But the track.
Ben Ward slotting in behind Leon Holly, so that's race position.
Yeah.
So it looks like we may well be going to have a restart. We don't know for certain as yet. Yes, we are. It has now reset the timing screen to a 5-minute restart. So you were correct, Chris.
Might still see that drop down, but I can't believe they give them much less than 5 minutes. Otherwise, it's just a single lapper, isn't it? So it does seem the minimum. So that's yeah. I'm guessing the curfew's not quite as hard cut at this time of year. There's various circuits hit various noise limits at various times of year, and sometimes it's just based on lights. And given that we've got nice sunny weather, it could be that we're gonna be able to do the last 5 minutes of this one and still get in the 310 race afterwards.
Okay, Max Scharfegger, your leader then, from teammates Jake Wardle. Third place for Matthew Swatton and Ollie Smith. Looking to make it 6 wins out of 6. It's 4th on the grid. George Allen just being held there because he has to restart from the back. Marshall getting the 30-second board ready. Lights come on atop the safety car. This is going to be an interesting one then. It's going to be a sprint for the line for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Here they go, out from the pit lane. In the correct order. George Allen will join in at the back because he just pulled into the pit lane when the race was red flagged. So, can CSC Racing hang on for their 1-2? Will it be a win for Kersley Motorsport? Will Ollie Smith be able to come through from 4th to 1st? Tension
Surely
mounts.
Not. Surely not with only 5 minutes to go. But it's very dry out there now, so I wonder whether
we shall see.
Setup it might come into it as well.
Anything can happen in the next 5 minutes.
It's true. We're about to find out.
I'm looking forward to this.
Crows have prime viewing. Turn one there.
Oh yes, it's very rural circuit here in the Lincolnshire World. You get a lot of wildlife around.
We're regularly seen here watching the racing.
Down to a dozen cars then. There's Branscombe and Allen. They've had a couple of tangles in this one. The ORA Motorsports car of George Allen. I did like the suggestion in the comments earlier that as the car's got Aura written on it, she should be nicknamed Rita. Very clever.
Getting some heat into the tyres, or just at least scrubbing them off. Not much heat to be had out there, is there? But at least get them clean after they've been sat in the pit lane and on the dust and dirt. Still quite a lot of damp patches out there. Whilst there is a drying line, that's going to make overtaking difficult, to say the least. As we watch them getting taken around to the line then. So is it a safety car restart? I didn't see whether they'd mark that and whether the safety car will pull off and then release them. So the leader, as was, they taking it a bit of a run-up gap.
Looks like George Allen has pulled. Yeah, he's pulled into the paddock in the background there. You can see in front of the grandstand. So he's not going to take this restart.
Yeah, the pace picking up there. They hope they've timed that well.
Yep, safety car lights have gone out. Here we go then.
Oh,
the pack have had to be unleashed. It's a 5-minute sprint for the line.
Now, someone was holding up Ollie White there. Did you see that? So I wonder whether there's a big gap between the second. Is that teammates working together to hold him back?
Well, we're underway. Kersley Motorsport is the car in front of Ollie Smith. They're a little bit spread out on this restart. Away goes Scharfegger and Wardle for CSC Racing in first and second places. Matthew Swatton under fire from our unbeaten driver this year, Ollie Smith. Then it's Martin Wright. Next in the order is Zane Quegger. Oh my goodness, off goes Matthew Swatton. Wallop straight in. Oh dear. Straight in and straight over. That's a nasty one there. Let's hope Matthew Swatton's okay. That will surely be another stoppage. We'll wait to see. The race still green at the moment, with Scharfegger ahead of Wardle. Smith in third place. Yeah, red flag is out again.
Yep, the marshals will go and attend to that, but yeah, that will be the end of this race.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see another restart there, because damage to the tyre wall as well.
There he is.
And it's good to see. Matthew Swatton's out of the car. He's okay.
Marshals are encouraging him to come back behind the barriers, but you can see the barriers absorbing all that energy, but it did have an awkward reaction, didn't it? And it tipped over onto its roof.
Yes, not too sure what happened there. The car just speared off in a straight line. I don't know whether his throttle may have stuck open there.
Well, he was slow coming out of onto the restart, and then Smith was right behind him going into turn one, and a little bit of contact at that point would have just pushed the car onto the grass. And then, as we said, once you get on the grass, there is no slowing it before you get to the barriers. This track is just unrelenting if you do get a wheel onto that grass, and they were so close going in. But yeah, you're right, it could be other things. It could be mechanical, it could be a stuck throttle, it could be anything. But yeah, that car will be righted, and then
main thing is that Matthew Swatton, the Kersley Motorsport driver, is okay. He was out of the car. He will of course get a check-up from the medics, as we saw from Lachlan Home. It's just come up on the timing screen. The session will not be restarted. That is end of race. And we'll confirm as and when we find out if the result is going to be declared. But we can go down to Ian shortly in Parc Ferme.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. We still a little bit unsure of the results, so I'm not going to confirm anything as of yet, but we'll have a quick chat with some of the guys here. We've got Max Scharfegger, who did come over tonight technically first on TSL, but of course, Max, I can't confirm anything. I don't know what the result is going to be overall here. There's still a few minutes on the clock, of course, red flag. Just hope everybody's okay, but how was it from where you were?
I quite enjoyed the race until that point. I hope Matthew's okay. I saw him on his lid over there, but it was the best of what I could do.
Well, yeah, you can only do what you can do, can't you? But, look, really great weekend. Thanks for joining us. It's really good to see you again as well, by the way, mate. Let's go have a chat with Jake, who's had a very good weekend as well. Not quite how we want to end the weekend, Jake, is it? But from your perspective, it's been a pretty solid time here at Cadwell.
Yeah, definitely. From last weekend, like I said yesterday, was certainly not expecting to come away with 3 seconds. Just hope Matthew's okay. It looked a bit of a nasty one, but hopefully he's okay.
Excellent. Well said indeed. We'll see you next time, Jack. Really good to see you again, by the way, mate. So thanks for talking to us. And I'm hearing the driver is out of the car, so that's really good news. Let's just move around, have a quick chat a little bit more. Ollie Smith here as well. Ollie, not really much you can do there really with the interruptions.
No, definitely a lot. It was a good race. Came through the pack from 7th to 4th. Unfortunately, that was quite a big shunt from Matthew.
I have just heard he's got out the car, so
that's really good.
He's all right.
Yeah. Other than that, we had a really good race.
It's been a pretty special start to the season for you. 5 wins out of 6 so far. A great run in the last race, which might have been more. There was still 4 or 5 minutes on the clock. There's still a few laps in there.
I reckon there was more. We had the pace. I think we were pushing forward, but yeah, unfortunately, red flag. But yeah, glad Matthew's okay.
And you go for the title this year. This couldn't really have got off to a better start overall, could it?
No, definitely not. Hoping to carry it forward really now, yeah.
Unfortunately though, well, you've got this massive target on your back now for the rest of the season. Tom, good to see you, mate, indeed. Right, let's just keep moving on a little bit, shall we? We may as well. We've got George here as well, actually. I really love George's livery on the car. George, can I grab you for a chat? Is that all right? You came up early into Park Fair, mate. There's a bit of damage on the door. What happened out there?
I mean, it was a battle at the start. Well, it wasn't really, but I just got punted off at the side. Bit of a waste of a race, really.
It's not really the way we want to end the weekend, is it? But look, overall, Cadwell Park, how's it been?
Yeah, fun.
Forget this last race.
Yeah, forget this last race. Been a bit crap. Yeah.
Anyway, look, it's great to see you again, mate. Yeah, we'll see you next time out, yeah?
Yeah, thanks.
Top man, good stuff indeed. So, let's go. Oh, Tim, let's have a quick chat, shall we? It's a bit of a wild one, that, wasn't it?
Yes,
right?
yeah, it's okay. It's just a lot, you know. I've not raced in the wet yet at all.
Yeah.
So to do it at Cadwell Park, race
probably
3
the hardest
on
of
the
hard
Sunday,
as well.
5:45. It's just, you know, it's really a big accident looking for somewhere to happen, and I mean, unfortunately, it did. Thank goodness, you know, Matthew Swan's out of the car.
Yeah.
That's really good. I really hope he's all right, because that was a big one. But no, honestly, it was even on the way up to the grid, out of the assembly area, we were slipping and sliding around. It was about, because it's the first sector through the first corner and all the way up to Mansfield's completely dry. So
Right, okay.
it's bone dry, and you get under the trees, and it's just treacherous. But it's you know, we made it to the end. It's really good. It shows the car control, and it shows the safety of these cars as well.
It does,
if
yeah.
you think about, you know, we're doing up to 105 mile an hour. The safety of these cars, the fact that, I don't know if you've seen it on the stream, but Matthew Swanton had quite a big crash. To be able to walk out of that shows, it is a testament to everything this championship's done. So I'm really happy in that sense. But it's it always shakes you up a little bit when you see something like that.
Well, very well said. And like I said, yeah, we are hearing Matthew's out of the car. There might be a little bit of consolation for him, because I think if the classification stands, he'll be third. So
Right, okay.
end the race, not where he wants to be, but he might actually be on the podium.
So are we going off of the first red flag then?
I'm only basing this on what I've seen on TSL, so that's not confirmed from me, but I'm sure somebody further up the food chain than me will confirm it.
Okay.
Tim, great to see you, mate.
Yeah,
have a good time. Safe journey home. See you soon. Right, there we go. Junior Saloon Car Championship comes to a close here at Cadwell Park. Not quite how they want to end, but it is motorsport. It has been a really good weekend though for the JSCC, and certainly Ollie Smith, who's picked up a pair of wins so far over the course of the weekend. 5 wins in total out of 6 for him. He is taking a lead at the top of the championship standings. All right, we've got some highlights from that race now, so we'll have a quick look at them before we get back to more Caterham action.
Oh, thanks, Ian. Yes, certainly a lively third race there for the Junior Saloon Cars. A tangle between George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe on the first corner. Ollie Smith coming up from 7th on the grid. Good move at the hairpin up the inside on Lachlan Homer. They just ran out a little bit wide on the exit. Smith able to keep his foot in and get round the outside of his rival Lachlan Homer on the next corner at Barn. Leon Holly went rally crossing. Lucky not to damage the underside of the car there. Lucky not to roll it over as well. He was well and truly off. And further round on the same lap. Bit of a contretemps between Zane Quecker and Lachlan Homer. He was certainly well involved in this race. There was another little contretemps between George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe at the back of the field as well. Ben Ward also went off. He was able to rejoin, though, in the Kersley Motorsport Cup. Been a great weekend for Kersley Motorsport up until the end of this race, but then on the restarts, off went Matthew Swatton, straight in and straight over. Big accident for Matthew. Thankfully, we saw him out of the car, and he appears not to be seriously injured. Nasty accident there for the number 27. Meanwhile, our final race of the day is coming to the grid then, which will be the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. Based on the results of the earlier race this grid, so Will Harris lines up on pole. The result was taken from the end of lap 7, so Will Harris and Alex Vincent on the front row. We caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier.
Well, this is it, the last time this weekend here at Cadwell Park that we've popped down to the assembly area, the final race. Not too far away from getting underway. It's the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship, and it promises, like it has been all weekend, an absolute cracker. We've got William over here. Let's have a quick chat with William. William, how are we doing? All right, it's good to see you.
I'm doing all right, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. So what have you made of your weekend? You enjoyed your experience here at Cadwell?
I've enjoyed my experience, but I don't think it's gone to plan really for us. We had a bit of unluckiness, but we were the only car on ZZRs in that last race, so hopefully the knowledge advantage that I've gained from that will benefit me in this race.
It looks like it's a lot drier than it has been. Are you quite relieved now?
I like rain, so but I'm happy on either condition. I just need to get forward and try and get inside the top 5 is my aim for this race.
Tell us about your motorsport journey. When did you get the bug?
I mean, I guess as a kid, really. I got the bug, but I started karting with my dad in 2014. We did a little bit of karting, and then I think back in 2020 in lockdown stuff, I did a lot of sim racing. And I was able to make some money to go car racing, and this is my first season in Caterham's. So yeah, my first weekend in Caterham's actually.
I was going to say, yeah, first weekend, and loving it. So I know not quite gone to plan, but hey, there's going to be better weekends, all right?
Yeah, I've set myself up for Taco round and make sure we're sharp then, and yeah, who knows, we can still get a podium out of this one, I think.
Oh, that's what I like, William. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Bring it home for us, yeah. That's going to be super stuff. Yeah, the cars are coming in, as we can see. There's Paul Goldstein, Gold Sender written on the car. What can he do? I wonder if he can see us to give us. Oh no, he's parking up. We'll give him away. There you go. We get a little away from him. So here we go. Time to go racing, and an emotional one because it's the last race of the weekend. What a time we have had here with the BARC at Cadwell Park. Big thank you to all of you as well for tuning in. Remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's break the YouTube algorithm and get as many people watching as possible. So for one final time, let's hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Well, first of all, fair play to our marshalling team. Barrier repaired after that incident in the Junior Saloon Car Championship race, and we're almost ready to go racing. The grid for our Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship sees Will Harris on the pole with Alex Vincent alongside, from the back to the front over 2 races this weekend. Charles Harris, brother of William, on the second row alongside Paul Goldstein, then Stephen Lancaster and Sam Parker on row 3, who's charged after that retirement in race 1 yesterday. Tim Hardcastle and Lionel Tolmash also came through the field in the second race from the back after his crash yesterday. Richard Coop and James Empson completing the top 10.
And we just spoke to him. William Chadwick lines up in 11th place. He lines up alongside Peter Mott. Not had the weekend that he would wished for, but he could still got time to do. Stephen Harris hanging alongside Eschweiler, Robert Lowe, Andrew Johnson, Ben Lopez Appleton on that low 9 alongside Ryan Wilby. 2 quick guys looking to come through with Chris Buck at the rear there taking on. So we'll see whether they do start all from the rear of the pack. But the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship, then the final, the third of their 3 20-minute races. They give us some great action, and I was lucky enough to catch up with the Vertex Watch True crew at British Watchmakers Day not too long ago, and they've just released the M33 Desert Edition. So if you're into your watches, go and check that out. It's a fantastic piece, and yeah, looking forward to seeing how these guys can get on there. The next time we're going to see them after this weekend is at the TOCA Touring Car Round on the 9th and 10th of May. So if you're going to watch them put on a show in front of the bigger crowds out at Brands Hatch Indy. But looking forward as well to seeing how they get on this final 20 minutes. Can Harris take the clean sweep? He's taken 2 wins already after the readjusted sort of order from the last race. So can he take 3 from 3? He's on for the 3-peat.
Well, I say we've got about half a dozen potential winners on this grid. This is
yeah.
going to be a very close one to close out the weekend. James Emson, I think, is worth watching from the 5th row. Peter Motts, we've not really seen his potential this weekend. He didn't really get going in race 1 yesterday and had to race his way up to 12th place in
He had
the
such
second
a
race.
strong end to last year as well, so he was really looking forward to that momentum. So I think he'll tick Cadwell off and just say looking forward to getting back to Brands Hatch Indy.
Paul Goldstein is in with a very good chance in the number 12, the all-gold machine.
Absolutely, a erstwhile performer on Caterhams of all sorts, and hopefully will be settled into the street and I'll really concentrate on it this year because the grid deserves to see him and do what he can do, and he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, all weekend now. He's been putting sort of full effort into the Caterham Championship. 4th place at the moment as he starts this grid, and he's got a lot of cars around him all jostling, but just behind there Sam Parker as well, so she made all that positions up through the damp racing, but the track is quickly drying out, so can she hold on to that 6th place? Certainly going to be ahead of a lot of other cars interested. Tim Hardcastle there just going to start just behind, but and Lancaster just in front, so the front 5 have been breaking away gently across the course of the 20 minutes. Can they do that again, or can Parker cling on? Remember, the toe in these cars is so important. It really does give you an extra boost of speed, so as soon as you lose that toe you do lose out to your rivals as they're going to come round through these hall bends, which do look a lot drier, but we still know that if you get off line anywhere and actually out of the hairpin there, it's still looking like there's a bit of spray being kicked up, so that is still going to be the most tricky part of this whole track. Is in the slowest point of this track is going to be out that hairpin, and are they going to be able to get that power down? The limited slip differential, we're going to see some cars slipping around, slip sliding, but 155 horsepower under their right foot, 1.6 Sigma engine, and the top flight of Caterhams that we got here this weekend, but we will see the 7 Championship UK at Croft on the 2nd, 3rd of May, and they are our British Championship level of Caterham, so that's going to be spectacular, so do join us to watch all the action as we see these drivers then in the masters of racing. By the time they get to the 3 Sedar Championship, they're going to put on a masterful performance, no doubt.
So a quick run through the colours then. The black car with the red cage, Will Harris on pole position. Alex Vincent in grey with the blue stripe. Charles Harris in the green and yellow Team Lotus colours. Paul Goldstein in gold. Stephen Lancaster the turquoise and white. That's the Dutch Barn vodka colours. Sam Parker in blue, white and pink alongside on row 3. Tim Hardcastle in sky blue and red. And Lionel Tolmash in black and gold. Those are your leading runners on this grid. We're about to get underway. Here we go. Not the quickest of starts by Sam Parker in the number 7. Lionel Tolmash gets ahead of her. Richard Coop in there as well in the number 67, the green and black car. Into the spray they go. Who's going to get the lead? It looks like it's Vincent in the number 17 who has got the lead. Indeed it is. And off goes Charles Harris in the number 4. He got spun aside. Somebody else off to the left-hand side there as well. That was Eschweiler in the number 25, the German, over the grass there. Rest of the pack continues on then. Everybody else seems to have escaped without damage. So one Harris brother down, unfortunately. Will Harris will be upholding on at the front of the field. He leads ahead of Vincent Goldstein. Then a gap back to Lancaster up the inside into 4th place ahead of Hardcastle.
Peter Mott going around the outside of Sam Parker as they go into Chris Curve, then does make that happen. So yeah, bad start by Sam, just got a lot of wheel spin and just didn't go anywhere, but it is still Will Harris who's leading Vincent, and then Goldstein, big gap then back to Lancaster and Hardcastle, who had that sort of battle off the line round turn 1, and got that little gap has appeared where the Charles Harris was, so a little bit of contact and has now scattered the field a little bit.
Yes, everybody had to anchor up there to avoid the scattering cars ahead of them. Top 3 have been able to break away as a result. Will Harris getting some air over the man's there. Sam Parker's lost it. She spins across the track there. Hopefully she hasn't been collected down in the dip there. And hopefully they'll be able to rejoin.
Just again got a car with wheel onto the grass, taken a bit too much through the left-hander, and the car just spun around all the way back onto the tarmac, and hopefully she'll get that car back up and running and back into the battle, but not the start she wanted for race 3. Hardcastle though having to defend heavily there against Sam Parker is back up and running, so a little scary, but she is going again.
So Will Harris leads the way then from Vincent. Goldstein in 3rd, then a gap back to Lancaster in 4th place. Other cars that were involved down there have got going. Wait to see if Charles Harris comes round. I don't think he has got going. Sam Parker's got going at the tail of the field. She was lucky not to be T-boned there as she spun across the road at the bottom of the mountain, just down in the dip there. Here are the leaders. Will Harris goes a little bit wide under pressure from Alex Vincent. There's Lancaster in 4th place. Hardcastle under fire from Richard Coop. He's running well in the number 67 up into 6th position. Peter Mott is in 7th place, or he was. He's been taken by Chadwick in the number 8 car into P7. Now Emson and Tolmash round out the top 10. So it's a rather jumbled field because of those early shenanigans around the first lap. I can tell you Charles Harris has got going again at the back of the field, but he's quite a long way behind.
That might be the highest position I've seen Coop in for certainly for a while. So yeah, doing well. And Chadwick was saying he was going to go for podium, wasn't he? So he's doing all right, pushing on forward. But as they jump up and out, it's still Harris going for that 3. Vincent seeing whether there's anything he can do about it, and then also Goldstein in that 3rd place. These guys are looking relatively clear at the moment until they get battling. If they get battling, I think that's going to give Lancaster's best chance of getting back into this.
Yes, he's got to hope they fight each other, lose time, and he can close back up, but he might be closed down by the pack behind him as well, with Lancaster rather in no man's land in that 4th place as Paul Goldstein goes for 2nd place on the run into Coppice. He goes off the dry line, doesn't bother him though, he's through into P2 ahead of Alex Vincent. Lancaster in 4th position in the Dutch Barn vodka car, then Tim Hardcastle in 5th position. There's a bit of debris there on the outside of Charlie's Bend, I noticed, but the drivers will not pay that a second thought as they charge on by. Will Harris leading by 1.3 seconds near enough now as they go up towards Park Corner. Just catch a glimpse of the black and red car there as it flew through on the exits. There's Lancaster in 4th position. Next group headed up by the number 8 of Will Chadwick. He's got through into P5. He's running well.
Yeah, that's another few places coming up then for him. So well done as he's making good early progress. I think this would have been declared a wet race, so they're probably all on the Nova ZZS tyres rather than the R variant that they have for the dry running. Emson fighting away with Peter Mott. So he said Peter Mott hadn't had such a good first couple of races, but he's got the bit between his teeth, and now he's up into 8th place last time across the line. If you watch the rest of this field coming through, Goldstein does make that 2nd place stick then, so Vincent losing out a little bit. Lancaster seeing whether he can get across the gap. And then comes Coop in the next one, and Hardcastle followed along. So yeah, all the drivers nose to tail behind, but there are those gaps just out in front a little bit.
Watch out also on the tail of this group for Ben Lopez Appleton. He started down in 18th place. He's up to 11th after only 2 laps. He's on the tail of the group. Ryan will be trying to make his way up the order as well, bouncing over the curbs there. There's Lopez Appleton, the grey car with the green roll cage. He's in P11. Steve Harris is in his highest position of the weekend, P12, in behind them as well. Lionel Tolmash battling it out with Lopez Appleton. There they are side by side on the run into Coppice Corner, but round the outside goes Lopez Appleton. That's a brave move, and now chasing down James Emson.
Never shy, Ben Lopez Appleton, of making a move. That's often to his benefit, but sometimes to detriment as well. So looking good at the moment, making good progress up through a field of drivers that are not easy to get past. And then looking down the inside there, that's Hardcastle versus, is that Chadwick? Is that Chadwick coming up through the field?
Oh, it's Richard Coop.
It's Coop, is it? So yeah, great move then up the inside, just squeezed the Caterham width there, and Peter Mott just behind as well. So drivers who have not necessarily had such a good run through the early part of this weekend, and now having and making hay while the sun kind of shines.
Yeah, the sun just starting to come out again at sunset here at Cadwell Park. Richard Coop at the head of this train down into Mansfield Bend. This is the battle for 6th position. Swing their way through. Hardcastle in behind. Then we've got Peter Mott, Emson, Lopez Appleton and Tolmash on the back of this group. Things were shaken up, of course, by the first lap problems, as Chadwick has now caught Lancaster for P4. Will Chadwick, number 8, is absolutely flying along. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.306. Richard Coop having a great race as well in the green number 67. There's Lopez Appleton, the number 5, ahead of Tolmash at the back of the train. Closing up on them is Ryan Wilby, who's also coming through from towards the back of the grid in this race.
You can see that there are different classes in this. We've got Pro-Am and Am. The differentiator between those is anyone who finished in the top 40% of the field or had 3 podiums is considered to be a Pro-Am. Anyone else is Am. At the moment, the Ams are doing a fantastic job in the middle of the pack. Tolmash and Wilby just a little bit further back in their battle for the Pro-Am podium.
Yes, Will Harris and Goldstein, both Pro-Ams. Leading Am is Alex Vincent in P3, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.196. He's all over the back of Paul Goldstein for second place as they come out of Park into Chris Curve. Then we drop down the gooseneck once again for the 5th time. Couple of seconds in it between first and second place. Will Harris, there he is, just disappearing out of picture, continues to lead, heading for a hat-trick. Vincent all over the back of Goldstein. Then the fight for 4th is between Lancaster and Chadwick. Then a gap back to the battle for 6th, headed up by Richard Coop, who just got ahead of Hardcastle in the number 16 car. Lopez Appleton up to 10th, Tolmarsh 11th, Wilby 12th. Those are the 3 coming through from towards the tail of the field.
Lancaster lost out that time, didn't he? So he's behind, is it Chadwick now?
It's Chadwick.
Yeah, so what happened there? Because he was in the gap between, so Chadwick is flying forward, absolutely rapid. There's this battle pack behind, comes through, headed by Coop, I think, and off they go around through Hall Bends, which are looking a lot grippier in as this track dries out.
Yes, Lionel Tolmarsh under fire there from Ryan Wilby. What's happened in the battle for 4th place is that Will Chadwick is going like an express train in this race. He's flown through into 4th place, trying to close down Alex Vincent now for 3rd position. What's the gap between those two? It's about 4.8 seconds at the moment, so he's got quite a bit of a gap to cover. Here's a replay from up at the top of the circuits. This is further back in the order. Rob Lowe at the back of this pack, and that's the 25 car of Henning Eschweiler, charging into the back of, I think that was Chris Buck in the 36.
That's what you call understeer, terminal understeer on that grass. Yeah, just a misjudgment there, clipped the rear of the panel and just got sent onto the grass as we watch this 2nd and 3rd. It looked like Goldstein had the battle won, but actually now Vincent's coming right back at him, right onto his rear panel, so Goldstein doesn't have quite the pace to hold on to Harris. Harris is just veering off down the road, doing a fantastic effort, but Goldstein now having to firmly look in his mirrors. You can see him there glancing back and wondering how he's going to get rid of, shake the attentions of Vincent.
Alex Vincent currently has the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.196. It's half a second behind Paul Goldstein. There's Chadwick trying to catch them up in 4th position. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is. It's 4.8 seconds last time by at the timing line. Here's the fight for 6, and Hardcastle's got back ahead of Coop in there. Peter Mott, black and yellow car, is next in the order. Then Lopez Appleton.
I think Tolmarsh was wide again, just losing speed out of the mountain that time.
He was, yes. So we see him drop at the drop away from the back of this train. Richard Empson and Ryan Wilby now ahead of him. Over the mountain comes some of the runners towards the tail of the field. There's Charles Harris recovering after his off on the first corner. Rob Lowe being closed down by the number 70, that's Andrew Johnston in the Moobob car. Just under 10 minutes to go, so we're just past half distance. This is the battle for 6th position. Got about 6 or 7 cars going at it. There's Tolmarsh. You saw he'd lost some ground. The gap is about the same between 3rd and 4th place, incidentally. I did mean to keep an eye on that to see if Chadwick was closing in on Alex Vincent, but he's not. Lead gap is just under 3 seconds because Will Harris has just done the fastest lap, 1:35.045. In the battle up into Park Corner, up the inside, Peter Mott on Richard Coop with Ben Lopez Appleton in there as well. Coop puts a wheel onto the grass. Lopez Appleton goes through. Ryan Wilby says, I'll have a piece of this as well. And he goes to the inside, but Coop holds him off.
And Lopez Appleton has made his way through the majority of that pack. He was on the rear of it, joined the rear, but has now made his way all the way up. And Peter Mott making good progress through as well. But very not blah racing for the BLA car as the rest of them come down the hill then. And Empson just struggling this weekend a little bit in another sort of front wheel arch, bit of damage there going on as well. So again, he'll probably want to strike this one off and lick his wounds ready for Brands Hatch. But Hardcastle leads over the top of the mountain that time, this battle pack, but obviously the drivers out front leading the actual race. But there's Peter Mott just in front of Ben, but Ben looks like he's got that momentum through the field at the moment.
Trying to close up is Ryan Wilby on the tail of Richard Coop, who's been shuffled back a little through Park Corner last time through. Will Harris continues to lead the lead gap up to 3.5 seconds now, and he's now lapping in the 1:34s, 1:34.993 for Harris. Further back, Sam Parker on her recovery after that spin on the tail of Johnston in the number 70 car, taking Charles Harris with her up the order as well. They're still down in 17th and 18th place, those two at the moment.
Yeah, they lost significant time, didn't they? So they've had to fight over that gap, and now they're going to have to work out how do we get past these drivers. So they've both got pace, and Charles looks like he's really closing up on the rear of Sam's panel, but they probably have to work together to get through this pack efficiently.
They've got just under 8 minutes to do so to try and move further up the order. The sixth place battle is starting to break apart slightly now. Ryan Wilby just getting past Richard Coop there. His strong run starting to fade a little. Tolmash fighting back as well on the inside of Kermit, aka Richard Empson in the James Empson, sorry, in the number 20 car. That's for I think 11th position.
Didn't make it stick though, so Empson managed to hold on
Yes.
through Gooseneck then. Well done, because that was looking like it was a done deal. And in fact, Tolmash keeps looking like he's struggling out the corners. He is.
Yeah, he's slowed
lost
there.
speed. So there's a couple of times I've noticed where he just loses speed. It's like the engine doesn't pick up. So whether he's got a fuel pump issue or something like that, or one of the maybe a cutout, an intermittent cutout or something like that, it's just looking really awkward. And unfortunately, it looks like that will be a pretty terminal to getting a good result in this weekend. And he will also be scrubbing this race weekend from his memory as he heads on to the latter part. There he is,
And he
stopped
has,
up
yeah,
there.
he has pulled over.
Yeah, just looked like he's trying to get that car started. Some sort of intermittent issue there. Can be all sorts of things. And as we got side by side then between Ben Lopez, Appleton and Hardcastle going around the outside. Can't make that work. It's a drier on the outside. In fact, it happened before we even get to the corner. Yellow flag on the opposite side of the barrier, not on the side we're racing on. So that overtake was legitimate. As we watch Empson and his wiggly front wheel arch. It looks like Hardcastle's got a bit of a wiggly front wheel arch as well, as Peter Mott's going to look to the inside, and Hardcastle drifted off wide. That's going to be a job done for him as well. Ryan will be next on the shopping list, and Hardcastle's going to have to try and stop the rot.
Perfectly done there as they came up Park straight by Peter Mott into Park Corner, now chasing after Ben Lopez Appleton. Ryan will be chasing down Hardcastle now in the number 16 as we start to wind down towards the end of this final race. The Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship with Will Harris seemingly heading for a hat-trick. He's reeling off the fastest laps. He's 4.5 seconds ahead of Paul Goldstein now for the lead. Here's a battle towards the tail of the field. Chris Buck in there chasing down Rob Lowe. We have a red flag.
So that's probably for the same reason. Although Marshall's
running in the back.
Oh, that's Hardcastle, isn't it?
Hardcastle's got under the barrier.
Yep, just moved it. So trying to get back out, but it looks like it's not going to happen. So car up and running, but yeah, red flag. 5 minutes to go. Are they going to get this race up and running again? We'd normally expect them to, especially given that the car had a bit of momentum. Unless there's another car involved, it might well be another car involved. They're running to the side, aren't they?
Yeah, so Hardcastle was battling in that.
Ben Lopez Appleton, maybe, or so.
Yeah, Ryan Wilby and Peter Mott were near him. Richard Coop was the other one he was battling with.
Yeah, okay. So let's hope that everyone else involved is okay then, because they could see that Hardcastle was okay, and they were just running to check another driver then. So let's hope that that's all going to be under control and okay, as the rest of the cars just go over the line. No checkered flag, so the potential still for that race to continue, but Hardcastle's going to jump out, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Tim Hardcastle, man from Worthing in Sussex, is okay. Struggles out through his roll cage. It's like he's in a big bouncy castle there, doesn't it, underneath the Recticel barrier?
It's it's a very common place to go off in a Caterham down there. You just get wheels onto the grass, and then it's just easy to spin off backwards. And yeah, that barrier there, it's done its job. The car was moving. There's another driver there.
Somebody else. Who's that's gone off to the left? Try and pick that up in a moment. I can't identify who that is, unfortunately.
Caterham top trumps are no longer what they used to be, so I can't tell from this angle.
Well, we can't tell from the timing screen either, because the red flag coming out, so the timing is halted.
So
we know that Tolmash has dropped down to the bottom of the timing screen.
At least 2 drivers involved then, and there's definitely multiple points of contact.
Where's the other car?
Is
it inside there?
I think it's gone. So I think it's collected and drawn down the barrier with it.
Has.
If that is at the exit of Chris Curve, then that's a barrier that I know very well, unfortunately, as it's
you know quite a few barriers, Chris, if I'm honest.
It's where I ended, unfortunately, my Caterham career in qualifying. And that light is very much where my car was off, if it is where I think it is. So yeah, not a barrier that I particularly like the attentions of either. But these 2 drivers both look like the barrier's done what it needed to do and absorbed all that impact. Unfortunately, that is the end of both their racing for this weekend. We will, just time to tell you, we will be next out on track with the 310s at Brands Indy for that TOCA race weekend. And all the Academy are going to be that weekend racing their first sprint event. And then we've got also the Croft on the 2nd and 3rd of May, so that's next up. On the 2nd, 3rd of May. So yes, it looks like with a red flag.
Session will not be restarted, we've just been told.
Yeah.
So provisional results will look something like this, minus the drivers that were involved up there. Tim Hardcastle won't count in 6th place. We don't know, unfortunately, we couldn't identify who the other car was that was in there.
Probably with 5 minutes to go. I don't think it'll be declared 3/4 finished, so it'll be half points, I imagine, as well.
Well, we'll wait to see what the decision is, but whatever, Will Harris has provisionally won it, ahead of Paul Goldstein and Alex Vincent. Good run through the field by Will Chadwick up into 4th place. Those are just the places at the time of the red flag. And we will await to see, we think the other car that's got in up there, maybe Ryan Wilby, the 88.
Yeah, it makes sense with the black helmet. And they were running nose to tail at the time, so it does make a lot of sense. But yeah, we wait and see.
Okay. So we will await to confirm, if we can, what will happen with the results. But that is end of play, unfortunately, here at Cadwell Park. The race ends early with a red flag, and due to the damage to those Recticel barriers, that I don't think will be repairable before the circuit curfew. So racing does end there for this weekend. Thankfully, the drivers are okay. They're out of the cars. And we can head down to Ian in a moment in Parc Ferme.
Wow, that was a hairy race. It was a very tricky one at the start because it was greasy, but then it dried out because we were waiting quite a lot because of the red flag in the race before. But goodness me, yeah. And obviously ended on a red flag for us. I hope Tim Hardcastle was okay. So, sorry, he's out of the car. But anyway, our winner, provisionally, Will Harris. Hello. Congratulations. How was the race for you?
Yeah, pretty relaxed actually. I managed to get a bit of a gap and then same again, just pumping in the fast laps.
Nice. That's comforting, isn't it?
It was, yeah. I'm not trying to not get used to it, but it is quite nice. I was having fun actually. When the red flag came out, I was a bit like, oh. It was quite enjoyable.
Thought you had like 3 minutes left or something.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, exactly. But yeah. I'll take it. It's
well done. You've like 310, your first race weekend in 310, and look what you've done all weekend. Absolutely fantastic driving.
It is, yeah. I know. I've only dreamed about getting this kind of result, really. So now it's here. It's very nice.
It's very real.
Yeah. Very nice.
Well, enjoy the celebrations at home later.
I will. Thank you.
Congratulations. Right, where's Paul? Where is Paul Goldstein? There he is. Let's go over to Paul. Paul, come over. Second place, provisionally.
Yeah,
excellent. Yeah, fantastic. How was the race for you?
It was good. Got a good start. I was on the worst side of the track to start because the left side dried, the right side was still damp. Did you spot that? You were behind me.
Yes.
Yeah. So as I've gone off, a bit wheel spin, the others kind of went level with me, so I had to go around the outside. Then I heard wings smash behind me, and I dealt with turn one, looked behind me, and there was a big gap, so there was obviously a big melee behind me. But no, I had a really good race. Vincent kept trying to toe down me into turn 4. I kept defending and he couldn't get past me, so I had to do that 4 or 5 laps in a row, and I was thinking, have I got to keep doing this till the end?
No, that's hard work, right?
Very hard work, because the whole time that man in front's just going further because we're now squabbling. But no, really good race. I'm really happy with that.
Good. Yeah. Well done. Congratulations. Well, I made a silly error, and going in under the bridge, I put it into first instead of third, locked the rear wheels, spun.
Oops.
Ended up being last. Well, I thought I was last, but Charles Harris was actually behind me. He caught up a little bit. Then we caught up to the back of the pack, overtook Andrew Johnston, and then was with that pack, and then obviously red flag came out. So yeah, but I enjoyed the little bit on my own actually. I was like, just head down.
Got your first 310 podium as well, Sam.
Exactly. I know. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. And Alex, where is Alex? Alex, come over. Congratulations, third on the road. That's amazing. And yeah, you enjoyed that. You were putting Paul under pressure, I hear.
Yeah, he was very good. He was very good at defending. I think I had enough goes at passing him, but to be fair to him, he had good pace and Will drove off from us. A bit disappointed with the red, and hope the guys are okay. They're in the barrier. Not good to end like that, but you know.
But there was 2 cars off, wasn't there? Lionel was off as well. There were wings everywhere.
Yeah. And one was firmly buried in the soft barrier, so hope they're okay. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, fingers crossed, yeah. Thank you very much. Well, congratulations. Well done. Brilliant driving all weekend. Right, there you go. I'm going to bring in Ian now. Hello.
Caught me on the phone. Can we just show a lot of love for Sam here, by the way, from literally out on track, pulling in, jumping out to do the interview, Sam. Amazing. You probably need some water or something, don't you?
I think I do. My throat is rather dry.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. I just want to say a big thank you as well, because every single weekend there are a team of people who bring you these pictures completely live and free for you to watch. So can we please say a big thank you to John, who's been our roaming cameraman this weekend. Done about 25,000 steps a day. Just for me, walking backwards to the hospitality all the time. Massive thank you to Ray, to Richard, to Zolly, to Danny, to Jake, who are around the circuit. And of course, as we know, Sam, the weather's been quite horrible at times.
Yes, it's been very changeable. Don't know what it's going to do. But
And it's just started to rain again, hasn't it? Massive thank you to Elliot. Of course, he is the one who's doing a wonderful job producing the show for us. Big thank you to you, Sam. Big thank you to Dave, of course, to Chris, to the BARC, to all of the marshals, to the recovery teams, to the teams, the drivers, and of course to you for tuning in and watching as well. You make a huge difference.
And a big thank you to you, Ian, too.
Thank you, Sam. And I just want to say, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well. If you're watching at the Caterham YouTube channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel, we are back live. BARC TV comes back in 2 weeks' time at Alton Park. And there's only one thing left to do, Sam. That's to hand back to Dave Goddard for the final word. Thanks for watching.
Well, thank you very much to Sam and Ian down on the ground for us today in the paddock and Parc Fermé. And pleased to see Sam didn't suffer any damage from that spin at the bottom of the mountain. Big thanks to Chris Hutchinson for joining us for the first time this year. Chris, any final words?
No, just again, all the thanks have been made, so I'll just reiterate those, and it's been great fun to be back chatting about Caterhams with you again in the commentary box.
Well, we'll see you at Croft, I think, for the next one.
I can't make Croft, so the next one, we'll see where my next outing is, but we will see you definitely later in the year for more Caterham action.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Chris Hutchinson. We'll see you soon, and we'll see you all soon too. A big thanks to everybody here at Cadwell Park, all the volunteers and officials for making this event possible. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment. Thank you to all the teams and mechanics for keeping the cars going. And most of all, thank you to you, the viewers, for tuning in. If you want the results, tsl-timing.com is the place to find them. We're back on BARC TV in a couple of weeks' time from Alton Park. Saturday the 25th of April. It's a one-day event. Brick Car Endurance is the headline act there. And then, of course, we go to Croft May the 2nd and 3rd. More Caterham action, TCR UK in action up in the north as well. I'll see you for those, but on behalf of my co-commentator, Chris Hutchinson, on behalf of Sam Parker, Ian Waterhouse, our director Elliot, and all our camera crews as well. This is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV from Cadwell Park. We'll see you again in a couple of weeks' time from Alton Park, but it's goodbye till then.